Chapter 201. Okay. Luo Mu understood, stuffed the unfinished ribs back into his mouth, and without further questioning, settled down to eat. Although Shen Bing was surprised, he didn't ask any further questions. His job was to run the convenience store well, and earn more points for Boss Lu. As for where to go, it didn't matter. He cared about Boss Lu's safety. 2 days later, Luli stood in the lottery shop, watching all the customers leave. Outside the RV, several self-service lottery machines were neatly arranged. The mission at Geely Base was completed, and they could head to the central base with peace of mind. Luli stretched and looked at Luo Mu, who lazily walked into the RV. She casually greeted him and asked casually, "What do you want to eat? Let me see what's in the fridge and make it for you." Luo Mu went straight to the kitchen. The fridge was full, with all the common ingredients. Luo Mu, remembering that Luli liked shrimp, asked her to order a few pounds of fresh, live shrimp. She cooked a few more dishes that were perfect for her: braised spare ribs, braised beef brisket with radish. Zhong Xiao also moved from the hotel into a convenience store, finally having his own room. He also began learning to cook, figuring that having more skills is always better. As night fell, the RV was bustling with activity, often giving Zhong Xiao the illusion that he was in civilized times, dining and chatting with a group of friends. Luli raised her glass, which contained a bubbling iced cola. It wasn't alcohol, but she felt a little tipsy. "Come on! Cheers!" Zhong Xiao, Luo Mu, and Shen Bing also quickly raised their glasses and clinked them with hers, a crisp clink. Dinner ended in a joyful atmosphere. Everyone knew they would depart for the central base tomorrow. This trip was a long one, 500 kilometers. While the RV was fast, Luli didn't want to rush, he just let things flow. The next morning, everyone gathered at the RV, even the Zombie King. Everyone sat quietly. Luli glanced to see that everyone was present. He set the destination and the RV started moving. After lunch and dinner, they arrived at the central base just after 7 o'clock. As expected of Yan Nation's largest and most profound base, the walls stretched as far as the eye could see. The tall gates were tightly closed, and residents entered and exited through the side entrances. The comings and goings were bustling. Entering the central base for the first time required registration, and leaving required a computer scan. Skipping these 2 steps more than 3 times resulted in a permanent blacklisting and a permanent ban from entering. Luli searched for a long time outside the central base before finding a vacant space barely large enough to accommodate the buildings. As soon as the RV came to a stop, several people sleeping on the tables woke up. Luo Mu rubbed his eyes, bewildered, and asked, "Are we there?" Luli rolled her eyes at him, waved her hand at the back of his head, and said with a smile, "We're here, we're here. Hurry up and get up." A voice came from outside, and a surprised greeting came. "What are you doing?" Luli looked over, and saw the survivor next to him. He looked like he lived outside the central base. He was wearing a tattered mat, and a small, shapeless blanket. The man was skinny, his hair dry and unkempt. A foul odor filled his mouth, and his teeth were yellow. His clothes were riddled with holes and stains. Outside the central base, there were many other survivors like him, driven out, turned away, but unwilling to face the zombies head-on. Everyone knows the saying, leaning against a tree provides shade. Staying close can help protect against zombie attacks. Luli smiled professionally and said politely, "Lottery seller." "Lottery? What lottery?" The man scratched his head in confusion, his dandruff falling like snowflakes. Luli, slightly disgusted, took a step back. You search online." Then she remembered he probably didn't have a laptop. She had to reveal the rules for the scratch-off lottery. She had previously compiled them, and even made a simple poster, but it had never been used. Now that they were at the central base, where most people were, she decided to explain it with pictures and text to save time. Luli explained with pictures, while a dozen survivors gathered around, staring at her with sunken, lifeless eyes. After hearing this, their faces lit up slightly, and they excitedly asked, You mean there's food?" Luli nodded confidently, "Yes, but it's all based on luck. You might get nothing. Think it over before you come back." The poster clearly listed the rules, and the price of each scratch-off ticket. They studied it carefully avoiding discussing it with those around them. They hesitated and struggled. After all, they had no special abilities, and were in poor health, making obtaining crystal cores quite difficult. That was why they were turned away from the base. Luli saw through it, and simply said, "There's a fast food factory out back. You could go check it out." Scratch-off tickets depend on luck, but buying fast food depends on speed. As soon as he finished speaking, the first man who approached swiftly turned, rolled up his blanket, and sprinted towards the location Luli pointed. The others also reacted and hurried to follow, still skeptical. Fast food? There's fast food in this place? It's been ages since they heard the term. The man stood in front of the factory window, breathing heavily, his blanket tucked under his arm. His sneakers, their original color unrecognizable, were tattered, their thumbs showing. But the window was closed, so the man didn't dare act rashly, only cautiously peering around. People continued to run over, crowding around the man, trying to push him off his feet. The man, not to be outdone, held onto the top spot. You guys? Zhong Xia, walking from the convenience store, saw this scrambling scene and was genuinely puzzled. Everyone heard clearly, immediately stopped pushing and shoving, and turned to look at Zhong Xia. The man mustered up the courage to ask, "Is this where they sell fast food?" Zhong Xia was stunned. He had intended to take a break today, but then he glanced at the group. They were ragged, skinny, and looked pitiful. He prefaced the conversation by saying, 3 crystal cores per order. At that, everyone's expressions began to hesitate. Even a single crystal core was hard to come by, let alone 3. Someone bravely asked, "Quick, what's the fast food like?" I had to see it first before I decided whether to buy it. I couldn't waste the crystal cores. Zhong Xia bypassed the group, used facial recognition to open the small door, stepped inside, then closed it again. He then opened the window. "Wait outside," he said, turning to turn on the machine. The people outside scrambled to peer inside. The large, empty building had a green assembly line directly in front of the window, connected to a massive machine at the end. The assembly line was turning, and boxes of fast food rolled out. Zhong Xia stood in front of the window, picking up each copy and piling them directly on the table. After producing about 50 copies, he turned off the machine on the computer. Chapter 202. Zhong Xia pointed to the menu posted outside the window and said succinctly, "Look here, there's a menu. Just tell me what you want to eat." The menu was incredibly detailed, with the names paired with stunning images. Just looking at it whetted one's appetite, and one wished they had 10 or 8 stomachs so they could devour it all in one sitting. Everyone crowded around the menu again, vying for it. "I want this. I want this too." The barrage of shouts nearly drowned out Zhong Xia. He calmly held out his hand and said, "First, give me the crystal core." Everyone choked and dug into their pockets, only to find one. Some didn't even have one, but they still stared at Zhong Xia eagerly, hoping his feeble sympathy would strike and reward them with a box, or even half a box, of fast food. But it was obvious that Zhong Xia, having survived the apocalypse for 10 years, wasn't going to be soft-hearted. He wouldn't give it away for free. He waved his hand dismissively. "If you don't have money, don't look here. Get out of here." They stood still. Zhong Xia's face sullen, he dismissed them again. "If you don't have a crystal core, get out of here. Don't join in the fun." Someone cried out, "Do you look down on us?" Zhong Xia shrugged, glancing at the challenger. "What do you have that I should look down on?" Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Zhong Xia. They didn't feel embarrassed. After all, they experienced worse, so verbal attacks were nothing. The most important thing now was the fast food. They seemed to be staring at Zhong Xia, but in reality, their only concern was the fast food. Less than 20 people were huddled together at the window, jostling and shoving. Someone whispered, "Do you have a crystal core? Lend me one. I'm just one short." "No, how about you lend me 2? The man flatly refused. The two exchanged glances, whispering for a long moment before deciding. One of them held 2 crystal cores, the other one. Holding hands, they squeezed to the window and simultaneously slammed the cores onto the table. They said in unison, "We want a braised beef brisket and radish." Zhong Xia took the crystal cores and turned to give them a serving of beef brisket and radish. The two, each taking one, walked to a corner in seemingly harmonious company, trailed by a few small groups eager to see what fast food looked like. These days, fast food is a bit refined, with 2 layers, rice on the bottom and vegetables on the top. The portions are quite generous. As soon as the lid was opened, a wave of hot steam billowed out, a rich aroma filling the air. The eyes of those gathered around the fast food widened instantly. Hey! Is this real fast food? It's actually meat. And vegetables. Oh my god! Am I seeing things? While they were still discussing, the 2 squatters on the ground began to divide the fast food. Since the number of crystal cores they had obtained was different, they naturally had to divide it proportionally. One of them pulled out a stainless steel basin, his eyes glued to the fast food, and urged, Hurry, hurry, hurry! The survivor who had obtained 2 crystal cores took out disposable chopsticks and reluctantly shared a third of the meal with him. Still feeling it was too much, he secretly kept some. The other person, with a sharp eye, noticed and screamed, You, what are you doing? Put it down, put it down! The two glared at each other, reluctantly compromising. Since they both wanted to eat, they had no choice but to share it peacefully. After days of starvation, they didn't have the energy to fight. So, in front of everyone, the two of them quickly divided up the fast food, even the beef brisket, each with their own piece, and they were particular about the size. Not to mention the vegetables. You took one, I took another, comparing lengths and the number of leaves. They had to divide them evenly, otherwise the crickets next to you would drive you crazy. Finally divided, the two began to eat contentedly, feeling moved as they ate. The people around them drooled. The two turned their backs, afraid to avoid spilling their saliva in their bowls, and everyone followed them around. Partway through, someone finally couldn't help themselves and shouted, I have 2 crystal cores too. Who wants to share the meal with me? Me! Instantly, someone responded. It was so delicious. The beef brisket looked soft and chewy, and the vegetables looked vibrant green. They had to be fresh. God, even if they weren't fresh, it didn't matter. These were rare vegetables. As long as they were edible, that was fine. Instantly, another group of people gathered in front of the window, each looking for someone to share the meal with. Some shared in pairs, some even in groups of 3. Zhongxia didn't mind, he was selling them anyway. He glanced back. There were less than 20 people, so he should have finished early. Unexpectedly, the customers kept piling up. He saw they were all coming from the lottery shop. He knew it was Boss Lu's doing, so he worked diligently. Little did he know that Boss Lu in the lottery shop was also dealing with someone else. Hello, Boss Lu. I'm the Director of Logistics at the Central Base. Welcome to join us. Director Lu Yu's expression was sincere, her words heartfelt. Oh, join? Welcome? After a long day of driving, her mind was inevitably a little hazy. She agreed instinctively, then felt something was wrong and asked back. Lu Yu was puzzled. Could it be that Boss Lu didn't come to the Central Base to join us? Lu Li shook her head decisively. Of course not. What is that? Don't worry about it. It's not like I'm joining some bullshit logistics department. Lu Li blurted out the truth. Lu Yu was immediately speechless, his face turning pale. Bullshit logistics department. This was the first time anyone had dared to call it that. The logistics department held a very high position within the Central Base. They were responsible for coordinating the distribution of supplies throughout the Central Base. Even requests for food and weapons from the Special Ability Team on missions had to be approved by the Logistics Department. New foods and deformed fruits produced by the Research Institute also had to be sent to the Logistics Department for distribution. If you offended the Logistics Department, your monthly natural water allotment would be cancelled. It's no exaggeration to say that people in the Logistics Department were superior to everyone else. But in her mouth, it was bullshit. Lu Yu let out a long breath, calming himself down. He remembered what He Luo had whispered in his ear, how awesome Boss Lu was, how he could conjure anything, even grow normal fruits and vegetables. He suppressed a sliver of anger and expressed his understanding. That's how powerful people are. Their standards are high, so it's understandable that they look down on the logistics department. After all, she alone could represent the entire research institute. In the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Those idlers at the Research Institute are either researching inedible things or incredibly unpalatable things. They're completely useless, Lu Yu internally grumbled, scolding the director, then greeted Lu Li with a smile. Are you joining the Central Base? No, I'm just setting up a stall, Lu Li said. But he sighed slightly, sensing that the days ahead wouldn't be so peaceful. Lu Yu forced a smile, unsurprised by Lu Li's words. He simply said, I heard Boss Lu has been growing fruits and vegetables lately. Can you take me to see them? Are you being polite? You're expecting me to unleash my ultimate power right off the bat. Chapter 203. That must have been what He Luo, that unreliable guy, said. Ultimately, that vegetable patch belonged to Sheng Xian, and he bought a protective shield to protect it. Even if a psychic came, they couldn't take it away, unless Sheng Xian was foolish enough to hand over the reward. So she boldly took Lu Yu and a group of staff from the logistics department with her. The group went on a grand tour. During the trip, Lu Li even messaged Sheng Xian. After all, they were going to his vegetable patch, so it was best to let him know. Just as they passed the hotel, before reaching the patch, a group of people behind them let out a mix of exclamations and incoherent discussions. Is that a cucumber? It really is a cucumber. Isn't that right? Oh my god, it's a peach? They stood there in shock for a moment, then swarmed over Luli and rushed forward, instinctively reaching out to pick the fruit, but were blocked by an invisible barrier. Luli leisurely stepped forward. What are you doing? Just showing you. Some people were in disbelief, racking their brains, thinking, this has to be a holographic projection you made, right? It can't be real. Even those highly intelligent and educated people at the research institute can't grow such juicy fruit. You're lying. Luli shrugged, nonchalant. So what? She reached out and plucked a small cucumber, rubbed it casually on her clothes, and stuffed it into her mouth without a trace of disgust. The unique cucumber fragrance instantly filled the air, delighting everyone. They stared intently at the fruit flesh in her hand, eager to take a bite. They swallowed hard, and Luyu said, Is this a real cucumber? Well, or else? Luli asked back. Liu shamelessly asked, Can I have a bite? Just one. Even though he was the head of the logistics department, he couldn't afford fresh fruits and vegetables. The prerequisite for being able to eat them was that they had to be there. There were no fruits or vegetables in the entire central base. Where could he eat? A rough calculation showed he hadn't seen a cucumber in 8 or 9 years. Liu was excited, and couldn't help but imagine that humanity was living a good life, with everyone having fruit and vegetables at every meal. Oh my god, just the thought of it filled Liu with excitement. But the next second, a bucket of cold water poured over him. Luli coldly refused, no. Liu immediately calmed down. Then I'd pay with crystal cores. How many crystal cores per cucumber? I'd buy them all. As a department head, his monthly salary was naturally not low, but it was all crystal cores. If he wanted to spend it, he could only buy some black jelly and some inedible, dry fruit at the research institute. He was dying to eat it. Luli refused again, of course not. I know you at the central base want my powers, and covet the resources I hold. Go back and tell the people who truly have the final say, cooperation is fine, but backstabbing is not. His subtle thoughts were exposed, and Lu Yu's expression nearly collapsed. He nodded repeatedly, knowing that this woman was beyond his control. Lu Yu quickly said, Okay, I discuss this with them when I get back. Luli stopped the group from fleeing. Isn't there an online supermarket? Haven't you used it? Everyone was stunned. Luli remembered sharing it with He Luo. Why hadn't it spread? She also remembered He Luo telling her that everyone loved it, and that the daily transaction volume was quite high. How come even the director didn't know about it? Lu Yu asked. What online supermarket? It sounded impressive. Luli opened her laptop, fiddled with it, then turned the screen toward the crowd and said, This is it. You can shop online, and have it delivered in a second. Lu Yu reached out, but when she didn't respond, he swiped the screen a few times. A quick glance revealed mineral water, instant noodles, sausages, spicy snacks, yogurt. There was everything to eat and use. Just no fruits or vegetables. But for the survivors currently living in dire straits, the resources were quite plentiful. An employee from the logistics department asked suspiciously, Huh? This page looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere, but only once, and never again. Another employee chimed in, Now that you mention it, I remember. Was it that guy from last month? I wanted a link, but the next day they said it was blocked and I couldn't access it. The two of them discussed this, and Luli was a bit confused. Blocked and unable to access? What was going on? So the mini-program she was using normally on her computer was haunted? Wait. Come on, add me. Luli patted Lu Yu. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. He was one step closer to enjoying fresh fruit. The two successfully added each other. Luli shared the online supermarket mini-program with Lu Yu. Try opening it. It won't open. Lu Yu opened the mini-program, but the page was blank. Nothing was there, as if it had been infected. He forwarded it to several other employees present, but they all opened blank. Luli was truly confused. What was going on? Is your laptop not working? Luli asked. It's the latest model, but it's quite expensive, Lu Yu said weakly. Everyone was silent, staring at each other. Sheng Xian arrived late. What are you doing? What are you doing around my beloved vegetable patch? Just in time. Luli waved at him, and Sheng Xian obediently walked over to her, naturally joining her in a group, glaring at Lu Yu and the other outsiders. I send you a link, click on it, and take a look. Luli gestured for him to look at the computer. Sheng Xian unlocked the computer, and immediately a group of people gathered around, their eyes fixed on him. He instinctively locked the screen and glanced at them. Go away. Then he switched it to private mode, so only he could see the screen. He clicked on the link Luli had sent, turning off private mode. He showed them the products clearly, one by one, with pictures with names and prices at the end. At a glance, they were all clear. Is it really that our computer is so inadequate? Luyu muttered to himself. I think it's the optical computers at your central base that's not working, Luli speculated. Luyu immediately retorted, how is that possible? The central base has a signal tower, so the signal is definitely fine. The optical computers are inspected every year, and they were even sent in for repair last week. Okay, stop talking so much. Just send this link to someone at your central base, and see if they can open it. Luli waved her hand impatiently. She suspected someone was playing tricks. How could a perfectly good link not work when sent to someone at the central base? Luyu instinctively obeyed, forwarding it to several people before realizing why he was so obedient. Why would the head of the logistics department listen to her? But then he thought, it seemed to be true. He continued to do as he was told, muttering to himself as he went along. After about 5 minutes, Luyu said gravely, none of them can open it. If Luli and this man hadn't opened the link right in front of him, he would have suspected Luli was playing a trick on him. How could it be possible that no one could open it? Chapter 204. When was your computer last inspected? Luyu asked the others in the department. Last week. They all went in together. Everyone remembered and nodded yes, last week. Luli sensed something was amiss. Why do they need an inspection? Luyu replied, the signal tower is often damaged by mutated plants and animals, so they need an inspection basically every month. The two exchanged glances, and Luli hesitated. Could it be that someone tampered with the computer during the last inspection? But why would they do that? Luyu asked, puzzled. Is it just to shut down Luli's online supermarket app at the central base? But this is clearly a good thing for the survivors. Who is trying to sabotage it? In an instant, countless names flashed through Luyu's mind, but who could possibly be so capable? Who knows what's going on at the central base? Luli shrugged. Luyu immediately shouted, what the hell? I don't know anything about this. Luli stared at him in silence. Luyu felt guilty. Ultimately, it was the complex network of forces within the central base that was behind this. I go back and investigate, Luyu promised. Luli nodded nonchalantly, turned around, picked a cucumber, and held it out. Here, a treat. Luyu took it flattered, incredulous, really? Is this for me? Yes, Luli said indifferently. A cucumber was certainly an expense. The other staff members in the logistics department stared at Luyu, their faces clearly etched with the words. See it, get it. Luyu instinctively wanted to hide, but he gritted his teeth and broke the cucumber in half, keeping the longer half for himself. He thrust the shorter half toward the person next to him. Here, here, here. Divide this half between you. Luyu couldn't bear to eat it either. He carefully took out a clean bag, put the cucumber in, and sealed it. He muttered quietly, one bite a day will last you a week. Luli, She turned to leave, and Luyu and Sheng Xian hurried to follow. The staff exchanged glances and followed. Back in the RV, Luyu didn't stay long and led his men back to the central base. Determined to get to the bottom of this matter, the first thing he did upon returning to the central base was to find He Luo. He asked directly, open the computer. He Luo, who had a good relationship with him, instinctively opened it, and saw the link Luyu had sent. He asked doubtfully, online supermarket? I have it, no need to send it to me. Luyu rolled his eyes, and said sternly, I know you have it, just click it. I clicked it. He Luo did as he was told. Luyu plopped down next to him, leaning in to look. What's going on? You can actually use it? Didn't your computer have maintenance last week? He Luo thought for a moment, and said slowly, last week? I went to see Luli, and missed the maintenance. I plan to send it next time. What happened? Luyu said nothing, simply opening his own computer, and clicking on the link Luli had sent. The page was blank, a stark contrast to the page on He Luo's computer next to him. The two glanced at each other. Neither of them was stupid, and several possibilities flashed through their minds. Luyu turned off his computer, and He Luo, seeing this, did the same. The two breathed a sigh of relief. He Luo asked, what's going on? Luyu recounted what had happened in the vegetable garden, concluding, everyone in the central base knows Boss Lu is here. He Luo was also somewhat worried. He had always wanted Lu Li to come to the central base, and benefit the people there. However, he lacked the ability to protect Lu Li. He wasn't worried about her safety, however. He had witnessed it firsthand. No one could cause trouble near the lottery shop without her permission. I'm worried the mysterious family is behind this, Luyu said in a low voice. He Luo held his breath, looking at him warily, and then cautiously glancing around. This was his own home, relatively safe. He glared at Liu Yu and whispered, "Are you crazy? Is this something you can even talk about?" Liu Yu covered his mouth, feeling slightly guilty, and said, "I won't tell you, but it was definitely them." "Do you believe it?" "Why wouldn't I believe it? They messed things up enough." He Luo curled his lips in anger. Liu Yu asked, "Then tell me, why are they doing this?" He Luo affirmed, "Why else? To cut off their financial resources? The Shin family supplies water to the major bases, the Jiang family supplies food, and they hold 90% of Yin Nation's crystal cores. And Lu Li is a Chung Yao Jin who shows up halfway. The crystal cores in their hands will only dwindle. If it were you, would you intervene?" Liu Yu nodded without hesitation, then shook his head, hesitating. "But..." "Don't say but," He Luo said dejectedly. "But..." Liu Yu wanted to say something else, but then thought more deeply. The power of the mysterious family was beyond the reach of He Luo and him. Even the bigwigs at the central base were nothing compared to the mysterious family. The two sighed in unison, and Liu Yu said unwillingly, "So that's it, nothing?" He Luo remained silent, silently turning on Liu Yu's computer. "Try again, can you see if it works?" "Huh? It really works. It's that simple? Just shut it down and restart it," Liu Yu exclaimed in surprise. "I guess they didn't do anything tricky. They probably just installed a virus, which automatically blocked it when it detected an unfamiliar program. But the computer automatically scans for viruses every time it shuts down, so it's that simple." "But how long has it been since you shut it down?" He Luo speculated. "I haven't shut it down since I got the new computer. Who would have nothing better to do?" He was halfway through when Liu Yu understood. "That's the mentality." Liu Yu excitedly exclaimed, "Never mind, I tell them right now." He Luo grabbed his hand. "Wait, don't be impulsive, or you get caught." "Then what do you say?" Liu Yu was furious. It was so painful not being able to use such a wonderful thing right in front of him. Amidst the heated discussion, Liu Li was about to close up shop. It was already quite late when they arrived at the central base, and after all this hassle, it was already midnight. Of all things, sleep and food are the most important. She first checked the surveillance footage on her laptop. The factory was still bustling with people, clamoring for lunch boxes, and Zhong Xia was annoyed. He told them countless times, come back tomorrow, but they wouldn't listen. Desperate, Zhong Xia could only close the door and flee back to the long-out convenience store. The bustling crowd in front of the factory gradually quieted down. Each of them found a corner, spread out their blankets, and went to sleep. As for the bathhouse and the Dawn Hotel, they had already closed and ceased operations. Seeing this, Liu Li closed the car's doors with peace of mind and went upstairs to sleep. Little did she know that her arrival at the central base had sparked a silent conflict. Chapter 205. Outside the factory, the survivors, blanketed by the sky, were whispering among themselves. In an inconspicuous corner, a man and a woman exchanged glances and quietly stood up. Under the cover of night, the two entered the central base through a side door. Like other bases, the central base was divided into several areas: residential, core, research, and plantation. The two, after a series of phase scans, made their way unimpeded to the core area. After winding their way around, they stopped in front of a villa and waited for a long time before the gate finally opened. A thin man in an apron led the two inside. "Uncle Zhong, it's so late, why haven't you gone to bed yet?" the woman in the middle of the group said. The thin man, named Uncle Zhong, had a rather naive smile. He shook his head and said nothing. He led the two to a room, knocked respectfully, and then bowed and waited. Until a sharp enter came from inside, Uncle Zhong opened the door and gestured for the two to enter. It was a large, empty office. The desks and chairs were noticeably worn, but the owner took good care of them, frequently wiping them and keeping them spotless. Behind the desk sat an executive chair, in which sat a woman. Her long, slightly curly hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her small face was marked by sharp features. She wasn't gentle, as if she'd be horrified if she looked at them for even a second. She looked them up and down and asked, "What brings you here so late at night?" "Sisterly, these are the fast food sold by the lottery shop owner, along with scratch-off tickets and mineral water." The woman retrieved the items from the space and placed them one by one on the desk. Li Ruo nodded, leaning back against the large, comfortable chair, her hands folded over her chest, contemplating the three items on the table. "Open the fast food." Li Ruo's voice was sharp, and her aggressive features made her look menacing, making her look unbearable to look at. The woman in the group was named Lu Yi, and the man was named Shu, both given by Li Ruo. Lu Yi stepped forward, touched the fast food, and said, "Sisterly, it's cold." Li Rua nodded. "Open it." Lu Yi did as she was told. The moment she lifted the lid, steam gushed out. Deshu, surprised, strode forward. The three of them stared intently at the fast food, inhaling the fragrant aroma that permeated the air, but none of them lowered their guard, ready to throw it out the window at the slightest sign of trouble. Lu Yi was puzzled. Why is it warm the moment the lid is opened? Only vegetables? No rice? Li Rua speculated, maybe some kind of supernatural power was used. Deshu, try it, and see if it tastes good. The most important question was, is it edible? Is it poisonous? Deshu agreed without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks, picked up the fast food, and shoveled it into his mouth. Wait! Li Rua stopped him. Dashu was startled. There really was something wrong with this fast food. Luckily, Sisterly had warned him quickly. He quickly put it down, glaring at Sisterly with anger. Just as he was about to reprimand that damned Li Rua reached out with her slender, white fingers and lifted the dish. She set it aside, revealing the plump, fragrant rice underneath. Li Rua said, "You're so silly." Dashu, eh? Otherwise, why am I called Dashu? Isn't it because you called me simple and honest? Li Yi laughed, her voice melodious and charming. I told you, how can you eat without rice? Dashu, try it, and see if it's delicious. Dashu picked up the rice and took a look. The rice grains were plump and clean, without a single impurity. He swallowed hard and quickly took a large mouthful. For some reason, Lu Yi looked a little hungry, even though she had just eaten some black jelly. Lu Yi and Li Rua watched Deshu finish his fast food. He ate with such relish, oblivious to the surroundings, even licking up the juices. After finishing, Deshu reluctantly put down the empty container and exclaimed, "It's so delicious, so delicious." Sisterly Yi, do you understand this kind of deliciousness? It really is. So delicious. Deshu couldn't help but roar to the sky with excitement. Lu Yi swallowed. Although she couldn't imagine how delicious it was really delicious. Li Rua helplessly held his forehead, trying to focus on the distracted scene. Is there anything unusual? Deshu casually rubbed his hands on his clothes twice before scratching his head. Anything unusual? Does it count as being too delicious? Li Rua, Looks like nothing unusual. She asked, you only bought one? Li said sheepishly, that's the one Deshu had to squeeze in to get. Oh, and it's only 3 crystal cores apiece. It's a bit too cheap. Li Rua nodded, then looked at the scratch-off ticket on the table. What about this one? Scratch it open and see. In just 1 month, the name Luli Lottery Shop had spread from mouth to mouth among the survivors, and even the top brass at all the major bases knew about it. The owner behind the scenes was a young, seemingly easygoing woman. Her scratch-off tickets boasted the ability to reveal anything, and her business was booming. Lu Yi agreed and stepped forward to scrape off the covering with her fingernail. Deshu leaned in to take a look, and both of them uttered a puzzled, "What is this?" It looks like an apple. It's an apple. I redeem it tomorrow, Li Rua said. No one could believe that a thin piece of paper could reveal such coveted fruit. There was even a convenience store and a hotel inside. It was too unbelievable. It was late at night. Li Rua asked the two to go back to rest, then sat alone in his executive chair, thinking for a long time. The sun rose, illuminating the central base. Nana playfully gnawed at the curtains, the glaring sunlight occasionally streaming in, casting a shadow on Lu Li's peaceful face. Unfazed, she rolled over and continued to sleep. It wasn't until the alarm clock rang at 10 that Lu Li scrambled to her feet and washed up. At 10:20, the 4 doors of the RV were opened. As expected, yet also unexpected, the outside was packed with people. There were men and women, refugees stationed outside the central base year-round, and special ability people who had come specially from the base. They all had one goal: scratch-off tickets. Lu Li reacted quickly and quickly bought the tickets, placing them one by one on the table. There was no need to worry about someone stealing the tickets without paying. For one thing, the RV was under surveillance. Secondly, each scratch-off ticket is coded. When redeeming a prize, it will detect whether it's been paid for and has been shipped. If not, an alarm will sound. So Lu Li felt relieved. All she had to worry about was, hurry up and move. There were so many people coming that several had scratched out yellow prizes. Lu Li had no time to see them clearly, and she had no idea what they were. Thankfully, Xiao Di and Zhang Ting were helping her, otherwise, Lu Li alone would have been overwhelmed. Finally, she could take a moment to relax and observe what prizes the customers had scratched out. Apples, pears, grapes, yams? Why are they all edible? Oh, I guess I'm hungry. Luli, taking good care of her tummy, got up and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Steamed dumplings, steamed buns, and stuffed buns, all ready to heat up. Chapter 206. Thinking it was almost lunchtime, Luli heated up 5 meat buns. 1 for herself, and 2 for each of her 2 children. The aroma of the meat buns wafted through the air, and the customers crammed in the front rows sniffed hard. The more they sniffed, the more excited they became to scrape out something to eat. The result, of course, was nothing. There were too many customers, and Luli couldn't keep up. Her eyes were tired, so she settled into a casual state. She stood up, filmed a 360-degree video, and casually posted it online. Central Base, Core Area. In a single-family villa, Leroy lazily sat on the sofa, looking at the densely packed faces on the laptop, some happy, some sad. Luli, she really thinks the noise isn't loud enough. Leroy's lips curled slightly, her curly hair brushing against her ears, softening her features. In another villa, the sound of shattering glass echoed, accompanied by fierce shouting and cursing. Damn Luli. She's cutting off my income. She's disturbing my peace. Where the hell did she come from? The man grumbled, casually picking up a glass and throwing it hard on the ground. The people waiting around were already used to it, but they simply lowered their heads, not wanting to offend him in such a tense atmosphere. Brother Sue, that Luli is posting another video. Shinsu's eyes shifted to the man's computer. It was filled with dense crowds of people, the brand new interior of the RV, and several brand new buildings around it. Come on, let's go meet her. Shinsu walked out, and someone followed him. Luli was completely oblivious to all this, leisurely enjoying Luo Mu's cooking. Today's lunch consisted of stir-fried pork, braised shrimp, and so on. Except for Zhong Xiao and Shin Bing, who were too busy to spare any time. Even Wang Yang, a zombie who never joined in the fun, was present. Central Base is all about the people and the money. It's only 2 hours, but it takes a day to get to Geely Base. Luli sighed, stuffing some meat into his mouth. A crowd outside watched the meat. He was almost drooling, his stomach growling. If he scraped out food, he could eat it right away. If not, he could go to the factory and queue up to buy food. But I heard the daily limit was 200, and they were sold out. At worst, they could always buy a bucket of instant noodles at the convenience store. Before Luli arrived, they had never imagined that such a way of living in the apocalypse existed. It was so happy. So blissful. Mom wouldn't have to worry about me going hungry anymore. Leroy emerged from the main gate of the base, and was met by a sea of people. With the lottery shop at its center, the dense crowd surrounded several buildings. The area extended for hundreds of meters. She was a little startled. Seeing it live was even more shocking than watching it on a small screen. She approached, unsure where to start. There were so many people, squeezing in was impossible. Wouldn't that cause a stampede? But after a closer look, Leroy noticed that the group was quite organized and disciplined. They seemed to be queuing, though there were simply too many people. The line was a bit crooked, divided into several separate lines, forming a circle around the lottery shop. There was a surprising sense of order amid the crowd. This was something Leroy hadn't expected. This Luli had some tricks up her sleeve. She carefully observed the line and found the end of it, then heard the people ahead of her discussing. I heard someone won a luxury fruit basket by scratching out a ticket. Aw? Really? Can you have this? I'm kidding. That guy was so happy, he almost lost his sight. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Several lines were lined up together, and upon hearing this, everyone immediately burst into discussion. Some appeared calm, but their hearts were already churning. A luxurious fruit basket, that was something they couldn't even dream of. Oh my, I'm telling you, it's more than just a luxurious fruit basket. What else? Is there anything better than this? The long-term scarcity of supplies in the apocalypse had choked everyone's imagination. It was simply unthinkable. How could something so good happen to them? Hot pot. Do you know about it? Have you ever had it? I don't know. That's not for you. Tell me, did someone scrape out a hot pot? A pot? A hot pot combo. It's got meat and vegetables. Everything fresh. The man exclaimed excitedly. How do you know? It's all over the internet. Don't you guys check the laptop? Then the man opened the laptop and found a video on the human social site. Leroy, through the crowd of people, saw. A woman sat at a large dining table. On the table was a steaming hot pot, and next to it were plates of beef rolls, lamb rolls, and headless shrimp. There were also juicy, unnamed green vegetables stacked in small, transparent buckets, their vibrant green color a feast for the eyes. Is this all from scratch-off tickets? This power is truly too powerful. Even the mysterious family is wary. There really was meat and vegetables. The woman's hair was a little disheveled, and she ate with relish, but her movements were leisurely, as if she had no time constraints. Many people could be seen gathered around the table, drooling at the food, yet no one was rushing to grab it. How strange. When had everyone become so reserved? Leroy was just pondering this when someone in front of him asked, according to convention, shouldn't we rush over and grab it? How did you hold back? The person playing the video on the laptop rolled his eyes at him. Do you think people don't want to? Or don't dare? Because they can't. As soon as they touched the table, they were flung back. Leroy was horrified. Luli had even considered this. 100 meters away, in the RV, Luli sneezed loudly and asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Who's scolding me, or am I having a rhinitis?" "Boss Lou." Luo's familiar voice rang from the car door. Luli looked over, not forgetting to finish the last shrimp in her bowl. What's going on? It was definitely something bad. Luo finished eating, collected his dishes and chopsticks, threw them into the dishwasher, picked up the food he had packed for Shinbing, and emerged from the kitchen to meet a smiling Luo. She couldn't help but glance at him. Such a lewd smile meant something bad must be going on. She felt the urge to stay with Luli, but she certainly didn't need him. Luo left the RV, looking back every few steps. His reluctant expression made Luli smile. She waved him off. "Hurry up. Shinbing will starve if you're any later." Luo felt a pang of frustration. When had he ever cared so much about Shinbing? He turned and walked away, his faded blonde hair swirling in the air with his movements, a particularly unrestrained gesture. Luli's gentle, cheerful voice echoed from behind. "Minister please sit down." Luo sat beside her, offering her an apologetic smile. He subconsciously glanced at the now-powered laptop and said reassuringly, "Boss Lu, are you aware of the existence of the mysterious family?" "Continue." Luli raised an eyebrow, her expression lacking interest. Chapter 207. Luo glanced around cautiously. The table was in the middle of the first floor of the RV, some distance away from the customers. They were all busy scratching off tickets, and the two girls were trustworthy. He feigned indifference, fiddling with his cup, and whispered, "The reason the major bases have been able to develop so rapidly is because of the support of the mysterious family. They provide the resources, and we provide the crystal cores. But then you showed up?" Luli understood that she was a bit of a jerk in the eyes of the mysterious family. She had upset the balance that had lasted for 10 years. Originally, it took 5 or 10 crystal cores to exchange for 100 milliliters of water at the base. But at Luli's convenience store, you only needed 1 crystal core to buy a 550 milliliters bottle of mineral water. What would you choose? Even a fool would know, right? Luli wasn't worried about dying. As long as the system was there, she was invincible. She asked disdainfully, "Are they really that awesome?" Luo was shocked by her composure. "Not just really, they're incredibly awesome." He continued, fearing Luli wouldn't believe him. "Let me put it this way. If a direct descendant of the mysterious family took action, Shinbing, Chu Lixing, Wang Yang, and Zhong Xia combined wouldn't even be able to match him." Luli quietly asked the system in her mind, "What about you?" The system scoffed, its mischievous laugh a mirror image of Luli's. Luli felt relieved and immediately comforted Luo. "What are you afraid of? I'm selling my scratch-off tickets. If they don't like it, they can sell them too." Luo was speechless. If they could sell them, would they be so angry? And they even blocked your mini-program at the central base. But seeing her fearless demeanor, Luo felt somewhat relieved. In his impression, Luli had truly never been afraid, nor had she ever been defeated. Just as the two finished their conversation, a furious shout from outside the car, "Luli!" scared Luo. Luli looked over and saw a man, unremarkable in appearance but tall and burly. She sat still, simply crossing her legs in a different direction, and asked casually, "What's going on?" Luo whispered in her ear, "These are the minions of the mysterious family." TSK. She wasn't even afraid of the mysterious family themselves, so what would she be afraid of? Aren't they just lackeys? The burly man's rage intensified at her calmness, his brow furrowed like a caterpillar. He took a few steps forward and slammed his fist on the table. Bang! There was a loud bang. The tabletop was intact, not a single dent. Instead, his fist instantly became red and swollen. The burly man's brow twitched, a sense of unease rising. He instinctively retracted his hand, hiding it behind his back. "Luli, hey, you're here to clean up for me." The burly man's face sank, And after a long pause, he delivered a rather cliched opening line. You're Luli. Who allowed you to sell things here? Yes, 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 I am. Luli crossed his legs, swung on his toes, and nodded. Why? You own the central base? Yes. What's wrong? The burly man was incredibly arrogant, his arrogance soaring. Before Luli could slam the table and laugh, a burst of crisp, mocking laughter echoed from the crowd. The burly man, laughing, glared at him endlessly. Li Ru, what are you laughing at? The burly man's eyes simmered with rage, his voice straining from his throat, his teeth gnashing. Laughing at you. Li Ru stepped out of the crowd, her curly hair swaying behind her like a blossoming flower. Luli lowered her crossed legs, her interest piqued. Do these two look familiar? He Luo reminded him. This is from another mysterious family. They're using people, not minions, so it seems their status is higher than this man's. The burly man, furious at Lu Li's prediction, was afraid to speak rudely. He said, like a paper tiger, don't get involved. This is the Shin family's business. Oh, the Shin family, how rare. Li Ru was unfazed, her taunting skills at full capacity. The veins in the burly man's neck bulged with anger. Li Ru, I don't want to argue with you. Get out of here, or I'd be rude. Li Ru stood in front of the RV, motionless as a mountain, a mocking smile on her face, staring at him without saying a word. The surrounding customers also consciously moved away from the two, making room for them to avoid being caught in the crossfire, and then continued scratching their scratch-off tickets, unaffected. Little sister. Luli stood up, leaning over the table, and nudged Li Ru's shoulder, speaking softly. Li Ru turned back, her hair brushing against Lu Li's wrist, a strange fragrance wafting into her nose. She asked kindly, What's wrong, little sister? Move aside. Luli pointed to the side. Li Ru obeyed instinctively, and before her mind could react, she had already taken 2 steps to the side. Strangely, her words had a magical power that made her want to act on them. Bang. Ah. Before Li Ru could react, the burly man, a meter away, had been thrown forward, landing heavily on the ground, deliberately in an empty area. No one reacted to the throw, or even saw who had done it. All that was heard was the burly man's screams, my hand's broken. Help, help. Xiao Lu. Just hearing it made one's teeth ache, and one could hardly wait to kick him again. Lu Li clapped his hands in satisfaction. Try that arrogance again? Li Ru, so you're asking me to move aside so you can attack me, right? The crowd suddenly erupted in a commotion. Several men rushed to where the burly man had landed, pulled out a stretcher, and carried him away, fleeing in panic. The series of movements was so practiced, it looked like this man had been beaten and carried away on a stretcher often. Lu Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. This made Li Ru want to laugh too. Although she had often seen Shinsu suffer setbacks, this was the first time he had seen such a decisive and satisfying response. Lu Li was truly a wonderful person. She turned around and smiled at her, saying, Thank you, little sister. Lu Li smiled too. Although this sister looked fierce, she was actually quite funny. She greeted, Are you here for scratch-off tickets? I can cut you in line. Then give me one. Li Ru let it slide. The customers around her also rushed over, continuing to buy scratch-off tickets, unfazed. This happened every day. What Shin family? What Jiang family? They didn't even know each other. Lu Li casually pulled a ticket for Li Ru. Here. Okay. Li Ru hadn't come here to scratch off tickets, but she was there anyway. To her surprise, she actually won a great prize. The customers nearby were envious. Are you selling this? I give you any crystal cores you want. I want to buy it. I want to buy it. Li Ru stuffed the reward into his space and said coldly, Not for sale. Lu Li also smiled. Congratulations. This kind of reward is rare, cherish it. Can I come up and sit for a while? Li Ru asked, raising an eyebrow towards the RV. He wasn't surprised to see He Luo there. Chapter 208. Lu Li was stunned, then nodded and invited, Come up here. When Li Ru sat down across from Lu Li, He Luo was still a little unaware. Shinsu was thrown away, clattering to the ground, his hands and feet broken as he was carried away. Li Ru had won a great prize, and was invited to the RV. This person is from a mysterious family. Don't get too involved. He winked at Lu Li desperately. The latter didn't notice anything. The two chatted happily, and Lu Li even brought out watermelon to treat the guests. When he listened carefully, he realized that the two had already gone to extremes in boasting. He Luo had been listening anxiously, until finally, the key moment came. Li Ru asked, Xiao Li, are you interested in joining our Jiang family? he gasped. Such a direct question? And it had only been so long, and Xiaoli was already asking. Luli smiled and shook her head. No, long live freedom. Luo breathed a sigh of relief. If Luli were to kowtow to the mysterious family, humanity would sooner or later be doomed. The mysterious family was simply no match for the psychics. They had special bloodlines, strong bodies, and exceptionally powerful psychics. More importantly, they provided supplies, water, food, weapons, to the major bases. But no one knew where these supplies came from. All they knew was that large quantities of crystal cores had to be handed over every day, every month. In order to exchange these meager supplies from them, it could be said that before Luli appeared, the entire apocalypse's resources were controlled by the mysterious family. Leroy smiled, but didn't say anything, nor did he force her. Understanding her attitude, he felt a little worried for her. The mysterious family is quite arrogant. If anything harms their interests, they will get rid of it first. He absolutely would not tolerate any thorns in his side, and if they did, they would be removed without delay. And Luli had been a thorn for a long time. Be careful of the Shen family. Leroy left these 4 words before leaving. Luo pondered for a moment. The Shen family. Although he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the entire central base remained silent about the mysterious family. There was simply no more information. Luli turned around and saw Luo's face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. Oh, don't worry about it. You should stay away from me now. Be careful not to get caught up in the mess. Luo gave a wry smile. From the moment they first met, they had already been on the same boat. Leroy didn't leave, but instead went to the convenience store, wanting to see the extent of Luli's strength. Could he really shake the mysterious family? Entering the convenience store, his first impression was how crowded it was. But at first glance, it was large, the shelves neatly arranged, and the goods on them were fully stocked. To the right of the entrance was a cash register with a computer and an electronic device resembling a money changer. Further inside were rows of shelves, with freezers lining the walls. From drinks and snacks to all sorts of miscellaneous gadgets, like nail clippers and trash bags, they offered everything. Aside from rice, vegetables, fruits, and veggies, you could basically buy anything at a convenience store. Of course, that included those oddball prizes, blind box fruit trees, clones, and soil-improving saplings. Leroy couldn't help but grab a shopping basket and, as she walked, squeezed her way, she filled her basket with small items. After a short stroll, she found her basket overflowing. She smiled resignedly and waited in line to top up her crystal cores. Despite the large crowd, everyone moved quickly, and the cashiers were quite skilled. Finally freeing themselves from the immense temptation of the convenience store, Leroy reached out to fix her hair and put a full bag of goods into her workspace. Turning around to check out the bathhouse, she noticed another building behind it. It resembled a metal box, very enclosed, yet incredibly crowded. Curiosity piqued her interest, and she asked someone, "What's this for?" The person didn't even turn, having clearly answered the question many times before. Fast food. Oh, I haven't tried the one Dashu and Lilia brought back last night, so I give it a try. Leroy also stood at the back of the line. For a long time, the line remained motionless. She asked again, "Why aren't you moving?" "Hey, they sold out a long time ago. We're lining up for tomorrow's order." Leroy turned and left, having forgotten Lilia's claim of 200 orders a day. She continued to the bathhouse, but it was also packed. She had discovered that everywhere was crowded. There's more variety here, practically tailor-made for the central base. With so many people, everyone has more crystal cores. But with long-term physical and mental stress, it's normal to accidentally strike someone. With such a relaxing place, the number of unprovoked suicides at the central base should decrease significantly. Leroy also tried a few of the hot springs, starting with a single-person bath, as well as those for 2 or more people. Each individual bath was separated by a screen or plant, preventing anyone from seeing others. Leroy sighed contentedly in his private bath. It was so comfortable. He'd bring Lu Yi to try it tomorrow. While soaking in the hot springs, there's a screen in front of you that plays videos and movies. Soak, watch, and even enjoy small fruit and snacks from the buffet. Oh my god, what a heavenly life. What's the point of fighting zombie hordes every day? Isn't it just for moments like these? After soaking, Leroy donned the disposable clothes provided by the bathing center and went to the massage area. She found an empty bed and lay down, waiting for the massage. The massage was so intense. Leroy thought she was feeling the pressure, but she almost cried out. It was so embarrassing. The massager even said, Your shoulders are too stiff, little girl. You need to exercise more. Me? Me? I don't exercise enough? Li Ruo said nothing, concentrating on enjoying the massage. It must be said, the massage was really good. Where did they find these people? They don't look like they're from the base. They're so energetic. After soaking in the hot springs and getting a massage, Li Ruo even got her ears pierced. After going through the entire process, she felt refreshed. If she hadn't been keeping an eye on the time, she would have wanted to go for a big meal and then watch a movie. Before leaving, Li Ruo felt a little reluctant. She finally understood why Luli had been so popular. This was the meaning of life, not just slaying zombies every day. Li Ruo radiantly left the bathhouse, glanced at the Dawn Hotel sign, and decided to go in. The moment she stepped through the door, her eyes met with the person behind the front desk. Both of them gasped, and they looked away in tacit agreement. Chu Lixing sat up straight unconsciously. Rooms? Li Ruo nodded, then shook her head. Take a look around first. The hotel lobby wasn't crowded, just a few scattered around. This wasn't like a convenience store where you could just buy something and leave. Most residents had assigned rooms at the central base. Those who arrived now were probably here to gather information. Chapter 209. Chu Lixing stood up and walked over to her. Li Ruo was tall for a woman, about 1.78 meters tall. She was only half a head shorter than Chu Lixing. She looked up at him and said, "Long time no see." He lowered his eyes slightly and looked at her. She hadn't changed at all, still looking fierce. Chu Lixing nodded in agreement and headed for the stairs. Li Ruo followed, a half step behind him. The atmosphere as they ascended the stairs was quite silent, and a hint of awkwardness permeated the air. The hotel now had 4 floors. Chu Lixing arrived there and casually pushed open the door of an unoccupied room. The two of them walked in, one after the other. Li Ruo looked up and saw that the furnishings and decorations were all new, with a faint fragrance. It was refreshing. Bed, wardrobe, air conditioning, kitchen, balcony, bathroom. Chu Lixing was like a human machine. Passing by a place, he would raise his finger and point. His voice, so human and robotic, was quite amusing. Li Ruo's mind was swirling with thoughts, but his tone and expression amused her, and the confusion in her mind suddenly vanished. What about water and electricity? Li Ruo asked. Use whatever you want, Chu Lixing said calmly. After a while, it didn't seem like such a big deal. But to someone who didn't know, like Li Ruo, it seemed impressive and grand. The room wasn't too big or too small, so it didn't take long to walk around. The two stood side by side on the balcony, Li Ruo leaning on the railing, Chu Lixing folding his arms across his chest. They both gazed silently at the lottery shop. After a long moment, Li Ruo said, "You found a good job. You're not bad either." He sounded rather gritted his teeth, with a hint of resentment. Upon hearing this, Li Ruo turned slightly to look at him, saying helplessly, "You know, I can't help myself." "Yeah." Chu Lixing replied indifferently, saying nothing more. After a while, Chu Lixing turned and left the balcony, saying, "We're done with the tour. Do you want to book a room? If not, get going." Li Ruo sighed, and also turned and left the balcony, closing the door behind him. The two of them walked downstairs, one after the other. Customers they encountered along the way greeted Chu Lixing, who simply gave a faint hum. Still as indifferent as ever, Li Ruo thought. After leaving the Dawn Hotel, Li Ruo returned to the central base. She had gained so much today that she needed to sort it out. As night fell, everyone's enthusiasm remained high. Luli looked on, with a sense of worry. She hadn't expected so many people at the central base, estimated to be hundreds of thousands. Her small lottery shop couldn't handle the sheer volume of customers. At dinner, everyone arrived exhausted, listless, as if they'd been abused. As soon as they sat down, Zhong Xia announced, "We upgraded, finally upgraded. We can now handle 1,000 fast food orders a day, and we even opened a new clothing line." With that, he propped his head up with one hand, the other on the table, dozing off. "I always been a quiet and introverted person, and now, suddenly socializing so intensively, I'm exhausted." "So exhausted?" Luli applauded him. "Great, great. But for the populous central base, it's still far from enough." Hearing this, Luo Mu immediately leaned over and racked his brains, saying, "We earned a ton of points today. More than ever before. Wow. Great, great." Luli also applauded him. He, one more than Zhong Xia, clearly more attentive. He, Luo Mu was satisfied. Shen Bing glanced at the two of them with disdain. This childish. Of course, she was more mature and steady. Luli always treated everyone equally. After praising Zhong Xia and Luo Mu, Shen Bing couldn't be left out. She happened to be standing, while the three were sitting. She went over and patted each one on the head. "You did a good job too," she said to Shen Bing, her voice soft and her ending tone upturned. Shen Bing had tilted her head and remained silent, feigning indifference. Now, the corners of her mouth curled up, and her ears flushed. "Everyone was tired today, so we didn't cook. Let's go out." We had to go out. It was just a matter of buying food from the mall. The table was full again, and the 5 little ones were tired. They had talked too much today, more than at the previous base. But on the other hand, the people here are more polite and easygoing, and they have a lot of crystal cores. Even the system is reminding me, host, the central base's points goal has been achieved. Huh? Luli was shocked, and a half-eaten chicken wing fell into the bowl with a dull thud. Shen Bing looked at her in confusion, stopping his shrimp peeling. Luo Mu also stopped scraping at his rice. "What's wrong?" they asked in unison. Chu Lixing and Zhong Xia also looked over. Luli was relatively calm. "What happened?" Luli recovered and waved her hands repeatedly. "It's okay, it's okay. Keep eating." Then, she opened the system page in her mind and purchased 5 scratch-off machines. He really came to bed just as he was about to doze off. She was just worried about the central base being overcrowded and the lottery shop being too small to accommodate so many customers. Now, it's good to spread out the flow of customers. Luo Mu said earnestly, "Luli, if you have anything to tell us, let's solve it together. It's not good to keep it bottled up." Luli looked up blankly. She wouldn't be surprised if anyone else said that, but Luo Mu's words were hilarious. "What could possibly happen to me?" Luli laughed. Then she thought about what happened to the mysterious family today. After some thought, she decided to tell them, lest they run into them and be clueless. "Do you know about the mysterious family?" Aside from Zhong Xia, who shook his head in bewilderment, the other 3 looked somewhat uneasy. "So you all know?" Luli asked. A light bulb went off in her head. Shen family Shen Bing. As is customary in novels, the surnames of those around the protagonist are usually unique. So, is the Shen family related to Shen Bing? This would require a thorough discussion with Shen Bing. The Shen family is currently the most targeted, judging by the beware of the Shen family message left by Li Ruo and the burly man who came to provoke him this afternoon. "I know a little, but not much," Chu Lixing said first. Luli raised an eyebrow at him. "Then tell us what you know, and we consolidate the information." There are 4 mysterious families, Shen Jiang, Bai, and Ouyang. The Shen family provides water to the various bases, the Jiang family provides food, and the Bai and Ouyang families jointly provide weapons and medicine. And the first large base, the central base, was established with the help of the mysterious family. While they publicly don't care about anything, simply providing resources, they secretly infiltrated every department and every level. Hearing this, Luli turned and gazed at the magnificent gates of the central base. After all, at the beginning of the apocalypse, humanity was still in a state of panic about the impending doomsday. How could such a massive base be built without help? Later, under the leadership of the central base, official bases of all sizes were established. Even the exchange mechanism was proposed by the mysterious family. Luli remembered that when he first arrived at the new base, he heard someone say that the base would distribute a fixed amount of water and food every day. Chapter 210. But the amount distributed was too little, barely enough for one person. Crystal cores had to be exchanged at the base exchange office, which was incredibly expensive. Not only was it expensive, but the exchange office was often out of stock. Either there was no water or no food. In short, you couldn't get what you wanted. Shen Bing continued, "Before you showed up, I was killing zombies from morning till night. But even so, it wasn't enough to feed the 5 little guys. They were still growing, but they were thin and small due to malnutrition. So where do they get their water, food, weapons, and medicine?" Luli asked a crucial question. "No one knows," Chu Lixing said word by word. This was a question everyone wanted to know, but after 10 years, the answer remained unknown. At first glance, the daily water allocation wasn't much, but with a large population of Yin country, the cumulative tonnage was still staggering. Strange, could they have a system too? Luli thought. Shen Bing noticed her vacant expression and asked, "Did someone from the mysterious family show up?" It was obvious that the mysterious family must be displeased with Luli. She used to be able to harvest thousands of crystal cores just by lying in bed every day, but now, that's suddenly been cut in half. Who could stand that? Yes, Shen Su from the Shen family, and Li Ruo from the Jiang family. Do you know each other? Lu Li asked, tapping her fingertips on the table. Luo Mu raised his hand. I know Shen Su. He's a beast. What's a beast? Lu Li was curious. He's just a beast. He doesn't do anything. Luo Mu couldn't explain it, but the mention of him made him furious. Shen Bing recounted the story. Luo Mu accepted a mission. Yes, it was Shen Su who sent him. After completing the mission, Shen Su refused to pay the remaining commission. What a beast! Luo Mu cursed. I was so angry I beat him up right then and there. And it still didn't make me feel better. Oh, his arms and legs are broken today. Did you feel better? Lu Li said calmly, as casually as if you were asking if you eaten enough. Luo Mu's eyes widened, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Aw, really?" He nearly knocked over the bowl beside him, his blonde hair flying. Of course. Lu Li shrugged and smiled. It's only natural that this beast should be beaten to death one day. That's right. Luo Mu raised his fist, eager to give him another beating tonight, but the anger he felt had already largely dissipated. After discussing Shen Su, it was Li Ruo's turn. She keenly noticed that something seemed off about Chu Lixing's expression when he mentioned the name. He usually had no expression, but at that moment, his face was stiff and unnatural for a moment. Where's Li Ruo? Does anyone know her? Shen Bing and Luo Mu shook their heads. Zhong Xiao was completely unknown. He'd been active around Luoding City and Jichuan City, and knew very little about what was happening at the central base. Chu Lixing hesitated for a moment before finally saying, I know her. We were on the same team. That short sentence set everyone into a frenzy of speculation. A team of one could accomplish so much, going through life and death together, forming life or death bonds. What happened next? Lu Li asked. We had a disagreement, so the team disbanded. Chu Lixing said, sounding calm, simply stating the facts. Lu Li wanted to ask more, but seeing his moodiness, as if something bad had happened, she stopped talking. But then, Chu Lixing continued, she is neither a good person nor a bad one. The Jiang family's stance is relatively neutral, but the mysterious family always puts their own interests first. Lu Li understood, they simply disliked her. Not to mention the remaining Bai and Ouyang families. All four mysterious families now wanted to strangle her in the cradle, but it wasn't a cradle anymore. She was in the midst of a rapid growth phase. Strangulation was impossible. After finishing their meal, the little ones conscientiously put their dishes in the dishwasher. Lu Li and the others discussed the mysterious family for a while. Not much was known about them, completely living up to the name mysterious. All matters were handled by their minions, while the direct descendants never revealed their true colors, upholding the word mysterious to the end. Later in the conversation, Lu Li realized that no one had ever seen a direct descendant of the mysterious family. Shen Bing, stay. I have something to ask you, Lu Li said. The others exchanged glances and then, quite consciously, went back to their homes. What's wrong? Shen Bing had been sitting next to her, not moving a step. As everyone left, she asked softly. Lu Li got straight to the point. Are you related to the Shen family? Shen Bing wasn't overly surprised by this question. With Lu Li's intelligence, he definitely made the connection. Without hesitation, he replied, I'm the youngest of this generation of the Shen family. Lu Li wasn't surprised by this answer, but he hadn't expected Shen Bing to be a direct descendant of the Shen family. What about you? Why are you living out there? Shen Bing chuckled. There's not a single good person in the Shen family. Despite his words, Lu Li still believed Shen Bing was a good person. What bad guy would pick up 5 children and raise them? He'd rather go hungry than not have enough himself than not have enough to feed them. It's okay, go back. Lu Li waved his hand, dismissing him. Shen Bing froze, and hurriedly explained, I won't hurt you. I ran away from the Shen family because I hated them. Lu Li chuckled and soothed, I know, I believe you. Even if you wanted to hurt someone, you have to have the strength to do so, right? Shen Bing breathed a sigh of relief. He stared at her intently for a long moment, confirming she wasn't lying and was sincere, before slowly lowering his shoulders. Then, Shen Bing quietly recounted his story briefly. Ups and downs. Shen Bing's parents were both members of the Shen family, and they were siblings. Shen Bing was fortunate not to inherit any bad genes, but rather to have inherited only the good ones. To maintain the purity of the Shen family's bloodline, each generation intermarried. As a result, the bloodline was thin, with only 2 or 3 children in each generation. The previous generation was Shen Bing's parents, but fortunately they were able to have children, so this generation consisted of 4, with Shen Bing being the youngest. But later, when the apocalypse broke out, Shen Bing's parents took advantage of the chaos to send him out, declaring him dead and the clan unwilling to let him continue to be involved in this mess. Lu Li was stunned by what he heard. It really sounded like some secret of a large family. Comfort seemed quite powerless at this point, so Lu Li simply reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Shen Bing smiled relievedly. "What's the big deal? I'm doing fine now." The two exchanged a smile. The customers outside the restaurant had mostly dispersed, probably because the aroma was too much for them. After Shen Bing left, Lu Li set out the 5 newly purchased scratch-off lottery machines. He even placed them a little further away, nearly 20 meters from the RV, lined them up in a row, and filled each one with scratch-off tickets, so they wouldn't be crowded together. She stretched, closed the car, and prepared to go upstairs to sleep. Suddenly, a rock was thrown in, and the system flashed a red alarm in her mind. "Danger! Danger! Host, please evacuate immediately." Chapter 211. Lu Li, puzzled, quickly stepped forward, picked up the stone, and threw it with a whoosh. Before it even hit the ground, the stone exploded in the air, disintegrating into sparks. The sparks were dazzling, tinting the dim night red. "What the hell?" Lu Li was startled and instinctively took a step back. "Is that stone a bomb? Activate maximum defense and prevent any foreign objects from entering." If she had been even a step slower, the consequences would have been disastrous. "Yes, host. Please, next time something like this happens, can you just handle it directly? What if I get killed? Host, I don't have the authority to do this. I can't act without your permission. Open. Next time in critical moments like this, just handle it directly. Otherwise, if I die, no one will give you permission," Lu Li said sarcastically, still a little frightened. Bang! A muffled sound. Another stone struck the RV's shield, this time swallowed up without a word, disappearing without a trace. Lu Li took 2 steps forward, her hands resting on the tabletop, leaning outward, muttering, "Who is this? Looking for death in the middle of the night?" As soon as she finished speaking, a barrage of rocks came crashing down like hail. Lu Li couldn't see the protective shield, and instinctively took a step back in shock. After reacting, she put her hands on her hips and angrily cursed at the outside, "You have the guts to seek death, but don't you have the guts to come out?" This went on and on for a full 2 minutes. Tired of cursing, she took a sip of water to rest. A moment later, a rustling sound was heard, and Lu Li startled and looked outside. "Who?" She slammed her water cup down on the table with a thud and shouted. A man with a buzz cut and a round face appeared, looking quite cheerful. But in his hand, he held the stone he had used to attack Lu Li. Surprised to see Lu Li unharmed, he tossed the stone back and forth twice, still unable to figure it out. Didn't he throw it right? That shouldn't be the case. Thinking this way, he threw the stone at Lu Li again. She didn't move, not even blinking. The round-faced man watched helplessly as the stone vanished into thin air. You? The round-faced man, eyes wide with astonishment, pointed at her, speechless. Lu Li curled her lips into a smile and, with a wave of her hand, summoned several plants that appeared beside the round-faced man. "What is this?" The round-faced man, looking at the suddenly appearing, unknown plant, taller than himself, was nearly terrified. "Is it a mutated plant?" He pulled a stone from the space, tossed it twice, and threw it at one of the gaping carnivorous plants. To his surprise, it swallowed it. It even chewed it a few times before swallowing it. The crackling sound was so piercing that it pierced his fragile heart. Where on earth did this come from? The round-faced man, unable to deal with the plant or Lu Li, considered escaping. But Lu Li wouldn't do as he wished. She simply ordered the plants to knock him unconscious, chew him up a few times, and devour him, completely destroying the body. If she hadn't reacted quickly and thrown the stone away, she would be the one lying on the ground crying. Lu Li felt at ease with her actions. After cleaning up the scene, she summoned the plants back and went upstairs to sleep. Little did she know how much this action would shock the forces secretly watching the RV. Unbeknownst to Lu Li, the psychics lurking nearby left one after another, reporting the incident to their masters. That 7th level Esper was killed? I remember his ability was explosive. Anything in his hands could be turned into a bomb. Lu Yi exclaimed in surprise. Li Ruo, sitting at the head of the table, wasn't surprised by what his subordinate said. Lu Li's strength was unfathomable. Who was so foolish as to seek death at this moment? What are you talking about? Chen Jin was killed. By Lu Li? Isn't she a weak woman? Aren't her abilities just auxiliary powers, like those at the lottery shop? How could she have offensive power? The man threw the goblet to the ground, his words incoherent. Chen Jin was one of the few 7th level Esper he possessed. How could she be killed so easily, and even devoured alive by a few plants? Who on earth is spreading the rumor that Luli is easy to bully? Thinking this way, the man swept all the food on the table to the floor, and the porcelain plates and cups shattered, creating a mess. Luli was completely oblivious, and slept heartlessly until dawn. It was a new day. Luli opened the car's doors. There was no sign of the round-faced man outside. Great, let's get started. It was still early, and customers were trickling out. They were all discussing something, their faces grim, unlike the cheerfulness of yesterday. Luli listened for a moment, and concluded that they were going to cut costs again. They had already cut costs last month, and they were going to cut costs again this month. Just a sip of water, and they were giving it to beggars? So today's customers were furious, cursing the Central Base's leaders down to their very last generation, regardless of who made the decision or who they knew. Luli listened to the customer sighs and asked, "How did you survive with just a sip of water every day?" A customer complained, "Just kill zombies like crazy and trade the crystal cores for supplies. I don't know when it started, but supplies are getting more expensive every day. Even after killing zombies all day, you might not even get enough to eat." Another customer chimed in, "Who says they aren't? But now it's great. Boss Lou is here. I went to the convenience store and saw that a bottle of mineral water costs less than a crystal core. So cheap." The customer was excited. As soon as the conversation got to this point, everyone piqued their interest, praising the convenience store. "The things there are so cheap. I went for a walk yesterday and couldn't help but buy a ton." Luli listened to their conversation and couldn't help but smile. She finally needed to get this online supermarket up and running. The fruits and vegetables behind the hotel are already ripe. Thinking, she took a few steps back, sat down on the sofa, found a comfortable position, and began to work. Since the previous mini-program was blocked at the central base, why not just create a new one? Luli immediately took action. However, she still had to contact Shen Bing about this. Since it was a convenience store feature, she was too lazy to bother with it, and simply sent him a message. Half an hour later, Shen Bing stared at the two identical mini-programs, lost in thought. "Forward me the new one, and I hardened it so the mysterious family can't break it." Luli was ambitious. After setting up a firewall-like protection, limiting purchase quantities and prices, and everything was ready, Luli forwarded the new mini-program to Liu Yu and He Luo. He Luo immediately sent a question mark message. Liu opened the mini-program, and was pleasantly surprised to find it actually worked. The image of the mineral water came to life, and his mouth suddenly went dry. Chapter 212. He immediately ordered a bottle of mineral water, and a bucket of instant noodles. Seeing the 3-digit settlement points, he was so moved that he almost cried. It was much cheaper than the exchange office at the base. After the payment was successful, the purchased items appeared before him. Liu jumped up from his chair with a start, scooping up the bottle and kissing it several times. He unscrewed the lid and gulped down half the bottle. Finally, he felt a sense of grounded reality. It really worked. Order online and have it delivered to your door. Good news. Great news. Liu bombarded Luli with several voice messages, and even took photos of the half-empty bottle of mineral water and the intact bread. In the RV, Luli, caught off guard, clicked on the voice message. A loud voice seemed to be right next to her, yelling at her. She subconsciously turned off her computer. After a moment's pause, she chose to convert the voice to text. Well, of the 60-second voice message, most of it was excited screams. The other half was incoherent words of thanks, mixed with beautiful fantasies. As long as it works, spread the word. So that convenience stores won't be overcrowded all day long. Actually, fast food can be sold online, but there are only 1,000 of them. So let's focus on the offline customers first. A long line formed in front of the new scratch-off machine. The area around the lottery shop was bustling with activity. Everyone was in a harmonious atmosphere. While there was some jealousy and envy of the prizes others scratched off, everyone knew they couldn't even get one. They couldn't even touch one. So, the thought of robbing someone else was over. Scratch-offs themselves were better than robbing them. The sense of accomplishment and satisfaction was overwhelming. I couldn't wait to tell the world. After listening to Li Yu's excited 60-second voice messages, Luli messaged Sheng Xian, asking him to come by the RV when he was free. She suddenly had the urge to turn this online supermarket into a mini-program, similar to the Meituan of the civilized era. You could shop there, buy instant noodles, buy fruit, and eventually, fast food and even bathhouse passes. You could also book a room at the Dawn Hotel in advance. With the exception of lottery tickets, it had almost all the features of those other stores. But it had to be expanded gradually. The biggest problem was that there were too few stores. It would be great if it could become a chain, with one in every city and even every base. Then everyone would no longer have to worry about food. When they were well fed, their spirits would be enriched, and they could build human society. What's the point of fighting and scheming all day long? Luli fantasized, a relieved smile on her face, her eyes curved as she gazed into the distance with a look of longing. When Shengxian arrived, he saw this peaceful and tranquil scene. He paused, silent, until her eyes fell on him. A smile broke into his face, and he slowly approached him. What's wrong? Is there something? Sit down. Luli sat on the sofa, legs crossed, patting the seat next to him and greeting him. Shengxian sat obediently, his hands resting on his knees, looking like a good boy, his hair drooping obediently, looking very well behaved. Luli thought for a moment, then decided to speak directly. You were sent to me by the Geely base, right? Yes. Shengxian knew she had known all along. It had always been a situation of hiding it from me. He offered a futile explanation. But I didn't hurt you. I just sent them some photos of scratch-off tickets, convenience stores, and hotels. I didn't answer the questions they asked me later, pretending the mission wasn't going well. Shengxian spoke quickly, afraid Luli wouldn't believe him. Before saying this, Shengxian turned off the computer, which had a monitoring system. I know. Luli nodded, her expression gentle, inexplicably giving Shengxian a sense of security. Shengxian said helplessly, they injected us with some kind of drug, and we have to take the antidote every month. Luli recalled his last inexplicable self-harm incident, which was caused by not taking the antidote on time. He looked so miserable. She couldn't help but ask, what about you this month? Shengxian shook his head weakly. It's okay, I can bear it. By the way, Boss Lu, is there something you want me to do? When was the last time they contacted you, and what was it about? Luli asked, still unable to fully trust Shengxian. After all, his life and death depended on someone else. Meanwhile, she asked the system, is there an antidote? The system searched and found one, but it was a bit pricey, and it wasn't for the symptoms, but for detoxification. I scanned his body, and just one pill would clear it all out. Luli didn't have much of anything right now, but she had a lot of points. She glanced at her points, and saw it wasn't expensive for her, so she bought it. She received a small tube of green potion in a clear, transparent test tube. Luli casually grabbed a clean glass, poured the green potion into it, and handed it to Shengxian, saying, this is the antidote. It will flush the toxins out of your body, but only under the condition. Before she could finish, Shengxian snatched the glass away. Without a word, he gulped it down, meeting Lu Li's surprised gaze. No matter what the conditions, I agree. Shengxian said firmly. No conditions. Just manage your vegetable patch well, and sell it online when it's ripe. Most importantly, trust me wholeheartedly, and stop being used by them. You're free, Luli said seriously. Shengxian listened, his nose strangely sore, his eyes gradually reddening. He lowered his head helplessly, his hair falling as he lowered his head. He thought Boss Lu would say, I give you the medicine, but you have to work for me, become some spy within a spy, share their information with her, and cheat her out of it. He would happily accept all of that, even feeling like he had a place to be. But he didn't expect Boss Lu to say he's free. A small flame seemed to ignite in Shengxian's heart, a flame for Lu Li. He had long wanted to break away from those people at the Geely base. He was willing to do anything for her, but he didn't say it, keeping it to himself. When he raised his head again, he had already composed himself. Okay, I take care of the vegetable patch and make it produce the biggest and best fruits and vegetables. I give them to you to eat. You can do whatever you want with them, Shengxian said sincerely. A hint of moisture still etched in his eyes, but Lu Li didn't point it out, agreeing earnestly and nodding to show he understood. In that case, if you want to stay at the hotel, I give you an employee discount. If you want to move to the convenience store, I have Shenbing get a room. Lu Li inquired. He had already subconsciously lumped him in with his own people. Shengxian thought for a moment. Let's not move. Shenbing and Luomu didn't have a good impression of him, so they decided not to interfere. Okay. Lu Li understood. After discussing the most important matter, and Lu Li understanding his stance, the two began tinkering with the online supermarket, adding the fruits and vegetables from the vegetable patch. Chapter 213. After planting for a while, we now have loofahs, pumpkins, eggplants, cucumbers, winter melons, watermelons, peaches, pears, and pine trees. The quantity is limited, so it's first come, first served. Lu Li considered cutting up the winter melons, watermelons, and pumpkins to sell, but it's hot now. so they won't keep well, so they have to sell them whole. Put everything we can on the shelves from the small garden. Tomorrow morning, at 10 a.m., the harvest starts. Finally done. Luli breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up into the distance, relaxing his eyes, he saw a group of strange-looking people approaching the RV. They wore uniforms, like doctors' coats, but in black and gray. Embroidered on their chests were large characters, Central Base Research Institute. Their clothes were relatively intact and clean, unlike the tattered and dirty clothes of the other survivors. Some of them even wore glasses. They looked polite, but their eyes gleamed with a gleam that made it clear they weren't to be trifled with. Luli narrowed her eyes. She had a bad feeling about anyone coming from this central base. As expected, this group of people approached with a completely arrogant and matter-of-fact tone, saying, "I heard you're Luli, and you've grown fruits and vegetables? Let's take them back for research and see if we can increase the yield." Luli wanted to laugh. Where did she get this courage? They just asked bluntly, "Hey, can you give me your fruits and vegetables?" She smiled until her eyes narrowed, her cheerful smile like a summer ice cream cone, refreshing and heartwarming. But in the eyes of the people at the Research Institute, it was a deep mockery. "What are you laughing at? It's a blessing for you to have your fruits and vegetables. You should offer them to me with both hands. This is a groundbreaking invention that could save humanity. Why are you unhappy? You young people are so tactless." One of the men, with shifty eyes, spoke, his mouth firing off sarcastic remarks like a machine gun. He caught sight of a fruit plate on the table and reached out to grab it, but was blocked by an invisible soft wall. "Hey, would you like this blessing?" Luli caught a glimpse of his movements, his smile gradually fading, his dark eyes filled with coldness. "You're just putting this compliment on me?" The people at the Research Institute were speechless. If they put themselves in his shoes, who would want to hand over their treasures for no reason? Luli shrugged nonchalantly. Merchants are driven by profit. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I open the sale of fruits and vegetables. It'd all be up to luck then. As a member of the Yin Nation, you don't even care about the survivors. All you can think about is your own food, drink, and fun. You? How dare you? The shifty-eyed man spoke again, resorting to moral coercion. Luli hated that kind of thing the most. Envy? Luli glanced at him, and asked lightly. Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore, and offered to help. Can your research institute do something practical? That's right, you haven't researched anything, and you're the ones who cause the most trouble. Every day you're the ones who take up the most resources, and the most crystal cores, but what's the result? We're still eating that shitty jelly you developed a few years ago. Who says it's not true? You're still bullying yourself because you're from the research institute. We're all psychics. If one person speaks up, tens or hundreds will follow. Furthermore, the Research Institute's daily practices are truly despicable. They take in the best resources, the most crystal cores, and yet haven't seen a single bit of research results in all these years. It's no wonder everyone resents them. It just so happens that the top brass at the base favors the Research Institute the most, coaxing them with sweet words and showering them with delicious food and drink. If their research yielded anything useful, there wouldn't be so much criticism. And now they're trying to steal Boss Lou's fruits and vegetables. Boss Lou said they start selling them at 10 o'clock this morning. They're limited edition items, so if one's missing, it's really missing. The people at the Research Institute were furious, their long-held sense of superiority making them furious at the scene before them. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you dictate to us, even if there are no research results? So what? Central Base still needs us. What the hell are you butting in about? Did I even talk to you? The shifty-eyed man shouted. Luli crossed her arms, watching the fun with a smile. She had thought the people at the Research Institute were so powerful and impressive. If everyone is this kind of scum, then humanity will be doomed sooner or later. She shouted, "Enough, enough, stop embarrassing yourself here and get out of here." The people from the Research Institute couldn't say anything else. The glares from the customers around them were killing them. They just threw up their sleeves and stormed off. As soon as they left, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Everyone gathered around to ask, "Boss Lou, are you really going to sell fruit tomorrow? How much?" Yes. How much? Is it a lot? The string of questions centered around their primary concerns, price and quantity. They weren't worried about the quality. They were absolutely confident in Boss Lou's character. This was fruit. It's so rare. If they could snag a piece of fruit, they'd be in a good mood for the next month. Luli was stunned. Remembering that the crucial price hadn't been decided yet, she quickly gave them a perfunctory remark and sent them on their way. She turned and plopped herself down on the sofa. Sheng Xian, still waiting, had tactfully poured her a glass of warm water. Luli sipped her drink, then paused, asking, "How much are you going to sell those fruits and vegetables for?" "I have no experience in this area, you decide." Sheng Xian waved his hands repeatedly. Luli looked at the newly added fruit and vegetable section in the online supermarket on her computer, which contained over 20 items. The first one was an apple, a rather boring fruit, but highly nutritious. Fruit is extremely scarce in the apocalypse, even more scarce than medicine, ranking behind weapons. Then sell it individually, with random sizes. How about 5 level 1 crystal cores for 1 apple? After a long moment of contemplation, Luli asked Sheng Xian for his opinion, meeting his earnest gaze, like a deep, deep spring. He nodded without hesitation, without even a second's thought. "If it were me, I'd definitely buy it. It's not expensive." "Okay, that's it." Luli made a quick decision. The two of them discussed, and quickly agreed on the prices for the remaining items. There were 23 varieties in total, with apples, pears, and peaches being the most common, followed by the fruits that grew on the vines. Altogether, there were nearly 3,000 items. It wasn't much, but if there were a few every day, it was quite impressive. The two of them looked up from their laptops again, trying to stretch their necks, only to see Shen Bing and Luo Mu standing before them, staring intently. "What are you two doing?" Luli asked, stretching out her leg to kick Luo Mu, who nimbly dodged. Luo Mu retorted, "What are you two doing? You've been standing right in front of me for so long, and I didn't notice you." There was a hint of resentment in his tone, his puppy eyes gazing at you pitifully. Shen Bing beside him nodded silently, with a hint of resentment in her eyes, but it was hidden well and no one noticed. Chapter 214. He tilted his head and looked across at Sheng Xian. The boy looked so smug, and with his radiant, clean, and soft face, he couldn't help but feel his hands itch. Next to him, Luli said honestly nothing. "Didn't we say we were going to sell fruit in an online supermarket? We're trying to find the fruit owners to discuss a partnership." "Right, Sheng Xian?" Luli tilted her head and placed a hand on his shoulder, her palm dangling downward, swaying intermittently as she smiled at him with a raised eyebrow. Her smile was always bright. But this time it wasn't directed at him. They both thought at the same time. Sheng Xian also curled his lips and nodded repeatedly, feeling a little uncomfortable at her sudden contact. His body froze, allowing her to touch him. Luo Mu turned and squeezed his butt between them, forcing some distance between them. He smiled shamelessly at Sheng Xian. "Do you mind if I sit here?" "Yes." Sheng Xian glared at him with immense disdain. But there was nothing he could do about it. He knew that in Boss Lu's heart, these two men were far more important than him. Luo Mu didn't care whether he minded or not, and smiled at Luli. Shen Bing's mood remained gloomy upon seeing this, but it was also slightly better than before. It could be Luo Mu, Zhong Xia, or Chu Lixing, but it absolutely couldn't be Sheng Xian, that evil man. Shen Bing sat comfortably on Luli's other side. The three men surrounded Luli tightly, as if they were competing, squeezing her legs closed. "Chua." Luli suddenly opened her legs, resting her elbows on her knees, and looked around at the men. "Tell me what you want to do." Shen Bing fell silent, sitting upright, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes fixed straight ahead, like an obedient elementary school student. Luo Mu also settled down, but his face remained playful. Sheng Xian had already sat down obediently. He wasn't acting like them, so childish. Luli stood up, brushing off the non-existent dust. "I suddenly remembered a question." She fixed her eyes on Sheng Xian, wondering whether she should tell him. We were all family now, so she had to say what she needed to say. Otherwise, if something went wrong, she'd be left clueless. She continued, "Since the mysterious family has been providing supplies to all the major bases, shouldn't everyone love them? Why do people like He Luo and Liu dislike them?" Shen Bing and Luo Mu exchanged glances. Shen Bing said slowly, "Actually, within the central base, there are many minions who abuse the mysterious family's name and act with tyranny, but no one knows if their backers are truly the mysterious family." Luo Mu also said, "In my impression, the mysterious family is guilty of all sorts of evil, especially Shen Su. Not only does he bully ordinary people for no reason, but even when he has supplies, he steals them from others, leaving them to starve to death. There are many minions like this in the major bases. They work for the mysterious family and leverage their power for their own benefit. Rather than hating the mysterious family, I hate these minions. And when you say you're providing supplies, not everyone gets them. For example, ordinary people get them once a week, and the amount is incredibly small. Specialized people get them once a day, And the amount isn't much either. It's simply not enough. The two sighed in unison, both harboring a negative impression of the mysterious family. Sheng Xian remained silent. He knew the mysterious family better than they did. So, Lu Li pondered. In short, they're not good people. Now the Shen family is also displeased with her, and wants to kill her. She needs to think more about herself. Only when she becomes strong enough will her enemies stay away. Lu Li prepared herself mentally. She didn't care about the mysterious families, this one or that one. She would fight them all. Her priority was selling her scratch-off tickets. After thinking for a moment, Lu Li said, "Isn't it time for lunch?" "Yeah. I forgot. I came here just to ask you what you're having for lunch?" Luomu slapped his forehead, a look of sudden enlightenment. "I eat whatever you cook," Lu Li said casually. Luomu stood up and headed for the kitchen. Shen Bing followed him to help. Sheng Xian sat on the sofa, feeling a little lost. They had a harmonious relationship, free to joke and play around. He felt like an unnecessary outsider. He turned on his laptop and pretended to be busy. Lu Li joined in the kitchen, leaving him seemingly alone in the vast space. The clamor of customers outside faded into the distance. "Hello?" Zhong Xia hesitantly greeted. "A new arrival?" The men around Boss Lu were each handsomer than the other, each with their own unique charm. Sheng Xian looked up, meeting his puzzled gaze. A long-established reflex prompted him to introduce himself. "My name is Sheng Xian. Lu Li's." He was stuck. How should he put it? Friends? Not really. Partners? Not really. Just as the atmosphere was growing increasingly awkward, Lu Li emerged. Seeing the two men, one sitting, the other standing, staring at each other, the strange harmony between the two made her chuckle. She walked over to them, pointed at each, and said, "This is Zhong Xia, the owner of my factory, and this is Sheng Xian, the owner of my vegetable garden. Come, let's meet each other." She took their hands and shook them naturally. "Yes, we're all family. Don't be polite, don't be so formal." Then she put her hand on Zhong Xia's shoulder and pushed him onto the sofa. "You two chat." Lu Li turned and walked away gracefully, leaving the two of them staring at each other awkwardly. Lunch didn't arrive until 2 o'clock, and Lu Li was enjoying it when another group arrived, rushing into the RV without a word. Luckily, the protective shield had been left open, so they didn't rush in. Instead, they crashed into it and fell flat on their faces. Lu Li, clutching a fried chicken drumstick, stood up to watch the fun, her left leg still shaking, like an old man or woman carrying food to join in the fun at the village entrance. "Where's Lu Li? Get out." The first thing they did when they got up was yell at the RV. Lu Li stopped shaking his legs, pointed at himself with a fried chicken drumstick, and said arrogantly, "I'm Lu Li." "What's up?" The leader choked, having never expected such arrogance. He was even more imposing than the 10 or so others, but he was no pushover. He immediately pulled out a scratch-off ticket and tried to slam it against the table. It didn't penetrate the protective shield at all, and the rebound sent him back several steps. His momentum immediately waned. He didn't care anymore. With a single thrust, he threw it to the ground, stomped on it several times, raised his left hand, and waved vigorously, "Carry it up." Instantly 4 men, carrying a stretcher, squeezed through the crowd. On the stretcher lay a pale man, his chest rising and falling so faintly that, to a close look, it looked like a dead man. The leading man clapped his hands, and the 4 men carrying the stretcher shouted in unison, "The water sold in the convenience store is poisonous. Give me back my brother's life. The water sold in the convenience store is poisonous. Give me back my brother's life." Chapter 215. They shouted 3 times. There were only 4 of them, but the noise was so loud it felt like it was going to overturn the RV. Lu Li couldn't help but cover her ears. The surrounding customers cast suspicious glances at them. Poison? How could it be possible? They bought a lot of water at the convenience store these past 2 days, so how could they just drink it themselves and be fine? When it came to the convenience store, Shen Bing naturally stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Li. He raised his chin and asked bluntly, "Where's the mineral water bottle? Where's the purchase record? What time was it purchased?" I checked the surveillance footage. He had all the evidence, so he wouldn't lie. The leading man, with a square face and an air of righteousness, said, "Between 3 and 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I can't remember the exact time." Shen Bing glanced at the man on the stretcher, then opened his computer, and began reviewing the surveillance footage from 3 to 4 o'clock. Lu Li was asking, "Why do you say you drank the convenience store water, and that's what caused this?" The customers around them were also chiming in, "That's right, We drank so much, and nothing happened. Are you jealous of Boss Lu's business? That's why you keep coming here to cause trouble? It was the Research Institute in the morning, and you guys in the afternoon. I don't know what you're up to. The square-faced man hadn't expected Lu Li to have so many loyal customers, and was speechless for a moment. They were just doing the work for the money. The group remained silent, their faces stern, quite serious. Lu Li curled her lips. These people had nothing better to do than pick on her. How annoying. Shen Bing had found him, and flipped the laptop over to show them. Is that him? The square-faced man squinted his eyes to identify him, then nodded. Yes, it was him. He went back and drank mineral water in front of us, and that's how he ended up like this. Then why did you come here today? Lu Li blinked innocently. Of course, they did whatever their employer said. The square-faced man said expressionlessly, he drank your water, and ended up like this. Pay me! Pay me! Pay me! The 4 men carrying the stretcher, plus the dozen or so people they brought with them, shouted in unison, Pay me! Pay me! Pay me! Shen Bing pulled out his shopping records. Brother, he didn't buy any water at all. Can you please be thorough when you're trying to find fault? The square-faced man looked through the receipt. There was indeed no mineral water. His face darkened. I couldn't quite grasp the employer's intentions. What had he told me before I came? Ruin Lu Li's reputation. Oh yes, yes, no matter how, as long as it was ruined, he blurted out, that's because he ate this bread. This instant noodles. That's why he became like this. He looked so righteous, but all he said was bullshit. The customers around him realized he was just looking for trouble, and shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't stand seeing Boss Lu get along. Lu Li had already finished the fried chicken leg, and tossed the bone away with a whoosh. It hit the Chinese-faced man's forehead. It was greasy, and stained with Lu Li's saliva. With a snap, the bone slid down his forehead until it fell to the ground. The square-faced man stood there in a daze. When he realized what was happening, he screamed angrily, Dear Pear, Dear Pear. He wiped his hands. They were greasy, but also had a hint of meaty aroma, mingling with the distinct aroma of fried food. He swallowed his saliva with resigned frustration, his anger instantly dissipating. The square-faced man kicked the chicken bone from the ground, but he kicked too high, losing his balance. He then did a huge split. With a crack, his pants were torn, and with another bang, the man fell hard to the ground. A rock jutted out from the ground, hitting the man's groin. Ah! He screamed. The series of movements was so smooth that anyone who wasn't paying attention would have thought he was performing acrobatics. Everyone was stunned. Then, there was another burst of incredibly loud laughter, chaotic but delightful. Lu Li was grinning from ear to ear, holding onto Shen Bing's arm, laughing so hard he was bent over with laughter. Free fun, who wouldn't love to watch? Shen Bing's eyes also colored with a smile, and she felt a slight tingle in her heart as she felt the scorching warmth of his arm. He suppressed his desire, and didn't look in her direction, only gazing forward with a smile, his ears reddening. The square-faced man sat on the ground, his legs spread wide apart, feeling a piercing pain surge from his lower body all the way to his head. The younger brother, who had followed him, watched for a moment, then reacted and stepped forward to help him up. Because his balls were injured, the square-faced man didn't dare close his legs, stretching them straight out. Every touch was a piercing pain. Hurry, hurry, I need to go back. I need to go see a doctor. The square-faced man roared. He completely forgot that Lu Li had caused all this. All he wanted was for the doctor to see his balls. He didn't even have a son. The group of men tore the man off the stretcher and carefully helped the square-faced man back up. Lie down, we be back soon. With that, the 4 men skillfully lifted the stretcher and rushed back to base. The others also picked up the pale-faced man lying on it and brought them back to base. A farce had begun and ended so chaotically. The people around him expressed concern. Boss Lu, you must protect yourself. That's right, that's right. Don't let people like that get to you. They just can't stand seeing you make money and live a good life. It makes them feel bad. Yes, there are too many of them. Just focus on selling lottery tickets and don't let them get in the way. Lu Li smiled, I'm fine. You guys keep going, and don't get in the way either. She simply found it amusing. These people hadn't figured out anything, yet they were already causing trouble. They had truly underestimated her. She composed herself and turned back to her meal. After finishing the chicken legs, it was time for the wings. The meal had been thrilling, but Lu Li remained unfazed. But after dinner, more people arrived. Several waves of people were coming today. Could she rest for a bit? But this time, the person who came bore some resemblance to Shen Fufeng? She took it a little more seriously, and went to a utility room next to the kitchen, where they usually discussed important matters, as it was relatively soundproof. She had rearranged the room, with miscellaneous items piled in the corner, and a small tea table in the middle. It was a place for conversation, tea, and so on. "Sit down," Luli said. He was a somewhat elderly man, but still energetic, his eyes bright, and his Zhongshan suit neat and tidy. He was just a little thin. He sat down slowly, took a sip of the hot tea, and squinted his eyes comfortably, his facial wrinkles becoming more pronounced. He praised, "Excellent tea. I haven't had tea this good in ages. It's so delicious." Luli even wondered if she had picked up the wrong tea. Wasn't this just ordinary black tea? Chapter 216. I understand. In this apocalyptic world, there's not even water, so where would tea come from? She sat down, too, and carefully observed the old man's features. The more she looked, the more they resembled Shen Fufeng. Especially his eyes, with their corners curved upward, and his mouth, which also pointed upward. He looked very friendly, as if he was always smiling. After sipping his tea, the old man spoke slowly, "Boss Lu, I'm not here to ask you to hand over your supplies or your superpowers. I'm here to collaborate with you and these stores. I know you launched an online supermarket app, but it's too expensive. Many ordinary people can't afford to kill zombies, and simply can't afford it. I hope to buy these supplies at a lower price." The old man spoke with sincerity and earnestness, the light in his eyes a flicker of faith. Luli didn't discuss the issue further, but inwardly, she was willing. As long as we didn't lose money and made a profit, it was fine, no matter how much. "Do you know Shen Fufeng?" Luli asked. Her eyes fixed on him, not missing a single expression. The old man's grip on the teacup stiffened for a moment, then quickly recovered, his expression remaining calm, revealing no flaws. "Shen Fufeng? My grandson." "What? Do you know him, Boss Lu?" the old man asked tentatively. "We just happened to meet, and only after seeing you did I realize you look so alike." Luli was practicing Tai Chi. She had to find out what this man's attitude was toward Shen Fufeng before she could explain herself. "Met him? Where?" The old man clenched his teacup, his hands trembling. He instinctively hid his other hand under the table, slowly controlling himself. Luli leaned back, feigning contemplation. "I can't remember. Was it in Luoding City or Jichuan?" "It's Jichuan City," the old man affirmed, his lips trembling, his emotions barely contained. But he quickly regained control, his usual cheerful demeanor. "Boss Lu, do you remember which base it was near? My grandson has been with my son since he was little." As he spoke, he couldn't help but reveal a sense of the old man's vicissitudes of life, a yearning for his children and grandchildren. "Lost?" Luli asked. "Yes. Lost. My son died a long time ago. We sent people looking for Xiaofeng, but we can't find him," the old man said dejectedly. Luli continued, "If you found him, what would you do? Keep him with you? But you're surrounded by dangers. He could easily be taken hostage and used to threaten you." The old man was stunned. He had thought about this question before, but his longing for his grandson outweighed everything else. He couldn't find the words. Luli sighed, leaned over to send a message to Shenbing, then stood up slightly to refill the old man's tea. Soon, there was a knock on the utility room door. The old man shuddered, then quickly composed himself, regaining his composure and looking gently toward the doorway. Luli opened the door, revealing a young man. The two exchanged whispers for a moment, though the old man's hearing was poor, so he couldn't hear clearly. But through the two figures, he saw what looked like a child standing behind the young man. Countless possibilities raced through his mind. He couldn't help but wonder, was this Xiaofeng? But why was Xiaofeng in the central base? After a moment, Luli leaned aside, and the young man also leaned aside, revealing the child's features. Their eyes met, as if a deep vibration shook them both. He knew it was Xiaofeng. Although his appearance had changed since the last time he seen him, he was absolutely certain this was Xiaofeng. The old man, leaning against the table, slowly rose, his hands trembling as he walked towards him. Shen Fufeng, realizing what was happening, quickly stepped forward, supporting him and hugging him. He'd been eating and sleeping well lately, and his face had gradually gained weight and color. He'd grown a bit taller, and his skinny 7-year-old looked like 5. Shen Fufeng hesitated. "Grandpa?" His voice trembled helplessly, and his eyes immediately reddened. The old man couldn't help but tear up at the familiar voice. He slowly knelt down, hugged Shen Fufeng, and cried. The old man was crying, primarily because of the immense mental pressure he endured daily, the threats from various factions, and the fact that the central base wasn't as robust as it appeared. Everything was like a giant bubble, ready to burst with a single poke. His grandson was a source of worry for him. He always wanted to find him, yet he couldn't. Now that he finally saw him, his defenses crumbled. Lu Li and Shen Bing quietly left, closing the door behind them. They sat on the sofa and sighed together. Shen Bing noticed she wasn't feeling well, and after a moment's thought, she said, "I've seen Mr. Shen often." There was a pause, waiting for Lu Li's response, and she hummed softly. Shen Bing continued, "He's a very spirited and resilient old man, as if no difficulty could defeat him." "I think so too," Lu Li muttered. Just now at the tea table, his attitude had been neither humble nor arrogant, but rather a hint of request. He wasn't doing it for himself. "So he just asked me to buy supplies," Lu Li said. "I have no objection. Didn't the online supermarket send it to Yi Luo and the others?" Shen Bing said, turning sideways to see her determined gaze. Lu Li shook her head. "Mr. Shen said it's too expensive and wants to buy it at a lower price. This time, his customers aren't psychics, but ordinary people." Shen Bing shared her sentiments. As long as they didn't lose money, a little profit wouldn't matter. He had truly lived in the apocalypse for 10 years, and had witnessed countless fights over food, the selling of children, and even the selling of oneself. He also understood the difficulties ordinary people faced hunting zombies without psychics, and he could empathize with them. So he nodded readily. "Okay, I give you a cost price later. You can pay whatever you like." "Okay." Lu Li agreed. The two of them sat on the sofa, waiting quietly, giving the grandfather and grandson time and space to catch up. About half an hour later, the door to the utility room opened. Shen Fufeng, eyes red and sniffling, emerged, shuffling over. "Sister Lu, Brother Shen Bing, my grandfather told me to stay here. Is that okay?" His voice was muffled and a little cautious. He was afraid that if his grandfather was found, his brothers and sisters would no longer take him in. Lu Li grasped his shoulders without hesitation, her grip stronger than before. She said firmly, "Of course, you always be a part of this place. We're family." Shen Fufeng burst into laughter, accidentally blowing a large snot bubble that popped with a pop, splashing Lu Li's hand. "Huh?" Lu Li wiped it disdainfully on Shen Bing's clothes. Shen Bing remained motionless, acting as a competent rag. Chapter 217. Shen Fufeng wiped his tears and snot, then joyfully ran back to the utility room to share the good news with Grandpa. Old Shen wasn't surprised by Lu Li's decision. She had kept Shen Fufeng by her side, not encouraging him to do bad things, but instead teaching him how to behave. Even though she knew Xiaofeng's identity, the fact that she still managed to do this showed her exceptional character. He was reassured that Xiaofeng would stay here, having food, drink, and his own things to do. It was better than staying by his side, living in constant fear. After a while, Lu Li felt it was almost time, so she led Shen Bing inside and discussed the cooperation with Old Shen. Based on the cost price, add 10 points to the price and sell it to the central base. For example, if the cost price of mineral water is 10 points, then sell it to the central base at 20 points per bottle, just an example. The more you buy, the cheaper it is, with a 2-point discount for every 1,000 bottles. Elder Shen was delighted to hear this. He hadn't expected such an easy deal. Boss Lu wasn't the unreasonable, selfish, or lawless person the other executives had described her as. She was clearly a very kind girl, with a beautiful and gentle smile. They exchanged a chuckle. Shen Fufeng looked left and right, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of peace and security. Elder Shen patted Shen Fufeng's head and said lovingly, "Grandpa, it's time to go. If you miss me, just..." He paused. Going to him was too unrealistic. He couldn't come to the lottery shop every day, there were too many eyes on him. Shen Fufeng said sensibly, "It's okay, Grandpa. If you miss you, just look in the direction of the central base. I know you're there. If you miss me, you can write to me." Lu Li continued, "Give it to Yi Luo, he knows about this." Old Shen nodded helplessly. Everyone was in a difficult situation, so it was best to avoid causing trouble for others. He stared at Lu Li deeply, coughed a few times, and then said, "Boss Lu, thank you for taking care of Xiaofeng for so long." Lu Li waved at Shen Fufeng, "Go back quickly. The convenience store won't be able to handle it without more staff." Knowing the adults had important matters to discuss, he smiled at Grandpa, turned, and ran away. Old Shen felt a little relieved at his lively appearance. After Shen Fufeng left, leaving only the three of them in the room, Old Shen took a step back and sat down in a chair. "I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for much longer." Lu Li's eyes widened. "You look well. You live to be 100 years old." He was halfway through when he suddenly realized. He was talking about the central base. At this moment, the central base was like a crumbling building, with countless termites constantly gnawing at the walls, threatening to collapse at any moment. Not only is the mysterious family at work, but there are also radical elements causing trouble. I think a major reshuffle is coming soon. Old Shen stared at the wall with lifeless eyes. Shen Bing and Lu Li exchanged a glance. Lu Li clenched her fists and asked, "What exactly does the mysterious family want? World domination?" "You guessed it right." Old Shen smiled wryly. "About a few hundred years ago, the mysterious family controlled most of the world's resources, and were said to possess supernatural powers. However, the magnetic field was later disrupted, and they lost their powers, and gradually retreated into seclusion. But the apocalypse unexpectedly allowed them to regain supernatural powers, tens of times more powerful than ordinary superpowers. They said they were simply trying to reclaim everything that belonged to them." Lu Li sneered, "How ridiculous. So they just want to be boss, continue to rule the world, and mess up the central base." Shen Bing asked, "What do you mean by a major reshuffle?" "A new leader takes over," Old Shen said calmly, as if he had anticipated everything. "What about you?" Lu Li asked worriedly. Old Shen said with relief, "I stepped down. The best outcome is a peaceful retirement. The worst." He didn't say anything more, but everyone understood. "I'd be imprisoned, used to threaten my once loyal subordinates, and military power would be transferred, with my name used for all sorts of things." That was the last thing he wanted. "What can we do to help?" Lu Li asked. Old Shen shook his head. "Stay out of this matter for now. I hope Boss Lu will remain neutral. As long as she's here, there's hope for humanity." Lu Li was stunned. She expected Old Shen to say, "Of course, I hope you can provide me with more supplies, preferably weapons." She hadn't expected this. The situation unfolded. She was narrow-minded. The sudden emergence of the lottery shop undoubtedly gave everyone hope. Stay neutral is best. Lu Li agreed, "Okay. Mr. Shen shouldn't be out for too long." He stood up and left, saying, "Take care." He then resolutely departed. Lu Li suddenly had a bad feeling. Would this be the last time they saw each other? No. Shen Bing saw through her pessimistic thoughts and offered words of comfort. These 3 words, neither too long nor too short, gave Lu Li a lot of energy. The two of them left, one after the other, to continue discussing the sale of supplies to the central base. Stepping out of the utility room, they saw that Mr. Shen had already returned to the central base, surrounded by the usual clamor of customers. Suddenly, a cry of surprise echoed from the crowd. "I finally scratched off a prize." There was a moment of silence. The one who exclaimed was a tall woman, her exposed skin a dark yellow, looking very strong. She squeezed to the redemption machine, clumsily inserted her ticket, and waited with bated breath. The customers around her were not surprised, just a little envious. "How come others can scratch off prizes, but I can't? Dead hand. Try to fight." Lu Li was also watching. What did this girl scratch off? The prize was spit out. The tall woman carefully protected it, trying not to let others see, but she couldn't help but let out a small cry of surprise. Lu Li leaned over to take a look. "What is it?" The tall woman was so focused that she was startled by the sudden sound and subconsciously covered the prize. Then she looked up, her eagle-like eyes fixed on Lu Li. Oh, it was Boss Lu. The tall woman breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Boss Lu, how do I use this reward?" "Let me see." Lu Li leaned over and saw a warm, lustrous black stone. She knew this reward was definitely something special. Before Lu Li could speak, the tall woman exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, hey, hey!" The black stone transformed into a shimmering point of light, wisps of it entering the tall woman's forehead before disappearing completely. She was stunned. This? Just gone. Lu Li guessed this was a reward for something beneficial, perhaps strengthening the body? Perhaps a level up? She guided him. "Have you experienced any changes?" The tall woman, upon hearing this, immediately cast a grateful glance at her, calming down to sense the changes in her body. 10 seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes, a radiant light blazing from them. Chapter 218. Level 7. I've been stuck at level 6 for 2 years. Finally, level 7. I'm finally level 7. The tall woman's excited ramblings were incoherent, but everyone around her could hear them clearly. A reward that allows one to advance a whole level? That's incredible. You have to know that everyone's cultivation is quite difficult. From level 1 to level 5, one can absorb energy from the crystal core to assist in advancement. After level 6, it all depends on one's own talent, understanding, and hard work. Some people are stuck at level 5 their entire lives. The customers around her cast envious glances at her and scratched the tickets faster. Dead hand, scratch faster, look at everyone else. They won such great prizes. Luli nodded affirmatively. Yes, level 7. Congratulations. She casually took a yellow candy from the small dish beside her and handed it to her. The tall woman felt a little jealous, but she quickly concealed it and squeezed out of the crowd. Less than 2 months after arriving in the apocalypse, Luli's mindset had already undergone a drastic change. Before, she grumbled when she saw Shenbing scratching off so many good prizes, but now she just hoped everyone else would scratch out something beneficial. At least she earned every penny she was supposed to. Evening quickly arrived, and no one came looking for trouble. Perhaps the previous attempts had taught them. Boss Lu wasn't easy to mess with, even close. As dinner neared, Luo sent a message. The new mini-program has spread throughout the base. Try to spread the word about the fruit and vegetable sales starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Luli nodded in satisfaction. We need to get more people using the online supermarket mini-program. This was truly a blessing. Even if the prices were a bit high, they were still much cheaper than at the exchange office. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Luli met up with Sheng Xian, and the two of them went to the small vegetable patch behind the hotel. Each of them had a small hoe, and Luli waved her hand. Get to work. First, pick whatever you can, like apples, peaches, and pears growing on the trees. Pick them, and set them aside for a collective count later. Then, pick watermelons, eggplants, pumpkins, and so on. This was a huge undertaking. Shenbing and the others woke up and came to help, but the patch was too small, and the crops were so densely packed that there was no room to step. Everyone stood at the edge, trying to reach forward and pass the fruits back after picking them. With strength in numbers, by 9:30, all the ripe and harvestable fruits in the patch had been brought to Luli's space. The group moved to the utility room of the RV and unloaded all the fruits and vegetables in the space. Rich fruity aromas filled the room, and everyone couldn't help but feel intoxicated. It was so delicious. Come on, sort and count, Luli called out, waking the intoxicated group. Each person took charge, diligently sorting and counting. By 9:50, small mountains of fruit had piled up in the utility room. A mountain of apples, a mountain of pears, a mountain of watermelons. Shenbing had stored all of these in a warehouse, a sort of mezzanine space. Whenever someone placed an order at the online supermarket, the system would automatically sort the ordered items from the warehouse and quickly deliver them to their door. It was magical. At 9:59, the inventory for the fruits and vegetables section of the online supermarket mini-program was completely refreshed. Customers outside the lottery shop also stopped scratching their tickets and stared intently at the laptop. In the central base, Li Ruo, Old Shen, Shen Su, and even the direct descendants of the mysterious family were all watching the countdown on the mini-program. Luli hadn't informed the people in Jichuan and Luoding about this rush sale in the group chat. There were simply too many people, and too little meat to share. I tell more people later, when the vegetable fields expand, and the yield increases. 10-9-8-7. Luli and the others were still slumped on the sofa when they heard cheers from outside. I grabbed an apple. Ah! I grabbed a watermelon. I didn't grab it. Not even a second. What kind of talent do you all have? I didn't grab it either. I doubt they even have it in stock. I doubt it either. It was gone as soon as I clicked in. Some were happy, others were sad. Old Shen looked at the large watermelon that appeared before him and couldn't help but smile. He wished Xiaofeng were here too. Kids surely love watermelon. Shen Su threw his laptop in anger, but it ripped into his injured area, sending a piercing pain through his bones. A nurse approached to inquire about the situation, but was kicked away by him. Shen Su erupted in curses. Li Ruo looked at the sold-out page and gave a wry smile. Damn laptop, it failed at the crucial moment. Outside the lottery shop, customers who hadn't secured a spot asked Luli, Boss Lu, when is the next lottery? Luli looked embarrassed. It won't be going on anytime soon. After all, they had just grabbed a huge amount today, so they had to give the small vegetable patch a few days to recover. Customers wailed, huh? I didn't get one this time. Boss Lu, please. Really. I see others have something I don't. I'm so pissed. We're so envious. Someone even snagged a watermelon. It's bigger than my head. Pitiful eyes fell on Luli, and she felt a mixture of laughter and sadness. She could only soothe him, try your best. Give us some time. After all, we're not gods. We can't just magically pull things out, right? But in the eyes of these customers, Luli was no different from a god. He could whip out thousands of fruits with a wave of his hand, and even open a lottery shop, scratching out anything. If that wasn't godlike, then what was he? Even gods weren't as good as Boss Lu. Sheng Xian quietly left the RV, and went alone to the small vegetable patch behind the hotel. Half an hour ago, the trees had been completely cleared of fruit, but now, surprisingly, they were laden with small fruits again. Even the creepers on the ground were beginning to bear fruit, though they were no bigger than his fist. At this rate of growth, they'd probably be ripe tomorrow. He had previously noticed the astonishing growth rate of this vegetable patch, and had conducted some rudimentary experiments. For example, if you pick a watermelon today, and go back the next day, it's actually growing again. The veins on the watermelon aren't the same as yesterday's, they're different watermelons, growing every day. But the length of the vines on the ground has reached its limit, and the spots on the vines where fruit can grow, despite their density, are limited. Just like this apple tree, there's a limit to how many fruits it can produce. You can't have 10,000 apples on a single tree, or it crushed the tree to death. So, unless you expand the vegetable patch or plant a new seedling to improve the soil, otherwise, no matter how fast it grows, it'll only be this amount, no more no less. With no need to maintain the vegetable patch, and with a protective cover, Sheng Xian returned to his RV with peace of mind. Most customers had calmed down and continued scratching tickets, hoping to win a fruit lottery ticket. Chapter 219. Only a few customers remained persistent, pestering Luli, asking when the next rush would begin. Sheng Xian happened to arrive and, upon seeing this, walked over to Luli and whispered something in her ear. Luli beamed, casting him a gratified glance. Good boy, you learned to work without needing to be told. She immediately addressed the nagging customers. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, there'd be another rush. Those who were nearby, having heard, erupted in cheers. Those who hadn't heard asked those in the front, what's going on? What good news did Boss Lu say? The news spread like wildfire throughout the central base. He Luo, Lu Yu, and Mr. Shen all sent messages asking, where did all the fruit come from? Sell it today, forget it. Will there be more tomorrow? Is there just too much inventory? Luli replied, don't worry, there's plenty. Although they knew it was an exaggeration, it certainly put their minds at ease. The first wave of shopping went smoothly, but the hustle and bustle kept us busy. It was time to prepare the supplies for Elder Shen. Yesterday, when Elder Shen returned home, he sent me a list. It wasn't a large selection, but the quantities were substantial. He bought a full 100,000 bottles of large mineral water alone, along with long-lasting bread and other essentials. Besides essentials like water and bread, he also bought a good amount of sausage and instant noodles. It didn't matter how delicious the food was, but what mattered most was that it filled him up, and in large quantities. Luli received it, glanced over it, and then forwarded it to Shenbing, asking him to prepare it. Shenbing had purchased these items at the mall, but hadn't taken them out, instead storing them in the system warehouse. At that moment, the men sent by Old Shen to retrieve the supplies arrived. The team was enormous. Luli saw at a glance that there were at least 100 of them. Were they each planning to carry a box back? How long would that take? Thinking, Luli sent a message to Shenbing, who quickly arrived at the RV. Although the team numbered over 100, only one man entered the RV. He was dressed in black, tall, and very thin. He looked like a telephone pole. He greeted the two men with neither servility nor arrogance. Boss Lu, Boss Shen, Old Shen sent me here to retrieve the supplies. He instructed me to hand over the money and the goods. Luli glanced at the photo sent by Old Shen on the laptop. It was indeed this man. He must be a trusted confidant, otherwise, why would he hand over such an important task to someone else? Shenbing asked, is it a space-based psychic? The man replied, I am. The two men exited the RV one after the other, preparing to find a deserted area to conduct the transaction. Curious, Luli followed and took a look, eventually arriving at the back of the hotel. It was empty and spacious, with no buildings or people. With the hotel in front providing shelter, it seemed like a good place for business. Shenbing was the first to set out the supplies, covering a vast area, with crates of mineral water stacked up. The tall, thin man took out a list, briefly checked it, and after confirming everything was correct, took photos of every angle. Finally, he stored everything in his space. Luli's eyes widened. This man's space was truly vast. Shenbing relied on the system warehouse to store so much supplies. But this man, with pure spatial abilities, could store so much, suggesting he was quite advanced. Goodbye. The man collected the supplies and turned to leave. The two exchanged glances and returned to the RV, only to see the tail end of a massive procession of 100 people. They came and went in a hurry. Why not just send one person? As soon as he said this, Luli realized it was to protect the supplies and to warn others. As expected, the customers began to chatter. Did you see that? That's the #1 space-based supernatural being in Yin country. Oh, everyone saw it. I heard he's almost at level 8. He can regulate temperature and preserve food. That's amazing. I heard he only works for Mr. Shin and ignores everyone else. That's because Mr. Shin did him a favor. He's loyal and righteous. That's what? What's going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Of course. Don't worry, listen to me. Lu Li and Shin Bing were also listening, so engrossed that Shin Bing even forgot to return to her work at the convenience store. Until Luo Mu came over angrily, and found the two men hunched over the table, with their butts sticking out. Listening to others bragging, his anger suddenly boiled over, a mixture of sourness and anger. He stomped over quickly. The area was very quiet, everyone was listening to the story. Luo Mu happened to hear, oh, that old man Shin looked at him with pity. He became interested. He also hunched over beside Shin Bing, and began to listen. When the story was finished, Lu Li stretched out. Surprised Luo Mu, when did you get here? Old man Shin is so kind. Luo Mu, I've been here for so long, and you didn't notice. The two nodded in agreement, completely without any selfish motives, all for the sake of everyone. Lu Li had just finished lamenting when she saw Li Ruo arrive. She had always had a fondness for beautiful women. But this beautiful woman was her opposite, which left her with no place to place her affection, forcing her to withdraw it. Only this time, Li Ruo wasn't alone, she was accompanied by a man and a woman. Before she could think, Li Ruo had already arrived in front of the RV, seemingly oblivious to Lu Li. The three of them bought scratch-off tickets and began scratching them, each sighing after each other. They then turned and headed back to the bathhouse, never once meeting Lu Li's gaze. Lu Li figured that other people were just there for fun, not to see her. Li Ruo had indeed not come to see Lu Li, but to take Dashu and Yi Zi to the bathhouse for some enjoyment. The moment they stepped through the threshold of the bathhouse, Dashu sensed something was amiss. He stopped, extended his hand in front of Li Ruo and Yi Zi, and said cautiously, "There's the smell of zombies." As soon as he said this, Li Ruo and Yi Zi glanced around the first floor. There were many people, but they all looked normal. No zombie features, red eyes, long nails, sharp teeth. You have to know that the central base is where the most pesticides are sprayed, and it's not just around the city walls. The pesticide spraying area extends for several kilometers, even dozens of kilometers. This is why everyone can safely camp outside the central base. Not only are there pesticides for protection, but there are also numerous guards and psychics. Scattered zombies wouldn't dare approach. If there are zombies, they're at the level of a zombie tidal wave. If someone could come here alone, their level must be quite high. Li Ruo and the other two were instantly on high alert. She whispered, "Where are the zombies? Inside or outside?" Dashu's psychic ability is that of a dog, characterized by loyalty, a keen sense of smell, and exceptional speed. Since he said so, there was no reason for the two to disbelieve him. Dashu sniffed twice and said with absolute certainty, "Inside." The three of them instantly looked forward. Chapter 220. Li Ruo's expression froze. There were thousands of people inside the bath center. What was this high-level zombie trying to do by sneaking in? A massacre? A show of force against the central base? But high-level zombies are intelligent and know that the central base is a gathering place for humanity's most powerful fighters. How could they do such a foolish thing? Li Ruo didn't think too much about it, simply assuming that this high-level zombie was simply hungry and bored and wanted to have some fun. "What should we do, Sister Li?" Yi Zi asked. Dashu also looked at him. If she had just said to leave, they would have left without hesitation, regardless of the matter. But if she had wanted to intervene, they would have helped without hesitation, completely obeying Sister Li's orders. Li Ruo hesitated. She glanced at the bath center. The people inside didn't seem to know what was going to happen. They were all happily eating fruit, getting massages, soaking in the bath, or watching movies. If the high-level zombies attacked, there would most likely be no survivors here. She didn't want such a beautiful place to be destroyed by zombies. Li Ruo gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go. Don't alert the enemy. Evacuate the crowd first. The thought of this is Boss Lu's territory, so let's notify Lu Li." Simply didn't occur to her. The three of them pretended nothing had happened and walked inside. Zombie King Wang Yang was sitting at the front desk. They had clearly seen the three of them come in and out, and now come in again. "What? Had they gone out to steal a crystal core? Wang Yang didn't pay much attention. Someone else had come to order a package, and he was quite busy. Li Ruo and the other two dispersed, each going to evacuate the crowd, essentially whispering advice. She was quite well known in the central base, and everyone was willing to believe her. After all, she had just started. There are zombies inside. Get out first, and be quiet. With her sharp features and serious expression, it was hard not to believe. The first 10 or so people had gotten by relatively well. Hearing there were zombies inside, they all left for their own safety. The crystal core was wasted, so they could just go kill the zombies later. Wang Yang also noticed this anomaly. If only 1 or 2 people had left, it would have been normal. But the fact that dozens of people had left in quick succession, all at the same time, made him suspicious. Had they all arrived at their appointed time? How could it be such a coincidence? He couldn't help but pause what he was doing, squinting his eyes. The 3 people who had been in and out earlier separated, each chatting with another person. After a short chat, the other 3 hurried out, looking flustered. As if there was some terrifying presence inside, the zombie king didn't realize that he himself was a terrifying being. He watched the 3 people flee in panic. He began searching again for the man and 2 women who had been in and out earlier, his eyes locked on them. They used the same trick again, taking out 3 more people. In just a short while, they'd taken out dozens of my men. The zombie king was a little angry. He'd been running a business, so who had he offended? He sat down, feeling aggrieved, and picked up his laptop, wanting to confide his grievances to Lu Li, perhaps even go over and offer some comfort. Leave some hair and nail clippings for him to try. He'd been hungry for a long time, he said. But then he heard a commotion, and he looked up abruptly. He saw the tall, curly-haired woman among the man and 2 women, with a thin man standing before her. The thin man looked around in fear, frantically saying, "Zombies? Zombies. Where are they?" he shouted, standing up in panic, his hands scattering across the table. He didn't have a chance to finish his words, before Li Ruo covered his mouth fiercely. Li Ruo glared at him fiercely. This useless man has completely alerted the enemy. She carefully observed her surroundings. Customers around her stood up upon hearing the shout, instinctively frightened. The trees and leaves also stopped moving and quickly came to Li Ruo's side, protecting her. Where are the zombies? Shouldn't they rush out in anger and bite someone to death to show how powerful they are? The zombie itself is at the front desk. He watched it all with an expressionless face. He watched the panic on the customers' faces at the word zombie. He watched them rush out in panic, not forgetting to pick up their uneaten fruit. He watched the tall, curly-haired woman carefully survey her surroundings, as if searching for any sign of the zombies. He watched the man and woman beside her carefully protect her, acting as if their own lives were no more important than their own. Wang Yang sneered and sat down in anger and disappointment. What a bastard! As soon as he sat down, he remembered his identity. He was the owner of this bathhouse. He should have stepped forward, sought out the zombies, fought them, and soothed the customers. But he himself was a zombie. After spending so long in human society, did he really think he could turn back into a human? Or even blend in? You're overthinking it. I don't want to. Zombies are the greatest species. They can survive 10 years without food or water, and they don't feel pain, but their emotions are relatively indifferent. Wang Yang slowly stood up, debating whether to leave, but his legs wouldn't obey him. Having reached the tall, curly-haired woman, the man in front of her sniffed sharply. He said cautiously and reassuringly, "The smell is getting stronger." He assumed an attacking stance. Li Ruo glanced at the customers around her, their faces filled with either confusion or panic. Where were the zombies? She suspected everyone except Wang Yang. He was the store manager, Lu Li's appointed manager. How could he be a zombie? She told him what she knew. Manager Wang, we suspect zombies in the store. We're investigating. Wang Yang felt like laughing. With the way you're acting, the zombies must have already noticed them. Waiting for you to catch them, but what could he do? He had to play along. He said sternly, "Zombies? Where are they?" He glanced around pretentiously. He didn't notice anything unusual. Nonsense. The biggest anomaly was himself. Li Ruo shook her head and looked at the tree, hoping he could smell something. Dashu sneezed loudly. His back almost bent 90 degrees, and his nose started bleeding. He wiped it off with his dirty sleeve nonchalantly and said, "It's very strong nearby." Li Ruo felt powerless and prepared to check each one. She passed Wang Yang and walked towards the customer behind him. The customer kept backing away. You, what do you want? I'm not a zombie." Li Ruo, You're not. What are you feeling guilty about? She was about to check on the next person, But then she remembered that high-level zombies were intelligent. Could he be pretending? Leroy turned around just as Lu Li Fengsheng arrived. She was startled. He said there were zombies in the bathhouse. Oh my god, wasn't that Wang Yang? Wasn't they going to take Wang Yang away? She rushed over, not even finishing her watermelon. What's going on? Lu Li's voice had arrived before she even arrived. Leroy breathed a sigh of relief. With Lu Li's help, this matter would be much easier. It was no wonder she was so preoccupied with the zombie issue. Her duty at the central base was to lead the guard. She was responsible for dispatching the entire central base's guards. Although she wasn't on duty today, something like this couldn't happen. If a high-level zombie went berserk, it would be a disaster. Chapter 221. A zombie has been found in the store. We're searching for any traces of it, suspecting it's still inside, Leroy said. In just a few words, she explained the current situation crystal clear, her gaze stern. She felt a relentless determination to find the zombie. Lu Li thought, this is going to be tough. She also glared at Wang Yang. Aren't you usually good at hiding? Why did you show your hand today? Wang Yang's eyes were innocent. He always been working diligently. He quietly moved a few steps closer to Lu Li, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. The others smelled so bad, but Boss Lu smelled so good. As soon as he ran over, his breath was fragrant. Like a piece of pork belly that's been roasted on a sizzling iron plate for a long time, perfectly textured, fragrant, and oozing with oil. Wang Yang's lips curled up into a smile, and he was just about to mentally eat the pork belly, but his thoughts were interrupted by Leroy. Oh right, I'm still catching zombies. I forgot. Wang Yang listened to Leroy with a serious expression, his thoughts drifting away. Lu Li was also listening. Turning, she saw Wang Yang in a daze. She took a few steps, extended her elbow, and elbowed him in the waist. Get serious. We're catching you. Wang Yang was getting serious. Leroy was just discussing how to catch zombies. First, we had to evacuate the customers upstairs. We couldn't let the zombies harm innocent people. Acting immediately, Wang Yang went upstairs to appease the customers, and Lu Li joined him. They agreed on a common line. We had something to do today, so we had to close early. Any unused time could be reserved tomorrow. Most of the customers were understanding, and packed up and left. Those who stayed behind were also asked to leave. The second floor gradually emptied. Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief, and glared at Wang Yang. Hurry up. Transform into a zombie, and run to a deserted place. Do you hear me? She ordered. This was the plan they had quickly devised. While Leroy and the others were still on the first floor, they would have Wang Yang transform into a zombie, jump out the second floor window, and then escape as quickly as possible. It was just so reckless. Soon, the sound of Leroy and the others climbing the stairs could be heard, their footsteps stomping like a kick to Lu Li's heart. She pushed Wang Yang toward the nearest window. Hurry, hurry, transform. Wang Yang had no choice but to obey, revealing his sharp nails, bloodshot eyes, and razor-sharp teeth. He also tore his shirt to shreds, leaving only 2 or 3 pieces of fabric hanging from his body. Lu Li suddenly felt like touching him. Deshu, who was climbing the stairs, began to bleed again. He said, "It's on the second floor." With that, he hurried up the stairs. At the same time, Wang Yang opened the window and jumped out, leaving Leroy and the others with a graceful retreat. Lu Li rushed out from the side and lunged for the window, but her grasp was empty. She stamped her feet in anger, gritting her teeth and saying, "Damn zombie! I didn't catch it. What a pity." Leroy also stood at the window and watched for a moment, only to see the zombie swift back as it scurried away, quickly disappearing from sight. She glanced around the window again, suspiciously asking, if the zombie was so eager to escape, why did it open the sliding window instead of just breaking through? If Wang Yang knew what she was saying now, he'd be furious. You wouldn't feel bad if it's not yours, would you? Lu Li continued, perhaps you're afraid of the pain? Afraid of scratching yourself with the glass? Leroy questioned, don't zombies feel pain? There are so many zombies in the world. Maybe he's the special one. Lu Li speculated. Leroy looked at Deshu worriedly, how's your nose? Deshu shook his head, relieved. There's no zombie scent in the store anymore. Although his psychic ability is that of a dog, he can only sniff out the general idea. He can't tell who it is, or where it's coming from. He just have to wait for his upgrade. That's good. Let's go downstairs then. Lu Li also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Leroy recalled the figure of the zombie leaping out the window and muttered, why does that figure look so much like Manager Wang? She then glanced around and snapped, where's Manager Wang? Lu Li, He should be downstairs, comforting the customers. Then he led the way downstairs. That's right, the customers won't be happy about this sudden incident, Li Ruo thought, and followed him downstairs. Lu Li frantically texted Wang Yang as she went downstairs, wishing she could teleport to him and bring him back. She knew only too well how sensitive and attentive women could be, especially since Li Ruo was from a mysterious family. This wasn't something she could just brush off. She didn't want to stir up more trouble. When they reached the first floor, the customers had already been sent outside, and the atmosphere was now boisterous. Lu Li walked out, followed closely by Li Ruo and the other two. As soon as they left, they heard Wang Yang's voice. Everyone, please be patient. Wang Yang stood at the front of the crowd, fully clothed. The same clothes he worn before jumping out the window. He was tall, standing out from the crowd, conspicuous. Lu Li felt relieved. This boy had good sense. Li Ruo stared at Wang Yang's back for a moment, silent. It certainly looked like him. But it didn't make sense. Why would Lu Li let a zombie be the store manager? Besides, how did he manage to come back so quickly, change his clothes, and even be so serious about comforting customers after running so far? Li Ruo wondered if she'd seen it wrong. How could Manager Wang be a zombie? She shook her head, thinking that the bathhouse would be closed for the day, and left with the Shu and Yi Zi. Once Li Ruo was gone, Wang Yang gave up the pretense and stopped trying to comfort them. He simply said something perfunctory, telling them to come back tomorrow. He then noticed Lu Li was right behind him. He forced a smile and turned his smile at Lu Li. Lu Li rolled her eyes at him, brushed past him, and said, "Hide your foxtail better next time." Wang Yang thought to himself, "I definitely hide it. Whoever finds me next time, I eat them first." To prevent any further trouble, the hem of the dress slid past Wang Yang's eyes, and he quietly extended his fingernail to scratch a small piece off. The edge was so smooth that at first glance, it looked like it had been cut with scissors. He calmly tucked the small piece of fabric into his pocket and returned to the bathhouse, contented. Lu Li only realized it when she returned to the RV. Huh? Why is there a piece missing? Where did it get scratched? She had no recollection of it, but it didn't matter, so Lu Li ignored it. In the RV kitchen, Luo Mu, wearing a cute pink apron, was furiously stirring the wok and cooking. Hearing Lu Li's murmurs, he immediately turned to look at her, spatula in one hand, wok in the other, his eyes gazing at her with concern. Lu Li smiled. Nearly 5 feet 4 inches tall, wearing a pink, ill-fitting apron, with an honest expression and flamboyant blonde hair. No matter how you looked at it, it was a stark contrast. Reassured to see she was alright, Luo Mu turned around like a fool again, placed the wok on the stove, and began cooking. Like a hard-working, full-time cook, Lu Li walked around the kitchen with his hands behind his back. You did a great job. Chapter 222. Everything was perfectly organized. The dishes she prepared were all her favorites: spare ribs, prawns, beef. In a blink of an eye, it was time for dinner. Of all things, eating was the most important. Lu Li praised as she ate. "Luo Mu, your cooking is getting better and better." She ate without even looking up, a grain of rice still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Luo Mu looked content and feigned indifference, saying, "That's nothing. I can make it every day if I want." In reality, the corners of his mouth were perked up, and he couldn't help but sway with pride. He accidentally bumped into Shenbing, who glared at him. "You stinky bastard! You're such a big deal if you can cook well. I can learn that." As he spoke, he pretended to bump into her, completely unaware. Sheng Xian, sitting in the corner, seemed to be eating, but in reality, he was observing everyone at the table. The 5 little kids were eating with relish as always, and Chu Lixing's attention was also on the food. Beside him, Zhong Xiao was already savoring the food, treating it like a food show host. He'd take a few bites, glance at it, and then eat even more enthusiastically. Luo Mu and Shenbing, needless to say, were clearly preoccupied. Throughout their meal, their gazes were focused not on the food or the rice, but on Lu Li. And the protagonist, Lu Li, was absorbed in eating, even having someone to peel the shrimp. Sheng Xian glanced at everyone and, for some reason, felt a pang of sadness. He tried to put it aside and focus on eating. Such delicious food deserved to be treated with care. After dinner, Lu Li, as usual, began to feel sleepy. He looked up and saw that there were still many customers, and the line at the lottery machine was quite long. The system announced that 2 machines were sold out. Lu Li placed an order for several hundred more scratch-off tickets, and sent Xiao Di and Zhan Ting down to refill the machines. After finishing this task, Lu Li was free again. These days, The two little ones could handle most things. She only needed to take charge and place scratch-off lottery orders. Just as she was relaxing, she overheard someone discussing something. "I heard there's a free handout at the South Plaza of the Central Base at 5 p.m. this afternoon?" South Plaza? The biggest one? Free? Did you hear that correctly? There's such a good thing? Believe it or not, I'd be in line later. With that, the man squeezed out of the crowd. Hey. I didn't say I didn't believe it. The man also hurriedly squeezed out. Scratch-off lottery tickets are played every day, but free handouts are rare. I had to join in the fun, anything would do. Luli stood up from the recliner, walked over to the table, and asked curiously, "What supplies?" Could this be a deliberate act by the mysterious family to win over people? The customer was also puzzled, and honestly shook his head, saying, "I don't know. I go check it out. It's 3 in the afternoon, and it's almost 1. As he spoke, he became anxious and turned to leave, fearing he wouldn't get the free supplies. The person next to him chimed in, "It seems like it was organized by Mr. Shen, specifically for ordinary people without powers. A bottle of mineral water, a loaf of bread. Is there such a good thing? Are you kidding me? It's been 10 years since the apocalypse, and good times are finally coming. What about those of us with powers? Can't we get anything?" The man, annoyed by the questions, said, "I want to know too. Let's go check it out. Even if we can't get anything, we can still join in the fun. I haven't seen anything like this in years." With that, the group left together. Luli understood. This Mr. Shen bought all these supplies just to give them away for free to ordinary people. The Central Base had a large population, with ordinary survivors making up the majority. A rough estimate put it at over 100,000 or 200,000. Wouldn't that little supply be enough? Luli also wanted to join in the fun, to see how Mr. Shen handled it. Of course, she wouldn't go alone. It wasn't because she wasn't confident in her own abilities, but because she wasn't familiar with the Central Base, and with so many responsibilities hanging on her shoulders, she couldn't afford to get into trouble. She was really worried about her life right now. She sent a message to someone, and instinctively thought of Shenbing, someone she knew well, and was more capable. A reply came quickly, a simple "okay." When they arrived, she had a follower following her. Shenbing walked ahead with a sullen expression, while Luomu followed behind, beaming. The two of them boarded the RV, one in front of the other. Luomu asked, "You're going to the Central Base?" "I know it. I've been there for 2 years." He looked excited, as if he was going somewhere special. Shenbing said silently, "I'm familiar with it too." Luli glanced around, and the two of them unconsciously straightened up, as if they were merchandise being selected. Finally he said, "Come on, let's go." They both smiled simultaneously. Luomu's usual silly grin, while Shenbing's was a subtle, pursed smile, a stark contrast. The main gate of the Central Base was magnificent. This was the North Gate, and there were 3 other gates in the east, south, and west. The main gate was for vehicles, while the side gates were for survivors. The side gates were now packed. Survivors outside had heard about the free supplies and rushed back. Even if they couldn't get the real thing, getting some scraps would be fine. This was a rare and joyous occasion. Survivors permanently stationed at the Central Base were registered and could enter simply by swiping their computers. Idle personnel like Luli had to register every time they entered or left the Central Base system, so that a rough count could be kept. So Luli carefully entered Luli, female, 23 years old, with type ability, into the machine outside the side door. After entering these simple 4 pieces of information, Luli walked in and stood slightly to the side so as not to disturb others entering or leaving. She was struck by the vastness of the base. Many of the building walls were made of metal, making them particularly glaring in the sunlight. But there was also a distinct sense of technology. Luomu approached and gently nudged her with his shoulder, imitating her gaze. "Aren't they just a few tall and short buildings?" He didn't understand, but he eagerly asked, "What are you looking at?" Luli came back to her senses, unsure how to explain, and simply shook her head without saying anything. "South Square is over there." Shenbing pointed in a direction and took the lead. "Let's go." Luomu pulled Luli, motioning her to follow. In reality, Shenbing didn't need to lead the way. Almost everyone entering the Central Base at this time was heading for the South Square. Just follow the crowd. The South Square is the largest square in the Central Base, and some people set up stalls around it to conduct business. But today, the South Square has been requisitioned by Elder Shen. The 3 of them followed the crowd forward, surrounded by excited discussions about this matter. Is it really free? Are there any requirements for receiving it? Just show proof of non-superpower identification. Then people like us with superpowers? Why go? Just to join in the fun? I heard you can get it, but the supplies are different. We talk about it once we get there. The central base is truly large, about the size of a small city, but the roads are clearly laid out, with main roads and smaller paths. Chapter 223. After walking for almost 20 minutes, I finally saw the shadow of South Square. But at this point, the square was deserted. The crowd had been stopped outside, and temporarily prohibited from entering to avoid unnecessary unrest. Soon, 3 o'clock arrived. Mr. Shin stood on the high platform in the center of the square, wearing an ill-fitting suit, his hair neatly combed, and his posture erect. He held the microphone and spoke slowly and authoritatively. Hello everyone, I'm Shin Ting. The central base has purchased a batch of supplies from Mr. Liu, the lottery shop owner, and they will be distributed to everyone. Proof of identity will be sufficient. Limit 1 per person. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers, accompanied by a burst of applause, all cheering for Mr. Shin. Only a leader who truly cares for the people is this kind of leader everyone wants to see. The 5 checkpoints began to release people in groups of 20 or 20. When the 100 people entered, the square seemed empty. Elder Shin descended from the platform, leading the tall, thin man Lu Li had met this morning. He was accompanied by dozens of psychics, providing close protection. As they approached the 100 people, someone checked their IDs and distributed supplies based on whether they possessed psychic abilities. Survivors without psychic abilities received a sausage, 2 loaves of bread, and a bottle of mineral water. Survivors with psychic abilities received a bottle of mineral water and a loaf of bread. This was done to give ordinary survivors hope of survival, as hunting zombies and obtaining crystal cores would be extremely difficult without psychic abilities. When the supplies were almost gone, another group would be allowed in. Those who had finished collecting their supplies would leave through the other side of the South Square, avoiding interference. About 10 minutes later, 200 people entered each wave, moving at a brisk pace. Everyone was very cooperative. Of course, you have to cooperate actively to receive the supplies. Otherwise, what if they don't? Lu Li and the other 2 watched from outside. After each wave of people checked their IDs, the tall, thin man released the necessary supplies from the space. Each person received one, in an orderly manner. But suddenly, someone had a sinister idea. One wasn't enough, they wanted more. Thinking they were being very discreet, they were stopped by Mr. Shin's bodyguards after taking a few steps. He gritted his teeth, clutching the supplies in his arms, refusing to release them until a pistol was pressed to his temple. He heard the call of death, one last chance. He knew full well he would actually shoot. His voice trembled as he slowly pulled the supplies from his arms, but his evil intentions remained undimmed. He suddenly threw the bottle of mineral water at the bodyguard and took off running. But could running faster than a gun? Bang! With a loud bang and a splash of blood, a life was lost. But no one spared a glance. They've seen this kind of thing too many times. There's no point keeping someone who doesn't follow the rules. Shin Bing, however, reacted quickly. As the man took off running, she took a slight step forward, just enough to block Lu Li's view. After a bang, Lu Li pushed him away. Wow, she sighed, glancing at Shin Bing again. Don't worry, I've seen this a lot. I'm used to it. Shin Bing grumbled inwardly. Getting used to it was one thing, but I didn't want you to see too many of these things. After this little hiccup, everyone became more disciplined and quicker, arriving almost every few minutes. But even faster couldn't keep up with the sheer volume of people. Lu Li roughly calculated the amount of supplies Mr. Shin had purchased today. He figured they were almost all gone, and sure enough, 5 minutes later, Mr. Shin announced they were all gone. The survivors who hadn't received their supplies grumbled, but that was all. No one took any drastic action. From what Mr. Shin said, there would be more in the future, but those who had received them today wouldn't be able to claim them again for a while. He also announced a bombshell. The prices at the base exchange office would be reduced by 50%. The news reached everyone with pinpoint accuracy, and the crowd erupted in cheers. They kept shouting, Mr. Shin? Mr. Shin. Even Lu Li was stirred to the spotlight, her emotions rising, and she almost joined in the shouting. Shin Bing whispered beside him, Mr. Shin has truly overcome countless obstacles to achieve this. Luo Mu agreed. Even Shin Bing didn't have enough to eat before, so you can imagine how expensive it is. Lu Li nodded in agreement. The price reduction was a great thing. Not only was Mr. Shin giving away supplies for free, but also lowering the price. The sheer amount of pressure behind it was probably only Mr. Shin himself. But his expression was calm, as if the words were just a passing remark, giving the impression of being misplaced. After all this fuss, it was already 7 o'clock, and Lu Li and the other two headed back. It was already getting dark, the sun setting, the sunset glow beginning to appear, and a few streetlights were still lit along the roadside. Huh? Still got electricity? Lu Li asked. He's a lightning-type expert, Shen Bing said. The conversation was brief. Luo Mu lagged behind, glancing left and right as he noticed Shen Bing edging closer and closer to Lu Li. This wouldn't do. He darted forward, squeezing in between them and linking their arms. What do you want to eat tonight? Luo Mu asked playfully. Anything's fine, Lu Li said casually. No. Shen Bing gritted her teeth slightly and accidentally stepped on Luo Mu's foot. Ouch! Lu Mu cried out in pain, raising his foot as if struck by an electric shock. He immediately ran pitifully to Lu Li to complain. Look at him. He must be deliberately ignoring me. Lu Li shook her head. How could that be? Shen Bing is such a serious person. Why would he step on you? I think you're just messing with him for no reason. You? Luo Mu was a little angry, but he couldn't find a word to argue with Lu Li. Shen Bing glanced at him smugly. You let me in. But looking down, they were still being held on either side by Luo Mu, and the three of them left the central base. Back in the RV, Zhong Xiao and Sheng Xian were already busy in the kitchen. Though their movements were a little clumsy, their attitudes were sincere. Chu Lixing sat on the sofa, resting his eyes like an old man. He only opened his eyes when Lu Li and the others returned. Seeing they had nothing in their hands, he casually changed the subject. Are you going to collect supplies? Lu Li waved her hand. There are too many people. How can we get anything? Besides, we're not really going to collect it. Luo Mu nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's leave it for those who need it more. If it were before, I would definitely have lined up. 2 loaves of bread, a bottle of mineral water, and a sausage. If you're frugal, it can last a week. So much? Chu Lixing frowned, suspicious. That's it. Shen Bing also thought it was too much. It had been 10 years since the apocalypse, and any food was precious. Just give them a loaf of bread, and add ham and mineral water. Luxurious. Absolutely extravagant, Lu Li said. Mr. Shen has his own considerations. Chapter 224. Shen Bing and Chu Lixing exchanged glances, and sighed involuntarily. Central Base seemed poised for a real shake-up. Luo Mu ignored these profound discussions, and hurried into the kitchen. This was his battlefield, but in the end, it became a 3-way battle. The sight of 3 tall, muscular men in the kitchen was quite striking, and Lu Li found it quite pleasing to the eye. Subconsciously, she took out her laptop and took a picture of their backs. Luo Mu occupied the stove, frantically cooking, his hands practically leaving shadows. Zhong Xiao was chopping vegetables, his knife skills surprisingly good. He shredded the carrots perfectly, placing them in small, red strips. Sheng Xian, on the other hand, was preparing the ingredients for the soup: corn segments, carrot cubes, pork ribs, and yam cubes. The 3 of them worked independently, not disturbing each other, yet each was secretly competing with the other. Finally, it was time to eat. Sheng Xian's corn and pork rib soup was ready, and the aroma of corn was particularly rich. Just as Lu Li was about to stand up to scoop up some soup, Sheng Xian handed her a bowl. It contained pork ribs, corn, carrots, and yams. Every ingredient was included. Lu Li smiled at him and reached out to take it. He said, "Be careful, it's hot." It felt warm to the touch, like a heat pad. Taking a sip with a spoon, she found the soup fresh and sweet. It perfectly combined the flavors of all the ingredients, yet each tasted just right, without overpowering the others. Lu Li finished the large bowl of soup, devouring the ingredients as well, and instantly felt half full. But there were still many delicious dishes left to try, so Lu Li stopped drinking the soup and focused on the dishes and rice. Sheng Xian was so satisfied. Seeing her finish the soup he had carefully prepared, he felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. He finally understood why Luo Mu had been scrambling to get into the kitchen to cook. After dinner, Lu Li rubbed her belly wistfully, muttering, "I feel so much fatter." Shen Bing, perceptive enough to hear this, pursed her lips and thought. How should she respond when a woman says she's gained weight? Luo Mu blurted out, "What's fat about me?" "Even fatter." He looked around. The men present were all in great shape. And the women, needless to say, were the only 2 brats, Xiao Di and Zhan Ting. He choked for a moment, and before he could formulate a response, Lu Li figured it out. "What's fat about me? I'm dead skinny." Lu Li raised her chin and said proudly. She was 1.73 meters tall and weighed 120 pounds. "Perfect, okay?" "Fat, What the hell, Luli wasn't worried about that. She had plenty else to worry about. For example, the conflict outside the lottery shop. Not many people were there, and everyone had already gone home. But every day, there were always a few unwilling to give up, eager to win the jackpot, who stayed until the end. It was these few people who had a conflict. Luli had just finished her meal, and was taking a walk. She heard them arguing, but it was still just a quarrel, no physical action had taken place. You? We agreed to pool our crystal cores for scratch-off tickets. We split the prize evenly. Now that it's out, you're trying to keep it all for yourself. The man's voice was quite loud, his neck veins bulging, his fists clenched tightly, as if he were about to fight if a disagreement arose. The other man's voice was equally loud, as if whoever spoke louder would win. Yeah. So what? I just don't want to share. You're looking for death. With that, he swung a punch, pinning the other man to the ground and punching him several times. The other man was no pushover either. He took a few punches in a panic, but once he recovered, he shoved him to the ground. The two of them continued like this, one on top of the other hitting him. The blows were powerful, but not fatal. Luli was debating whether to intervene. Before she could even raise her hand, she already spoken. Stop it, stop it. Stop it. If you want to fight, do it somewhere else. Fighting monsters out front is an eyesore. Upon hearing this, the two men quickly stopped fighting and glared at each other. One, pinned to the ground, looked at her with a look of grievance. The other sat on him, turning his head in anger. Luli, There was no emotion in her heart. Looking aggrieved only worked wonders on the handsome guy. You two get up first, Luli said helplessly. The two men were relatively obedient. They immediately stood up and said in unison, Boss Lu, you have to make the decision for us. One of them preemptively said, he clearly said each of us would contribute one crystal core, and then scratch the most expensive scratch-off ticket, and the prize would be split equally. But he tried to keep it. The man, however righteous, said, who said he was going to keep it. I only used half of yours, so I give you a third, okay? The most expensive scratch-off ticket cost 150 points, while a first-level crystal core could be redeemed for 100 points. No! He shouted, the veins in his temples throbbing, clearly furious. It's up to you. If not, forget about sharing, the man said arrogantly. The prize is in his own space anyway, so come and grab it if you can. With that, he turned and tried to run, but after a few steps, he was caught up again and tackled to the ground. Luli had no more reason to persuade him. This guy really deserves a beating. Because he was tackled, face down, and landed hard on the ground, it was difficult to resist, so the other man punched him several times. He was also grabbed by the hair, held by the neck, and slapped several times. The man being beaten was seeing stars, his mind was hazy, and he begged for mercy. I take it, okay? They were all survivors without superpowers, and they valued crystal cores more than their lives, but obtaining crystal cores was hard to come by. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of pooling their crystal cores for a scratch-off lottery. He said nothing, clenching his fist tightly, and roared, Where's the reward? Give it out. When the man below didn't move, he angrily swung his fist again, hitting him squarely on the temple. From Luli's angle, he could see the blood pouring from his nose, his eyes blurry, and he seemed to have lost consciousness. She shouted, Hurry up and take out your reward. Do you really want to die here? The man regained consciousness a little after hearing this, and quickly controlled what remained of his consciousness to retrieve the reward from his space ring. It was a small card. A small card must be a good reward. No wonder he wanted to keep it for himself. Seeing the small card, he no longer held it back and frantically grabbed it. He finally got it in his hands, but without even glancing at it, he hurriedly stuffed it into the redemption machine. His hands were shaking, his expression extremely nervous, fearing the man would cause trouble again. In the end, the small card was spat out intact. Luli kindly reminded, the person who purchased the scratch-off ticket must redeem it in person. He froze, glanced at the man lying on the ground, whimpering and half dead, and resolutely turned around. He lifted the man from behind, grasped his hand, and pinched the small card, then with great difficulty stuffed it in. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed by, and their eyes followed it. Chapter 225. Outside the RV, a large dining table appeared, laden with ingredients and a steaming hot pot. A fragrant aroma wafted forth. The aroma reached the noses of both men, and even the half-dead man perked up a bit, excitedly saying, It's time to eat. And so, the two of them, each with their own thoughts, began to eat their hot pot. Luli, Wouldn't it have been better to split it up earlier? They would have been eating long ago. All they do is get into this mess all day long. Because of the food, the man's spirits were instantly high. Both of them ate heartily, fearing they would miss out on even a piece of meat or a head of lettuce. They absolutely couldn't afford to lose out. Luli was about to close the shop, but they could still hear their clamor. Hey, hey, hey! There were 8 potato slices, and you ate 5. You're going too far. What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of beef roll is this? You only ate 1 more than me. Luli couldn't bear to listen anymore and flicked off the light. What they were greeted with was even louder shouts. Boss Lou, don't turn off the lights. We can't see. Hey, 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 don't try to steal something while I'm not looking. Luli, quickly closing the doors, completely shutting out the outside noise, she went upstairs to sleep. A new day. Luli opened the curtains to greet the sun. Full of positive energy, looking down from the 2nd floor, there were already people lined up in front of the machine, each still half asleep, but their movements were quite skillful. Huh? Luli looked around and spotted a rather handsome guy in the queue. He supposedly rivaled Luo Mu, but each had his own style. He was so tall that he stood out from the crowd. With a buzz cut and black frame glasses, he looked like a well-behaved, yet saucy student. But if you glanced slightly downward, you could see him wearing a sleeveless black tank top. His skin was a tan, incredibly healthy, with smooth, defined muscles and faintly visible veins. Wow, his figure was truly better than those of the men still asleep. His biceps and pecs meshed perfectly, not overly exaggerated, but definitely bouncy to the touch. Especially the blue veins running through his arms. Luli watched as she brushed her teeth, nodding in satisfaction. The man had a sweet face, but a tough body. The combination was perfect. She washed up, went downstairs, and opened the car body. The people queuing behind the machine instantly shifted towards her, while the tough guy simply moved forward, not towards her. She didn't pay much attention. He was a handsome guy, so she just looked at him more. Her most important task now was to display the scratch-off tickets. There were so many customers. They were pouring in like a tide. After displaying the scratch-off tickets, her busy schedule was over. Luli was just about to take a breath when a bony, wheat-colored hand, holding a small card, suddenly appeared before her. Luli looked up from the hand. The serpentine veins on the arm betrayed the strength of this person, as if he could kill her with a single punch. She met his expressionless gaze behind his glasses, only vaguely catching a glimpse of the turmoil deep within. Claim your prize? Luli asked. Lin Jun nodded, continuing to hold the card forward, motioning for her to read it. Luli instinctively took it, and flipped it open. Sausage roaster? What the hell? How could you roast sausages in this day and age? She looked closely at the small print below. 15 sausages appeared in the machine, slowly turning and roasting them until cooked through. 75 sausages can be grilled daily. In other words, this is a fully automatic sausage griller. All you have to do is flip the switch. After all 15 are grilled and eaten, 15 more will appear, making 75 sausages a day, 5 times the supply. That's great. Sausages to eat every day. Soon, a brand new sausage griller appeared on the table. People around cast envious glances, though some also scoffed. What era is this? Can a sausage griller work without electricity? That's right. Besides, how can you grill sausages without them? You're grilling the air. These 2 sentences suppressed everyone's envy. He could console himself with the fact that he had just scraped a countertop display. No electricity, no sausages. What's grilling? Is he lonely? Lin Jun listened to the laughter that echoed around him, but he didn't take it seriously. Instead, he slowly unscrewed the bottom flap. With a click, the sausages appeared in the middle of the tube, spaced just right and arranged in a neatly arranged pattern. Then, the tubes began to spin and heat up. Everyone watched as sausages appeared out of thin air, exclaiming in surprise, "Really sausages? Where did they come from? Could it be built into the machine? It's good enough to have sausages? It doesn't even need to be plugged in? Oh my god, what kind of sausage griller is this?" As the sausages gradually changed color, the outer skin charred, and the aroma of the meat wafted out, everyone could smell it. It was early in the morning, and their stomachs were empty, so they were just hoping to scrape out something to fill them. Now, the aroma had whetted their appetites. 10 minutes later, the first batch of sausages was cooked. Each one burst open, revealing the tender, juicy meat inside, still charred. Even Luli was envious. Not only do you bring your own sausages, but you also bring your own wooden skewers, which are stored in a small bucket hanging on the wall of the sausage grill. Lin Jun took out the skewers and, with a pair of tongs, picked up what he considered to be the best grilled sausage, skewered it, and handed it to Lu Li. Lu Li's brows twitched, but she gladly took it and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, juicy and full of meaty aroma, with hints of real meat. It was a good sausage. Seeing Lu Li's satisfied expression, Lin Jun's eyes flickered with a smile. He also skewered a sausage for himself and began to devour it with relish. Xiao Di and Zhang Ting arrived, watching eagerly. Lu Li felt sorry for him and reached out to poke Lin Jun's arm. It felt really good. Lin Jun turned back, still holding the wooden skewer in his mouth, the end dangling, a bit of a scoundrel. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, only to hear her say, "Selling sausages? Give me 2. Lin Jun, without a word, skewered 3 more sausages and handed them to Lu Li. Lu Li smiled with satisfaction. Good boy, very considerate. She gave 1 to Xiao Di and Zhang Ting, 1 each, and happily prepared to enjoy her sausage. Ouch! Luo Mu suddenly leaped out and took a large bite. Lu Li, furious, started to speak in Chinese idioms. You damn bastard! Luo Mu! Pay me for the sausage! She slapped him squarely on the arm. Ouch! It hurts! Luo Mu screamed in agony, but his feet seemed rooted to the spot, remaining motionless, allowing Lu Li to spank him. Suddenly, a perfectly intact sausage was passed between the two of them. Lu Mu looked over, alarm bells ringing in his heart. It was just like the time he'd seen Sheng Xian. This guy was a little too handsome. At least in the eyes of men, he is very handsome and tough. Chapter 226. Who are you? Luo Mu asked subconsciously. He thought the man looked familiar. In the apocalypse, there weren't many who were both handsome and powerful. Lin Jun, he said. Lu Li had already taken the sausage and started eating it, his eyes focused on the food, not the man. Lu Mu was amused, sad, and a little relieved. He smiled, it's quite delicious. He then took the sausage he'd taken a big bite of, and continued eating. His movements were familiar, and Lu Li didn't say anything, giving him the impression that he was letting him do whatever he wanted. After finishing the sausage, Luo Mu realized what was happening, and his voice suddenly rose. Are you Lin Jun? Lin Jun nodded calmly. It's me. You? What are you doing here? Are you no longer in charge of your base? Luo Mu asked, puzzled. I've been invited to a meeting at the central base to discuss the development of Yin Nation for the second half of the year. My base has its own management, Lin Jun said truthfully. Lu Li joined the group chat. Are you the base commander? Lin Jun nodded. Yes, it's southwest of Yin country. Oh, Lu Li said. As soon as she finished speaking, she received 2 speechless looks, as if they were quite dissatisfied with her reaction. She blinked innocently. What's wrong? Luo Mu acted like a publicity ambassador. You don't understand the value of this base. Lin Jun's is the only base in the southwest. Lu Li understood a little. Is it difficult to build? Luo Mu nodded heavily, explaining with great emotion. It's sparsely populated there, but there are a lot of mutant plants and animals, and there are also terrifying swamps and miasma. Once you go there, you can't return. Oh, so impressive? Lu Li raised an eyebrow, her expression intriguing. Luo Mu couldn't find the sense of accomplishment he felt speaking to her, so he could only glance sideways at Lin Jun. Right, Brother Jun? Lin Jun nodded in agreement. At the time, he had led a team of only 100 psychics to the southwest. They had established the only base there, housing all the survivors from the southwest. The hardships involved were known only to him and those close to him. What are you talking about? Shen Bing had walked over at some point and seamlessly joined the group chat. Luo Mu turned and quickly replied, we were talking about Lin Jun? Shen Bing stared at the man outside the RV, surprised. Shen Bing, you're here too? Lin Jun was calm, as if meeting an old friend. Luo Mu glanced left and right, realizing he was the one missing. Do you know each other? I've been to the southwest base before. Shen Bing, still staring at Lin Jun, took the time to answer Luo Mu's question. Lu Li felt a faint sense of strangeness in the atmosphere between them, and she clapped her hands. Pa! Successfully drawing the attention of the three. In that case, how about we have breakfast together? It was 11 o'clock, almost time for lunch. Lin Jun chuckled and said, I'm fine with anything. It was as if his status had reversed, and he was now the master. The indifference he exuded was definitely the product of time, blended with a natural and wild aura, captivating. Shen Bing nodded nonchalantly. Luo Mu scratched his head, confused, and agreed, sure, I'm hungry. When the four of them sat down at the table, Luli noticed the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Luo Mu was still acting like a fool. Shen Bing was even more silent than usual, while Lin Jun remained expressionless, occasionally fiddling with his black-framed glasses. Luli couldn't help but ask, "Are you nearsighted?" Lin Jun tilted his head slightly, and casually removed his glasses with one hand. Wow, he looked even more handsome. He still had an air of keep away from strangers. Without his glasses, his expressionless eyes seemed even colder. The glasses greatly masked his appearance and his aura. Luli nodded secretly. No wonder. It was probably to make the survivors at the base feel that their leader was approachable. Lin Jun put his glasses back on and unconsciously crossed his arms across his chest. His biceps looked incredibly strong, as if they couldn't be held in two hands. Luli interrupted her chaotic thoughts and slowly averted her gaze, no longer distracted by the male's beauty. Luo Mu, witnessing the entire process, followed suit. He had some muscle to begin with, but compared to Lin Jun, he was nothing. Yet, he refused to accept his defeat, his arms folded across his chest in a dignified manner. Luli reached out and slapped him, looking extremely displeased. "What are you doing?" Luo Mu raised his head proudly. "Nothing." He raised his hands slightly higher. Luli looked away and brought the conversation back to the original point. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine with me." Lin Jun continued with the same provocative words. He had come all the way from the southwest base, thousands of miles away, and had long heard the legendary stories of the lottery shop. He had come this morning specifically to try it out, and he hadn't expected to win a decent prize with just one scratch. At least the people around him were envious. He planned to bring this sausage grill back to the southwest base and provide it unconditionally to the survivors there. Just queue up to claim your prize. 75 a day might not be much, but it's better than nothing. It's really just as magical as the rumors say, and it can still produce anything. In the short 2 hours he's been there, he's witnessed many prizes appear: fruits, vegetables, small potted plants, water cups, and so on. Useful or not, anything can be scraped out. He also saw several buildings behind him. When he left the lottery shop, he would definitely check them out. As different breakfasts appeared on the table, Lin Jun felt that he had underestimated Luli. Is this man a magician? But seeing Shen Bing and Luo Mu's calm expressions, it was clear they'd seen this happen many times. It was nothing at all. Although he had heard about it before, seeing it with his own eyes was a completely different experience. Eat it all. Luli picked up a steamed bun and began to eat lazily, seemingly completely uninterested. It's true, Boss Lu can make anything happen, Lin Jun thought to himself. Unconsciously, the way he addressed her changed from Luli to Boss Lu, a subtle shift in status. Lin Jun had a voracious appetite. He ate half the entire breakfast table by himself. Mainly, the southwest base was too far from the central base, and he couldn't usually visit it. The conditions there were even more difficult. Even food was hard to come by, let alone water. Seeing water, he unconsciously drank 2 large glasses, along with 2 large glasses of soy milk. By the time he realized it was too late, he looked at his empty plate and felt a little hungry. "Sorry, I never had such a delicious breakfast." Lin Jun's apology was calm and sincere, as if stating a fact. Luli waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's okay. Being full is what matters." Then she asked, "Are you full?" Her question was sincere, simply wanting him to be full. Lin Jun shook his head honestly. Lu Mu nodded in understanding. Chapter 227. He was like this when he first met Boss Lu, always feeling hungry, never feeling full. It was because he'd been hungry for so long, hadn't had a full meal, a good meal. When he could eat, of course, he couldn't help but indulge, even though he knew eating too much or too well would be bad for his stomach. But when faced with delicious food, who could resist? Who would even remember it? Of course he just kept eating. So Luo Mu was quite understanding, even feeling sorry for him, going to the kitchen to make him noodles. In his heart, Lin Jun was a real man, his deeds at the southwest base worthy of being recorded in history. It was said that he had once defeated a mutant plant on its way to the 9th stage. And he, a mere 8th-stage psychic, was undaunted and faced the challenge head-on. Lin Jun hurriedly called out to him, "No, I'm full." Luo Mu confirmed, "Really? Don't be shy with me." They looked like good brothers. This was actually their first meeting, but Luo Mu had heard a lot about Lin Jun during his 2 years at the central base. He even had the urge to visit the southwest base, but the journey was too long, so he gave up. Lin Jun said seriously, "Really?" This breakfast, which wasn't really breakfast, was finished, and it was already 12 o'clock. Lin Jun looked at Luli, only to see her large, twinkling eyes staring at him with a half-smile. He was startled, suddenly remembering the second reason he had come to the lottery shop. I heard that Boss Lu developed an online supermarket app. Can we use it with the Southwest base? Of course. Luli didn't comment. It was made to be used. Luli displayed her contact QR code. Come on, add me as a friend first, and I share it with you. Makes perfect sense. Lin Jun had no doubts, opening his laptop and scanning it. Luli saw his profile picture, a desolate desert stretching as far as the eye could see. Towering sand dunes stretched to the horizon. In the distance, a lone figure stood atop a dune, gazing out at the endless sea of sand. It perfectly matched his personality. Is the person in the picture himself? Lin Jun also saw her profile picture, a very cute cat, seemingly flirting with the camera. The two successfully added each other as friends, with Shen Bing and Luo Mu, who looked around like outsiders, between them. Send it to you, Luli said. Yes. Lin Jun replied instinctively, his tone very calm. Only then did he realize it and smiled. Sorry, I'm used to talking to subordinates like that. Luli shook her head. It was nothing. It was soon lunchtime, and Chu Lixing arrived just in time, his hands in his pockets, staggering in. As soon as he stepped onto the RV floor, he sensed something was wrong and looked up suddenly. Lin Jun? Lin Jun also looked at him, and their eyes met. He laughed heartily. I didn't expect to see you here. Chu Lixing. Wow, another pair of old friends? It's true that living a long life makes a difference, you know, everyone. The two shook hands, each one visibly tense, and it was unclear what emotions lay hidden within. Are you here for a meeting at the central base? Chu Lixing put his arm around his shoulder, and they both sat down. Yes, Lin Jun said. It was called by Mr. Shen. There's been a lot of unrest at the central base lately. Chu Lixing sighed and said nothing more, but Lin Jun understood. They were all powerless. By the way, do you know Boss Lu? Lin Jun asked, puzzled. He found this woman quite impressive. Shen Bing, however, loved freedom. 3 years ago, she had invited him to join the Southwest base, but she had refused. The two hadn't been in touch for quite a while because of this incident. Yes, 3 years had passed. Looking at the situation now, was Shen Bing working for Boss Lu? And quite willingly. Besides, the way Shen Bing looked at Boss Lu was a little illicit. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. I know him. He's my boss too, Chu Lixing said truthfully. Lin Jun was surprised. Shen Bing was fine, but Chu Lixing was number one on the list. To think he was won over? Boss Lu must have a certain charisma, he thought. Sheng Xian and Zhong Xia had also arrived. They came together and seemed to get along quite well. They had become good friends. The two were surprised to see this tough guy, Lin Jun, and their minds simultaneously wondered. Boss Lu has taken on another man? They silently compared looks and figures, then silently shifted their position in Boss Lu's heart. He's quite self-aware. Sheng Xian was a standout among the male favorites at the Geely base, but he never expected to find himself around Boss Lu. Each of these men has his own strengths and charms. Each one of them, taken individually, would be a star in a civilized world, but she already has 7 of them around her, and now there's one more, 8, excessive. Too much. Zhong Xia softly condemned her in his heart, but silently took the seat closest to her. Lin Jun recovered and saw 2 more handsome men approaching. Only then did he realize. The small RV was filled with men, all handsome and stylish, save for those 2 brats. Does Boss Lu have any special hobbies? Collecting men? But that's normal. Powerful humans always have their own hobbies, and it seems these men get along well. Luli glanced back. Are you all here? Stop standing and sit down. Sheng Xian choked on the water he had just taken. Why did he feel like the word sit down was ambiguous? Or was he just dirty-minded and everything he heard was dirty? He glanced at Zhong Xia, who had already sat down, waiting for dinner, and sat down next to him. Originally, there were 12 tables and chairs, but now there was Lin Jun. Luo Mu conscientiously went to the utility room and brought him a table. Luli looked around. The atmosphere was lively and bustling, but she suddenly remembered Wang Yang at the bathhouse. He seemed alone, a little lonely, but these were all high-level psychics. They might be able to tell he was a zombie. Humans and zombies are incompatible, so let's not do this kind of shit. Several people had just finished a very filling breakfast and were about to have lunch, but they still had no appetite. Only Lin Jun was very excited. Eat again? Being a man at Boss Lu's group was a good thing. All you had to do was eat. Luli had just finished her meal, and was still a little sleepy. Seeing his excitement, she couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to eat?" "We have everything." Even if Luomu couldn't cook, he could buy it directly from the mall. "Hot pot?" Lin Jun asked tentatively. It required a lot of ingredients, and the more people there were, the more they eat. Did they have it? If they did, he wanted to stay, but there were still a lot of people at the Southwest base waiting for him to return. He should ask Boss Lu if they could cooperate. Okay. Luli searched the mall, thinking that Lin Jun had a big appetite, so she bought a hot pot set for 15 people. Chapter 228. The table was overflowing with ingredients, but Luomu expertly found a 3-tiered cart and loaded it with ingredients, just like he was at home. The set meal also came with 2 large bottles of Coke, a large bottle of Sprite, and a large bottle of lemon tea, satisfying every taste. Lin Jun, of course, chose everything. Everything was ready. Let's eat. After being influenced by Lu Li, everyone had become accustomed to hot pot and other delicacies, and their interest was rather lacking, especially Shen Bing and Luomu, who had already eaten their fill. So, the main force was Lin Jun. The pot closest to him suffered the most, burning constantly. A plate of beef rolls was scooped out seconds after being placed in the pot. It was impossible to even divide it up. Towards the end, Lin Jun felt about 8/10 full, so he slowly paused, slowed down his pace, wiped his mouth, and began to talk business, with ease and control. He crossed his legs out of habit, then remembered that this was Boss Lu's territory, so he quickly lowered them and peered at her through the rising mist. "Boss Lu, are you interested in a partnership?" Lin Jun called out, afraid she couldn't hear him. Suddenly, everyone quieted down, their gazes fixed on Lin Jun. They were eating. Could they chat about something cheerful? Luli smiled faintly. "Let's talk after dinner." She took a sip of her lemon tea. The spicy hot pot paired with the refreshing lemon tea. Perfect. So refreshing. The dining table continued to bustle. The customers outside were quite conscientiously playing scratch-off tickets, choosing, paying, and redeeming their prizes. In other words, there was no need to ask for help. It was self-service. If there were no tickets, just call Boss Lu, and they would be replenished instantly. After eating and drinking, Luli pressed the confirmation button, and the pots and pans on the table vanished, leaving only a few greasy spots. But the little ones were quite conscientious. They went to the kitchen to get a rag to wipe the table, sweeping and mopping the floor as well. Luli had a one-touch cleaning function. But they rarely used it. It always felt like it didn't feel like home. The little ones would do it whenever they wanted, and if they got lazy, the big guys would take over. It wasn't too late to use it again when everyone got lazy. While the little ones were cleaning, Luli invited Lin Jun to the utility room. After they both sat down, she didn't waste time asking, "How do you, base commander, want to cooperate? I heard that Mr. Shen was giving away free supplies in the south square of the central base yesterday. I also like to purchase some from Mr. Lu. Can we get the same price as Mr. Shen?" Lin Jun said cheekily. He knew Mr. Shen's purchase price would be very low, and after spending a short time together, he could tell that Mr. Lu was a good person. Aside from his peculiar habit of collecting men, he was practically impeccable, beautiful, kind, and even a magician. Lily wasn't anything special. She didn't set the cost price, nor did she even prepare the supplies. She just sat back and collected the money. She called Shen Bing over. The moment Shen Bing entered, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. "What happened between you two?" Luli asked, extremely curious. There was a 12-year age difference between them, and they looked like they were having a quarrel. Shen Bing sat beside Luli, feeling rather shy. She raised her head and said proudly, "Let him talk." Lin Jun wanted to laugh, but held it back. He leaned his arm over the back of the chair next to him, his muscular features clearly visible, and smiled. "A few years ago, I wanted him to join the Southwest base, but he refused." "That's it?" Luli raised an eyebrow. Could it be that simple? There must be something else going on. Shen Bing is only 18 now. Wasn't she only 14 or 15 a few years ago? Like a brat. No, he even kidnapped me and forced me to join the Southwest base. Luckily, I escaped on my own. Shen Bing accused him. "What kidnapping?" "I just dragged you to the Southwest base for some fun," Lin Jun retorted. Shen Bing glared at him. "Nonsense. That's just like tying me up." Their voices rose in volume, as if they were about to erupt in an argument. Luli propped his head up with one hand, watching the scene like an outsider. But soon, Lin Jun relented. Okay, you finally got out, didn't you? I didn't tie you up twice or 3 times. Is this a tough guy's tenderness?" "Humph," Shen Bing snorted. That's just me. Lin Jun looked at him dotingly, the way he looked at a little brat. He was just a little brat, wasn't he? He only just reached adulthood. By the way, Boss Lu? You asked me here? Shin Bing, remembering the important matter, asked seriously, but her ears blushed slightly, clearly feeling that she had been childish in front of her. Lin Jun wants to purchase supplies at the same price as Mr. Shin. What do you think? Lu Li answered truthfully. I have no objection, Shin Bing said. Public affairs are public affairs. Private affairs are private. Although he had a few issues with that jerk Lin Jun, he wouldn't make things difficult for him. Lin Jun was about to say, that's great, when he realized what was happening and looked at Shin Bing suspiciously. You're in charge of the supplies? Shin Bing shook her head proudly again. I'm the convenience store owner. She spoke with such confidence and pride that Lin Jun wanted to go see the convenience store. The three of them quickly agreed on the price, delivery time, and transportation methods. After the agreement was reached, Lin Jun couldn't wait to drag Shin Bing away, like a hawk snatching up its chicks. She was clearly quite skilled, but compared to Lin Jun, she looked a little frail. Lin Jun quickly dragged Shin Bing out of the utility room, and, leaning on his shoulder, asked, seemingly bending him over, Where's your convenience store? Shin Bing pointed casually here. Let's go! Lin Jun half pulled, half pushed, until they reached the convenience store. He even looked up from the doorway. Wow, you done quite well, aren't you? Shin Bing curled her lips. I'm glad I didn't join your godforsaken base. Otherwise, how could I have such a good life? When she was with Lin Jun, she truly felt like an 18-year-old boy. Indeed. Lin Jun sighed silently, wishing he had a convenience store too. People wouldn't be starving to death every day at the Southwest base. The two of them walked into the convenience store. Lin Jun, who had remained impassive even in the face of a mounting collapse, was a little overwhelmed. This was too much supplies. I really wanted to pack it all up in my space. All mine. Suppressing his instincts, he asked Shin Bing, Are these all yours? Where did the supplies come from? Did Boss Lu conjure them up? To be precise, this convenience store is a scratch-off lottery ticket. I bought the items inside, and then sold them, he said truthfully. Lin Jun gasped, and unconsciously tightened his grip on his shoulder. Shin Bing shook him off, saying, It's so heavy. Lin Jun, unconcerned, reached out to hold his shoulder, and said with a little excitement, Doesn't that mean we have all the supplies we need? That's right, Shin Bing said cautiously. But he had always limited his purchases from the mall, fearing that buying too much would harm Lu Li. Lin Jun didn't understand the intricacies of this. Chapter 229. But even a simple calculation would tell you how there could be an endless supply of supplies. Isn't that just wishful thinking? Just enough to eat and drink, not to the point of eating and throwing away everything. Shin Bing took Lin Jun for a stroll through the convenience store and kindly offered him a shopping basket. Hey, don't call me stingy. Fill it up and I treat you. Lin Jun glanced at the basket in his hand, then at the shopping cart beside him. His eyes were full, and he decisively pushed the cart. Shin Bing was helpless and said helplessly, Okay. Through the entire trip, Lin Jun filled every inch of the cart to the brim, even filling every little gap with candy. Determined to get the most out of his bargain. You? Shin Bing looked at the overflowing shopping cart, speechless. The treat was his own word, and it couldn't be taken back. Never mind, just feed the dogs. Lin Jun was delighted. This trip had been well-deserved. He secured a sausage griller, and so many supplies. The survivors of the Southwest base could finally eat something good. After browsing the convenience store, Shin Bing, as host, naturally had to show him around. Come on, where do you want to go next? He folded his arms across his chest, looking quite mature in Lin Jun's eyes. He couldn't help but smile with relief. Anything is fine. So Shin Bing took him to the bathhouse. Despite their bickering, their relationship remained as strong as ever. Shin Bing felt sorry for him leading such a large base on his own. But it was impossible for him to join. He longed for freedom. Entering the magnificent bathhouse, Lin Jun felt a sense of detachment, like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Yet, he remained calm. How long has it been since I've seen a scene like this? It's the end of the world. Who still wants a massage or a bath? Oh. Them. There were quite a lot of people, and we had to wait in line. But as a Lu Li employee, Shin Bing naturally enjoyed certain privileges, such as employee discounts and priority seating. She took Lin Jun straight to the second floor. There were also a lot of people, but they had no trouble getting around, and Shin Bing made sure he experienced every amenity. Lin Jun soaked in the perfectly warm pool, his already tanned skin now flushed slightly. He sighed deeply. If only Boss Lu could come to the southwest base. Hey! Shin Bing patted his arm. Just enjoy it, don't overthink it. Yeah. Lin Jun quickly composed himself, putting aside his unrealistic thoughts and enjoying himself. He was grateful for having secured supplies for the survivors. The half-day at the bathhouse quickly ended. When Lin Jun emerged, he was still a little dazed, as if he spent an afternoon back in civilization, or perhaps just had a brief but beautiful dream. Now the dream was over, and he had to face the harsh reality of apocalyptic life. He was filled with fighting spirit, determined to return with the supplies he had procured and give the survivors at the base a hearty meal. Finally, he arrived at Zhong Xia's factory. They had already sold out their 1,000 boxes for the day, and Lin Jun happened to see a customer leaving with the last box in his hands. He watched eagerly, following Shin Bing as she pulled him away, fearing the customer would misunderstand and try to snatch it from him. Shin Bing asked Zhong Xia, who was about to close the shop, "Are there any more?" Zhong Xia shook his head. "Not a single box left. And there are clothes. Want some?" The previous upgrade not only increased the number of fast food items sold, but also added a clothing production line. Needless to say, there were quite a few people buying. Lin Jun nodded. "Yes." "How much?" Zhong Xia opened the door again and led the two inside. "The price is the same for men's and women's clothing. 1 level 1 crystal core equals 10 kilograms of clothing." "By kilogram?" Lin Jun confirmed. "Yes, because..." Zhong Xia started the clothing assembly line. The first finished item came out, a men's short-sleeved shirt, the second a pair of men's sweatpants. Zhong Xia continued, "Because it's random, I never know what the next item will be, and many people only buy once." After that, he looked at Lin Jun. "How many kilograms do you want?" Lin Jun roughly calculated the crystal cores he brought this time. It was 70% of the Southwest base's assets, excluding the crystal cores purchased from Boss Lu. That left. "Enough," he immediately said. "Give me 1,000 kilograms first." Zhong Xia, always polite to large customers, apologized. "We can only produce 100 kilograms a day. How about delivery in 10 days? 10 days? I'm already back." Lin Jun settled for the next best thing. "No problem. Just produce as much as you can. Come pick it up the day I leave." Zhong Xia nodded in agreement. The three of them left together, Zhong Xia closing the door behind them, and then they all headed to the lottery shop. On the way, Shin Bing asked, "When is the meeting at the central base?" "The day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. Lin Jun said, "By the way, I also heard there's a rush on fruits and vegetables tonight at 7 p.m. Shin Bing glanced at him. "That's true. Didn't you just arrive this morning? You're well informed. How can you survive without being well informed, brother?" Lin Jun didn't deny it, but laughed heartily. Shin Bing rolled her eyes at him. "Who's your brother?" With that, they quickened their pace toward the lottery shop. Left behind was Lin Jun and Zhong Xia, a stranger. They exchanged awkward smiles, but Lin Jun, always so approachable, struck up a conversation. When the two arrived at the RV, it was 6:10, and the next round of buying would begin in 50 minutes. Luli was conscripting men, and upon seeing the two, she called out, come on, follow me." She led a large group to the back of the hotel, pointed at the small vegetable patch, and with a wave of her hand, ordered, "Start picking." Shin Bing, diligent and skilled, carried the vegetable basket and went up, grabbing Luo Mu and Lin Jun along. Soon, the 7 of them had surrounded the small vegetable patch, squeezing it so tightly that there was no room for them to step. They were surprisingly skilled, and strength in numbers was great. In half an hour, the patch was completely cleared out like a swarm of locusts. "Huh?" Luli took a breath, slowly straightened up, and pounded her waist twice with her clenched fists. Shin Bing pulled a bottle of mineral water from his spacecraft and handed it over, feigning a casual "here." Luli took it, gulped down most of it, and then recovered. "What time is it?" 6:45, Shin Bing said, accurately checking the time. At the same time, he opened the system warehouse and put everything away. The group quickly returned to the store's utility room. Shin Bing unpacked the items and began to count them. Lin Jun swallowed countless times, resisting the urge to put every last bit of fruit he could see into his spacecraft. The count was quick, and by 6:58 it was complete. Shin Bing updated the inventory. Luli peeked out the door. It was the same scene again. Everyone stopped scratching their tickets and rushed to buy. Even Lin Jun waited with bated breath, watching the countdown tick by second on the page, more nervous than ever. Chapter 230. This time, more people participated in the rush than yesterday because the news had spread. Lu Li, quite selfishly, informed base captain Lu Zhizhi of the Huakai base of this news. It all depends on hand speed anyway, so it's not her fault if she doesn't get one, hee. In the central base, Mr. Shen, wearing reading glasses, squinted at his laptop at arm's length. With only 20 seconds left, Mr. Shen pre-selected the fruit he wanted to buy and, once the time came, clicked frantically. Low in stock, please try again. This message suddenly appeared on countless people's laptops, but they ignored it. They frantically clicked and tried again, some being redirected to the payment page, others being blocked out. In the utility room, Lin Jun shouted, I grabbed 2 watermelons. 2. The watermelons then appeared before him. Lin Jun quickly stored them in his space, waiting to share them with everyone back at base. He clenched his fist, and suddenly waved it in the air, excited. Lu Li could clearly see his thriving muscles. Sheng Xian, the owner of the vegetable plot, was unfazed. He could eat as much as he wanted, even if he vomited, and no one would care. But he still gave him 2 perfunctory applause. Congratulations. Do you want some for the new fruits tomorrow? For the sake of being Boss Lu's new man. But in truth, Sheng Xian had no idea. He wasn't, at least not yet. Lin Jun's eyes lit up. Really? I can trade for crystal cores. With that, he leaped over to his side. Sheng Xian said, no thanks, it's free. Lu Li listened, wanting to say something, but then stopped herself, wanting to call him a fool. But she held back. It was his vegetable plot, and he was the one who made the decisions. The group walked out of the utility room. Lin Jun's sausage griller was still on the table, with 10 cold sausages inside. He turned it on to heat it up and asked the customers, still grieving over not getting their fruit, want some sausages? Ah? Sausages? Yeah. The customers were stunned. Such good news had suddenly arrived. Ah? Me too. How much are they? Another customer asked anxiously, fearing they'd be gone if they were too late. Lin Jun pondered for a moment. This sausage griller only cost 1.5 crystal cores, and the sausages came with it. It was practically free, practically no money spent. He said, 1 level 1 crystal core for 2 sausages. As soon as he said that, they all said me, I want 2. Me too. Who wants to compete with me? 1 each? Soon, the remaining 10 sausages were sold out, but the next second, 15 brand new sausages appeared in the machine. Lin Jun collected the 5 crystal cores, at least making back some of his money. Clothing and supplies had nearly drained his savings. He continued to hawk sausages, and all 15 were quickly sold out. Lu Li felt a little amused. He looked like a Xinjiang lamb kebab vendor from civilized times. The only difference was the white towel draped over his shoulder, wiping his mustache with charcoal ash, which made the resemblance even more striking. As the sky darkened, the customers gradually dispersed, and Lin Jun's share of sausages for the day was gone. Satisfied, he put the sausage griller away in his space, and said goodbye to Boss Lu. I'm leaving now. The central base has arranged accommodations for us all. Lin Jun waved at her. Lu Li yawned and waved back. Shen Bing stood up and said, I see you off. The 2 good friends got out of the RV one after the other, and wandered off toward the central base. Where are you staying? How about a hotel room? Shen Bing asked with concern. No need. Several of our brothers are here this time, and we've been given a suite. The treatment is good, and they even provide water, Lin Jun said. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words, a hint of disdain for the people at the central base. I have a feeling the mysterious family is up to something. Be careful during the meeting, don't get tricked, Shen Bing warned, slightly worried. Lin Jun scoffed, aren't they up to enough? Don't worry, I'm on guard. The 2 chatted all the way to the north gate of the central base. Shen Bing watched him go in before turning back. Lin Jun was 12 years older than him, like an older brother, so the relationship was naturally different. Boss, redeem your prize. Okay. This conversation repeated countless times. Lu Li skillfully took the scratch-off ticket and slipped it into the redemption machine. Looking up, the customer was Li Ruo. This troublesome woman had come again. Lu Li, who had been a bit sleepy, was now awake. The reward arrived. A small piece of cream cake with a few small strawberries on top, looking incredibly sweet. A flicker of delight crossed Li Ruo's eyes. It had been ages since she'd seen such a sweet and lovely strawberry cake. She even tucked the box away into her personal storage, not letting anyone else take a second look. Congratulations, Lu Li said mechanically. Thank you, Boss Lu. Li Ruo smiled at her, as if she had only come to scratch the lottery ticket. Li Ruo said, Boss Lu, there's a meeting tomorrow at the central base. If anyone invites you to attend, you must decline. Huh? Lu Li was confused. What does your central base meeting have to do with me? But she understood the last sentence. She had to refuse. She made a note of it. Li Ruo, seemingly merely there to inform her of the situation, redeemed the prize, and quickly left, without a trace of regret. Lu Li was about to ask what was going on when her laptop vibrated twice. She looked down and saw a message from Yi Luo. Boss Lu, are you interested in a meeting tomorrow? She replied, talk nicely. The higher-up specifically asked you to attend the meeting. There's definitely something fishy going on. Find a reason to refuse me. Lu Li, not interested. Okay. Inside the central base, Yi Luo deleted and trimmed the chat log from the laptop, leaving only the first sentence and the not interested line. Then he showed the page containing these two sentences directly to the 5 managers present, 3 women and 2 men. I've been talking to myself, but Boss Lu won't come. She has to open the shop and is too busy, Yi Luo said earnestly. A smile flashed across Old Shen's eyes, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes lifted for a moment, then quickly faded. The other male manager, named Chen Qing, looked younger than Old Shen, his features radiating a heroic, mature demeanor. He said, Little He, you just made one statement and you're talking to yourself? Young man. Yi Luo didn't dare to retort, lowering his head in silence. Old Shen smoothed things over, saying, well, if Boss Lu doesn't want to come, then forget it. Yi Luo was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. No. Boss Lu must come to this meeting, a female manager said firmly. Her name was Zhu Yang. She was petite, with ordinary features, and would have been inconspicuous in a crowd. But she had become one of the managers. Old Shen also put away his smirk. Chapter 231. He said seriously, this meeting is to discuss the future direction of the major bases in Yin Nation. What does this have to do with Boss Lu? Zhu Yang refused to give in. Her abilities hold the greatest potential for saving humanity so far. Do you think they have any bearing on it? Chen Qing echoed, Mr. Shen, I agree. We should let Xiaolu come and hear this. She has considerable influence now. She's just an idler, not affiliated with any base. She has the right to refuse our invitation. Mr. Shen was also very firm. He didn't want Lu Li to get involved in this mess. Zhu Yang sneered. When she suddenly appeared with a lottery shop, she had no choice. Mr. Shen's eyes were filled with gloom, as if he was utterly disappointed with this group, yet also as if he felt powerless. He alone couldn't defeat these 4. Lu Li, who was inside the lottery shop, had no idea that Mr. Shen had argued for her. She simply thought that by rejecting Yi Luo, the matter was over. Unexpectedly, just before lunch, Mr. Shen sent a message. Boss Lu, given your current far-reaching influence, could you please attend the meeting tomorrow? The tone wasn't a request, but rather a firm one, unlike Mr. Shen's usual words. He knew I wouldn't go, so why would he ask? And the question was so official, as if someone was manipulating him. Manipulating him? That's not impossible. Is it the mysterious family? Or the other leaders? What was the purpose of tomorrow's meeting? Why did they insist on my presence? Were they after the supplies I had, and the vast resources behind me? She didn't want to be so passive, pushed along with no idea of the path ahead. She wanted to seize the initiative. Lu Li replied, okay, time. There was no reply for a long time. Only after Lu Li finished her meal did Mr. Shen's message arrive. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., South Gate. I send someone to pick you up. Shen Bing and her group remained, watching Lu Li. At the dinner table, Lu Li mentioned this matter, saying she was going to a meeting, something Mr. Shen had personally suggested. No one objected, but simply discussed the meeting's ultimate purpose and helped her figure out how to respond. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., you all come with me, Lu Li said firmly. Lu Mu glanced at everyone and said, all going? Yu Shenbing, Chu Lixing, Zhong Xia, Sheng Xian, and call that Wang Yang. Let's all go together, and see what they want to do. If they can't make it, they have to resign as managers. Lu Li crossed her arms, a little angry. She slammed the table and snapped, I take over. Luo Mu applauded without hesitation, all right. I'm the first to support you. Stars were practically flashing in his eyes. Lu Li was so handsome. Shen Bing slapped him on the back of the head and cursed, you're the only one who stands out. Luo Mu covered his head with his hands, looked at him with tears in his eyes, then looked at Lu Li pitifully, why are you hitting me? I didn't say anything wrong. If those people can't do it, just get out. Lu Li agreed. If they can't do it, just get out. Stop occupying the toilet and doing these disgusting things all day long. The next day, when Luli, leading 6 handsome men with unique characteristics, appeared at the south gate of the central base, the surrounding survivors couldn't help but cast curious glances. The man sent by Elder Shin to meet them was Lin Jun. With so many people, are you here for a fashion show? Or are you here to fight? Lin Jun was speechless. Then he unconsciously joined the group, walking with Shin Bing, trailing behind Luli, the 7 grown men each a step behind her. This scene was remarkably similar to what Luli had seen, base commanders traveling, followed by dozens of tall, burly bodyguards, all with serious, imposing expressions. Luli was suddenly delighted. A glance behind her revealed a strikingly handsome cast. On the way, none of them spoke, fearing that a single word would lead to laughter and ruin the rare atmosphere of the gathering. When they arrived at the meeting room, Luo waited at the door, hoping to give Luli a few words of advice, when she arrived with a large group. They approached with a menacing air, looking as if they were about to seize the throne. Everyone's expression was grave. Luo, taking advantage of the fact that time hadn't arrived and everyone else had gathered, pulled Luli aside and whispered, "No matter what supplies they ask you for later, refuse them. We talk about everything later." "Absolutely refuse." Luli nodded, understanding. Soon, Elder Shin arrived, his frown softening slightly upon seeing the group of people behind Luli. Luli had actually prepared for a fight if the negotiations failed. She would summon her RV and overthrow the world. The conference room door opened, and the group walked in. The conference room was large, with a floor-to-ceiling window directly opposite the entrance, offering a panoramic view of most of the central base. The room was bright and spacious. Luli chose a seat at random. Shin Bing and the others followed, standing behind her, supporting her, creating a rather enthusiastic atmosphere. There were only 2 main seats, and even Elder Shin sat in the first, right. People gradually arrived, filling the conference room. Luli maintained a blank expression, a look of nonchalance. Some, having heard rumors about the lottery shop, tried to get close to her, but upon seeing her icy face and the bodyguards standing behind her, some of whom were even considered top fighters, they instantly stopped approaching. They kept their distance. 2 o'clock arrived, and Luli saw that the person in the main seat hadn't arrived yet. Mr. Shin was about to start the meeting when a petite woman across from him said, "Wait a little longer." The roomful of people waited for another half hour, until someone, growing impatient, stood up and asked, "Who are we waiting for? Aren't the 5 directors already here?" Zhu Yang coldly said to the petite woman, "The mysterious family." The man immediately fell silent, sat down obediently, and waited patiently. And Luli. Even before Zhu Yang said wait a little longer, he had already pulled out a large bowl of sliced chilled watermelon, a dozen mandarin oranges, and a red-fleshed pomelo from his space. Luli crossed her legs and leaned back, looking like a lord. Shin Bing and Luo Mu were quite cooperative, one picking up a toothpick to help her eat the watermelon, the other meticulously peeling her sleeves. Sheng Xian and the other 3 each devoured a mandarin orange. Oranges have a rich, refreshing, and sweet aroma that instantly permeated the entire conference room. The group acted quite relaxed, as if they were just relaxing on the sofa in their own living room. Smelling this aroma, the surrounding people cast envious glances at Lu Li and her group. Luo and Lu Yu, sitting diagonally across from Lu Li, breathed a sigh of relief at her uninhibited composure. The more arrogant, the better, it would be harder for others to control her. While eating, Lu Li took out her playing cards and openly engaged in a game of landlord. Her hearty laughter echoed throughout the conference room. Squeak. Chapter 232. The conference room door opened again, and Li Ruo walked in first, then slightly sideways, revealing the figures behind him. A man and a woman, both of remarkable character. They showed no signs of shame or apology for being late, and calmly sat down at the main seats, with Li Ruo standing beside the woman. The man said calmly, "Let's begin." With that, he threw his legs onto the table and leaned back, bending the chair almost to an unbelievable degree. He looked like he was about to fall backward, but he maintained this unwavering position, swaying. Luo looked from the man to Lu Li. He looked like he was back home. Seeing the meeting was about to begin, Lu Li put away her playing cards and folded her hands on the table. She looked like a good student, if not for the fact that she was still sitting with her legs crossed and a grapefruit smudge on the corner of her mouth. You have thought she'd been patiently waiting until now. The woman at the main seat had long, straight black hair and was dressed in black. She glanced around at everyone present, her gaze pausing briefly as she passed Lu Li. Then, crossing her fingers and resting them on the table, she said solemnly, The main purpose of this meeting is to discuss the future direction of human development. Old Shen frowned, unable to recall when the topic of this meeting had become what she was referring to. Clearly, before he could dwell on it, Chen Qing continued, everyone knows that within the territory of Yan Nation, there are several places we have never set foot on. As he spoke, a map of Yan Nation today slowly descended behind him. It wasn't a map of a certain city from the civilized era, but a map showing the precise locations of major bases. Not only were there base locations, but there were also entire areas marked in red. Someone stood up, walked over to the map, and produced a thin iron rod. Chen Qing nodded in satisfaction at this and continued, Central Plains. The iron rod followed his words and pointed, here, there's a long-established mutant plant. I heard it's already at level 9. The nearby psychics can't do anything about it, and the base is built quite far away. If it were just one thing, it would be fine, but this plant is actually trying to invade our territory. Chen Qing became increasingly angry as he spoke, slamming the table and rising to his feet. But he hadn't finished yet. After discussing the Central Plains, he began to talk about a giant mutant octopus in the far south that daily came ashore to eat ordinary survivors. After discussing the giant mutant octopus in the south, he began to talk about some sort of zombie king in the north, rampaging and destroying several bases. Lu Li's brows furrowed as he listened, vaguely sensing that this was directed at him. As expected, after all the talk, Chen Qing got down to business. Therefore, we can no longer tolerate this happening. We must resist. Today, we are officially establishing a team of psychics dedicated to eliminating these high-level mutant plants and animals. We are also inviting all psychics on the leaderboard. All major bases must be prepared to report psychics. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect such bombshell news right off the bat. Crack down on high-level mutant plants and animals and zombies? Who gave you the courage? You always been your own business, keeping to yourself. Besides, we can't defeat them. How many psychics would it take to eliminate one? The base commanders of all the major bases fell silent. No one spoke first, each silently digesting the news. But soon, Chen Qing continued, not only do we need to assemble psychics to fight against high-level mutant plants and animals, we also need to prepare more supplies to lay the foundation for next year's war between humans and zombies. He was still aroused. But it was only his own excitement, everyone else was silent. What was going on? Humans and zombies have been peacefully coexisting for 10 years. What's the point of suddenly provoking a war? Do they think they're so great? But they only dared to mutter these words to themselves. Wang Yang, standing behind Lu Li, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Humans and zombies fighting each other? Purely ridiculous. Not to mention that the zombies outnumber the survivors by dozens of times. Even within the same class, the zombies' combat effectiveness far surpasses that of humans. Lu Li remained expressionless, and Chen Qing then called out to him. Boss Lu, I heard your convenience stores have unlimited supplies. Can they contribute to human development? Chen Qing said with a smile. Her words were thick with the allure of moral blackmail, and everyone looked at Lu Li, eager to see how she would respond. Was she forced to agree? Or was she flatly refusing? Mr. Shen was about to speak when he heard Lu Li's crisp voice. Okay, here's the price list. Lu Li agreed without hesitation. Then she found the price list on her laptop and zoomed the screen to its maximum size, even larger than the map. This allowed everyone in the conference room to see it clearly. The table was clear at a glance, product name, price, and image. The prices were identical to those at offline convenience stores. No falsification at all, a true, honest message. Chen Qing's smile froze for a moment before he said, what I mean is, give it away for free, make a contribution to humanity, and everyone will be grateful. Lu Li shook her head and waved her hands repeatedly, refusing bluntly. She also imitated his fake smile. That won't work. I want to make a profit. How can I do business at a loss? As for the contribution, find someone else. I won't join in the fun. I don't need the empty reputation. His business nature was fully revealed. Everyone actually thought it was perfectly reasonable. You're telling a businessman it's free? Isn't that ridiculous? So everyone was watching. What kind of moral blackmail was Chen Qing going to use? Look at these young people these days. They're so clueless. They only care about themselves, eating, drinking, and having fun, with no regard for the bigger picture. And you even brought some fruit, but you refused to share it. TSK, young people these days are really not as good as we were back then, Mr. Shen, aren't you? Chen Qing's fatherly air was practically oozing over Lu Li's face, a face full of lecturing. He kept pointing ahead, spitting out his saliva. Mr. Shen, who was called out, said no. Chen Qing's expression darkened. How dare this old man insult him in public? Lu Li was about to start a fight when the woman at the main table slammed the table. Enough, what are you arguing about? She said firmly. Boss Lu, please provide the supplies. Someone will contact you later. Please ask the major bases to provide the psychics. We need to fight the zombies and reclaim our territory. With that, regardless of what everyone thought, she stood up and said, all right, that's it. Dismissal. 2 question marks slowly crossed Lu Li's face, and she said sarcastically, who has the nerve to be so arrogant? Shen Bing clenched her fists, ready to attack, and the others also went into battle mode. Luomu couldn't help but laugh in the background. Chapter 233. The increasingly tense atmosphere was interrupted by Luomu's smile. The other man in the main seat was swaying, but upon hearing the adjournment, he perked up and pulled his legs together. He stood up with renewed energy, excitedly saying, is the meeting finally over? That damned woman is gone. The woman had been planning to leave in style, but first she heard Lu Li's provocation, then the jeers of the unknown man. The last shot was fired by a direct descendant of the Ouyang family. She had been sloppy and sleepy throughout the meeting, not to mention being completely inattentive. To the end? To the end? And still calling herself a damned woman, the woman tried to maintain her elegance, stroking her long, black hair. Yes, adjourn. Ouyang Feng, if you call me a damned woman again, I rip your mouth apart. The woman's name was Jiang Shuer, and she spoke with a touch of venom in her elegance. Ouyang Feng rubbed his nose, and readily admitted his mistake. If you don't want to scream, then don't scream. And don't go complain. Jiang Shuer sneered and ignored him. Instead, she looked at Lu Li and said in a stern, commanding manner, in 5 days, I want to see the supplies you prepared. What if I don't? She wasn't a pushover. She couldn't withstand repeated threats. Jiang Shuer glanced past her, glancing at the group of men behind her with a sneer. Do you really think they can protect you? Lu Li hadn't intended to count on them in the first place. The next moment, Sheng Xian suddenly fell to his knees, spitting blood, his fingers clawing at the ground. Sheng Xian? Lu Li turned around in shock, anger welling up in her. Before anyone could help him up, Zhong Xia also felt the pressure. He suddenly doubled over, spitting blood, his face suddenly pale. She mentally summoned the system. I want the RV. Bring it over here. System, what about the other buildings? They can't be too far from the RV, but they can be scaled down to miniatures. Since Lu Li has to bring everyone to a meeting this afternoon, several shops have been closed. So, there's no one around there right now, except for the 6 little ones, who are still at the convenience store. But Lu Li couldn't care less now. He said urgently, shrink it, and put it in the space first. Bring the RV over here. The system agreed and immediately took charge of everything. Shen Bing and Luo Mu helped Sheng Xian to his feet, while Chu Lixing also helped Zhong Xia. Everyone wiped away the blood and gave them hemostatic drugs. Chu Lixing and the others looked grim, feeling that this battle was inevitable. That woman is really going too far. That's enough, the system reminded him. Lu Li stood still, his back to Jiang Shuer, murderous intent already brewing in his heart. Hurting those close to you is absolutely intolerable. Jiang Shuer, seeing this, burst into laughter, fiddling with her long straight black hair. I told you, mortals can never compete with the mysterious family. She was incredibly arrogant. Jiang Shuer. What are you doing? We can't kill people. Ouyang Feng said anxiously. Leave me alone. Jiang Shuer said with disdain, continuing to play with the ends of her hair. Bang. With a loud bang, the huge table in the center of the conference room collapsed, sending up a cloud of choking dust. The crowd, who had been waiting to watch the spectacle, stood up and moved away from the table. The dust gradually settled, revealing a brand new, gleaming RV 2 stories high. You get in first, Lu Li commanded, while she followed behind. When everyone was in the RV, Lu Li sat in the driver's seat and looked through the window at Mr. Shen. But he found his expression remarkably calm, with an inexplicable sense of tragedy, as if he was about to do something. Pull Elder Shen up later, Lu Li said to Shen Bing. Shen Bing agreed and approached the car door. Jiang Shuer remained dismissive. Do you think moving an RV can change the outcome? With that, she raised her hand, and a massive column of water appeared behind her, a mermaid vaguely visible within it. Ouyang Feng's eyes widened. The Jiang family was actually. No wonder they were so arrogant. He didn't linger, quietly leaving amidst the chaos. In his opinion, the woman in the RV was doomed. What a pity, she was quite pretty. Lu Li started the RV, maneuvering it into the air, and quickly approached Elder Shen. Shen Bing reached out, and pulled Eldershin up. Still hesitant, he asked worriedly, Luli, what do you want to do? Nothing. Just killing her. Luli said calmly, her hand already on the control panel. Jiang Shuer's move had already taken shape. A wall of water surged through the vast conference room. It completely blocked the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a terrifying, heart-pounding scene. Jiang Shuer stood before the wall of water, a determined smile on her face. She waved her hand. Luli pressed the go button, shifting the speed to maximum. The RV shot out like a cannonball. The occupants, momentarily unsteady due to inertia, stumbled and clung to each other. Luli sat firmly in the driver's seat, watching Jiang Shuer approaching without a shred of resistance. Bang! Jiang Shuer was slammed into the raging wave she had created. But the next second, the wave, unchecked, vanished, sending Jiang Shuer flying. Her eyes widened, a smile still lingering on her lips, and she didn't have time to change her expression. The floor-to-ceiling window shattered, and the RV drove out of the building, hovering in the air. Jiang Shuer plummeted rapidly. From this height, she wouldn't die, nor would she be harmed. She was a member of the mysterious family. She wouldn't die so easily. But Luli wouldn't let her go so easily. He controlled the RV to catch up, sending her flying again before she hit the ground. Jiang Shuer had already prepared to land, but she was unexpectedly hit by the broken RV again. She had hoped to reach out and block it as before. But her body flew completely out of control, and, ridiculously, her elbow was scratched. The mysterious family couldn't kill humans, but their own strength and abilities were terrifying, dozens of times stronger than those of a 10th level Esper. This was also the reason they were so fearless. Normally, a simple flick of the finger would bring down a high-level human psychic, but now, why was it ineffective? Jiang Shuer's mind was perfectly clear, even in midair, able to think so much. She didn't think she'd get hurt at all. She was a member of the mysterious family. Bang! The RV was in front of Jiang Shuer again. Through the window, Luli could clearly see the mocking smile on her face. Without hesitation, she steered the RV and slammed into her. A second later, she saw an expression of pain and disbelief on her face. Her hands and feet were thrust forward by inertia, but her abdomen was pushed back by the impact. She was violently thrown back, landing on a building. Bang! The wall collapsed, raining down countless bricks and tiles. Jiang Shuer was buried under countless bricks, aching from the pain. How could a human attack the mysterious family? Chapter 234. Ordinary humans can hardly even get close to the mysterious family. Jiang Shuer couldn't figure out where Luli had come from. She couldn't figure it out, and neither could the group in the conference room upstairs. They stood cautiously in front of the broken French windows, looking down. They couldn't help but let out exclamations of surprise. That was the mysterious family. They had seen how powerful they were. A wave of their hand could bring down an entire building. A stomp of their foot could render someone half dead from a distance. This, unexpectedly, being knocked back by Luli so many times? This was unbelievable. Could Luli be even more powerful than the mysterious family? Jiang Shuer waved her hand gently, and the bricks on her body were removed. She frowned and looked at her hand. The power hadn't disappeared, but why was her body out of control? She looked up, and the brand new RV appeared before her again. Jiang Shuer lay on her back on a pile of bricks, covered in dust and looking rather disheveled. She tried to get up, but found she couldn't move at all. It felt like she was being held down by an invisible, massive hand, making even breathing difficult. Cough! Cough! Dust entered her mouth, and Jiang Shuer began coughing violently, feeling as if her internal organs were on fire. She was shocked. How could it be possible? Her strength was still there, but she couldn't use it. Was she being controlled by Luli? How could she possibly possess such immense power? Suddenly, her body began to levitate, drifting in the air, completely out of control. She reached out to grab something, but nothing caught. The last time she felt this out of control was when, without a second thought, she stood fully upright in the air, meeting Luli's calm gaze from inside the RV. She instinctively shouted, "How dare you!" As soon as she finished speaking, her body was thrown to the ground like a bouncing ball, as if it were trash, with no regard for it. Ah! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. After landing, she bounced lightly, then landed hard again, this time with a broken leg. Jiang Shuer screamed in fear, as if she had witnessed something utterly terrifying. After several such incidents, she fainted and collapsed to the ground. Li Rua finally recovered and hurried over to help Jiang Shuer up, examining her injuries, with a look of shock on his face. A comminuted fracture on her left wrist, and a broken right foot. How could this be? Most members of the mysterious family never get hurt in their entire lives. Only that one person could punish them. But Lu Li. Was she her? Leroy didn't have time to think. He quickly carried her on his back and hurried away without a word. He had to go back and get Jiang Shuer treatment immediately, or she would be the one in trouble. Inside the RV, Lu Li waved his hands. They're so hard to kill. This mysterious family has such good physiques, they're undying. He was as calm as if he were asking, why haven't we eaten yet? Shen Bing, Old Shen, and the others were silent. They had all seen the power of the mysterious family. Not even Wang Yang and Chu Lixing were their match. Yet they let Lu Li toy with them, manipulate them like a piece of trash. Old Shen had a fleeting thought, could Lu Li be that person? But her age didn't seem like it at all. She was too young. That person must be at least 50 or 60, and probably hadn't been out for a while. The last time they came out was when the mysterious family was stirring up trouble. Upon their return, they punished 2 of their direct descendants. After that, the mysterious family remained quiet for a few years, only to find themselves back in the cold. Luckily, Lu Li was there this time to punish them. Get out of the base. I don't want to be in this shabby place, Lu Li said with disdain, a look of gloom on his face. No one objected. Even Old Shen was still caught up in the shock of Lu Li being the one. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already outside the base. Hey! Those convenience store buildings? Luomu peeked outside, but it was empty, not a trace left. Only those 6 little ones remained obediently where they were. Seeing the RV return, they hurried over to meet it. Lu Li parked the RV in its original spot, and the little ones rushed over. Shen Fufeng's eyes lit up, and he whispered, Grandpa? Why are you here? Old Shen, yes, I'm here. But he still bent down to catch Shen Fufeng's charge, and both grandfather and grandson burst into laughter. Lu Li smiled too. She just loved the family-friendly ending. She stretched out her hand, and a miniature convenience store appeared on her palm. It was so exquisite and small that you could even clearly see the clothes drying on the second-floor balcony. Lu Li held the convenience store in her left hand. Luomu leaned over to examine it, exclaiming, wow. With a flick of her right finger, the convenience store detached from her palm and flew to its destination. Upon landing, it suddenly grew larger, stunning everyone. Is there such a thing? Wouldn't it be possible to carry it in your pocket? Then came hotels, bathhouses, and factories. One by one, they were summoned and then expanded upon landing. The process was so magical that everyone was speechless. The surrounding survivors also witnessed this scene, their mouths hanging open. A common understanding spread throughout them. Boss Lu truly possesses magic. This magic, unlike limited supernatural powers, is truly omnipotent. Wow, Lu Li, what can't you do? Luomu exclaimed. She had once again shattered his understanding. Not only could she control the mysterious family, but she could also shrink a house that size, fit it in her pocket, and then expand it again, and most importantly, it was exactly the same as before. Luomu's admiration for her reached its peak, and Shen Bing wasn't surprised. He was a bit more reserved, but his eyes couldn't hide their sparkle. Are you two okay? Lu Li looked at Zhong Xia and Sheng Xian. Jiang Shuer was a bully. She targeted them because they were of lower rank. Lu Li absolutely couldn't tolerate that. Sheng Xian sat weakly on the sofa, his face pale, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against the upholstery. He shook his head, it's okay. Zhong Xia also shook his head. Fortunately, the bleeding stopped in time. When Lu Li discovered the usefulness of the medicines in the mall, she bought a lot and gave each of them some, fearing they might encounter unexpected situations while out and about, so they could take them promptly. We be closed for today. Everyone, go back and get some rest, Lu Li said considerately, sending them back. Old Shen actually followed Shen Fufeng back to the convenience store, putting the mess at the central base behind him for the time being. Who cares? They're capable, aren't they? Let them handle it themselves. After Lu Li's renovations, the second floor of the convenience store was actually larger than the first, but the exterior remained unchanged. Now everyone had their own private room. Shen Fufeng held Old Shen's hand. He happily returned to his room. The sheets and quilt were soft and looked brand new. There was also a private bathroom with separate wet and dry areas. Chapter 235. Old Shen's eyes welled up as he watched. As long as his grandson was doing well, that was all he needed. The grandfather and grandson sat on the bed, chatting quietly. Everyone had gone home, except Shen Bing, who lingered until the end. With a hint of worry, he said, the mysterious family is known for its vengeance. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. At worst, I just stay in the RV all day, and they won't be able to do anything to me. Lu said indifferently, trying to comfort him. Shinbing clearly knew this, but simply reminded him, then be sure to call me when you go out. Yeah, Lu said perfunctorily. Controlling the RV, so it hovered in the air, and hit people had taken a toll on her, and now she was terribly sleepy. After Shinbing left, Lu went upstairs to sleep. Little did they know, hundreds of miles away, amidst the towering, lush peaks, Li Ruo was galloping, carrying Jiang Shuer on his back. So fast that they were only a few meters away in the blink of an eye. Soon, they reached the mountainside, where someone arrived to meet them. They were dressed in black from head to toe, even their faces covered in black masks, with the ancient Chinese character for Jiang tattooed on their chests. What's wrong with the young lady? They were horrified. The group sped up, reaching the top of the mountain, where someone soon arrived to treat Jiang Shuer. Li Ruo had been waiting outside Jiang Shuer's house, awaiting the death sentence. Sure enough, the Jiang family patriarch summoned her and, upon entering, slapped her hard. She dared not resist, and was slapped to the ground. She quickly adjusted herself to a kneeling position, and another kick came flying, striking her in the heart. Ouch! Li Ruo clutched her mouth tightly to stop the blood from flowing, swallowing it with resentment. The Jiang family patriarch released his anger, and asked condescendingly, "Tell me what happened today." Li Ruo recounted what had happened that afternoon. Everything had happened so quickly that no one had reacted. By the time they realized what was happening, Jiang Shuer was already like this. After she finished speaking, Li Ruo was kicked again, leaving her sprawled on the ground for a long time, unable to recover. I told you to protect the young lady, and you're just daydreaming? What's the point of having you? The patriarch's voice was calm, seemingly devoid of emotion, yet an overwhelming pressure surged around Li Ruo. She was under immense pressure every moment, and blood welled up in her throat. Puff! A mouthful of blood spat out, staining the ground red. Get out and take your punishment, the patriarch said coldly, turning and walking away. A flash of gray robes passed before her crouching eyes. Li Ruo stood up without complaint and quietly backed out the door. Not far away, the trees and leaves were waiting for her, immediately rushing to greet her. Seeing the blood on her chest, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He wanted to say something, but he held it back and simply followed her silently. They followed her all the way into the bamboo forest. Their faces grew increasingly pale, their lips trembling. Yeezy whispered, sisterly. Li Ruo gently raised her hand to stop them, then waved, go out and wait for me. Come back at 9 tonight. Deshu and Yeezy could only agree, leaving the bamboo forest, looking back every few steps. They found a place to sit outside and waited for her to come out. Outside the central base, inside the lottery shop. Lu had woken from a good sleep and subconsciously checked the time. It was 7:30, time for dinner. She rubbed her eyes and went downstairs. She found all 4 car doors closed, the door itself was also closed, and the living room light was off, but the kitchen light was on. Knowing it wasn't a stranger, she walked over with confidence and saw it was Luo Mu. He was carefully peeling carrots, with a few pieces of sweet corn and a whole pork chop beside them. Was he making soup? Lu coughed softly, and Luo Mu startled. He immediately turned around and looked at her, subconsciously hiding the knife and carrots behind him. Boss Lu, you're awake. Lu Mu smiled innocently, and when he saw her blush, he breathed a sigh of relief. He took out the knife and carrot from behind him and waved them in front of her. Make some soup. Okay, I'm just hungry. Lu smiled at him and walked in to see. What else do you have? Lu Mu was still struggling with the carrot, and he didn't even look up. Pork ribs, chicken wings, beef brisket, all your favorites. Hee hee. Lu felt happy just thinking about it, and sauntered out with her hands behind her back. She slumped down on the sofa and started playing with her laptop, only to discover a bombshell on the human social area. The tallest building in the central base was attacked by a terrorist today. There was even a picture attached, taken from above, angled diagonally in front of the building. The floor-to-ceiling window had a large hole, its edges irregular, as if shattered by a punch. Glass shards scattered across the floor, accompanied by the thick dust and the horrified gazes of the people standing in front of the window. It was exactly as the title said. Lu was almost laughing as she read the comments, all sorts of things. A terrorist attack? I think it's the zombies. How could there be a terrorist attack? Aren't the only enemies now zombies, and mutant plants and animals? Could it be them? I was at the scene and saw an RV flying in the sky. An RV flying in the sky? You must be kidding. That's right. How could an RV fly? If it could, I stand on my head and eat shit. You're living like this? You're using such a luxury item for a bet? They're all talented. Luli slapped her thigh with laughter, even attracting Luomu. He held a bowl in one hand and a knife in the other, and asked curiously, "What are you laughing at? Tell me." "Go make your food," Luli said perfunctorily, not even looking up, but grinning from ear to ear. Lumu pouted, curious, but obediently went into the kitchen and began to cook. Shinbing arrived late, but he didn't expect Luomu to sneak in and cook for Luli while he was asleep. "We agreed to come together." Liar. The two of them worked quite quickly together. The dishes were already cooked before the soup was even done. The others hadn't arrived yet, and no one knew what they were doing, so the three of them didn't wait and began eating. Everyone always believed that eating was just eating, rarely discussing serious matters. After finishing, Luli yawned, a little annoyed. "Is this officially an enemy of the Jiang family?" Shinbing nodded. They hurt someone's direct bloodline so badly, and yet they still didn't want to make enemies? How bold of them. She sighed, not because she was afraid, but because she found it troublesome. A short while later, Elder Shin arrived, saying goodbye. He had to return to the central base. Before leaving, he said, "Don't be afraid. The mysterious family isn't as powerful as you think. Just be yourself." Luli thought that made perfect sense. Looking at Elder Shin's still strong figure, she recalled his compassionate eyes that afternoon. I had a feeling something was going to happen to Elder Shin. She didn't dwell on it. She couldn't help or offer advice. Elder Shin must have his own ideas. As long as Shin Fufeng is well with her, that is the greatest comfort to Elder Shin. Chapter 236. 9 o'clock in the evening. Bamboo Forest. Dashu and Yeezy kept looking back. She couldn't help but ask, "Sisterly hasn't come out yet? Why don't we go in and take a look?" "Okay." Dashu had been waiting for this, and immediately stood up. The bamboo forest was silent, pitch dark, with only the moon hanging in the sky providing a glimmer of light. The two of them supported each other, taking slow steps as they made their way deeper into the bamboo forest. Dashu estimated they had reached the spot where they had parted that afternoon. He sniffed and whispered, "There's a smell of blood. It's over there." Dashu hurried toward the source of the smell, and Yeezy followed. The two of them, catching sight of the ground in the moonlight, were horrified. Li Ruo lay on a pile of weeds, breathing weakly, her whole body drenched in blood. She looked as if she had been submerged in blood for 10 days, or half a month, before being pulled out. The smell was pungent, and her hands and feet were bent at odd angles. She looked like she was dying. This thought flashed through Yeezy's mind, and she was startled by herself. Neither of them dared to touch Li Ruo, fearing further exacerbating her wounds and pain. They had no choice but to stop the bleeding and heal her wounds. As they approached, they discovered that blood was oozing from multiple wounds on her body. It gurgled like a spring. Yeezy covered her mouth to stifle her tears, and with trembling hands, she retrieved hemostatic powder and other medicine from her space. Just as she was about to apply it to the wound, a man in black suddenly jumped out and grabbed Yeezy's hand tightly. He whispered, "The master has ordered no medication for 24 hours. Dashu and Yeezy's eyes widened in anger, the pain especially noticeable in the darkness. Yeezy whispered a threat, "The master isn't here." The man in black remained unmoved and repeated, "The master has ordered no medication for 24 hours. You?" Yeezy was furious. But the master's orders were undeniable, and to have them watch Li Ruo seriously injured without doing anything was also a tremendous torment. 2 hours later, Dashu and Yeezy were still incredibly alert, keeping a close eye on Li Ruo's condition. She was a psychic after all, and her energy flowed very slowly trying to save herself. 3 hours later, Yeezy took advantage of the man in black's inattention and, using Dashu's form as a cover, fed Li Ruo a pill. From then on, it all depended on Li Ruo's will. The sky gradually brightened. Luli had slept too much in the afternoon and pulled a long, slow sleep, waking up at almost 11 o'clock. Since she wasn't awake, no one bothered her, and the customers were quite understanding. They lined up at the scratch-off machine to buy tickets, trying not to disturb Luli's sleep, like decent citizens. Luli went downstairs and opened the car's doors. Before she could even put the scratch-off tickets on display, a large crowd of people swarmed over. Most of them were discussing yesterday's terrorist attack. Was it zombies or mutant plants or animals? Who knows? They even got in from the central base, so they were in there like nobody's business. Yeah, I thought the central base was the safest base, but alas, I didn't expect, that's all. Luli felt like laughing, but after some thought, she decided to let them be. She couldn't just yell, "It was me." How silly. She bought her scratch-off tickets at the mall, arranged them in order, and then began to daydream, thinking about what to eat for lunch. Suddenly, a figure came into view. Like a fish in a river, he effortlessly squeezed through the crowd to her. Luli perked up. It was the man who had sat at the head table during yesterday's meeting. What was his name? I'm Ouyang Feng. I'm sure you already know me, the man said confidently, his air of nobility tinged with casualness. He had a striking demeanor, and was good-looking, but Luli had seen so many handsome men lately that she'd grown somewhat immune to them. So she shook her head honestly. I don't know him. Ouyang Feng choked, feeling a touch of defeat. He reiterated, I told you, I'm Ouyang Feng. You know the mysterious family? The Ouyang family is the oldest. And what? Luli was puzzled. Was he showing off his family's wealth? Ouyang Feng choked again. Why did he always feel like he had nothing to say to this woman? He didn't beat around the bush and said, You injured Jiang Shuer yesterday. I'm here to avenge her today. Wow, this was the first time I heard someone describe revenge in such a refreshing and refined way. Luli said nothing, merely looking at Ouyang Feng with a look of idiocy, even shrugging. Oh, come on. Ouyang Feng shook his head. I won't kill you. Cut off your left hand and right foot, and I take them back. Luli's idiotic expression became even more pronounced. What if I don't? Ouyang Feng scratched his head. If you won't do it, I have to get someone else to do it. And what's with that expression? Luli wondered if this man was the landlord's idiot son, spoiled and untouched by society. She spread her hands indifferently. Go ahead. Ouyang Feng immediately called for help, producing several red crystal cores from his spaceship. Whoever can cut off Luli's left hand will keep these cores. Now, not only was Luli looking at him like an idiot, but even the surrounding customers were looking at him like an idiot. Who was this? He thought a few fifth-tier crystal cores could buy Luli's life? That would have to be at least a few hundred. No, Boss Lu's life was priceless. Without her, this lottery shop might disappear, and they'd never be able to play scratch-offs again. I heard that the convenience store and hotel also use scratch-off lottery prizes. If the lottery shop was gone, those buildings might disappear too. They were humanity's hope. Anyone who dared to destroy them would be the enemy of all humanity. No one paid any attention to Ouyang Feng. He scratched his head in embarrassment, then, in disbelief, pulled out another handful of red crystal cores. Anyone taking orders? Even chop off Boss Lu's finger. These are all his. Ouyang Feng shouted, holding up the crystal cores. If he couldn't kill, he would have done it himself. Otherwise, why would the mysterious family cultivate so many minions? Aren't they just there to do their bidding and kill? Luli continued, Are nails okay? Okay. What nails? No. Ouyang Feng shook his head violently, realizing what he was doing. But Luli had already quickly pulled out her nail clippers and snipped off a small section before he could say no. Here you go. Luli stuffed the nail into his mouth, then stood on tiptoe and, taking advantage of his moment of inattention, snatched the crystal cores from his hand. Ouyang Feng was stunned by her flurry of actions. When he finally realized what was happening, he had a salty nail in his mouth. Ouyang Feng hurriedly tried to vomit, his stomach churning with nausea. He accidentally swallowed it, and froze in his tracks, screaming awe. He quickly opened a bottle of mineral water, and drank most of it before he felt better, his nausea lessening somewhat. Chapter 237. But he drank too much water, his stomach was full of water, and then he remembered that he'd just eaten a fingernail. Wow! Ouyang Feng vomited suddenly, finally recovering, but the people around him were in trouble. You idiot, watch out. I only have one set of clothes, the customer said angrily. Luli witnessed the whole thing, and she felt more and more that Ouyang Feng was just like her imagination. The youngest in the family, a bit naive, a young man untouched by society's harsh experiences. This kind of person is generally easier to handle. Ouyang Feng waved his hands repeatedly, sorry. He leaned on the table, hunched over, and vomited profusely. He even apologized. This completely overturned Luli's stereotype of the mysterious family. If an apology would help. What's the point of having a guard? Compensate for my clothes, you idiot. The customer, seeing that he was so easy to talk to, continued to rage. Ouyang Feng, realizing he'd done something wrong, took out a red crystal core and gave it to him, and the customer was overjoyed. This is worth far more than clothes. Later, I can go to the factory out back and buy some clothes from others. Luli watched Ouyang Feng vomit. When he finished, she said, Do you want some nails? They're even cheaper than before. Yang Feng couldn't help but recall the enchanting taste from just now. It was a little salty and a little tough. Wow! He vomited again. Luli was speechless. How could he be so incapable of this? And he's still here to avenge someone else. Isn't he afraid of getting killed first? After he finished vomiting again, Luli was too lazy to tease him and dismissed him, saying, "Go back quickly, little brat. Be careful, your parents might come looking for you." Yang Feng's eyes widened. He hated being called a brat the most. You? Just wait. I can't touch you. I send someone else. Yang Feng turned and left. He vanished in the blink of an eye, so fast Luli didn't even catch his movement. He told Luli to wait, but Luli naturally wouldn't listen, not even paying attention. She had a delicious lunch and told everyone about the incident as a joke. Luo Mu laughed so hard he ate an extra bowl of rice. No, isn't this Yang Feng so funny? He's like a fool. Shen Bing couldn't help but laugh. Chu Lixing warned, he's naive, but his abilities shouldn't be underestimated. We're no match for him. Be careful. Luli agreed. Unexpectedly, Yang Feng actually arrived that afternoon with a group of men, and they were so aggressive. He learned his lesson this time and stopped standing so close, fearing Luli would flick her fingernail in his mouth again. He stood at the back, and the customers around him were like NPCs. When they encountered this situation, they automatically moved away, terrified of being affected. Yang Feng commanded, "You. Charge. Whoever cuts off her limbs and kills her will be rewarded." He placed his hands on his hips, beside him a bulging sack of crystal cores. Luli sighed, watching those men charging at him with all their might. She simply activated the RV's shield, and the highest defense mechanism, and didn't attack again. Those men couldn't even get close to the RV, they were completely stopped outside. All sorts of supernatural powers were unleashed, but they were all ineffective, completely absorbed by the shield. They didn't even touch Luli's hair, let alone cut off her limbs. Yang Feng rubbed his eyes, not daring to open them, hoping it was all just a hallucination. How could this woman still be standing there? Shouldn't she be wailing in pain and collapsing? Yang Feng, unconvinced, stepped forward quickly, his right foot thrust out shoulder-width apart, poised to attack. He clasped his hands together before his chest, and a massive fireball appeared behind him, but it quickly shrank back down. I couldn't tell if it had condensed, or if it was deliberately made smaller to test the waters. Yang Feng muttered softly, "Smaller, smaller. What if I die? I'd be punished." As he spoke, the fireball, roughly the size of two heads, slowly rose. Once it reached a certain height, it suddenly slammed towards the RV. Yang Feng's heart raced, and he began to imagine what would happen if Luli died, given the fireball's immense power. Would he accept the punishment? Could the clan elders protect him? But he heard that the 5 elders had all been punished, and their next lives would be spent confined to a wheelchair. Yang Feng panicked. He knew exactly how powerful he was. If Luli died, what would he do? He didn't want to be punished. He reached out, trying to recall the fireball, but it was too late. It was less than half a meter away from the RV. Yang Feng covered his head in fear, as if he could already see the tragic end of his life. But the imagined loud noise and fire didn't appear. Instead, there was silence. After a long moment, a clear burp sounded. Yang Feng carefully moved his hand from covering his eyes, leaving a tiny gap. Meeting Luli's half-smile, helpless look, he quickly removed his hand and stood up straight. Excited, he exclaimed, "Luli's fine." "He's fine. I don't have to be punished anymore." But then he realized, Why is Luli fine? She's so powerful that she could even block my attacks? Since Luli could even block my attacks, then, in her mind, the attacks of these psychics were nothing more than playing house. Yang Feng couldn't understand. When had humans become so powerful? Hadn't he been out for only a few years? Yang Feng walked forward, approaching the RV, and waved at Luli, who ignored him. He didn't care and simply asked, "Why are you so powerful?" "You're unscathed by my attacks." Luli was speechless. "Are your attacks impressive?" The system also emitted a clear TSK. It was clearly a sign of disdain for the man before her. Luli heard it. Yang Feng choked again. Amazing? Of course it was. Otherwise, why would they be called the Mysterious Family? How else would they live up to the name? Luli continued sarcastically, "Mysterious Family. That's all." Yang Feng was naive, but not stupid. He could hear the sarcasm in her voice. But she couldn't refute it. What she said sounded like the truth. In her eyes, the Mysterious Family was nothing more than that. But Yang Feng refused to admit defeat, and with a completely foolish expression he said, "Just wait." I go get my brother. Childish. After mentally cursing, Luli manipulated a small stone outside the RV and let it fall to Ouyang Feng's feet. Ah! Ouyang Feng fell hard, feeling his buttocks were broken. He was furious, feeling utterly humiliated in front of Luli. He kicked the stone away in anger. Where did that lousy stone come from? After kicking it away, Ouyang Feng continued walking, and the group he had brought with him naturally followed. Who would have thought that an accident would occur? The last person slipped and fell directly onto the person in front of him. The scene was like dominoes, falling one after another. Ouyang Feng turned back to see what was happening when he was tackled, and the series of people were crushed together in a chaotic mess. Chapter 238. The patrons watching the show around them finally erupted in their first roars of laughter of the day. Ouyang Feng was furious. What are you laughing at? What's so funny about that? His eyebrows nearly flew up in anger, but he forced himself to refrain from attacking. These people weren't like Luli, so resilient. One fireball the size of his fingernail would have killed them all. Get up. Get up now. Ouyang Feng pushed the people off him, patted his butt, and scrambled to his feet. From this distance, he could almost hear Luli's mocking voice, like a demonic sound, lingering in his mind, lingering. Ouyang Feng fled in panic. Unexpectedly, someone filmed it and posted it on human social. A Yang countryman who had always loved gossip. Ouyang Feng quickly returned to the old house, just thinking of taking a good rest before calling his eldest brother to help him get back at his old friend. Who knew, as soon as he entered the courtyard, a fireball was hurled at him, and he instinctively dodged. Fireballs rained down one after another, leaving Ouyang Feng with no time to think and dodged. But his hair and clothes were still burned. After finally dodging them, he heard a roar. Are you going to completely disgrace the mysterious family? Ouyang Feng instinctively fell to his knees, head bowed, not daring to look up. Look for yourself. Ouyang Feng cautiously looked up, and a screen appeared before him, right in front of the lottery shop. A stream of people fell forward, with him trapped at the bottom. Ouyang Feng was overcome with fear. How could they be so hopeless? But the video wasn't over yet. Watch on. I'm Ouyang Feng. Do you know the mysterious family? The Ouyang family is the oldest. The extremely arrogant words and voice, coupled with Ouyang Feng's fearless, nonchalant demeanor, nearly penetrated the screen and reached Ouyang Feng's face. He suddenly felt a surge of shame and anger. Who filmed this awful video? Look! Don't look down. See how you completely disgrace the Ouyang family. Ouyang Feng had no choice but to focus. The phrase I am Ouyang Feng had been rendered into a cryptic voiceover. It was placed over a series of images of people falling, each time the phrase appeared. Ouyang Feng's face flushed. The video wasn't long, but it captured every embarrassing moment of his day, leaving none behind. There was even a clip of Luli stuffing his fingernail into his mouth. Oh my god, Ouyang Feng couldn't bear to watch it. Yet, his elders kept forcing him to watch it. After watching it 5 times, the torturous torture finally ended. Ouyang Feng's knees ached from kneeling, and just as he was about to get up, an elder's voice roared, Kneel. Who told you to get up? Another elder shouted, You want to call Ah Jin to get back at me? Don't even think about it. Don't go anywhere. Ouyang Feng didn't dare say a word. He had no business interrupting his elders. The Ouyang family had strict discipline, and they wouldn't tolerate anything that would damage their reputation. He had really gotten himself into big trouble this time. It's Jiang Shuer's fault. She told me to seek revenge. I shouldn't have gone. Ouyang Feng knelt on the cold floor and scolded Jiang Shuer from head to toe. He then scolded the people he had brought with him that afternoon, finally turning to Luli. But on second thought, there wasn't much to scold about Luli. The others were just defending themselves normally. Ouyang Feng, tired of kneeling, remembered, but the man guarding the 4th elder kept staring at him. So he gave up. Ha 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 ha. Inside the lottery shop, Luli burst into laughter. Where did such a talented person come from to create such a hilarious yet insightful video? If she knew, she'd give it a huge reward. Luli scrolled back to the beginning and watched it again, having no idea that Ouyang Feng was suffering because of this video. Bamboo forest. Li Rua's fingers twitched slightly, and Da Shu immediately noticed, exclaiming in surprise, She's waking up. She's waking up. Li Rua's breathing grew weaker, and for a moment they thought she might collapse. Who knew she managed to hold on? Even with just one pill, Li Rua slowly opened her eyes, seeing a field of emerald green bamboo leaves. A voice grew closer. Sisterly? Sisterly? Yeezy whispered softly. The man in black was still guarding nearby, and the 2 men didn't dare move her, fearing she might worsen her injuries. Yee yee. Leroy tilted her head slightly, seeing the two men's faces, feeling a sense of relief. I'm here, he cried with joy, holding Leroy's hand, which felt cool. The wounds on her body had stopped bleeding, but the internal injuries would take time to heal. Go back to base. Leroy forced herself to stay awake, saying this, then fainted again. Dashu retrieved a stretcher from the space, and Yi and Leroy carefully carried her onto it. The man in black didn't stop them. The head of the family only said no medicine could be applied, not no movement. Huh? How would I know if she received medicine after returning to base? Just as the man in black was about to speak, he saw the two men carrying Leroy had already walked a long way. Forget it. Leave them a way out. Lottery shop. Everyone gathered for dinner, and Luomu excitedly said, seeing the kid get humiliated this afternoon almost made me laugh. When Ouyang Feng arrived, Shinbing and Luomu watched the whole thing from the convenience store, but knowing Boss Lu didn't need help, they didn't go forward. Instead, they recorded the video, which Luomu posted online. Unexpectedly, someone would repost it. It became a hot topic among the Central Base survivors. Finally, a good deed was done. Don't say it, this guy is so stupid, he doesn't look like someone from the mysterious family at all. Luli wanted to laugh just thinking about it. It completely shattered her stereotype of the mysterious family. She assumed they were all shrewd, powerful, scheming, and only looking to cause trouble. She hadn't expected there to be such a simple, foolish, and refreshing stream. Instantly it felt less mysterious. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while, standing or sitting. Suddenly, the system sounded an alarm in Luli's mind. A massive zombie tidal wave is about to arrive. A massive zombie tidal wave is about to arrive. A massive zombie tidal wave is about to arrive. Luli suddenly stood up, and everyone looked at her, asking what's wrong. She answered bluntly, there's a zombie tidal wave. She trusted the system to be accurate in such matters. A zombie tidal wave? Everyone was surprised, but they believed it without hesitation. Chu Lixing lowered his head and operated on his computer. The hotel gate is closed, and the guests can't get out. The protective shield won't be a problem. Shinbing and Zhong Xia also swiped on their computers, closing the door and evacuating the guests. Now, every building under Lu Li's control is equipped with a protective shield, so there's no need to worry about an attack. It's just the central base. Lu Li sent a message to Mr. Shen, Lu Yu, and He Luo, including the exact time of the zombie tidal wave. This was also what the system had told him. It could detect large-scale zombie gatherings and their movements. Chapter 239. Mr. Shen and the other two didn't question Lu Li's words. But there was no time for further discussion. Time was tight, with only an hour left, and preparations needed to be made quickly. Mr. Shen closed the chat with Lu Li and, as he left, ordered, convene an emergency meeting. The assistant, who had been accompanying Mr. Shen, immediately notified those who needed to be present. 2 minutes later, in the conference room, Mr. Shen cut to the chase. There's an impending zombie wave. All departments, prepare quickly to resist it. The whole room was in uproar. Zombie wave? Where did this information come from? Was it even real? Besides, the optical computer had the ability to detect large-scale zombie outbreaks. So why wasn't there a warning? Zombie tide? Where? Which direction? When will it arrive? Is the news true? Could it be fake? If it's fake, all this trouble will be in vain. Yes, we don't have much supplies to begin with, and all this trouble will only increase the losses. Stop asking and get ready. If you keep asking, the zombie tide is coming. Lives are at stake. Seeing them about to argue, Mr. Shen felt truly exhausted. The most important thing right now was the zombie tide, not these insignificant things they were discussing. He slammed the table and shouted, enough. The huge conference room gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at Mr. Shen, who was in the main seat. Some had annoyance in their eyes. Logistics department, count the supplies and distribute them where necessary. Prepare for a long battle. Commanders of the guards, whether on leave or off duty, assemble. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, negotiate with the commanders of the major bases that have been present recently, and ask them to provide support. As orders were issued, everyone instantly gained a sense of purpose. Whether they obeyed or not, they now had to execute them swiftly. Thankfully, everyone had experience dealing with zombie tidal waves, so they were able to quickly spring into action. However, a few still raised doubts, led by Qin, who strongly disagreed. What if there's no zombie tidal wave? Wouldn't that be a waste of resources and time? Old Shen gave him a deep look, his heart thick with disappointment. If there's no zombie tidal wave, I won't be in the position of head of management anymore. Chen Qing's expression was complex, a mixture of doubt and distrust, yet also of relief and pride. Old Shen stood up and left, followed by 10 psychic bodyguards. The guards and psychics quickly assembled and arrived at the north gate. This was the direction Old Shen had said the zombie tidal wave would arrive. The survivors of the base were gathered in the underground air raid shelter. Outside the central base, Luli was directing the ordinary survivors, who had been stationed there year-round, to stay as close to the RV as possible. The RV's maximum protection range was 50 meters from its center, but she usually only opened it 10 meters. Given the current situation, Luli simply pushed it to its limit. Everyone was confused, but upon hearing about the zombies, they immediately and orderly moved toward the RV. They all assumed that Boss Lu would protect them. But Luli could only do her best to get everyone within the RV's protection. She couldn't do anything else. Everyone was very conscientious, gradually squeezing in, leaving bedding behind and huddling close together. There was quite a bit of standing room, almost all the ordinary survivors. When there was really no room left, Zhongxia suggested, let them go to the factory for a while. They can't operate the machinery anyway. He didn't awaken his superpowers from the start. He risen through the ranks from being an ordinary person. They needed to help each other. Luli nodded in agreement. Okay, be careful. She glanced down at her laptop. North of the central base, dozens of miles away, was a dense mass of red dots. Each red dot represented a zombie, but with the density on the page, it was almost impossible to discern a single dot. It was a single, moving mass of red. Behind her, Wang Yan arrived. I do my best. Try to control as many zombies as possible, so they don't harm humans. Luli agreed, feeling a strange sense of panic. She had a premonition of something ominous. Usually, when this premonition arises, something ominous is about to happen. Luli could only make every possible preparation to protect herself and those around her. 15 minutes remained before the zombie tide arrived. She saw patrol lights lighting up along the walls of the central base. Usually, only one light would be lit at a distance, but to conserve power, all of them were now on. The survivors in the central base finally saw the information on the optical computer about the approaching zombie tidal wave. How? Slow. When Chen Qing saw the flashing red notification on the screen, his expression reached its peak of ugliness. Cannons, long unseen, were mounted on the walls, each manned by 2 psychics. Not only were there cannons, but there were also other long-range firearms. Luli observed the series of responses from the central base. They looked quite comprehensive. She breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the optical computer again, she saw that the zombie tidal wave had arrived in less than 5 minutes. Strangely, however, more than half of the red dots of light had disappeared. Where had the other half gone? She zoomed out, startled, and immediately called Elder Shen. He was clamoring, too loud for Luli to hear, so she just kept repeating 4 words. Attention East Gate. Attention East Gate. Elder Shen's spirits rose. Although the other 3 gates were guarded by soldiers, 90% of his forces were concentrated at the north gate. He immediately transferred 40% of his troops from the north gate to the east gate. With only 2 minutes left before the zombie tide arrived, the psychic standing on the wall could already clearly see the silhouettes of the zombie army. The darkness was vast, like a surging ocean wave in the night, endless as far as the eye could see, rushing towards the central base with unstoppable force. Wang Yang stood in the RV, concentrating and sensing, a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead. He slowly opened his eyes, shook his head violently, and then closed them again to focus again. The survivors huddled together outside the RV for warmth, and upon seeing the vast swarm of zombies, they suddenly became speechless. They were originally chatting and laughing, talking about the good rewards they found today and the zombies they hunted. But when they saw so many zombies, they kept quiet, their mouths tightly shut and their breaths light. Afraid the zombies wouldn't notice and would come after them. But apparently they've forgotten that zombies are heat-sensitive creatures. Go wherever there are more people. The zombie horde continued its assault on the central base, but a small number of zombies managed to escape and feed themselves on the food outside the base. But even that small number was enough to give them a serious meal. The survivors gathered at the outermost edge of the RV, watching the zombies approach, felt a surge of fear. They kept pushing back, and as they did, chaos ensued, even a stampede. Someone kept shouting to enforce discipline, "Stop pushing, stop pushing. You can't push if you're inside. Try it outside." Chapter 240. But as they squeezed through, they realized, hey? Why aren't the zombies coming? It seemed like they were blocked by something. A closer look revealed that the zombies were blocked by something, a circular arc. Looking around, they saw that everyone seemed to be standing in a circle, and the zombies were outside, unable to get in. The survivor who discovered this was overjoyed and excitedly told the survivors next to them. Everyone observed, and it was indeed the same. After observing for a full 2 minutes, and confirming that they truly couldn't get in, the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. One of the bravest survivors had already approached with their usual weapons. Someone grabbed him. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill yourself?" The survivor holding the weapon said, "You're stupid. If you don't kill the zombies with such a good opportunity, when will you?" This remark woke them up. They were so frightened that they hadn't considered this. But they didn't dare to move forward. The man rushed forward with his weapon, standing at a safe distance, swinging his axe at the nearest zombie. Puff! A graceful parabola, and the zombie fell dead. The man excitedly yet carefully extracted the crystal core. Although it was only a level 1, 2 level 1 cores would earn him a scratch-off ticket. After a first try, a second would soon follow. This feeling of being able to kill zombies without moving was so satisfying. But the zombies weren't happy. There was so much delicious food right in front of them. Why couldn't they get to it? They were running around in circles in panic. Luli looked on with relief. Someone actually dared to kill zombies at this time. These weren't just 1 or 2, but hundreds, even thousands. The sheer number was enough to make one's legs go weak just by looking at it. People bravely stepped forward to kill the zombies, finding it quite easy, and becoming even more enthusiastic. But Wang Yang, inside the RV, wasn't excited at all. He couldn't contact the zombie king controlling them. This made him anxious. It was clear that so many zombies couldn't be controlled by a single zombie king. Based on his experience, there were probably 3 to 5 zombie kings. But zombie kings each had their own territory and pride. What was motivating them to gather and attack the central base? Or was there something drawing them here? Wang Yang could only think of Luli as an answer, but it couldn't have spread so far, could it? Compared to the zombies outside the RV, the zombies surrounding the central base were few, only a few thousand. The main cluster was at the central base's north gate, so densely packed it was impossible to count them. The men on the wall didn't bother counting, they simply followed Elder Shen's orders and fired their cannons. The shells landed among the zombies, instantly killing hundreds and incinerating dozens. The fires they ignited could kill dozens more. But this was far from enough. Looking back, the zombies continued to stream inward. Bomb after shell fired, Old Shen's heart pounded. His weapons reserves were running low. The long-range attacking psychics also stood on the wall, destroying as many zombies as possible. A wide variety of psychic powers erupted simultaneously, like a firework display, crackling and popping. Old Shen stood slightly higher than the wall, overlooking the scene, his mind intensely focused, constantly adjusting his tactics. Half an hour had passed since the zombie tide arrived, but the zombies from afar continued to join in. It was as if there was a portal there, and the zombies were pouring out endlessly, never to be slain. There were countless zombies, but there were only so many psychics, and their internal strength would eventually be depleted. After an hour of continuous activating their powers, they were nearly exhausted. Elder Shen pondered for a moment and ordered substitution. A nearby psychic shouted, "Substitution, second wave of psychics." The moment the order was given, the psychics on the wall breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned around. The second wave of psychics had already prepared. The 2 waves passed each other, not exchanging glances, only determination. Thankfully, the central base had a large population base and a relatively large number of psychics. They were divided into 5 waves, 1 every hour, allowing the remaining psychics to recuperate and replenish their energy, each doing their own job. For the first 3 hours, no one was injured. The zombies were pinned down against the wall, unable to advance an inch. But as the shells dwindled, and they had only the psychics to hold them off, the zombies formed a staircase. One after another, they climbed up. Even if one was defeated, thousands more would follow. Old Shen felt a sense of despair, and so did everyone else. How long would the fight last? The vanguard team had already been dispatched, 20 in total, all high-level psychics. Such a massive zombie tide must be commanded and controlled by the zombie king. But the vanguard team had yet to send back any information, not even for support, not even for any trace of the zombie king. Old Shen's heart sank as he watched the ammunition supply dwindle, and the food and energy supplements steadily deplete. Chen Qing approached him and offered a bad idea. "Old Shen, I suggest you ask Lu Li for help with supplies." "Forget it. No one can take advantage of Boss Lu." Elder Shen flatly refused. But the next moment, his trusted confidant stepped forward to report, "Elder Shen, Elder Chen, we have less than 1,000 shells." Elder Shin frowned and asked, "Where are the energy pills?" The confidant replied truthfully, "Not much. At most, we'd be able to hold out for 2 hours." For such a large central base, the supply reserves were so meager. How ridiculous. Elder Shin closed his eyes. Reduce the use of shells, and have the psychics rotate every half hour. This meant relying solely on manpower. The tactics were quickly implemented. By the 4th hour of the zombie tide, the psychics were exhausted. The walls were covered with zombie corpses, piled up layer by layer, forming a staircase, making it easier for the zombies behind to climb. When the first zombie appeared before the psychic's eyes, it meant countless more would arrive. Qin watched this scene, and for some reason, he felt a tinge of gloating. "Qin Ting, you be defeated sometimes too." The computer on Elder Shin's wrist vibrated twice. He looked down and saw a message from the Vanguard squad. They found the Zombie King, but there are only 5 of them. They're requesting support. Elder Shin immediately ordered his trusted confidants to select 20 high-level psychics, and send them to support them according to the location information they received. Qin repeated, "Elder Shin, the psychics are almost exhausted. What should we do?" Elder Shin, annoyed by his nagging, didn't even glance at him, and simply said, "Shut up." Qin, furious, tossed his sleeves and hopped off the platform. "You old bastard, you be in for it later." The number of zombies outside the lottery shop was dwindling at a noticeable rate. With the first person taking the plunge, there will naturally be a second, a third. Those who can permanently station outside the central base are no ordinary individuals. They must at least have some courage. Chapter 241. Besides, they knew in their hearts that the zombies couldn't get in and harm them. The killing was even easier. With a flick of the knife, a hole was carved into the zombie's skull. With another swift movement, he deftly pulled out the crystal core and went on to kill the next zombie. He was addicted. It wasn't until the small group of zombies that had been sent by the zombie horde were completely slain that everyone suddenly realized what was happening. "Hey! Where are the zombies?" "Just gone. I haven't killed enough yet." "Gone? Give me some more. I still have 100 crystal cores." Luli was speechless. Who would chase zombies to kill? But she glanced at the north gate of the central base. It was almost overrun by zombies, some even reaching the wall. The situation looked dire. She could sit back and do nothing, but then the customers would surely drop significantly. After all, she stayed in the safety of the RV, and no one could hurt her. So Luli shouted through a loudspeaker, "See the central base? We'd be there later. You go ahead, I follow." Everyone cooperated, slowly inching forward, with Luli maneuvering the RV behind. This way, the safe zone would continue to shift until it reached the edge of the zombie horde. Luli slowly stopped the RV and signaled the survivors to move in and kill. The survivors weren't foolhardy either. They test the waters to see if the zombies could still get in after moving to a different location. When they realized they couldn't get in, they start a massive killing spree. With their experience, their killing was particularly efficient. The speed was also exceptional. In less than 10 minutes, the zombies in this arc were wiped out. Not only did they kill, but they also had to extract the cores. Some of those who had previously been timid, seeing them gaining ground, couldn't help but get tempted. They all joined the battle, and by the end, everyone, young and old, men and women, had joined in. Because the safe zone was a circle, everyone stood at the very edge, making it easier to kill the zombies, but this left some people with nowhere to stand. It was okay, people get tired, and when they do, they step aside, leaving those eager to try their luck. They advanced bit by bit, their progress fast, but with so many zombies, it was a drop in the bucket. Shin Bing and the others didn't sit idly by. They all got out of the RV and went to kill the zombies. And Wang Yang watched with a mixture of heartache and sorrow. What kind of zombie king was this? So he had to control his own people to their deaths. He sighed, got out of the RV, found a less crowded spot, and went to communicate with the zombies. He tried to persuade them to leave. But these zombies had already gotten there first, and he had to work hard to persuade only a dozen to leave. He abandoned this strategy, helplessly watching his compatriots being slaughtered one by one, powerless to do anything. As Lu Li's RV edged closer, its glaring headlights blazing brightly, the psychics on the wall quickly noticed the anomaly and recognized Lu Li. Their spirits briefly lifted. Help! Reinforcements. Old Shen also noticed that 5 hours had passed since the zombie tide arrived, and the vanguard had made no progress. The first reinforcement was Lu Li. Not only the north gate, but the east gate was also under attack from the zombie tide, but their ammunition had been exhausted, leaving only the psychics struggling to hold on. The central base was like a small boat on the sea, precariously swaying against wave after wave of mighty waves. But soon, the boat was about to capsize. The Vanguard squad sent another message. One zombie king had been eliminated, but the psychic losses were heavy, requesting support. Old Shen glanced at the still increasing zombies, puzzled. Shouldn't eliminating one zombie reduce the zombie population? Why did it seem to only increase? Old Shen didn't think too much about it, but the number of high-level psychics was small. If he sent them to support one side, the number would decrease here. Catch the king first. Old Shen quickly made up his mind, and sent another 10 high-level psychics to support. The second reinforcement arrived, from a nearby base, but they only sent psychics. No material support was provided. Truly, supplies are more valuable than psychics. 200 psychics had planned to go to the central base for instructions, but they were blocked by zombies. Thinking it was all about killing zombies, one less, she decided to simply start from the direction they came from, heading towards the central base. But it was ultimately a drop in the bucket. Inside the RV, Luli asked Wang Yang, "Can you sense which direction the zombie king is in?" Wang Yang pondered for a moment, then pointed. "Over there, but it seems their numbers have increased. There are more than 5 now." Luli took a deep breath. As long as the zombie king was still around, his minions would continue to pour in. The zombie king had to be dealt with first. She didn't know if Mr. Shen had sent anyone to look for him. But she still carefully asked Wang Yang for the direction and approximate distance, then related to Mr. Shen. When Mr. Shen received the information, his eyes widened. This was completely different from the location reported by the Vanguard team. Which side was real? "Mr. Shen, reinforcements have arrived from Guting Base, but there are too many zombies. They can't get through." Mr. Shen's confidence report interrupted his thoughts. He leaned over and said, "Tell them to kill zombies wherever they came from. No need to come." "Yes." The confidant withdrew. Mr. Shen breathed a sigh of relief. With reinforcements arriving one by one, they would eventually reach shore safely. Here, Luli was still slowly pushing the RV forward, urging everyone to kill as many zombies as possible. Relieve some pressure on the central base. Luo Mu was fighting furiously outside, but he was somewhat numb. He couldn't help but curse, when will it end? Shen Bing, holding an ice blade, engaged in close combat. He shook his head and sighed, taking a moment to chat with him. "I don't know. We have to kill the zombie king before we can start." "Where is the zombie king?" Luo Mu asked. "You have to ask Wang Yang about that." Shen Bing waved his hand, and killed a few more zombies. Luo Mu stopped and pulled Shen Bing away. "Let's go." The psychic on the wall also asked, "When will this end?" The psychic next to him wanted to encourage his companion, but seeing the endless stream of zombies, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. "I'm almost out of strength. If only I could hold on a little longer." Conversations like these were common on the wall, and everyone gradually entered a state of numbness. Although they could rest for half an hour every half hour, the intense concentration and depleted energy would not be recovered in a short time. Luo Mu and Shen Bing found Wang Yang and said straight to the point, "Where is the zombie king? Let's go find him. Killing zombies has made us numb. Why not take care of the zombie king first?" Wang Yang was stunned, but didn't refuse. He stood up and said firmly, "Let's go." The 3 of them called Chu Lixing, Zhong Xia, and Sheng Xian. The 6 of them briefly said something to Luli, and prepared to set off. "Wait." Luli stopped them. Chapter 242. She quickly placed an order from the store. Hemostatic pills, recovery pills, and other medications. She stuffed some into everyone's hands and urged, "Be careful, everyone return safely." The 6 of them nodded in unison, their faces stern and resolute, like warriors about to die. After hearing her words, an inexplicable warmth flowed through their hearts. They must return safely. The days of idleness, eating and drinking would continue. The 6 of them quickly left the RV, and followed Wang Yang to the location of the zombie king he had sensed. The central base was located on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by high-rise buildings, urban villages, and even factories. They passed by the vast zombie horde, quickening their pace and keeping their steps light. 20 minutes later, they arrived in front of a factory. It was quiet, and the security room was empty. The electric gates were wide open, allowing people to enter and exit. Mutated plants occupied most of the park. Shen Bing sensed the unusually high energy fluctuations upon arrival. He said cautiously, "Beware of traps. Try to defeat them one by one. If we all attack together, we won't win." Chu Lixing nodded in agreement. "Who be the bait?" Wang Yang said without hesitation, "I do it." To be honest, he had no feelings for these men. The only thing keeping him at the bathhouse was probably the thought of not having tasted the dear pear. Hoping that after this operation, he'd have a chance to eat Boss Lou, even a bite. The men found a sheltered corner, from which they could clearly see the factory gate. They watched Wang Yang enter, his figure quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Following his intuition about his fellow zombies, Wang Yang quickly located the hiding places of several zombie kings. They weren't hiding places at all, they were simply finding a random spot to stay. When Wang Yang arrived, they were dividing up the body of a child. Judging by the freshness of the blood, they had been dead for less than 10 minutes. When Wang Yang saw them, the 6 zombie kings' ranks naturally appeared above their heads. None were below rank 7. This was difficult. They were somewhat curious and surprised by Wang Yang's arrival. Where did you come from? Did someone find you? Wang Yang frowned, subconsciously sensing that this was something more serious. He quickly activated the recording function on his computer, doing so discreetly that no zombie noticed his movements. He walked over and saw the little boy lying on the ground, his heart and lungs ripped out, already dead. He feigned disdain and said, "Is that what you're eating?" Then he sat down 5 meters away from them. There were 6 zombie kings before him, some bare-chested and backless, others wrapped in cloth. In short, they were rude and unsightly. Wang Yang, on the other hand, had his hair combed neatly, his clothes clean and tidy, his shirt and pants neat. He looked completely out of place among them. One zombie king asked in bewilderment, "Why are you dressed so awfully?" Another zombie king agreed, tearing a piece of flesh from the child's face and rudely stuffing it into his mouth. "Yeah, you're dressed just like a human. It's annoying. Where did you find those tattered clothes? Take them off now, and stop being an eyesore." Wang Yang was speechless. "Aren't you annoying looking at me like this? And you're blaming me. Boss Lou even praised my outfit. What do you know?" He ignored them, still sitting there minding his own business. "Are you responsible for that commotion outside?" "Yeah, besides us, who else has that kind of power?" A zombie with one eye missing said proudly. "Hey! Aren't you joining us? What are you doing here?" Another zombie asked in confusion. Wang Yang said in disgust, "Who's joining you? I was sleeping soundly, and you woke me up." "Huh?" The 6 zombies looked at each other in bewilderment. They were all quite polite, and treated their compatriots well. One apologized, "Sorry. Do you think we want this? Controlling zombies is exhausting, okay? I'm hungry again." "That's right. If someone hadn't come to me and promised me a year's worth of food after I finished this job, and they were all fresh kids, I wouldn't have bothered doing it." Hey. That's what they told me too." "Who asked you?" "A man, incredibly ugly, but he paid a deposit and is quite trustworthy." "I'm a woman, and my conditions are the same as yours." "It's strange." "What's so strange? Don't humans just love to fight?" Wang Yang frowned. "You're actually cooperating with humans?" Completely forgetting that he was also cooperating with humans, a deep, long-term partnership. Food's hard to find these days. Wang Yang, He reluctantly pulled a milky white fingernail from his pocket. He held it forward, boasting, "Hey, this is the best. Yours is nothing." "What is that?" The one-eyed zombie king leaned forward to examine it, and saw a small, triangular fingernail on his palm. The one-eyed zombie king, puzzled and curious, took 2 steps forward. "What's that smell? Is it coming from this?" The other zombie kings also noticed it, and came over, surrounding Wang Yang. Wang Yang boldly held up his fingernail, and passed it in front of each zombie king's nose. "What on earth is this? An ordinary human fingernail? That can't be right. Even flesh and blood don't smell as good as this. Could it be some new fragrance humans have developed specifically for zombies? Eating it will kill you." "I don't believe it. The fragrance of this fingernail is pure natural, no additives. It doesn't sound like something artificial." They began to discuss it, some even drooling over Wang Yang. Wang Yang, He put the fingernail away, and the zombie kings immediately became anxious. "Don't put it away, show it to me again." "Yes, can you let me try it? What does it smell like?" Wang Yang decisively refused. "No, it's too noisy outside, I can't even sleep properly." His interruption caused the zombie king's mental strength to decline, and their control over their zombie minions also weakened. Old Shin at the central base was surprised to find that the number of zombies pouring in from afar was decreasing, and the zombies in front of the wall were becoming increasingly sluggish. The vanguard squad was working hard. Back here, Wang Yang was still trying to mediate with the zombie kings. He took out his fingernail again, and the fragrance suddenly became much stronger. He then took out a pair of scissors, and carefully snipped off a small amount. "Here, let you try it." Chapter 243. After swallowing it, he could actually feel the long-buried energy within him loosening. It had been so long since he felt that. He'd been stuck at the peak of level 7 for so long, even the slightest loosening was enough to excite him. Is it the energy from this little fingernail? Amazing. I want more. His right eye gleamed, as if a light bulb had been installed inside it. He excitedly grasped Wang Yang with both hands. Any more? Give me some. Wang Yang dismissively waved his hand away. I can't bear to eat it myself. I give you some. The other zombies asked, what does it taste like? The one-eyed zombie said enigmatically, the taste isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that it can improve you. Everyone's eyes widened, their already grayish-white pupils becoming even more terrifying. One zombie was unconvinced. Really? There's such a miraculous effect? Are you kidding me? I don't believe it. Unless I try it. Wang Yang scoffed, believe it or not. Then he turned to leave. The one-eyed zombie hurriedly grabbed him. Don't go. Give me some more. I haven't tasted it yet. Hey, hey, hey. He couldn't stop him, and was even dragged away by Wang Yang. The other zombie kings saw this. Why are you pulling him? Everyone else wants to go back to sleep. The one-eyed zombie said anxiously, oh, that thing really can increase your level. It's been so long since you last leveled up. What a loser. Wang Yang's lip curled, his plan halfway accomplished. He didn't intend to engage in a head-on confrontation, nor did he intend to let Shen Bing and the others defeat them one by one. They were all zombies, and he knew how difficult it was to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level. Besides, Shen Bing and the others had little chance of winning against these zombie kings, so it was best not to engage in a bloodbath. After hearing the one-eyed zombie's words, the other zombies came forward to pull Wang Yang. Brother, give us a taste? We won't give it to you for nothing. Wang Yang glanced at him. Then what do you have to offer me in exchange? The zombie searched his body thoroughly, but found nothing. Wang Yang wanted to laugh. Normally, in this situation, it would be difficult for a zombie to concentrate on controlling its minions, nor would it be easy to contact new ones. Hold on a little longer, I trust Luli. Okay, I'd be merciful and give you a try. Wang Yang sat down. The other zombies quickly surrounded him, fearing he would escape again. Stretch out your hands one by one. Wang Yang disciplined them like elementary school students, completely subdued. While zombies' intelligence increases with training, a first-level zombie is equivalent to a 3-year-old child, nothing more advanced. Wang Yang is a minority. Most zombies are still somewhat foolish, devouring humans. The zombie kings obediently held out their hands. Some were missing a finger, while others had only a palm and no fingers. Each had its own heartbreaking story. As usual, Wang Yang used his small pair of scissors and estimated that if the 5 zombies were to divide the food equally. Okay, you didn't. You just ate, he said to the one-eyed zombie. The one-eyed zombie glared at him. But he hadn't. The other zombies were also nibbling their nails with anticipation. Soon, they let out their distinctive zombie roar. Ho 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 ho! It was the sound of excitement. Wang Yang crossed his arms, glancing at them with a determined air. He asked, how's it going? How do you feel? The fingerless zombie excitedly exclaimed, really? It really can level up. It's just too small, totally inadequate. If I had a whole bunch, I'd definitely level up. And a whole bunch. I beg Boss Lu for this little one. Boss Lu's nails grow fast, and she needs them trimmed every now and then. When he found out, he begged and pleaded until she agreed to keep the trimmings. She put them in a small bag just for him. He couldn't bear to eat them all at once, so he only ate a little bit a day. After everyone finished, they looked at Wang Yang with admiration, asking shyly, any more? Wang Yang flatly refused, somewhat resentfully, no more. You think this thing is easy to get? I almost died there, don't you know? I know. The zombie kings echoed, their small remaining brains figuring out that this thing must have been hard to come by. After all, zombies can only cultivate on their own. If they're stuck, they're stuck. But this can actually assist with their cultivation, stimulating their advancement. Amazing. It's so useful. Wang Yang was frivolous, his eyes filled with disdain. So, you're all gathering here to cause trouble just for a year's tribute? And it's just fresh human flesh? That's such a waste. Oh, brother, zombies aren't doing well these days. The one-eyed zombie sighed. The fingerless zombie chimed in, yeah, brother, where did you get this? Take us with you. Let's go together. We won't let you die there. Wang Yang shook his head. That wouldn't work. If I took you there, Luli would beat me to death. She only has enough nails for me to eat. He continued to bluff. That place is far away, and I don't know if it's still there. It might have been taken by someone else, or it might never be there again. They were stunned. So we can't eat them anymore? Possibly. Wang Yang sighed, a look of regret on his face. He was thinking, how's the battle going over there? I don't want to talk to them anymore. Maybe I should just lure them away. Controlling zombies also has a distance limit. Hey! Did that person tell you what level you should reach? Wang Yang asked tentatively. The one-eyed zombie, having eaten the nail, was still obsessed with it, so naturally he responded to everything. They told me to control my minions to attack that base. Nothing else, just fighting. The others echoed, yeah, they didn't mention any other requirements. Oh, by the way, they also said there was a car outside the base, and the people inside were taken care of as well. Wang Yang's brow jumped. It was referring to Lu Li. He continued, you didn't say when the attack would end? I was thinking of taking you guys to look for that thing. We all have company. Since you're busy, forget it. We meet next time. With that, he made a move to leave. The one-eyed zombie instantly forgot what the man had said and leaped over to hug Wang Yang. Don't go, don't go. I'm going with you. Wang Yang feigned embarrassment. Isn't that okay? You're not going to run this place anymore? Who cares? We still have them anyway. One less person won't make much difference. Let's go! Let's go! The one-eyed zombie was anxious. The feeling of that frantic surge of energy within him had been so captivating, he couldn't wait to experience it again. It would be best if he could reach level 8 in one fell swoop. The other zombies exchanged glances, their thoughts stirring, but hesitant. Wang Yang observed this, and pulled the one-eyed zombie away. Alright, let's go and look. What if I could reach level 9? Chapter 244. The one-eyed zombie also began to daydream, yeah. What if I could reach level 8? I haven't leveled up in years. Seeing the two about to step out the door, the fingerless zombie became anxious and hurriedly followed, squeezing in between them and clinging to their shoulders. He shamelessly said, take one of me with you. I'm a good fighter, and I can take a beating. The remaining zombies were getting restless and wanted to go, but they were too embarrassed to say it. They were itching to go. Before leaving, Wang Yang turned around and invited, why don't you come along? One more person means more strength. But what about that promise you made to that person? The zombies were overjoyed and said disdainfully, humans are nothing. Leveling up isn't as important. Let's go! Another zombie hesitated, but was also pulled along. They were told to go together. What was the point of being left here alone? And so, all 7 zombies walked out of the factory. Shen Bing and the others, watching from a distance, wondered, didn't they say to defeat them one by one? We can't handle so many. Shen Bing speculated, they're probably trying to lure them away. They watched the 7 zombies retreat further and further. Half an hour later, Lu Li posted in the group chat that no new zombies were arriving, and they were doing their best to deal with the remaining ones. Good job this time. Old Shen, atop the wall, breathed a sigh of relief. No new zombies had arrived since about an hour ago, which greatly eased their pressure. But the remaining zombies were also numerous, making them quite challenging to deal with. But at least there was hope, a hope of victory. Old Shen commanded everyone, and they drove the zombies out in one swift move. At dawn, Old Shen, leaning against the wall with both hands, watched as the last zombie was slain. Looking around, he could see no more zombies standing. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly turned around, his confidant supporting him as they descended the wall. But why hasn't the Vanguard team returned yet? Did something happen? But it was clearly because they had defeated the Zombie King that the zombie tide was alleviated. Lu Li, inside the lottery shop, also breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost driven the RV under the wall, inching forward, having stayed awake all night. Shen Bing and the others didn't return, but instead followed Wang Yang. At daybreak, Shen Bing and her group returned, stepping into Lu Li's sight in the rising sunlight. She waved excitedly at them, and Luo Mu responded excitedly. Shen Bing fell a step behind, and everyone else couldn't help but smile. After climbing into the RV, Lu Li asked, what took you so long? Wang Yang replied briefly, I lured those zombies away. But he didn't dare to explain how. Lu Li gave him a thumbs up. And then? Where did you lead them? How did you resolve the situation? Wang Yang recounted the story, which essentially involved leading them off, taking them in circles, and finally giving up, claiming he couldn't find the place. He gave each of them a fingernail as a consolation. The zombies happily accepted it, completely unconcerned. They even understood that such a thing must be something you only come across once in a blue moon. With that, Wang Yang parted ways with them, saying he called them next time he found it. That's it? What did you use to lure them? Lu Li was curious. I try it next time. Don't. You're the ultimate temptation, Wang Yang faltered, unable to speak. Shen Bing noticed, lost in thought, and suspected it had something to do with Lu Li. She stepped forward and interjected, it's probably a secret among the zombies. Lu Li thought that made sense, and didn't ask any further questions. Old Shen, who had just come down from the wall, returned to his room to shower and sleep, when he suddenly received a message from the leader of the Vanguard squad. Old Shen, requesting support. We've fallen into the Zombie King's trap. Shen Qingting sat up with a start. The zombie tide is over. Doesn't that mean the Zombie King has been defeated? Why would he need support? Could there still be a Zombie King that hasn't appeared? Old Shen sighed. He hurriedly put on his shoes and coat, preparing to call for support, when suddenly, his computer vibrated again. It was a message from Lu Li. Old Shen, 6 Zombie Kings have been led away by my men, thus ending the zombie tide. Credit must be given. She's no unsung hero. Then, there was a long video. Shen Qingting watched it at high speed, his expression grave. There was only one key point. These zombies were acting this way because someone was behind it, promising them benefits. Who was it? Chen Qing's face flashed through his mind, as did his repeated requests for supplies from Lu Li during the zombie horde. Is it him? Does he have the ability to do so? He vaguely remembered that Chen Qing was backed by a mysterious family, perhaps. The Bai family. But was the Bai family the only one behind the zombie horde? Could several families be collaborating? What was their motive? Lu Li, or the central base? Perhaps all of them. They simply couldn't stand seeing ordinary people prosper, always looking to stir up trouble, sometimes without any real reason. Old Shen slowed down and began to ponder the Vanguard squad situation. He suspected they were being controlled by someone from the mysterious family. Having their laptop stolen, they were imitating the captain's tone to request support, constantly asking him to send out high-level psychics. Gradually weakening the enemy's ability to fight the zombie horde would allow them to achieve their ultimate goal. He carefully considered sending a message back. Well done. The zombie horde has been repelled. Please return to the central base as soon as possible. We need you here. Old Shen was very sleepy. He was old, and having not slept all night, he had been forcing himself to stay awake. Now, suddenly relaxed, sleepiness was rising, but he dared not sleep until he heard from the captain. Okay, we do it as soon as possible, the captain replied. Old Shen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the mysterious family wasn't so ruthless as to wantonly slaughter innocent people. He summoned his confidant and told him to stay with him until the Vanguard team returned and wake him immediately. The confidant agreed, and Old Shen fell asleep peacefully. In the lottery shop, Lu Li sent Old Shen the video and then went to bed. Despite countless doubts in her heart, she couldn't resist the overwhelming sleepiness and fell asleep the moment she hit the bed. Upon waking, Lu Li lay in bed, a bit dazed. She felt as if she had returned to civilization, not yet to the apocalypse. It was just a simple weekend. She had slept from afternoon to evening, and upon waking, she felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness, as if she had been abandoned by the world. The computer vibrated frantically, instantly bringing Lu Li back to reality. She raised her wrist helplessly. It was a message from Luomu and Shen Bing, asking if she was awake, hungry, and if she wanted to come down for dinner. She felt her empty stomach, quickly got up, washed her face and mouth, and hurried downstairs. Downstairs, everyone was bustling with activity, some cooking, some playing. Chapter 245. She couldn't hear a thing up there. What loneliness, what abandonment from the world. How hilarious. She was the world. Lu Li found a seat and sat down, beginning to reply to the messages on her laptop. Soon, Luomu received a message, "Hungry, come down." He looked from Lu Li to the laptop. He couldn't help but say, "Boss Lu, we're so close, it's okay to talk." Lu Li glanced at him, not wanting to respond, and continued replying. Seeing Elder Shen's message, he frowned. He suspected the mysterious family was behind this zombie wave. Their target was the high-level psychics at the central base, and the resources Lu Li held. They might even want to strangle her in the cradle. Lu Li was annoyed. This mysterious family had nothing better to do than stir up trouble. Oh, she really wanted to wipe out the entire mysterious family. Keeping them around was a waste of resources, a waste of air, and an eyesore. To ensure a happy and undisturbed life, she began seriously considering the possibility of destroying the mysterious family. It seemed difficult. Her own abilities weren't strong, and she relied entirely on the system for protection. She couldn't just call the entire mysterious family over Have them stand within the safety of the RV, and let her slaughter them one by one. How could they be so foolish? It's time for dinner, Luomu shouted, instantly disrupting Lu Li's thoughts. She stood up, shook her head, and walked to her usual seat, waiting for her meal. This time, Wang Yang was there too. As the main contributor to this zombie tidal wave, Lu Li had specially bought zombie food from the mall. Of course, it wasn't made of human flesh, just an imitation of human flesh. Wang Yang's food tasted like chewing wax, and it seemed even less delicious than Lu Li's fingernail. But it was Lu Li's good intention, so Wang Yang ate it all up, leaving nothing behind. After finishing their meal, Lu Li's first words were, "Damn the mysterious family." Shen Bing's scalp tightened, as if she were cursing herself, but in her heart, she and the mysterious family were two separate entities. Lu Li continued to curse, "This zombie tide is the work of the mysterious family. Because of you." Chu Lixing was certain. Because Lu Li was too ostentatious. Because Lu Li had taken away their business. Because Lu Li had slapped the mysterious family in the face. Because Lu Li had hurt Jiang Shuer and damaged the Ouyang family's reputation. All because of Lu Li. Naturally, they had to vent their anger, and the central base and Lu Li were both scapegoats. The zombies were their knives. Using a knife to kill someone, this tactic was perfect for them. Lu Li nodded helplessly. "Most of the blame is mine, but I'm just doing what I have to do." A difficult question. As long as she kept running the lottery shop, it wouldn't harm the mysterious family's interests. But she had no choice. Lu Li said fiercely, "The best way is to deal with the mysterious family. Last time it was Ouyang Feng, this time it's the zombie tide. What will it be next time? Was she going to live in constant fear? Of course not. I agree. I disliked them for a long time." Luomu was also furious. Everyone was living a good life, yet they had to stir up trouble. Shen Bing also said, "I don't care. They're no longer my family." The others were no less enthusiastic, expressing their support. Whatever Lu Li did, they would do. Ever since they won the first prize, their fates had been tied to Lu Li's. They couldn't even untie him, he was tied tightly. But they were willing to do so. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, finding such a refuge was a blessing. Lu Li content said, "We have to think things over." Central base. Olshan counted the heads. He had sent out 50 high-level psychics, but only 13 had returned. He asked gravely, "What's going on?" The deputy captain's voice choked with sobs as he spoke. "We were out looking for the zombie king when a group of people tried to stop us. The captain didn't want to fight them head-on and wanted to go find the zombie king instead. But they wouldn't let us. They kept stopping us. We had no choice but to fight. But we couldn't win, and we wanted to leave, but we couldn't." Needless to say, Olshan guessed the rest. The group was likely sent by the mysterious family. Their goal was to prevent the vanguard team from finding the zombie king and, in the process, deplete their high-level combat power. The team members' computers were also taken away, forcing Elder Shen to constantly dispatch high-level psychics for support. Elder Shen comforted them, and offered compensation to the fallen team members. Just after sending them off, he saw Lu Li's reply. He asked him what he thought about this matter. Elder Shen had long disliked the mysterious family, but because they still provided some supplies, he had to tolerate it again and again. But the result of this tolerance was that they became more and more aggressive, extending their influence over the central base. Now that Lu Li was with them, the mysterious family actually had no need to exist. Elder Shen said, "What do you think, Boss Lu? Whatever you want to do, I will fully support you." After a long day of sleep, Lu Li couldn't fall asleep and tossed and turned in bed. She simply climbed out of bed. A glance at the time revealed 2 o'clock in the morning, and she trudged downstairs. She flung open the car's doors, and a blinding light instantly spread. The survivors around her, all preparing for bed, asked, "Is it daybreak yet?" They peeked out from their sleeping bags, blankets, tents, and other objects. "Wow! Boss Lu is opening at 2 in the morning?" Someone nearby shouted, "Boss Lu, aren't you still up? Are you selling scratch-off tickets?" Come to think of it, there haven't been any scratch-off tickets today. It's a bit strange. Boss Lu was busy killing zombies at night, catching up on sleep during the day, and eating again when he woke up. It hadn't been open yet. Lu Li stretched, "That's right. Open! Since I couldn't sleep, I might as well come and make some money." Everyone was excited. They just minted a lot of crystal cores today, and didn't know where to spend them. They abandoned their sleep, rolled up their blankets, and swarmed over to surround the RV. Lu Li calmly placed her order for scratch-off tickets, then displayed them, though there was no need to display them. As soon as she took out a ticket, It was snapped up, as if she'd never seen a scratch-off ticket before. I wonder if it's because scratch-off tickets work better at night. Many people won prizes, and they were all yellow and green level prizes, which made everyone even more excited. The second sausage roaster was born. Luli thought of the first sausage roaster's owner, Lin Jun, his physique. He was really good. It seemed like he'd be returning to the Southwest base in a few days. Who knew if we ever see each other again? Sausages for sale, the man shouted. After all, 75 a day wasn't enough for me to finish, so I might as well sell some to supplement my income. Luli had no objection and simply said, "Give me one too." Just as he was about to take out the crystal core, a sausage was thrust into his hand. The man said, "How can you ask for money? I'm more than willing to pay." Luli felt like laughing. He took a bite, and found it tasted just like the ones from Lin Jun's grill. It didn't matter whether it was morning or night, as long as there was food, everyone accepted. All 75 sausages were quickly sold out. The man, having made a killing, continued to take out crystal cores for scratch-off tickets. Chapter 246. Lou, Boss Lou. I scraped out a machine too. But it doesn't look like a sausage griller. A customer shouted. Everyone looked at him. He was clutching a brand new machine, completely shielding his face. Luli, intrigued, called out, "Come on, put it here. I help you examine it." Everyone, curious, quickly made way for him to pass and reach the table. Bang! The machine was lowered, revealing the customer's innocent smile, his forehead covered in sweat. The top of the machine had a groove, like a pot, divided into 9 evenly sized squares. It looked a lot like the machines used to make Odin in convenience stores. But where did the base come from? Could it be built into the machine? She tried turning on the switch. After a click, the soup stock slowly oozed out of the groove. It smelled exactly like the original. When the soup was halfway through, ingredients on skewers suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Meatballs, mushrooms, trike knots, arctic fish fin, stuffed fish cakes, curry fish balls, white radish, and so on. Then, the soup slowly filled up the ingredients, but it was still some distance from overflowing, only the skewers could be seen floating. Everyone gathered around the machine, sniffing the aroma of the various ingredients, eagerly rubbing their hands, scratching their heads, their eyes fixed on the food, swallowing their saliva. Luli subconsciously pulled the machine back a little, telling them to move back and not crowd in. A group of people chatted, spitting all over the pot, scratching their heads, their dandruff falling like snow. Everyone, confused, retreated until they were a meter away from the table. The owner of the Odin machine also retreated. Ding! The machine made a pleasant sound. Luli looked over and saw that the button, which had been green, had now turned red, presumably indicating it was cooked. She hadn't considered that each ingredient required a different cooking time. For such a sophisticated machine, it must have taken all these into account. Luli glanced at the crowd and waved to the machine's owner, "Come on, try it first." The customer approached cautiously. Luli took out a disposable bowl and chopsticks from the machine's small wooden bucket, then a pair of tongs. She placed all 9 items from the grid into a bowl and handed it to the machine's owner. "Eat." He had been eager to eat, but had been afraid to touch them, fearing he damaged the machine. Now, finally, he could eat. He happily took the bowl and ate a white radish first. Each bite soaked up the broth, its freshness and sweetness leaving him wanting more. Unable to stop, he finished the entire bowl in one gulp, still feeling unsatisfied. After recovering, he noticed the eager looks from the people around him. He scratched his head and hesitantly asked, "Boss Lou, can I sell it?" Luli shrugged and smiled. "Of course, this is your reward, it's entirely yours." He was delighted. Bravely, he took the bowl and, imitating Boss Lou's example, placed a skewer of each food item in the 9-square grid. Then he handed it to Luli with a smile. "Boss Lou, you're welcome." Luli happily accepted it. Being a boss is great. Everyone thinks of you when they have something delicious. Every bite felt warm in his stomach, a profound sense of satisfaction. The machine owner considered and decided to sell it bowl by bowl, each containing 9 skewers. No more, no less, so that everyone would be almost half full after finishing. 2 crystal cores per bowl? Anyone wanting? He shouted, trying to embolden himself with his high voice. Everyone had been waiting for this, jumping up and raising their hands, afraid they'd be left behind. After all, the pot wasn't big, with only 5 or 6 skewers in a grid. If they sold out, who knew if there would be any left? Luli helped maintain order. Don't push, don't push. There's definitely more than one pot. There will be more later. Don't push forward, or you'll be left with nothing. Boss Lu's words were intimidating. Despite their eagerness and hunger, they still lined up, and the Odin owner felt relieved. It was his first time running a business, and he was still a little uneasy. His hand holding the bowl was visibly shaking, and so was his hand holding the skewers, spilling soup onto the table. He saw that the shaking had intensified. Luli soothed him. "It's okay, just wipe it off later." After hearing this, he calmed down considerably. He calmly poured a bowl for the first person in line, and then became more and more proficient. But he only sold 7 bowls in total. Adding the one he ate, and the one he gave to Boss Lu, that made 9 bowls in total. The 9-square grid wasn't big, but he'd done his best. The machine owner didn't even want to throw away the soup, ready to share it with everyone. Just as he was scooping it up with a spoon, another pot overflowing with food appeared out of thin air. He was dazed, thinking time had flown back. Then he turned around and saw someone still holding a bowl, unfinished. It wasn't time going back. The machine was automatically refreshing. He suddenly became excited and looked at Luli again. "Boss Lu, another bowl?" Luli shook her head repeatedly. "You guys eat. Eating too much isn't good, he needs to sleep soon." He sold out the entire pot of Odin again. Luli glanced at the time. It was 5:50. She felt a little sleepy, and it was time for bed. This damned routine. "I wonder when I can get back to normal." She informed the customers, put away the scratch cards, locked the car, and yawned as she went upstairs. She finally fell asleep. It was a long nap, and she didn't wake up until around noon. When she came downstairs, she saw Shinbing, and the others were all very alert. She asked suspiciously, "You slept all day yesterday, and you can still sleep tonight?" Luomu said, "Yes, and we can sleep all day. I never had time to sleep before, and I didn't dare to, for fear that someone would kill me in my dreams." Shinbing nodded in agreement. She used to be constantly on edge. Luli, okay, she was just being nosy. After dinner, the group went back to their homes and shops. Luli also opened his shop. As soon as he sat down, he heard the explosive news. Chin Ching had tragically died at home. Old Shin did it. Pretty quick though. But then he thought, Old Shin wasn't that kind of person. Even if he disliked Chin Ching, he wouldn't secretly kill him, right? It looked like the mysterious family was behind this again. Come on, Chin Ching was working for them, and they killed him. Where's justice? This mysterious family is completely inhumane, doing whatever they want. They want to stir up a zombie apocalypse, deliberately provoking a conflict between humans and zombies. Even though they're already incompatible, they still want to exaggerate. And now they're killing their own minions. Too much, but Chen Qing is definitely not human. Killing him is fine. Luli smiled cheerfully, her eyes curved, and the customers felt refreshed by her smile. Her own mood brightened. But soon, another bombshell broke. Chen Qing's death was linked to Shin Qing. The customers debated heatedly, all finding it impossible. Mr. Shin was a kind man, buying supplies, and giving them away for free. Chapter 247. He commanded many difficult battles to bring the central base to where it is today. But not only was the headline shocking, the pictures below were even more so. The photos included actual footage of Chen Qing's tragic death at home, from all angles. But Luli keenly noticed another figure in the corners of some of the photos. It was a corner of clothing, a dark gray mouse suit, very similar to the one Shin Qing wore when Luli first met him. It was definitely intentional. With Mr. Shin's meticulous mind, how could he leave such a ridiculous flaw? Someone wearing the same clothing must have accidentally appeared in the picture. They were simply trying to frame Mr. Shin. What a cheesy, old-fashioned tactic. Not only Luli, but even the ordinary survivors didn't believe it. Such rumors were common. Luli didn't take it seriously. Anyone can spread rumors. Mr. Shin had experienced so much, so he certainly wouldn't care. But to his surprise, someone immediately replaced Chen Qing. A new leader emerged. As Luli sat in the conference room, watching the new manager speak with eloquence, envisioning the future of the central base and humanity, she felt a bit lost. How things changed so quickly. Luli yawned and shifted her hips. The chair was too hard and uncomfortable. The new manager's name was Yi Chung. Although he looked ordinary, he had an inexplicably convincing aura when he spoke. He suddenly called out to Luli in the room of 100 people, "Boss Lu, I heard a lot about you." Luli yawned midstream and ignored him, continuing to yawn. When she finished, she nodded calmly, indicating that she understood and could continue her boasting. Her shop was going well, and Old Shin had messaged her to attend a meeting. She figured with Chen Qing dead, there were no more annoying people around, so joining in the fun wouldn't be a bad idea. Unexpectedly, another annoying person showed up. Luli closed her eyes in frustration and disdain. Yi Cheng's smile froze. But he quickly recovered and continued his ramblings as if nothing had happened. She listened intently for a moment, only to find the talk was all nonsense, missing the point. She propped her head up, her eyes wandering, clearly losing interest. But Yi Cheng called out to Luli again, "Boss Lu, although Old Chen is gone, our plan must continue. The central base will purchase supplies from you. Is that okay with you?" Luli raised her eyelids to look at him. "Old Chen has been procuring supplies from me. Just contact him." With just one sentence, Yi Cheng was relegated to Old Chen's place. Yi Cheng, He could only grit his teeth and say, "Okay." The rest of the meeting revolved around how to reclaim humanity's territory. They still had to gather high-level psychics to deal with those high-level zombies, and mutated plants and animals. Old Chen sneered inwardly. There weren't many high-level psychics to begin with, and they lost 37 yesterday. Each one's cultivation was hard-earned, and the central base had invested a great deal of effort in nurturing them. Just like that. Perished. Old Chen's face remained calm and expressionless. He secretly sneered at the mysterious family, and he also disliked Yi Cheng. He knew Yi Cheng was also sent by a mysterious family, but which family was still unknown. Another long speech, and Luli felt drowsy. She propped her head up, just like when she dozed off in class. Later, she simply fell asleep on the table, and no one around dared to call out. Most people had bought scratch-off tickets at the lottery shop. Don't dare offend, don't dare provoke. Yi Cheng's eyes flicked over Luli several times, wanting to speak but holding back. Who is the director of the institute? Yi Cheng looked around. The conference table was too large, and the people behind him couldn't see clearly. He asked loudly. Someone raised a hand, and Yi Cheng nodded. You need to work harder. I read your research reports from the past 3 years, and you haven't produced a single decent result. Director, My turn? He lowered his head, speechless. After all, it was the truth. His small eyes darted around, catching sight of Luli, sprawled out in sleep, and an idea struck him. The dean quickly stood up, pointed at Luli, and shouted, I heard Boss Lu has a small vegetable patch. The soil is excellent, anything can grow, and it grows incredibly fast. If we could thoroughly research it and expand our plantings, we never have to worry about food again. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. This was fantastic news. They all turned their attention to Luli, who was still sound asleep, oblivious to everything. The dean coughed awkwardly, motioning for someone nearby to wake her. No one paid any attention to the dean. Seeing the situation about to spiral into another awkward situation, Yi Cheng personally stepped down from the main seat. He walked over to Luli's side, then reached out and nudged her shoulder. Luli shrugged twice, then shifted her position, completely unaware. Yi Cheng's hand fluttered in the air, unsure if he was doing it intentionally or not. He persisted, reaching out to push again, adding a sound effect. Boss Lu, stop sleeping. Wake up. Huh? Luli was drowsy, her eyes still half open. The meeting's over, right? This manager is such a nag. Why is it so quiet? Why hasn't everyone left after the meeting? So dedicated? She noticed everyone's eyes were focused on her. Luli turned back, meeting Yi Cheng's smirk. Huh? Luli shuddered and hugged herself. What are you doing standing behind me? That's creepy. Seeing she was awake, Yi Cheng looked up and motioned for the director of the research institute to repeat what he had just said. Encouraged, the director spoke even more passionately. I heard Boss Lu has a small vegetable patch. The soil is excellent. Anything can grow, and it grows very quickly. If we can thoroughly study it and expand the area, we won't have to worry about food anymore. Could Boss Lu share the soil and some crops for our research? The tone was quite sincere. Luli shook her head sincerely no. But she seemed genuinely concerned for the central base. But you can buy it with crystal cores, or trade it with supplies. I have the final say on what supplies are exchanged. Everyone looked at Luli with something approaching admiration. Was this confidence? They all knew Yi Cheng was sent down from above, and even though they disliked him, they could only respond in a friendly manner. Suddenly, a sense of empathy washed over me. No matter who you are, you have to listen to me when you come to me. Yi Cheng said in a negotiating tone, what supplies does Boss Lu want? Let me see if I have any. Luli propped up her head, looked at him sideways, and said lightly, why not trade your life? Did you really think I didn't know anything while I was asleep? The system is always awake. You're trying to target me again and again, huh? Chapter 248. Yi Cheng put away his fake smile and involuntarily took a deep breath, pondering his response. He had gotten to know Luli well before coming here. To put it simply, she was full of contradictions, full of double standards. She was kind, yet cruel. She was able to take in so many survivors, and protect them from harm, during such a critical and dangerous time as the zombie tide. Yet she repeatedly refused invitations from the central base, and their requests for supplies. He was confused. What attitude should he adopt? Yi Cheng glanced at everyone present. They were mostly watching the show, wanting to see him embarrass himself, but also to see Luli give in. He forced a smile, but it was rather stiff. Boss Lu, you're joking. His life isn't worth much. Luli nodded seriously. It's quite valuable. If you're willing to die on the spot, I'm willing to give the Research Institute a handful of soil. Yes, just a handful, absolutely nothing more, that's all it's worth. Her expression was extremely serious, her tone sincere, her large, blinking eyes fixed on him without blinking. Yi Cheng's smile froze again. Was she serious? She spoke so brazenly. Wasn't she afraid of being scolded by everyone? But meeting her clear eyes, she was completely sincere, not even a hint of joking, and she wasn't afraid of being scolded at all. Are you willing, Yi Cheng? Luli asked again. Seriously, it sounded like he was asking, are you willing to marry me and enter the graveyard of marriage? Yi Cheng couldn't say yes, nor did he say no. The director of the Research Institute was also embarrassed. He had brought up this topic. I wondered if Director Yi would give him trouble later. His mind was spinning furiously when suddenly, with a click, an idea struck him. He said, Boss Lu, I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for the central base. Luli looked at him again and said calmly, all right, then you die. Then he stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust, and made a move to leave. You can come get the soil tomorrow, but you have to exchange it for a human head. Then his voice rose slightly, as if he were saying something like, remember to eat? Dean, that's not what the script says. Wasn't she supposed to just go down the stairs? Why are you pushing it so hard? Luli turned and left, leaving behind a group of spectators with amused expressions. After she had completely exited the conference room, Mr. Shen also patted his butt and left. He didn't bother to clean up after them. The dean hesitantly said, Yi, Manager Yi, are we really going to trade our heads for soil? He was extremely concerned about his life, so he wouldn't dare. His willingness was just an impulsive gesture, trying to impress. Yi Cheng glared at him and whispered, go ahead, don't drag me into this, you useless bastard. The dean shrank back, afraid to speak, trying to minimize his presence. Dismiss. Yi Cheng glanced at everyone present. No one had dared to speak just now. Furious, he kicked his stool and turned away. After Yi Cheng left, everyone dispersed, gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to talk. He Luo found Lu Yu. Their eyes met, and they both sighed. What should we do about this damn central base, and the mysterious family? What do you say? Lu Yu worried. It felt like it was going to end at any moment, but could it be any worse than it was 10 years ago? He Luo shook his head. How could he know? These were fights between the big guys. Small-time minions like them had no say. Since both of them had the day off, they decided to go to the lottery shop to play scratch cards, and then go to the spa for a massage. Relax? My scalp had been so tense all day, I didn't dare relax. They wandered over to the lottery shop, and saw a sea of people. They waited patiently in line, waiting for who knows how long. He Luo, relying on his good relationship with Boss Lu, took advantage of it. Handing Lu Yu over, they squeezed into the RV, grinning innocently at Luli. Luli turned around, and saw 2 not-so-young faces. What could I do? I could only smile back. Sit anywhere, Luli said. She was quite generous with her friends. He Luo sat down with Lu Yu, a familiar presence, meeting her searching gaze. He Luo waved his hands repeatedly, explaining, it's a good time to take a break and relax. Luli nodded, glancing at the 2 of them. Preferably, a scratch-off? Without waiting for a response, he randomly pulled out 2 of the most expensive tickets, and tossed them to them. He Luo took them with a smile, and began scratching them expertly. Lu Yu, having rarely scratched before, seemed a bit unfamiliar. To his surprise, it was Lu Yu who won the prize. He looked around and even took 2 photos with his laptop. He reluctantly put the prize into the Lucky Cat to redeem it. A flash of white light revealed a box of mineral water. Lu Yu happily opened it, and handed a bottle to He Luo, saying generously, it's yours free. He also gave Luli another bottle. Although she didn't need anything, the thought was appreciated. Luli accepted it with a smile. After both of them received theirs, Liu stored the box of mineral water in his space. But he still felt a little itchy, so Liu said, I still want to scratch. How about another one? He looked at Luo. Luo was also itching to try, primarily wanting to scratch out a great prize himself. They agreed immediately, saying, scratch. Each of them bought 2 tickets, but neither won anything. Liu, with a look of disbelief, said, 1 more? 2 more tickets, again nothing. Luo wanted to give up, but Liu remained enthusiastic. This time, he didn't choose for himself. Instead, he looked eagerly at Li. Boss Liu, can you pick one for me? Oh, they're all the same. Li said, casually handing Liu a ticket. He was still worried. While he thought it wasn't so mysterious, he also wondered if the boss would give him some special treatment. Holy crap! A prize! Liu screamed. What is it? Luo immediately leaned forward to take a look, subconsciously scolding him. Oh, you're already grown up. Can you stop being so jumpy and frightening? Good, nothing can be seen. But it doesn't matter. Boss Liu knows everything. Li took it, tossing it directly into the Maneki Nico's mouth without even glancing at it. The rewards were all sorts of strange and varied. How could she possibly know them all? A flash of white light passed by, and the 3 of them fixed their gazes on it, waiting for it to disappear. Soon, a machine appeared on the table, somewhat resembling the Odin machine. But instead of a 9-square grid, it had neatly arranged semicircular holes. 5 layers, 6 rows, a total of 36. Based on Li's experience, this was an octopus ball machine. Why had the system been giving out machines so often these days? Could it be that the author had run out of rewards? Luo and Liu looked from side to side, unable to recognize what it was for. Li expertly turned on the switch, and upon hearing the familiar click, she smiled with satisfaction. Then, confidently, she placed her hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow, and said, wait. Chapter 249. Hearing her say this, both of them stared at the machine with great anticipation, eager to see what it could do. Soon, a white-yellow paste gradually appeared at the bottom of the circular hole, and Liu's mouth opened wide in surprise. Li. She let out a laugh. What a sight! Before this, sausage grillers and Odin machines had already been invented, so she wasn't surprised to see an octopus ball machine. Half a minute later, several octopus legs appeared in the paste in each circular hole, evenly distributed, as if manipulated by invisible hands in the air. Soon, chopped cabbage and diced onions were sprinkled into the circular hole, manipulated by invisible hands in the air, as if holding 2 sticks. The ingredients in the circular hole were flipped into a vertical semicircle, and another layer of paste appeared. Now all they had to do was wait a moment. In a dazzling display, they transformed into small balls. Puffy and adorable. A ding sound signaled success. The 3 of them witnessed the entire process, astonished. Li had seen sausage grillers and Odin machines before, but those were relatively simple. Just add the ingredients and cook. This one required at least several steps. Could it be made with a machine? She could only say, 6. But she quickly recovered, picked up her disposable bowl and chopsticks, and gave 2 to Luo and Liu, then happily grabbed 2 for herself. She also gave 2 to Xiao Di and Zhang Ting, giving them exactly 10, leaving 20 in the pot. She remembered the octopus ball she eaten before. They seemed to come with tomato sauce and other sauces. Shredded seaweed? Pork floss? Dried bonito flakes? The memory was hazy, and Luli couldn't recall it. She searched next to the machine, and surprisingly, there it was. It was lined up next to the machine, and there was everything. She took some ketchup and squeezed 2 octopus balls onto them, then added some pork floss and seaweed. She was about to ask if they wanted more. When she turned around, she realized they had already finished. Luli didn't care anymore and started eating. Liu leaned over to look surprised. Boss Liu, why do you still have red sauce? What is this? Just as he was about to ask about everything in the bowl, Luli quickly stopped him, pointing to the machine. Hey, 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 over there. Liu looked over and saw that, indeed, he had been eating so hastily that he hadn't noticed. He was about to have another one, no too. He grabbed 2 more and, imitating Luli's example, squeezed ketchup on them, sprinkled them with shredded seaweed, pork floss, and bonito flakes, whatever he had. Luo leaned over, watching eagerly. Liu tentatively asked, want one too? He had been waiting for that question. Quickly, he grabbed one and added all sorts of other things. Sure enough, it was better than nothing at all, with a rich and complex flavor. When Liu finished eating, he looked up and caught a glimpse of eager customers outside. He immediately asked Luli, Boss Liu, What did everyone do with these scratch-off prizes in the past? As far as I know, they usually eat their fill first, and then sell the rest. Because we make more than one pot a day, it automatically refreshes after each pot is finished. Understand? Lu Yu was surprised. It refreshes automatically? I wonder how many times my machine can refresh. Lu Li didn't know, but that didn't dampen Lu Yu's excitement. He quickly sold the remaining balls, giving each person one or two. It's nice not to sell any extra so everyone can have a taste. Lu Li looked at them, lost in thought. They already had a sausage griller, an Odin machine, and an octopus ball machine, and she wondered what would come next. It felt like they could open a small night market. Hey, isn't that a great idea? Gather all the people who scratched out these prizes together, demarcate an area, and let them set up stalls. She didn't want any of the money anyway, it all belonged to them. The most important thing was that it was close by, so she could buy whatever she wanted whenever she wanted. That was her ultimate goal. Soon, Lu Li approached the owners of the sausage griller and Odin machine and shared her idea. They immediately agreed, saying they'd be there anytime. In fact, before Lu Li approached them, they considered setting up a stall, but they were afraid of being bullied, looked down upon, or envied. They had so many things to worry about, and Lu Li's presence was exactly what they were looking for. With Boss Lu around, this business was sure to flourish. Satisfied with the answer, Lu Li went back to Lu Yu and asked if he wanted to set up a stall. I do, but we can't go out often. We usually have to stay at the base. Lu Yu was troubled. That's fine. I find someone to help you watch the stall. Lu Li pulled Xiao Di over. It won't be long anyway. We just collect some money and close the stall once we're done. She's totally fine with that. Lu Yu nodded repeatedly. That's perfect. After Lu Li confirmed that all three of them had set up their stalls, she put her hands behind her back and went looking for a good spot. After searching around, she found a spacious area in front of the factory, where there were many people. The three of them would then stand in a row, with their backs to the factory, machines in front, people in the back. Not bad, not bad, very good. After quickly deciding on a spot for the stalls, Lu Li brought the three people over, familiarized them with the location, and opened the stall promptly at 7 p.m. The owner of the sausage grill and Odin machine silently raised his hand and said, Boss Lu, can we set it up tomorrow? We already used up our quota today. Lu Li remembered that they had both scraped the lottery tickets in the early morning and had eagerly sold them on the spot. She was silent for a moment. Okay, then tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, you two should come sharp and start business. Okay. The two nodded repeatedly. They hadn't expected such a good opportunity. They could both eat and make money, the best of both worlds. Having settled the matter, Lu Li leisurely prepared to return to the RV. Even as the sky darkened, the lottery shop continued to stream in. The number of people entering and leaving the convenience store and the bathhouse grew day by day. Lu Li's arrival had immediately revitalized the once dormant central base, especially the large area outside the base. Usually, everyone stayed inside the base at night, and those stationed outside would grab their blankets and prepare for bed. But now things were different. The nightlife has just begun. Those without money scratch a lottery ticket, those with money browse convenience stores, and those with even more money enjoy a massage at the bathhouse. One-stop service, guaranteed to provide excellent service. Many high-ranking officials from the central base have also changed their appearances and quietly entered the bathhouse, hoping to completely relax. Not to mention, once you enter the bathhouse, you really feel like you return to civilized times. Here, no one discusses zombies, factions, future developments, or mysterious families. The elderly and old ladies will only ask, how's the pressure? How's the water temperature? Is it okay? Can you go a little gentler? They might even ask, are you too tired lately? Your shoulders look stiff. Don't overwork yourself. Let me give you a good shoulder massage. It always feels like coming home. Chapter 250. That's why the senior leaders all love coming here. Even if they bump into each other inside, they tacitly pretend they don't know each other and just go about their own business. Another day passed. This morning at 11 o'clock, there was another rush to buy fruits and vegetables. According to Sheng Xian, the vegetable patch has expanded again. It started out at 1 square meter, then expanded to 3 square meters, and yesterday it jumped to 5 square meters. Sheng Xian wanted to tell Lu Li the good news, but then he learned that she was at the central base for a meeting. He came again that evening and saw her chatting with Yi Luo and Lu Yu, but gave up again. He figured he'd get up early tomorrow and tell her before the customers arrived. So, early the next morning, Sheng Xian arrived outside the RV and sat obediently on the steps outside the door, waiting for Lu Li to open it. After a long moment, a crisp click sounded behind him. Sheng Xian turned around in surprise, meeting a pair of fluttering, feline eyes. With a meow, the fluffy white cat leaped into his arms. He hugged her tightly, saying lovingly, "Nana? Why did you get out?" Lu Li hadn't even had time to tie her hair up yet, and her long, waist-length, silky hair swayed around her shoulders. She bent down and lifted Nana into her arms. The hair brushed against Sheng Xian's face, and a faint fragrance filled his nose. For a moment, he was dazed and instinctively reached out to touch it, but he could only watch it pass by without success. He chuckled softly, stood up, looked at her back, and immediately followed her. Nana was fidgeting in his arms, squirming and twisting. Seeing her yearning for freedom, Lu Li let go and plopped down on the sofa herself. She gently swept her hair aside and quickly tied it into a playful, beautiful single braid. She looked up and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you here so early?" Sheng Xian sat beside her, a little distance away. "I just wanted to tell you that the vegetable patch has expanded again. It's now 5 square meters. Lu Li's eyes lit up. "That means we can grow more. Come on, don't sit there anymore. Let's plant some now. We'll be harvesting in a few days." Sheng Xian was startled when he was dragged away. He hadn't even had time to warm up when he realized they had already arrived at the vegetable patch. Lu Li couldn't see the change in size, but Sheng Xian could see a clear dividing line, and the color of the vegetable patch was different from that of ordinary land. That's why Sheng Xian immediately noticed the expansion. Lu Li pulled a cushion from his space, tossed it on the ground, and sat cross-legged, grabbing one for Sheng Xian as well. "Here." The two sat down side by side. Lu Li opened his laptop and scrolled to the mall. "What else can we grow? We have fruits and vegetables." Sheng Xian leaned over to take a look. Lu Li's hand flicked across the laptop, finally settling on a tangerine. "Plant one. These things have a high yield. A single tree can produce a lot of fruit. Add an apple tree. All the fruits that grow on trees can be grown. People love them, they taste good, and the yield is high. For now, these are the only ones we can grow. Planting crops like rice and wheat requires large fields for a high yield. Just 1 or 2 plants won't do." Lu Li asked Sheng Xian, "What else do you want to grow?" Sheng Xian considered for a moment. "More fruit. People love it." He carefully extended his hand and flicked across the laptop. "This one's good." Sheng Xian paused at a certain item. "Okay." Lu Li quickly placed an order. It was a pomelo tree. It was also good, with large fruits. Afterwards, the two of them sorted through the trees, finding some fruit that wouldn't take up much space but would yield a lot. They also planted a row of corn along 3 sides of the tree, which could be cooked or grilled. After filling the 2 additional square meters, Lu Li smiled contentedly. She glanced at the time. 10 o'clock. The rush to buy was about to start at 11, and she immediately called for help. "Come pick the vegetables and fruits." Everyone had just woken up and rushed over after receiving the message, their eyes still a little dazed. Lu Mu solemnly suggested, "Boss Lu, I think we can find someone to do this. After all, we have to harvest and sell every day. It's a big job." Lu Li reached out and hit him. "You pay?" The main problem was that it wasn't possible to find a suitable person quickly. Everyone had their own shops to open, and the little guys were all doing their own jobs. Let's look for it outside. Worrying is one thing, but there are still a series of issues to address later. Shin Bing had already quietly picked a basket of apples and surreptitiously kicked Luo Mu. "You're the only one who talks too much. Come help." Luo Mu was kicked so hard he nearly fell into the vegetable patch, about to kiss the earth passionately, but Sheng Xian quickly grabbed him. He thought to himself, "You can fight, but don't crush my vegetables." With strength in numbers, they quickly gathered everything they could from the vegetable patch. They were temporarily storing them in Shin Bing's system warehouse, to be sorted at the factory. Yes, they were sorting them at the factory now. The place was large, spacious, and safe. The group moved on to the factory. Zhong Xiao opened the door, and Shin Bing walked in first, unloading all the fruits and vegetables. The aroma of fruit filled the factory. Everyone, now a skilled first-class worker, quickly divided the vast mountain into dozens of smaller ones. Each small mountain represented a specific species. After sorting, Shin Bing stored the small ones in the system warehouse. When someone placed an order, the system automatically packed and shipped them. It was soon 11 o'clock. This was almost a daily routine, a habit. Every day at 11 o'clock, they had to rush in, regardless of whether they were just a runner-up or whether they could get one. Thanks to the internet and everyone's love of online chatting, the news of the daily 11 o'clock fruit and vegetable rush at the central base had spread to some of the larger bases. Some people even obtained the mini-program through their connections, leaving those who didn't have access to it to watch helplessly. Luli didn't want to advertise it too much just yet. After all, the quantity was still too small, barely enough to fill the gaps in the central base's supply. Other bases shouldn't join in the fun for now. As soon as 11 o'clock passed, as expected, there were bursts of wailing outside the RV again. But after the wailing, life had to go on, even more so with the excitement of scratch-off lottery tickets. If I can't win, will I still win? Luli had just finished an intense physical labor, and was now slumped on the sofa, watching Shinbing and Luo Mu running around for her. One asked, "Would you like some watermelon?" Another asked, "Would you like a drink?" Luli was enjoying herself, taking sips of watermelon and a drink, when she heard a shout from outside. It was quite urgent, Boss Lu. Someone's looking for you. Luli looked over. They were all unfamiliar customers. Who was looking for her? She gave Shinbing a look, motioning him to go check. She had absolutely no desire to get up or move. Chapter 251. Shinbing naturally stood up quickly. She was about to ask who the customer was looking for, but she gave up the idea when she saw the man. No need to ask, it was him. He stood at the front of the crowd, observing the lottery shop with interest, his eyes filled with amusement and curiosity. He had a unique temperament and handsome features, his features bearing a faint resemblance to Ouyang Feng. Shinbing pursed her lips, subconsciously not wanting him to go to the RV or meet Luli. He had come with ill intentions. But contrary to her wishes, he had come to see Luli. Ouyang Jin leaned over and met Shinbing's inquiring and wary gaze. He was not surprised by his wariness at all, and simply stared back expressionlessly. Their eyes met, and it seemed as if the very air was twisted. Ouyang Jin spoke first, "Take me to find Luli." Shinbing remained silent, standing still. He spoke in a steady voice, "Boss Lu doesn't want to see anyone. Please go back." "Take me to find Luli," Ouyang Jin repeated. He knew Luli was in the RV. But he wasn't stupid. He'd seen the viral video online, and knew that outsiders couldn't enter the RV without Luli's permission. The consequences of entering the RV without permission would be disastrous. Perhaps being devoured alive by an invisible force, or being flung away. He was always cautious, and wouldn't take such a risk. Shinbing didn't bother to pay attention to him. Anyone with a discerning eye could see he was looking for trouble. He would be a fool to take him to the RV. Shinbing turned to leave, but the moment he did, he sensed danger approaching from behind. Shinbing suddenly lowered his upper body, dodging the fatal blow, and ran towards the RV. But before he could take 2 more steps, Ouyang Jin attacked again. Shinbing waved her hand, and released an icicle in his direction. But it was impossible to stop it. The icicle was instantly shattered by Ouyang Jin, turning into a pile of icy shards. With 3 steps to go, Shinbing turned around, and a massive ice wall appeared between them. This bought him a second, but it was enough. Shinbing quickly ran to the RV, pushed himself in with one hand, and jumped in. The movement was swift and clean. Because of the obstruction of view, Luli had no idea what was happening. He only saw Shinbing jump in. After landing smoothly, he began to pant, his hands supporting his knees, veins bulging in his veins. Luli asked, "What's wrong? Did that guy hit you?" He stood up, as if he was going to avenge him. Shinbing had originally intended to tell her that Ouyang Jin had arrived, but after hearing her say that, her lip curled, and she immediately said yes. "He's here to avenge Ouyang Feng. He looks like his brother. How dare you come here? Where are you?" Luli slammed the table, angrily. Shinbing pointed in a direction, and led Luli to see it. Sure enough, Ouyang Jin was still standing there, but the ice wall had vanished. "Hey! That guy named Ouyang." Luli, standing inside the RV, hands on her hips, shouted. But it felt strangely silly to shout like that. It was all because of the guy's double surname. Ouyang Jin immediately looked over, past the clamor of the crowd and the noise, to meet Luli's powerful gaze. For a moment, he was dazed. She was beautiful, bright and generous, a stark contrast to this chaotic and grimy world. He made his way through the crowd, stepping closer until he reached Luli. He asked politely, "Boss Lu, can I get in the RV?" Shinbing and Luo Mu stood behind Luli, one on each side, imitating her, hands on their hips. Luo Mu said with great force, "No. Do you think you can just go and do it if you want?" Luli wanted to hold her forehead, and smiled bitterly. Why did she sound so foolish? But she was his own man after all, and she couldn't refuse him. Ouyang Jin ignored Luomu, and simply looked at Lu Li quietly, waiting for her response. Lu Li shook her head slightly. No, you just stand outside. Although she smiled, her tone was cold and wary. Ouyang Jin gave up the idea of entering the RV and simply pulled out his laptop and said, Boss Lu, I'm here this time. I just want you to cooperate with me in recording a video. My younger brother lost face here a few days ago, which has damaged the Ouyang family's reputation recently. Please clarify that you were just playing with my younger brother. There were few customers around, all deliberately driven away by Ouyang Jin, and no one heard their conversation. Lu Li really wanted to laugh now. Why? Excuse me, please. Before Lu Li could respond, Ouyang Jin raised his laptop and pointed the camera at her face. Lu Li's smile faded instantly. He stared at the laptop in his hand, his mind racing. Swoosh! The laptop slipped from Ouyang Jin's grasp and flew into the air. Ouyang Jin stared at it in surprise. With his strength, he hadn't even reacted this. Impossible. He was already the strongest of the younger generation of the Ouyang family. He tapped his toes, leveraging the momentum to leap up, leaping several meters high. He reached out to grab the laptop. But his grasp was empty. As if possessed by a soul, the laptop flew behind him with a whoosh. Ouyang Jin spun around and struck with such speed that it left an afterimage, but still missed. The optical computer slipped away like a loach, wiping the back of his hand. Ouyang Jin's expression grew even uglier. He looked down in midair, seeing the gazes of those inferior humans, as if he were watching a circus, making him extremely uncomfortable. Ouyang Jin slowly descended, his face livid, and he squinted at Lu Li. Boss Lu, if you don't want to clarify, that's fine, but why are you playing such a trick on me? Ouyang Jin tried to maintain his composure. It's just for fun. Lu Li shrugged. Ouyang Jin's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had heard something unbelievable. He, the eldest son of the Ouyang family, has become a plaything in your mouth? So angry. You? Ouyang Jin was speechless. His elders had never taught him how to curse, only that he must cultivate diligently, hoping to become the head of the family someday. Your brother is Ouyang Feng, right? He's the foolish son of a landlord, and you're the eldest son of a landlord. Lu Li recounted the details. At least they didn't actually do anything to hurt her, unlike the Jiang and Shen families, who were both incredibly tough. As for the beating Shen Bing had just made, they held back, fearing the consequences of killing her and being punished. Ouyang Jin surprisingly didn't feel mocked when she said it. You? Ouyang Jin repeated. What should he say? You idiot. Speak up. Don't lose, but it just kept coming back you. Shut up. No more. Lu Li agreed repeatedly. Okay, I won't say anything. The expression on her face was like someone trying to coax a fool. Ouyang Jin felt even more annoyed at his own idiocy, and at the elders for not teaching him anything useful. He turned and walked away, his face expressionless as he returned to the old house. He happened to run into the fourth elder, who, seeing his irritated expression, smiled indulgently and asked, Who provoked you to be so angry? Is it Xiao Feng again? Ouyang Jin shook his head, and his anger immediately dissipated. He was extremely respectful of his elders. It's Lu Li, Ouyang Jin said truthfully. Chapter 252. The fourth elder was suspicious. Lu Li? The owner of the lottery shop? She's been making all the noise lately. That incident with Xiao Feng was because of her, right? Yes, Ouyang Jin said. The fourth elder pressed. Why did you go looking for her? To vent your anger on Xiao Feng? Just take care of your own business. When his confinement is up, let him go. Ouyang Jin hesitated, then said, but the Ouyang family's reputation. The fourth elder was very open-minded. Unlike the first elder, who cared about the family's reputation and honor, he was not as concerned as the first elder. However, everyone had their own perspective, and it was impossible for everyone to have a positive image of the Ouyang family. It's not that important. Just look at it more openly. The fourth elder was about to pat Ouyang Jin on the shoulder and offer some comfort, but then thought that wouldn't work. He was going to be the head of the family someday, so he couldn't let it go. If his eldest brother knew he said such treasonous things to Jin, who knew how he treat him? The fourth elder moved his lips twice before saying, just be yourself. With that, he turned and left, leaving Ouyang Jin to ponder. Be myself? Be myself? These four words kept swirling in his mind. What does it mean to be myself? What is my true self? He had been taught from birth to be the head of the family. Every thought, word, and deed was shaped by the image of the head of the family. If he wasn't the head of the family, Then what was he really like? Ouyang Jin, always quick-witted, was baffled and went to Ouyang Feng's room. He was in solitary confinement, told not to leave for 2 weeks. Ouyang Jin knocked on the door, and it quickly opened, revealing Ouyang Feng's bright eyes. This kid was always so spirited. He sidled inside, and the door instantly shut. The room was dimly lit, only by the light filtering through the window. "Brother, why are you here?" Ouyang Feng asked him excitedly. He hadn't seen a living person in days, and he was quite agitated. "I came to see you." Ouyang Jin patted his shoulder gently. The two sat on the edge of the bed, speechless for a moment. Ouyang Jin asked, "Why did you go looking for Luli that day?" After he found her, he was put in solitary confinement. He never got around to asking. Ouyang Feng rummaged through his brother's pockets, pulling out a small snack. While eating, he said, "She heard Jiang Shuer, and I went to avenge her." Ouyang Jin was stunned to think it was because of this. "What does Jiang Shuer have to do with you? Why are you so worried?" After saying that, he remembered that the two were the same age. When they were still children, their elders had joked about them getting engaged, but it was all just a joke, and the elders probably didn't remember it. Only this fool still remembers. He was speechless again. It seemed perfectly reasonable. He was seeking revenge for his fiancée, and then he was seeking revenge for his own brother. How ridiculous. What a family that loves seeking revenge. He suddenly remembered something and asked solemnly, "Do you like Jiang Shuer?" Ouyang Feng denied it repeatedly. "Who would like her? She's a shrewd young lady. I can't stand her." Ouyang Jin knew it was the truth. Xiao Feng never lied to him. "Then why did you go and avenge her? Are you bored?" Ouyang Feng thought seriously for a moment. "I really do have some free time. For fun, I just want to see the legendary Luli." At this point, he became excited. "It's quite amazing. Even I can't get close to her. I can't even lift a finger. Isn't that amazing?" Ouyang Jin said irritably, "You need me to tell you? I went to see her today." "How was it?" Ouyang Feng was excited. Ouyang Jin hesitated, then said aggrievedly, "It's indeed quite amazing, but..." "Right. I told you, it's really amazing. Her RV seems to have a big cover that keeps anyone from getting in. Anyone who gets close will be sucked away." Ouyang Feng danced with excitement. Ouyang Jin covered his mouth with his hand. "Alright, you're acting like this RV is yours. Since you're fine, I'm leaving now." Listening to him brag about Luli was actually a bit annoying. Ouyang Jin stood up and tried to leave, but Ouyang Feng grabbed him and hugged him. "Don't go. Let's talk some more. I'm bored to death, your brother. If the Great Elder finds out, we'd both be in trouble." Ouyang Jin tried to pry the hand around his waist, but he didn't dare use too much force, fearing it might break. He dragged him back to the bed, Ouyang Feng's enthusiasm still high. "Tell me more. What did you do at Luli's place today? What do you think you did?" "I was protecting the Ouyang family's reputation. I wanted Luli to record a video to clarify that the person that day wasn't you." Ouyang Feng was stunned. "Why? Silly." Ouyang Jin pushed his dumbfounded head away and scolded him. "Do you know what people are saying about the Ouyang family these days? They say our mysterious family does nothing all day and only picks on those who truly serve the survivors. They also say the Ouyang family has weak family values, and that the members are acting recklessly. You better behave yourself. Everyone knows you now." Ouyang Jin rolled his eyes at Ouyang Feng, his head lowering lower. "Oh, I get it. I apologize to Luli when I get out, okay? Actually, I didn't want to go find Luli that day. I went to see Jiang Shuer first. She said she hated Luli so much and asked me to avenge her. I figured I have something else to do anyway." His voice trailed off as he spoke, his confidence clearly weakening. He even felt ridiculous. Ouyang Jin sternly said, "Is that what the elders taught you? What happened between Luli and Jiang Shuer has nothing to do with us. Why should we get involved for no reason? Stay out of other people's business. Besides, Luli didn't provoke you. If you suddenly go after her, she'd definitely retaliate." Ouyang Jin lectured Ouyang Feng for half an hour. Ouyang Feng felt incredibly ashamed, repeatedly saying, "I understand. I won't do this again. I was wrong, brother." Ouyang Jin's mouth was dry from talking, and his anger had subsided. Okay, I won't say anything more about you. When your confinement is up, I personally bring you to apologize." "Okay." Ouyang Feng promised. Ouyang Jin left the room and went to see the Great Elder. After much persuasion, he finally managed to shorten Ouyang Feng's confinement. He left the Great Elder's study again and sighed deeply. He hadn't even become the head of the family yet, and he felt like he had so much on his plate. What would it be like once he became the head of the family? He'd be exhausted to death. Then it suddenly occurred to him that the previous head of the family had passed away a long time ago, and now the 5 elders were in charge of the entire family. Ouyang Jin couldn't help but wonder if he died of exhaustion. Unable to think anymore, Ouyang Jin shook his head and returned to his room. Inside the lottery shop, Luli had happily finished her lunch and, as usual, began to feel dizzy. Ah! Chapter 253. A scream echoed, and Luli instantly woke up, looking into the crowd. After taking in the scene, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Yi Cheng approached with a graceful demeanor. Although plain in appearance, he possessed a distinguished aura. If you ignore the human head he held, from which blood continuously dripped, gradually forming a bloody trail, the scene would still be worth seeing. But now, the head's expression was hideous and wrinkled, as if it had endured torture before death. Not only was it hideous, but it was also dirty. The whole scene was truly unbearable to watch. Luli recognized the head as the director of the research institute from yesterday's meeting. Goodness, he really brought his head with him. He would have to give up the soil, even if he didn't want to. It didn't matter, after all, the soil had been improved thanks to that sapling. If he left, it would become ordinary soil, completely useless. By the time Yi Cheng arrived in front of Luli, carrying the head, the surrounding customers had already retreated, their faces skating, though secretly they didn't want anything to happen to Boss Lu. Yi Cheng was about to place the head down on the table with a clang, but before it even touched the table, a mysterious force suddenly lifted it up. Bang! With a thud, the head hovered in front of Yi Cheng, kissing him face to face. Seeing him stunned, the head tilted slightly to the left, lips touching, tightly pressed together. Yi Cheng's eyes widened, feeling the strange sensation on his lips. Sticky, rough, and with a fishy smell. Sickened, he instinctively took a step back, only to find the head following closely, clinging to his lips as he retreated. Frantically, Yi Cheng reached out to pry it away, but it wouldn't budge, as if it were firmly glued to his mouth. He crouched down, and the head quickly followed. He turned to leave, but it flew faster than him, blocking his path and preventing him from moving. Yi Cheng was filled with panic and nausea. The head followed him like a shadow, impossible to shake off. He knew it was Lu Li's doing, but he had no evidence or solution. He kept walking forward, but the blood-dripping, stench-inducing head was still stuck to his mouth, and no matter what he did, he couldn't get it off. He couldn't see the road ahead, and he fell flat on his face, his forelips pressed together even more tightly. He frowned and scrambled forward. The scene was extremely bizarre. The usually elegant Yi Cheng was now in a state of extreme disarray, with the head sticking to him like a shadow. He struggled to stand and kept walking. Behind him, the onlookers laughed at him harshly. But strangely, after walking a certain distance, the dean's head fell to the ground. Yi Cheng instantly breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing on the ground. The laughter grew increasingly piercing, and he felt increasingly embarrassed. Damn Lu Li. He wanted to turn around and go back to her for an explanation, but fearing a repeat of what had just happened, he resorted to kicking the head away. He then turned furiously to Lu Li, only to meet her teasing gaze, his rage surging. A curse was on the tip of his tongue, but remembering he still had the soil, he swallowed it back in frustration. Yi Cheng extended his hand and said forcefully, "Soil! I already brought you the head, now you have to give it to me." Lu Li crossed her arms, shrugged, and said, "Where's the head?" Hand it over in one hand, and the soil in the other. "You?" Yi Cheng was so enraged he was speechless. What if he brought the head back, and she did the same thing again? Lu Li smiled and said, "Don't worry, Manager Yi, I'm not that bad." No way. Yi Cheng didn't believe her nonsense, but he also knew she wouldn't give him the soil unless he brought the head. He turned to pick up the head, and just as he did, he heard Lu Li's hearty laughter, which was extremely piercing to his ears. It was so unpleasant. Yi Cheng walked faster and faster, but he had been so angry just now that he had used too much force, and he was also a psychic. It would take some time to find it now. Fortunately, he still remembered the direction, and finally found it by following the path. It was even dirtier. Blood was already dripping from the neck, and after rolling several times in the soil, the entire head had turned gray and mixed with blood. He really didn't want to reach out to pick it up, so he kicked it all the way back. As he approached the RV, Yi Cheng felt a little panicked. Especially when he was close to the head, Yi Cheng didn't want to move forward. The main thing is that the head is even dirtier now. It's been kicked all the way back, covered in everything, feces, urine, mud. Yi Cheng felt like vomiting just thinking about it, but he had no choice but to kick it all the way back to the RV. Luli couldn't help but sneer, mocking Manager Yi. Is this the dean's head? How cruel. They just chopped it off without saying anything, and thought it would be over. Yi Chung sneered back. Yes, the dean volunteered to contribute to the central base. That's what Boss Lu meant. A life must be sacrificed in exchange for a little bit of soil. The customers around him exchanged glances when they heard this. What did Boss Lu mean? Boss Lu forcing the central base to exchange human lives for soil? Impossible. Boss Lu isn't that kind. She's kind and kind-hearted. Luli smiled at him, ignoring the words, and pulled a plastic bag from her pocket. It contained a handful of black soil, which she tossed lightly, landing at Yi Cheng's feet. Here you go, Luli said disdainfully. Yi Cheng's face darkened, feeling deeply insulted once again. He picked up the head from the ground and flung it with all his might towards Luli. Go to hell! Yi Cheng cursed. But the head was precisely blocked by a thin membrane, denting slightly before bouncing back. It struck Yi Cheng directly in the face, smearing him with all sorts of filth, and he even accidentally swallowed some of it. Yi Cheng spat out his tongue and frantically stepped back, tripping over his own feet. He fell straight to the ground with a thud, landing on the back of his head. He struggled for a moment before getting up. He picked up the handful of soil, stuffed it in his pocket, and fled, terrified of the torture he would endure if he stayed any longer. Luli spread her hands indifferently. These people are such a jerk. They just had to come and cause trouble. I didn't do anything. The customers around her nodded in agreement. Yeah, I didn't see Boss Lu do anything. That's true. I saw her with her hands in her pockets or on her hips the whole time. She didn't look like she was going to do anything. I think it was that guy looking for trouble. Who would have the time to bring someone up? If that's not intimidation, what is it? But who could have known that Boss Lu was controlling the situation entirely with her mental power? A fight? What's that? Impossible. Luomu watched the whole thing, applauding in amazement. He really didn't know where Boss Lu got all these tricks. While not fatal, it was extremely insulting and could be mentally torturous. Shin Bing chuckled, secretly vowing never to offend Luli again. Chapter 254. Luli turned, glanced at the two of them, and smiled. What are you thinking about? So engrossed? Shin Bing snapped back to reality, her calm and composed demeanor flashing through his mind, as if she wouldn't panic no matter what. This made him feel at ease, and he chuckled and shook his head. Luomu smiled innocently and praised directly, Luli, you're amazing. Although he used to be cool and effortless, he was still a little intimidated by the high-ranking leaders of the central base. He always felt that they were high and mighty, out of reach, and that everything they said and did was arrogant. But after following Luli, he realized that was just like that. He was treated like a monkey, and they were also very petty and vindictive. His impression of her was completely reversed. After one turmoil in the morning and another in the afternoon, Luli was exhausted. Fortunately, she got through the rest of the day without any major incidents. At 7 o'clock, it was time for the first day of the night market to open, and Luli rushed there just in time. The 3 machines were already set up, and the 2 owners stood behind them, ready for action. They didn't even prepare disposable bowls and chopsticks. It's been 10 years since the apocalypse, so who doesn't have some food? They brought their own. Xiao Di arrived half an hour early to familiarize himself with the machines to avoid any confusion. There were already quite a few people waiting in front of the 3 machines, each finding a dish they wanted and lining up. Look at their behavior. It's all been trained by Luli. At 7 o'clock, Luli stood in front of the 3 machines, acting as a supervisor, watching for any disobedience. The first batch was already ready, just waiting for the time to go. Luli stood in the middle, listening to the clamor coming from all directions. Your sausages, here they are. Yeah, 1 crystal core for 2 sausages, I can compete with the others. Crystal cores. Give me the cores first, then the food, don't rush. 2 crystal cores for 1 bowl of Odin, no bargains. 1 crystal core for 2 octopus balls, leave the cores here. Amid the chaos, there was a bit of order, and things went relatively smoothly. Everyone was quite cooperative, believing that a full meal is worse than a good one. Perhaps it was Luli who was in charge, so no one made trouble or cut in line, they were quite obedient. This night market stall went quite smoothly, and both stall owners felt they could continue this business for a long time. Most importantly, it was very profitable. They earned dozens of crystal cores just by setting up their stalls. These were all rewards from Boss Lu, and they were so grateful. They already treated Luli like a second parent. They also hoped the night market would grow, and become a true night market. Due to the night market, dinner was pushed back a bit today. Everyone gathered at the lottery shop. Ever since the last zombie wave ended, Wang Yang had joined in. Luli would prepare a special dinner for him, all bought from the mall, featuring zombie favorites. Although Wang Yang didn't particularly enjoy the food, he still finished it off, leading Luli to believe he loved it. So tonight, he had 2 large bowls of food overflowing. Thank you so much. Wang Yang ate expressionlessly as Luo Mu enthusiastically boasted, Yi Cheng is here today. Yes, the manager. Shin Bing had witnessed it herself and, not wanting to listen to his boasting, focused on serving food to Luli with her serving chopsticks. No one paid him any attention except Zhong Xia, who cheered him on. Go on, what's next? Luo Mu then excitedly described how Luli had teased Yi Cheng that afternoon. It was hilarious, and so detailed, even mentioning the frustrated, forbearing expression on Yi Cheng's face. Luli listened, as if it were a brand new story, if only he hadn't experienced it himself. She thought he was just telling a story. He certainly had that potential. After dinner, everyone sat for a while. Luo Mu looked at the scratch-off tickets, feeling a strange itch. Had he never scratched before? Or had he scratched before but forgotten? So he quietly used up all his points and grabbed the most expensive scratch-off ticket. Scratch it, that meant nothing. He's seen too many people lose everything on scratch-off tickets, and just when he was about to cut his losses, Zhong Xia came over, took a look, and felt a tingle too. It's been a while since I last scratched. I give it a try. Luo Mu had almost forgotten that his factory was a scratch-off reward. Like Shin Bing and the others, he had incredible luck. Why couldn't he be so lucky? No, he was lucky too, having met Luli. He instantly beamed, his lips curled as he picked up a scratch-off ticket and started scratching it with Zhong Xia. Hey. Ah. Got it. Some were happy, some were sad. Luli looked over. What did you get? Looking at the scratch-off ticket in Zhong Xia's hand, Luo Mu, with a hint of helplessness and a hint of boasting, said, Boss Lu, it's me. Oh, what did you get? Luli looked at it again. She couldn't recognize it, but with a sullen expression, she tossed it into the lucky cat, awaiting its verdict. She spat out a small card. Luli suddenly felt this wasn't that simple. Generally, winning a small card is a big prize. She picked it up and saw it. It was a teddy bear. Small text on the back said, can be enlarged or shrunk. 5-star combat power. Can protect its beloved owner. Luli wanted to laugh, and before Luo Mu could see clearly, she slipped the card into the lucky cat's mouth again. Luo Mu yelled, Huh? What's that? I can't see it clearly yet. You know later, Luli said, rolling her eyes at him, her voice grumbling all the time. After a flash of white light, a palm-sized brown bear appeared before their eyes. Its big, round eyes were adorable, and its short arms and legs sat on the table, looking quite simple and honest. Luo Mu's eyes widened, theirs matching the size of the bear's. He wailed, What is this? How come everything others scrape out is delicious and fun? Is this toy edible? Luli almost wanted to punch him in the head. Connect with it, and try to make it bigger. Huh? Luo Mu didn't understand, but he obeyed. He picked up the bear, held it at eye level, and met its gaze. A magical current coursed through his mind, rushing towards the bear. Luo Mu clearly heard a Z sound, and the next second, he seemed to have truly merged with the bear. Overjoyed, he tried to control the bear, just as he always controlled it with his supernatural powers. He thought to himself, get bigger. But the bear didn't change at all. Its round eyes remained the same, staring at him innocently. Luo Mu instinctively wanted to complain to Luli, so he put the bear on the table. The next second he turned around, the bear, having been placed on the table, fell outside the RV because it wasn't placed firmly. What the hell? Zhong Xia said. He was about to scratch another ticket when he looked up and saw a shocking scene. A remarkably lifelike stuffed bear stood in front of the RV, taller than a 2-story RV, seemingly blocking out the sun. It was growing larger, and Zhong Xia hurriedly called out, Luo Mu, your reward. Huh? Luo Mu had just reached Lu Li's side when he heard the voice and turned back. Chapter 255. He saw a brown, furry area outside the RV, like a fuzzy wall. He scratched his head in confusion. What is this? Zhong Xia's words flashed through his mind. Shocked, he exclaimed, could this be that teddy bear from earlier? He hurried to see, leaning out. Wow, it was already twice the size of the RV, its belly bulging as if stuffed with countless fluffy cotton balls. Its arms and legs were still short. But now it wasn't cute anymore, it was huge. Luo Mu hurriedly shouted, "Stop! No need to get any bigger." Sure enough, it didn't grow any bigger, maintaining its current size. Luo Mu asked tentatively, "Little bear?" The little bear puppet raised its larger-than-a-human paw and waved it back and forth, sending a gust of cold air into the RV. Luli's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Wow." Luo Mu continued to probe. "Hold out your paw?" Then he looked up expectantly, and after a long wait, the little bear finally extended its paw, palm facing upward. It was just slightly lower than the tabletop, and Luo Mu watched, eager to make his move. Boldly climbing onto the tabletop, he carefully slid onto the little bear's paw. It was surprisingly springy, and the paw was large enough to easily accommodate 3 people sitting cross-legged. "Come on, get up. Take me up." Despite saying so, Luo Mu still held onto his raised nails tightly, afraid of falling. Then, he slowly raised his paw, as if taking Luo Mu's mood into consideration. Luo Mu lay on the elastic claws, and saw Luli getting smaller and smaller in front of his eyes, and his height gradually surpassed the RV. Ah, so this is what the roof of an RV looks like. Then, he met the bear's giant, black, plastic eyes, but they seemed more alive than before, as if he could read its emotions. He whispered, "Bear?" In that instant, Luo Mu thought he saw a light flash in his eyes, like a real, living black bear. He pointed in the direction of the central base. "Let's go that way." With that, he clutched his nails tightly. At the command, the bear immediately took off running. Although its legs looked short, it ran incredibly fast, taking 2 steps at a time, like an earthquake. Luo Mu, bouncing back and forth on his paws, slid aside and found a better spot. Just as he had moved, the central base's gate appeared before him. The bear wasn't big enough, shorter than the wall, but the moment the guards saw it, they were terrified, their hands shaking, and they almost sounded the high alert. "Hey, hey, hey, don't go. Change direction." Luo Mu hurriedly stopped him. Better to stay out of trouble. The little bear was incredibly obedient, keeping its palms facing upwards, in a lifted position, as it ran in the direction Luo Mu pointed. The little bear didn't tire, it was only happy when its owner was happy. After running back and forth twice, Luo Mu had his fill and trudged back to the RV. "Put me down, little bear." Luo Mu patted his bouncy palm, and the little bear obediently lowered its paws to the ground. Luo Mu rolled over skillfully, his face beaming with joy. Luli asked curiously, "How's it going?" Luo Mu's smile widened. "Little bear is so obedient. He goes wherever I tell him to go, and he runs incredibly fast. We don't have to worry about escaping anymore. Let little bear take us flying." Shin Bing suddenly blurted out, startling Luo Mu. Okay. Luo Mu also. Then he said to the little bear, "Shrink, shrink." With a sound, the enormous little bear shrank instantly, without any warning, back to the size of a palm. Luo Mu felt it wasn't enough. He wanted to carry it with him for convenience, so he said, "Shrink smaller, smaller." Finally, it shrank to the size of a glass. Satisfied, Luo Mu smoothed the bear's fur and tucked it into his pocket with great care. He finally had his reward. Luli witnessed the whole thing, and couldn't help but sigh at Luo Mu's childish nature. But it wasn't bad either, it was something none of them possessed. After watching this episode, everyone went home. Luo Mu even took the little bear out, placed it on his bed, tucked it in with a blanket, and slept with it. Ouyang's house. Ouyang Jin woke up early, dressed, and went to Ouyang Feng's room. He banged on the door shouting, "Get up. Go apologize to Boss Lu." Ouyang Feng covered his head with a quilt, pretending not to hear. Another bang. Ouyang Jin burst through the door, pulling back the quilt to reveal his fruity ninja pajamas. He then lifted him up, grasped his shoulders, and rocked him back and forth. "Stop sleeping. Stop sleeping. Get up." Ouyang Feng's words were incoherent. "Get up." "Ah, I get up now." "Why are you getting up?" "I need to sleep." "Why are you sleeping?" "Get up and follow me." Ouyang Jin interrupted him, grabbed his body as it was about to fall, and threw a random set of clothes from the closet on him. He shouted, "Put them on. Stop wasting time." Under his brother's pressure, Ouyang Feng could only frown and reluctantly put on his clothes. Afterward, he finally sobered up a bit. But he realized his pants and shirt didn't match at all. He said bitterly, "I don't want to wear these pants." Ouyang Jin rolled his eyes at him. "Go find them yourself. Hurry up. I meet you outside." He didn't forget to kick him. Ouyang Feng fell off the bed, his legs giving way as he nearly fell to his knees. Ouyang Jin quickly caught him and said helplessly, "Why are you so weak?" "I'm still sleepy." Yang Feng yelled. Half an hour later, the two brothers emerged from the old house. Over here, Luli had just finished breakfast and was happily sipping soy milk. Watching the increasing number of customers, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It felt so good to just sit there and collect money. She looked out into the distance and suddenly saw Ouyang Jin, followed closely by Ouyang Feng. What were these two brothers doing here? And who were they seeking revenge for? Since arriving at the central base, Lu Li's highest protection mechanism had never been deactivated, and her 20-meter safety zone was always active. This allowed her to respond immediately in case of any emergency. She watched the two brothers approach, but they didn't look like they were looking for trouble. They looked more like they were strolling leisurely, like they had just finished their meal and were just taking a stroll. Unbeknownst to Lu Li, Ouyang Jin was whispering to Ouyang Feng, "Remember what you say later? Remember this. Don't bring shame to our family again." Ouyang Feng muttered in response, "I'm clearly the victim. Lu Li is fine, okay? What did you say?" Ouyang Jin asked again, not quite understanding. Nothing. Ouyang Feng shuddered and quickly denied. Ouyang Jin nodded in satisfaction, and the two brothers continued walking. When they reached Lu Li, they stopped. "Boss Lu, long time no see," Ouyang Jin said politely. Chapter 256. Having only just met yesterday, Lu Li couldn't understand what these two men were up to. He braced himself. Suddenly, Ouyang Feng bowed deeply to him. Lu Li shuddered and took a step aside. Was he trying to retaliate? He was trying to use moral blackmail. As he took a step away, he saw Ouyang Feng still bowing, shouting, "Boss Lu. I'm sorry. I was wrong that day. I shouldn't have brought anyone to cause you trouble. I shouldn't have taken your life. I know I was wrong. Please, Boss Lu, forgive me." He then stood up. Ouyang Jin's face was filled with apology. He truly felt that his brother's behavior that day was inappropriate. The customers around looked over, whispering, "What's going on?" "I guess. An apology to Boss Lu. You need me to tell you? Anyone with eyes can tell, okay? Hey, isn't that the guy in that viral video lately? Have you seen it? Yes, it's hilarious, but it's certainly excessive. A bunch of grown men bullying Boss Lu, a girl, should apologize. Lu Li, she should accept it now, and end it all, right? Okay, I accept. Let's get going. Stop embarrassing yourself here." Ouyang Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Now everyone's impression of the Ouyang family should improve, right? They shouldn't be accused of bullying, right? He grabbed Ouyang Feng and was about to leave. But suddenly, a loud voice rang out from not far away. "Little bear." They both looked over and saw a massive brown bear, taller and stronger than the convenience store, lumbering towards them. No, they were running towards the convenience store entrance. Standing at the entrance was a blond man, waving at the running bear. The bear stopped in front of him, becoming unusually obedient. As if possessed by a soul, the blond man extended his paw toward the man, who quickly leaped onto the bear's shoulders, and off they went for a spin. Ouyang Feng's blood boiled at the sight. He hadn't heard of anyone capable of taming animals in the apocalypse, hadn't he? Lulu, who was standing behind them, perhaps seeing them staring at the bear's retreating form, remained dazed for a moment, and replied, "That's a prize from a scratch-off lottery ticket." The next second, a gust of wind blew past, and Ouyang Feng lunged forward. "What kind of scratch-off lottery ticket is it? I want to play too." He was incredibly excited. Lu Li pointed to the most expensive scratch-off ticket. "Here. I want to buy it. I want to buy it." Ouyang Feng was about to scratch it when Lu Li held back his restless hand. "Wait, crystal cores." Ouyang Feng was stunned. It was his first time having direct contact with a woman. Her hands were so white, tender, and soft. "How could I pay?" Ouyang Jin pulled the crystal cores from his space and slapped his silly brother on the back of the head. "You little brat, why are you staring at someone else's hand? What a jerk." Ouyang Feng came back to his senses and quickly tried to hide the truth. "No, I'm not looking at the scratch-off tickets." Lu Li took the crystal cores and released Ouyang Feng's hand. "Scratch it, scratch it." Ouyang Jin had given him a lot of crystal cores. A quick glance suggested there were about 30 or 40 of them. Not only were there the gray, first-grade crystal cores, but there were also crystal cores of various colors. As expected of a young master, he was incredibly generous. So Ouyang Feng began scratching, while Ouyang Jin watched from the side. He scratched 5 sheets in a row, but nothing came of it. Lu Li couldn't stand it any longer, so she opened a new book for him to scratch. "Come on, scratch this one. You're just unlucky. Don't ruin my reputation. Usually, even the worst luck would only result in 3 losses. How could this be possible? 5 and nothing? Perhaps it's saving up luck for the future. After opening a new book, the first 3 draws still yielded nothing. Ouyang Jin couldn't help but wonder, Boss Lu, do these scratch-off tickets really win prizes? Luli glanced at him, motioning him to look outside. Could the endless stream of customers be his hired shills? Ouyang Jin followed her hand, looking back, then silently averted his gaze. Well, he could only blame his silly brother's bad luck. Got it! Finally! Ouyang Feng was excited. What is it? Ouyang Jin leaned over, excitedly asking. Luli knew it at a glance. It's an orange. Do you want to redeem it now? A characteristically gentle smile graced her face. Exchange, exchange, exchange. This was Ouyang Feng's first time playing a scratch-off lottery, and also his first time winning a prize. A tremendous sense of accomplishment washed over him. He also ignored what Boss Lu had said. It was an orange. Ouyang Feng calmed down a bit after receiving the orange. He turned it over and over, examining it from left to right. Nothing special seemed to be there. Luli reminded him, this is a real orange. Ouyang Feng suddenly realized, oh, it's okay. I keep peeling. With that, he stuffed the orange into Ouyang Jin's arms. Huh? Ouyang Jin was stunned. He took the orange and began to peel it naturally. Although they were a mysterious family, their resources were not particularly abundant. Fruits like this were not often eaten. His fingers were slender, and he peeled slowly and gracefully, as if he had practiced countless times. When he was done, he looked from his silly brother to Boss Lu. Hesitantly he asked, Boss Lu, do you want some? Wouldn't it be rude not to give it to him? Luli shook her head, and Ouyang Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He cut the orange in half, giving the larger portion to Ouyang Feng and keeping the smaller portion for himself. Ouyang Feng didn't even glance at it, habitually picking it up and eating it, completely accustomed to his brother's little favors. So sweet. His eyes lit up, but his hand continued to scrape vigorously. He exclaimed in surprise, another one. Ouyang Jin cheered, what is it? Ouyang Feng didn't know what it was, but he had just witnessed Boss Lu's tricks. He imitated her, stuffing it into the fortune cat's mouth and waiting quietly. The fortune cat spat out a small card. Luli raised a brow. Could he really have scratched out a prize like Luo Mu's? Ouyang Feng picked up the small card and read aloud, Rabbit plush, can grow and shrink, 3-star combat power, can protect its owner, but mainly acts cute. He suddenly became excited. Is it the same as that kid's reward? But why is mine a rabbit? What should I do next, Boss Lu? Luli raised her chin towards the lucky cat. Put it back in. Oh. Ouyang Feng obediently put it back in. After a flash of white light, the rabbit plush appeared before the 3 of them, its entire body grayish-white. The fur was about a centimeter long and felt smooth, quite soft, and fluffy. Unlike the bear, which felt rough to the touch. The eyes were sewn into an oval, hollow, and the mouth was also sewn into an X. The ears were propped up high, and the hands were drooping as it sat on the table. This? It can grow and shrink? Ouyang Feng was incredulous. Chapter 257. Ouyang Jin didn't believe it either, but having just witnessed the boy's interaction with the giant bear, he had a tinge of curiosity in his heart. It seemed the prizes in the lottery shop were truly beyond imagination. Yes, you have to establish communication with him. Luli patiently inquired. After all, he was her customer. If she didn't understand something, she had to answer. Ouyang Feng was even more incredulous. Establish communication? With a stuffed bunny? Was that even possible? Ouyang Jin slapped him on the back of the head again, impatiently saying, just do it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? In fact, he was quite looking forward to it. I know. Ouyang Feng said helplessly, clutching the back of his head. He lifted the stuffed bunny with both hands, looking left and right, turning it over and over, until his eyes met those stitched oval eyes. Ding! It was like an electric current running through it. He seemed to truly sense what the bunny was thinking. Put me down, she said. The voice echoed directly from the depths of his mind. Startled, he instinctively let go, and the bunny fell flat on the table, sprawled. Ah, my butt hurts. He heard the bunny howling again. Ouyang Feng hurriedly lifted it up again, sitting it upright on the table. It only uttered a soft, airy hum. Can you get bigger? Get bigger for me, please. Ouyang Feng said rather humbly. The bunny responded softly again, then grew a bit larger at a noticeable rate. originally the size of a palm, now at forearm height. It had grown, but not much. Oh Yang Feng, bigger? He was so humble, almost clasping his hands together in prayer. The bunny doll reluctantly grew a little larger, reaching half a man's height. But Oh Yang Feng wanted a giant bunny, a bunny that could rival the giant bear. He begged again, bigger, bigger. Then, realizing he might not have enough space, he painstakingly placed the bunny doll on the ground. All he could hear were her filthy curses, dirty, dirty, dirty. Dirty! I don't want to be on the ground. Oh Yang Feng hurriedly picked her up again, but after she grew bigger, she would have to stand on the ground, right? He didn't understand, but he respected her. This thing was not light, and it was difficult for him to hold it. So, the others watched as the bunny doll grew bigger in Oh Yang Feng's arms, until it was taller than him. Oh Yang Feng finally heard the sound of release, put me down. He hurriedly but carefully squatted down, and placed the bunny doll on the ground. The next second, the bunny doll suddenly grew countless times larger, taller than the RV. Oh Yang Feng's eyes widened as she transformed, and he stuttered, it really can grow. And this big. Oh Yang Jin also looked up, but he couldn't see the rabbit doll's eyes at all. All he could see was her round chin, her fur fluttering in the wind, a cute little thing, her large hands and feet. The customers nearby saw this, and quickly moved away, inexplicably panicked. They had seen too many mutant animals mauling people, let alone such a giant and inert rabbit. Luli hurriedly explained, she won't hurt anyone. Everyone, continue, everyone. Oh Yang Feng remembered the boy being taken for a ride by the giant bear, sitting on its arms and shoulders, looking so majestic. He couldn't help but beg, Bunny, can you let me sit on your hand? The bunny doll snorted softly. Though it didn't move, Oh Yang Feng could still see its disdain. Please, please. Oh Yang Feng clasped his hands together, truly yearning for that scene. Oh Yang Jin saw this humble gesture and felt the urge to kick him. The second young master of the Oh Yang family. How could he be so humble? But thinking that Boss Lu was still watching, he restrained his kick and instead slapped him on the back of the head. How can you be so rude? Oh Yang Feng struggled to stand up straight and lowered his hands, still staring at the bunny with eager eyes. All right, the bunny doll said proudly. After that, it lowered its gray-white furry paw, but not touching the ground, keeping it a meter away. Oh Yang Feng was about to climb up when he noticed the grayish-white fur looked clean, but his shoes were a bit dirty. He asked Boss Lu for 2 plastic bags and put them over his feet, using them as shoe covers. Then he skillfully climbed onto the rabbit's paws, which felt like a large bed, soft and fluffy. There was fur everywhere, and Oh Yang Feng couldn't bear to get it dirty. Then, the paws retracted, and Oh Yang Feng truly felt like he was flying, on a flying bed. Let's go! Let's go there! Oh Yang Feng said excitedly, the rabbit satisfying him, suddenly accelerating. He nearly fell backwards due to inertia, but luckily grabbed a strand of fur in time to steady himself. When he realized he was clinging to the rabbit's fur, he broke into a cold sweat. He quickly let go before she noticed, patting her twice in a reassuring manner. Oh Yang Jin raised his hand, wanting his silly brother to take him with him, but the latter didn't notice. He watched helplessly as the rabbit carrying the person ran away. He turned and gave Luli an awkward smile. Luli shrugged nonchalantly, soothing him, kids are like that. They forget everything when they see something fun. Yeah. Oh Yang Jin gave another awkward laugh. He felt a little strange discussing this topic with Boss Lu. Come in and sit down? And wait for that idiot landlord's son. No, Oh Yang Feng, haha. Luli gave a disarming laugh. He accidentally let his heart out. Oh Yang Jin pretended not to hear and followed Luli's instructions to the car door, then opened it and stepped inside. He was still a little dazed. He tried so hard yesterday, but still couldn't get in. So how could he get in so naturally today? Before he could think about it, he saw 5 or 6 kinds of fresh fruit on the table, all washed and arranged. Luli said generously, have some. Now that the vegetable patch had expanded, she had grown almost all of her favorite fruits, and Sheng Xian would deliver fresh ones every day. I can't even finish it. Oh Yang Jin casually grabbed an apple. Why didn't she care at all? Even the elders in the family were concerned about these scarce resources. Yes, she had too much. It wasn't scarce at all, but rather overflowing with them. Sit down, Luli said. She noticed he was a bit dazed, like a turtle, only moving when prodded. Like a very polite and sensible child, visiting someone else's home, afraid to eat the delicious food or sit anywhere. Oh Yang Jin sat down across from her. They sat in silence, but the atmosphere wasn't awkward. He searched for a topic in his mind. How long has Boss Lu been at the central base? Good question. Lu Li had no idea. How many days? She said casually. I don't remember. It shouldn't have been 10 days. I feel a bit hazy. Chapter 258. It's mainly because she's too busy every day, with too many things to do, and too many people coming to see her. Ouyang Jin nodded and continued chewing his apple, looking obedient and docile. Lu Li propped up her head to watch. After a while, he had gnawed the apple clean, feeling a bit lost as he held the core. There seemed to be no trash can here. He looked up, met Lu Li's focused gaze, and was momentarily stunned. Boss Lu, where should I throw this? Oh, whatever. Lu Li's lips parted slightly. Huh? Ouyang Jin was speechless for a moment. It seemed the rumor about Boss Lu was correct. He liked male homosexuality. He couldn't resist good-looking humans. Brother. From outside came Ouyang Feng's heartbreaking cry. Ouyang Jin, thinking he was in some danger, hurried to his feet. But he saw his excited expression as he slid down the rabbit doll's left arm like a slide. Brother, what are you doing? Why did you get in? Ouyang Feng asked happily, looking eagerly at Lu Li. Come in, Lu Li said. One sheep is herded, and the other is driven. Ouyang Feng came up happily, and saw his brother clutching an apple core. He immediately asked, Where did you come from, brother? Ouyang Jin looked at the table, and Ouyang Feng followed suit. Oh, Boss Lu, can I have one? Lu Li, sure. His eyes were clearly filled with desire, but he still asked politely. Not bad, a well-behaved kid. Hey. Ouyang Feng cheerfully reached out and took a large apple, a goofy grin plastered on his face. The three of them sat down, no longer in silence. Ouyang Feng chattered away. Hey, Boss Lu? Does the bunny doll belong to me now? Can I take her with me? Ouyang Feng asked, holding up the palm-sized bunny doll, his eyes blinking as he chewed on an apple. Whatever you scrape out is yours. Lu Li chuckled. Yeah. Ouyang Feng excitedly stuffed the bunny doll into his pocket, but the pocket was too small for it to fit. He vaguely heard the bunny's angry curse. Don't put me in such a small place. It stinks. Ouyang Feng had no choice but to hold the bunny doll in his hands, holding the bunny in one hand while chewing the apple in the other, without interrupting either. Give it to me. The bunny doll's crisp voice exploded in his mind. He hurriedly shoved the apple in his hand over, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered that it was something he had already eaten. Sure enough, the bunny doll cursed. You dare to put something you eaten in my mouth? How dare you? Ouyang Feng heard this, and quickly stuffed the apple into his mouth, biting down hard to make sure it didn't fall. He took another intact apple from the table, and thrust it into the bunny doll. The moment it touched it, the apple vanished. The crisp crunching sound of chewing an apple filled Ouyang Feng's mind, and he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As if raising a daughter, Lu Li was also surprised. This thing eats apples? She took one and brought it over, but it showed no reaction. The apple was still in her hand. She said with amusement, Is this bunny shy? It only eats what you give it. The moment she tilted her head, she felt a sharp pain on her index finger. Looking back, she saw the bunny doll open its mouth and bite her finger. It was stuck right where the rabbit's mouth interlocked, and she could feel her index finger being sucked. You? Ouyang Jin, startled, rushed forward, trying to pull the rabbit doll away, but it was holding on so tightly that he couldn't. He was afraid of hurting Lu Li. Ouyang Feng, noticing something unusual, anxiously patted the rabbit doll's head, saying, You, let go. Inside the bathhouse, Wang Yang, sitting at the front desk, snorted twice, as if he had caught a strong scent. He sniffed again. Yes, it was Lu Li, the scent of her blood. Wang Yang suddenly stood up and rushed out the door, ignoring the customers, who were checking out their packages. Back here, the rabbit doll, forcibly restrained by Ouyang Feng, finally released Lu Li's hand. Lu Li leaned in for a closer look and saw two sharp teeth marks on her fingertips. The bites were quite deep, and blood was seeping out from the marks. Ouyang Feng panicked. Would Boss Lu just kill his two brothers right here in a fit of rage? Lu Li was just about to grab a band-aid as a token of his displeasure. It was just a minor wound, and if it wasn't bandaged, it would heal quickly. As she stood up, a figure flashed past her peripheral vision. Before she could see who it was, his injured hand was taken, and then his index finger, with its teeth marks, was placed in his mouth. It felt wet and cool. That was Lu Li's first reaction. The second was to take it out. Wang Yang, are you going crazy again? Lu Li glared at him, But Wang Yang remained unmoved. He still held her wrist tightly, her index finger in his mouth, carefully sucking a few sips of blood, not daring to take more. He observed her expression for 3 seconds, then reluctantly let go. How could she put it? Lu Li's blood tasted 1,000 times better than her fingernails and hair. Thick and delicious, like the most expensive wine in the civilized world. At the same time, the energy within her body began to surge, desperately absorbing the power brought by the blood. It was simply wonderful, so powerful. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her if the other zombies knew. She might even unite all the zombies in Yen Nation against her. No, they might even be tamed by her. He believed she had the ability. Lu Li withdrew her hand in anger, only to find that the wound was slowly healing. She knew it was the function of the Zombie King's saliva, but it was a little disgusting. She also knew that Wang Yang was drinking her blood, not trying to heal her. What a jerk. Wang Yang said nothing more and quickly left. The surging energy within him was almost uncontrollable. He had a hunch that this time he could reach the 10th level. He didn't return to the bathhouse. The energy fluctuations from the upgrade were too great, and he was afraid of arousing suspicion from those with ulterior motives. He also didn't want to cause trouble for Boss Lu. Lu Li watched him leave, rolling her eyes. She turned to meet the worried gazes of Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Jin, a look of considerable caution. Ouyang Feng clasped his hands together. Boss Lu, don't be angry. I already taught that little BAS **** a lesson. Please don't be angry. Ouyang Jin also chimed in. Yes, don't be angry. If you get sick, no one will take your place. Are you okay? Are you alright? I'm fine. Lu Li felt a little tired. She held her finger between his eyes. Look, it's healed. Ouyang Jin stared, lost in thought. The man had just come and gone so quickly, and while he was completely focused on Lu Li, he still noticed something. That man seemed not human? Why did he suck Lu Li's finger? And he healed it so quickly afterward? Judging by his aura, he looked like a zombie. But Lu Li wasn't alarmed or surprised at all. She felt only a hint of impatience at his sudden finger-sucking, nothing else. Chapter 259. Are they partners? That shouldn't be the case. And why did the bunny doll bite Lu Li's finger? A tangle of questions swirled in Ouyang Jin's mind, and with just a thread, he could unravel it all. Beside him, Ouyang Feng didn't dare pinch Lu Li's finger. He took a closer look. It had indeed healed, and he couldn't help but smirk. It's okay, but you heal so fast. Lu Li laughed. All psychics are like that. Ouyang Feng might believe that, but Ouyang Jin didn't. He was just naive, not stupid. The two sat for a while longer. Just as Ouyang Jin was about to get up and say goodbye, he heard a cheerful voice. Boss Lu, what are you having for lunch? It was Luo Mu, bounding out from the car door. Upon entering, he spotted 2 handsome men sitting across from Lu Li. He immediately walked properly, his smile fading. He plopped down next to Lu Li and whispered, Why are they here? Aren't these the Ouyang brothers? Looking for trouble again? He tried to sound more imposing. What are you doing here again? Ouyang Feng said dazedly, I'm leaving now. Why are you being so rude? You think you're so great just because you have a teddy bear? I have a bunny stuffed bunny too. As he spoke, he pulled the bunny stuffed bunny from his arms. She just stuffed it into her clothes in a moment of panic after Lu Li bit her, and now she could show it off. Luo Mu was startled. He also pulled out the teddy bear, clattering it down on the table and sitting firmly. Me too. Ouyang Feng also clattered the bunny stuffed bunny on the table, his voice even louder than his own. Me too. As soon as he put it up, Ouyang Jin snatched it away. He grabbed the doll with one hand and pulled his silly brother with the other, urging, Let's go, Boss Lu, let's go. If they stayed any longer, he suspected the two would start a fight. Just as he was about to get out of the RV, Ouyang Jin, busy pulling Ouyang Feng, nearly bumped into Shenbing, who was walking up. He stepped aside to let the two get off. Then Lu Li and the other two watched the Ouyang brothers leave. Shenbing asked, Why are they here? Are you okay? A worried look swept over her. Lu Li shrugged and spread her hands, saying, Don't worry, I'm absolutely safe in the RV. She had said this many times, and Shenbing and the others knew it. But she still couldn't help but worry, afraid he might be in danger. As the three of them sat down, Luo Mu eagerly asked, What are they doing here? That kid's lucky enough to even scratch out a doll. He seemed furious. After all, in his view, the Ouyang family was his enemy. Lu Li said, But his attack power is only 3 stars, while yours is 5. Luo Mu's anger immediately subsided, and he asked, his eyes sparkling. Really? Hee hee, my little bear is still the best. Luli was definitely there. It was lunchtime, and time for lunch. While everyone at the lottery shop was enjoying themselves, the atmosphere at the Ouyang residence was much more subdued. The entire family sat at a round table. No one spoke, but they ate in silence. Even when they picked up food, they only took what was in front of them. Although there wasn't much to eat. Ouyang Feng ate quickly, finishing his meal in 2 gulps. He stood up, pushed his chair in, and addressed each one. First elder, second elder, fifth elder, I'm done. I be leaving now. The great elder responded, go down. Ouyang Feng retreated obediently, winking frantically at Ouyang Jin, who was completely oblivious, concentrating on his meal. Although the meal tasted like chewing wax, after diligently finishing his meal, Ouyang Jin also went through the ritual of leaving the table before returning to his room. He kept thinking about what had happened in the RV. Why, the rabbit doll didn't look like a violent creature. Could it be interested in Lily's blood? Was the zombie behind also interested in Lily's blood? It was normal for zombies to be interested in human blood. So why was the rabbit doll interested? He suspected Lily's blood was different, at least not for zombies and animals. But he had no way to confirm it, so he had to suppress it for the time being. Although he couldn't prove it, he was almost certain that Lily's blood was different from others, and this must not be shared with anyone else. Especially not with the other 3 families. He stood up and went to find Ouyang Feng, who was talking to the rabbit doll. Ouyang Jin reached his hand over the rabbit's mouth, but there was no reaction. He turned to Ouyang Feng and said, listen to what she's saying? Ouyang Feng listened carefully to the voice in his head and shook his head. She's not saying anything, but I can sense her disdain. Ouyang Jin, He silently withdrew his hand. It seems the rabbit doll isn't interested in just anyone's blood, it's probably only interested in Luli's. Luli didn't take the matter seriously, simply considering the rabbit doll an animal. Her blood has a fatal attraction to plants, animals, and even zombies. So, a bite was normal. Didn't you see Wang Yang rushing over from the bathing center? Thinking of Wang Yang. Luli glanced around, but couldn't find him. Where had he gone? Shinbing, sensing she was looking for him, offered, I went to the bathhouse to call him, but I didn't see him. I guess he's out. Yeah, Luli replied, lowering her head to send a message to Wang Yang, asking him to come over when he got back. And Wang Yang was in a small house far, far away from the central base, concentrating on his training. He was just 1 step away from breaking through to the 10th level. Night fell inside the central base. Manager Yi, this is the latest secret report from the Bai family. Okay, go down. Yi Chung took the letter from his hand and slowly opened it. The more he read, the more frightened he became. He sat in his chair, unable to recover for a long time. He muttered, Luli zombies. Blood? Outside the lottery shop, at the night market. Although there were only 3 machines, and the number was limited, there were still many people lining up. Luli, holding a grilled sausage in his mouth, thought, if only there were more snacks, but it seemed many couldn't be made with just 1 machine. Just as he was thinking, a customer excitedly ran over. Boss Lu. I found a sweet potato roasting machine. What? Hurry up and drag it over to set up the stall. Luli waved excitedly. His idea had truly come true. This system worked incredibly well. The machine was quite large, nearly a man's height, and similar to the ones Luli had seen on the roadside in civilized times. A square, large iron box. There were dozens of small round holes on the front, where the sweet potatoes were roasted. But Luli fiddled with it, and couldn't find a place to put the charcoal. It was probably an electric roaster, but it didn't need to be plugged in. Luli flipped the switch, and the familiar click echoed, followed by a gurgling sound from within. About 5 minutes passed. Chapter 260. The red light turned green. Luli wrapped her hand with her clothes, and pulled open one of the round holes. Inside was a small drawer, and a sweet potato, its skin toasted to a crisp, sat on top. Wow! The machine owner exclaimed, his face filled with joy. He hadn't expected such good luck to even create the machine he always dreamed of. Luli pulled a paper bag from the side, wrapped the sweet potato, and handed it to the machine owner. Here, try it. The machine owner took it, and was surprised by how hot it was. He scalded his left hand, and then his right. But he couldn't help but break it in half, and stuff it into his mouth. It was sweet, soft, and delicate, with a hint of honey oozing out. The sweet potato flesh practically melted in his mouth, and the part sticking to the skin was incredibly charred and fragrant. She quickly devoured the entire sweet potato, and said to Luli, Boss Lu, if you want some, feel free to take it. She'd feel a little bad if she gave it to someone else for free, but not to Boss Lou. Have as much as you want. Luli chuckled twice, accepted without hesitation, and picked a smaller one to eat. It was a little hot, but that heat made it even more delicious. After a few bites, she asked the machine owner, "Would you like to set up a stall here?" No protection fee. She was a bright and petite woman, and her words were full of energy, inspiring everyone to follow. "Okay, thank you, Boss Lou. Then I treat you to roasted sweet potatoes every day." She was full of energy. Boss Lou's lips curled up at this, and he loved people who were so hopeful about life, as if they could never be defeated. The night market had successfully expanded to 4 stalls, but Luli felt it was far from enough. However, she also knew that this needed to be done slowly. She finished her roasted sweet potato, put the paper bag away, and wandered over to the Odin stand, ordering a white radish to help with the greasiness. She then went to the next stall and ordered 2 octopus balls. That was it. She squatted down beside them, balls in her left hand, radish in her right. But she had no hands to eat. She realized then that everyone had space to buy, but not to eat. There had to be a few tables, right? She looked up and saw that everyone was leaving immediately after buying, rarely lingering. Of course, some did though, and they were all greedy girls. After finishing one, they still wanted another. Just like her. Luomu had wandered over to her without her noticing, and squatted beside her. He snatched up her entire bowl of octopus balls, skewered them, and fed them to her. Luli glanced at him, seeing his eyes filled with a desire to serve her, so she opened her mouth and took a bite. "Hiss, hot." Luomu hesitated, "Then shall I blow on you?" "No thanks." Luli tossed the food in her mouth, taking the time to perfunctorily answer him. She finished her food and immediately began to think about how to improve the night market. Although it's still small now, she believes it will become bigger and stronger. First, she needs a place to call her own and tables and chairs for the night market. That's simple. Just a few more sets of the tables, chairs, and benches I bought for the lottery shop. As for the place to call her own, the area in front of the factory seemed a bit small. She wandered around and came to the left side of the bath center. There was a vacant lot there, and diagonally to the left and in front of the bath center was the hotel. From there, she could see a corner of the lottery shop. Conversely, she could also see it from the RV. She decided to leave it at that. Currently, the lottery shop was the center, with the hotel to the left, the convenience store to the right, and the bathhouse in the back. A passageway ran between the bathhouse and the convenience store, leading to the factory behind. And another passageway ran between the bathhouse and the hotel, leading to the soon-to-be-built night market. Except for the area directly in front of the lottery shop, there were buildings on both sides and behind, completely surrounding her. Luli was quite satisfied with this layout. It was only a short walk away. Perfect for the lazy. But the night market was over for the day. Luli wandered around the open space twice, then looked at the vegetable patch. Seeing that everything was thriving, she felt even more satisfied. Just as she was about to leave, she caught a glimpse of a figure in the darkness. It was well hidden, but the shadow gave it away. This was her territory, where she could summon the system at any time. Luli was very bold, tiptoeing over and hiding in the corner of the hotel. It seemed as if he was completely unaware of her presence. Luli crouched low, only 2 steps away, when he suddenly quickened his pace and roared, "Hey!" The man started, and when he saw it was Luli, he instinctively tried to run. "Stop!" Luli shouted. As soon as he spoke, the man was frozen in place by an invisible force, his eyes still swirling as he watched Luli approach. His eyes widened in fear. Luli circled him twice, still unable to recognize him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Luli got straight to the point, then added, "You can speak. I didn't cut your tongue." The man tried twice, and it worked, but he couldn't speak. He pretended to be mute, staring with wide eyes and saying nothing. Luli frowned. "Who sent you?" Then she counted on her fingers, watching his every move, every expression. "That piece of shit Yi Cheng? Or the Bai family? The Jiang family? The Ouyang family? The Shen family?" When he mentioned the Bai family, his pupils dilated for a moment. Apparently, Luli was about to ask more when the system announced, "Host in danger, automatically resolved for you." At that moment, Luli didn't miss the surprise and panic in the man's eyes. She turned back and saw a man pinned there. He was still running forward, his expression resolute, as if he were heading for some fatal situation. "Oh, you have an accomplice?" Luli chuckled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. She crossed her arms and walked towards the man. After circling him twice, still not recognizing him, she stood in front of him and asked, "Are you also sent by the Bai family?" As expected, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if to ask, "How could you know?" There was also a hint of the pain of betrayal. Luli asked again, "Come to kill me?" Both shook their heads. Then, the system's voice echoed in her mind again, "Host in danger, automatically resolve for you. Please protect your own life, and protect me too." Luli was speechless. She looked behind her again, and sure enough, another person was frozen in place. She simply sat cross-legged. "Wait. See how many people the Bai family has sent." 10 minutes later, Luli looked at the 20 people frozen in place around her. Terror filled their eyes, and they all wanted to cry out to the heavens. Why is she waiting here for us? Has someone tipped off? A traitor? Or has our operation been exposed? Chapter 261. They didn't dare ask, so they could only communicate through eye contact. Luli looked from one to the other, frowning. Are they all sent by the Bai family? She looked at the first person captured. Didn't you say there were 25? Why are there only 20? Instantly, the other 19 condemned him, casting suspicious glances at him. The man's eyes widened, unsure of what she was talking about. When had he ever said that? He shouted anxiously, "She's trying to sow discord." But the looks in the other's eyes were filled with distrust. Once a rift formed in his heart, it would only widen. Luli asked him again, "Who do you think I should kill first? Him? Or him?" He gritted his teeth, afraid to speak. He was convinced Luli would actually do it. How had things gotten to this point? "Oh," Luli said calmly him. "Fine." With that, one of the men's heads fell off with a thud, a sound all the more terrifying in the silent night. After landing, it rolled several times, stained with thick blood, its eyes fixed squarely on the first person. He exclaimed in shock, "You? You?" The others also cast resentful glances at him, as if he had truly orchestrated this. "It wasn't me. I didn't say anything," he shouted, frantically explaining. He asked again in surprise, "Why aren't you talking? Are you all mute?" Luli shrugged, saying, "Why don't you consider that only you can speak? Because you're different from them." This remark reignited the anger of the crowd, who now all felt that the man had been instigated. Luli quietly untied one of the men, and as expected, he roared, "You traitor! Kill us all if you can!" "Well said. What I lack the least is skill," Luli applauded. Then, one after another, heads fell to the ground, forming a string that was quite pleasant to the ear. Luli turned his back and didn't see the whole thing, but the first person, who was immobilized, witnessed the entire process. He went from shock to anger, then to numbness. The death of his companions had a profound impact on him. He felt his death was not far away. This operation was over before it even began, and it was over quite quickly. Luli counted, and after 18, she turned sideways to look at him. The corner of her mouth curled up, her head tilted slightly, and she chuckled, "Your turn." With that, she turned and walked in the opposite direction, avoiding the group of headless bodies, and the sight of his own heads falling to the ground. Hearing a bang behind her, Luli thought to herself, 19. Having just killed 20 people, Luli wasn't too upset, even though they asked for it. But they weren't necessarily doing it voluntarily, they were simply following orders. The masterminds were the ones who deserved the most damnation. The Bai family. Luli walked through the silence, returning to the light. A cacophony of sounds gradually reached her ears. Feeling the bustle around her, she felt as if she had returned to the human world. Luli slowly walked back to the lottery shop. Luomu was bored, slumped over the table, playing with a bear, seemingly mumbling to himself. Shen Bing sat across from him, eyes closed, resting. Hearing familiar footsteps, she quickly opened them and looked towards the car door. Happening to meet Luli's eyes, Shen Bing inexplicably sensed a sense of dejection emanating from her, a sense of low energy. His worried eyes followed her all the way until she collapsed on the sofa, then he moved closer. He snatched Luomu's bear, and, moving over to her, thrust it into her arms. "You can play with it," Shen Bing said casually. "Luomu, that's mine." He glanced at Luli, and noticed something wasn't right with her. Luli used to be full of energy. Whether she was smiling or not, she always looked gentle. Unlike now, she seemed a little down. What happened? Luomu also plopped down and was about to ask when Shen Bing stopped him with a look. Luli looked at the bear that had suddenly appeared in her sight, and forced a smile. Something happened behind the bathhouse. "You guys go take care of it," Luli said. She was planning to build a night market there. What was the point of leaving 20 headless bodies? Shinbing frowned subconsciously, but without further questioning, she took Luo Mu and left. I'm afraid Lu Li's in a bad mood because of this incident. When they reached this point, they both gasped. 20 headless corpses. They were frozen in place in various postures. Some were running, some were about to jump. Some were lying on their backs, some were lying on their sides, some were squatting. It was truly bizarre. Shinbing and Luo Mu exchanged a glance, their minds racing. Luo Mu couldn't help but sigh. Was this done by Boss Lu? His methods were quite brutal, and the cuts were so uniform. Go away. Clean it up quickly. Don't offend Boss Lu. Shinbing pushed him. Lu Mu, caught off guard, nearly fell on a corpse, but luckily he managed to keep his balance. The two men first stored the body and head in their space, then found a distant spot and set it on fire. Try not to pollute the air near the lottery shop. After finishing, Luo Mu felt a stink of fumes. He sniffed his left arm, then his right, and asked Shinbing to do the same. Look, I really smell like a corpse. Shinbing pushed him away in disgust. Get lost. Then she took a few quick steps and walked ahead of him. While the people behind him weren't paying attention, he also pinched his collar and sniffed. There was a faint smell, but not much. He took out the air freshener he picked up at the convenience store and sprayed it on his clothes twice. To avoid disturbing Boss Lu, who was already in a bad mood, it was better to be careful. As soon as he finished spraying quietly, Luo Mu jumped up and put his arm around his neck. What are you doing? Shinbing was speechless for a moment, so she just handed the air freshener back to him, saying generously, Here, do you want it? Luo Mu looked at her and said, Good boy, you're not being polite. He snatched it away. He puffed it on her several times, choking Shinbing, but Luo Mu was unfazed. He wanted to spray again, but Shinbing stopped him. Are you trying to suffocate Lu Li yourself, or waste a whole bottle? Luo Mu was stunned. You're so stingy. After some banter, the two returned to the lottery shop and discussed how to cheer Lu Li up. As they stepped onto the stairs, they heard Lu Li's laughter. When they walked up, they saw Lu Li looking at her laptop, eating a small cake, and looking very happy. The little tricks they had prepared to cheer her up were completely useless, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two men sat on either side of Lu Li. She noticed and took the opportunity to ask, Is it done? Shinbing replied. Luo Mu sensed that her spirits had improved and her courage had grown, so he asked, Who are those people? Lu Li shrugged nonchalantly, said by the Bai family. Perhaps they want to kill me. She could think of no other reason. Chapter 262. Luo Mu was immediately displeased. What on earth are the Bai family up to? They're always causing trouble, aren't they? Shinbing was about to speak when they heard a commotion outside. The three of them looked over. A group of people holding torches rushed toward the RV, their flames illuminating the darkness, making them particularly conspicuous. The surrounding customers were a bit bewildered, but also somewhat accustomed to it. If Lu Li's place were too quiet, it would be strange. So they all left, clutching their unscratched scratch-off tickets, or those that had been scratched but not yet claimed, starting to watch the show. The torch-bearers were all dressed in black, completely shrouded in pitch-black clothing. Even their heads were tightly covered, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. Lu Li remained unmoved, a little tired and numb. This daily routine was truly tiresome. She remained slumped on the sofa. Seeing her motionless, Shinbing and Luo Mu naturally sat still as well. They even continued chatting, though their sentences were somewhat incoherent and their focus was completely off the topic. The men in black, holding torches, surrounded the RV from every angle. Two of them leaned sideways, creating a gap. A man stepped out of the gap. It was Yi Chung. Although he had just suffered a setback at the hands of Lu Li, he still bravely advanced, as if completely oblivious to what had happened here. A meaningful smile played across his ordinary features. Boss Lu, I'm here to arrest you on orders from the central base. He spoke with conviction. In his hand, he held a token, palm-sized and finely crafted, resembling a jade pendant, only made of wood. Lu Li slumped on the sofa, not bothered to pay attention, letting him carry on his monologue. Yi Chung was humiliated again, but this time, he felt more confident. He repeated, Lu Li, I'm here on orders from the central base to arrest you. Please cooperate. Lu Li hadn't even reacted when the customer next to him couldn't help but snap up. They say they arrested you, so how can you expect Boss Lu to cooperate? Are they really going to handcuff him and send him back to the central base? How is that possible? Boss Lu is no fool. Then this person is a fool, thinking he can get Boss Lu to cooperate by holding a trumped-up badge? He's certainly not smart. Lu Li, on the other hand, pretended not to hear, even closing all 4 doors of the car, blocking out any outside view. Yi Cheng's face was ashen. He thought he'd have to engage in a verbal battle of 300 rounds with Lu Li, who knew the other party refused to engage and closed all channels of communication. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Suddenly, someone's torch went out, and then, one torch after another, they went out. Yi Cheng glanced around, realizing it was Lu Li who had taken action. But simply extinguishing the torch wasn't her style. Shouldn't she just be killing people indiscriminately? Yi Cheng's mind was swirling with thoughts, and he didn't even notice the token in his hand had flown out. Ah! Yi Cheng groaned as the token was forcefully shoved into his mouth, reaching his throat. He wanted to vomit, but couldn't. The bottom of the token pressed against his throat, causing him to retch. He tried to pull it out with his hands, but couldn't. The token was wide, with irregular edges on both sides, and it was stuck right where his back teeth were. If he pulled it out forcefully, he might lose all his teeth. Yi Cheng was devastated. Why did his mouth get hurt every time he came here? Last time, he was kissed all the way by a dead head. This time, my teeth are in tatters. Woo woo, come, help! Yi Cheng shouted, his voice garbled. The man in black beside him was still wondering how the torch had gone out, and was about to light it again, when he finally heard Yi Cheng's call. He mentally muttered, it's over, and hurried over with the torch in hand. What's wrong, Master Yi? The man in black asked anxiously. Why is Master Yi covering his mouth? Yi Cheng lowered his hand, revealing the token in his mouth, with only the tail hanging out. This left him in a state of distress where he couldn't close his mouth, nor could he pull it out or swallow it. The man in black was stunned. I help you. No wonder he was covering his mouth. Why would he stuff it in his mouth when he had nothing better to do? With a solemn promise, he pried Yi Cheng's mouth open, his other hand grasping both sides of the token. Yi Cheng's mouth remained open, drooling uncontrollably, covering the man in black's hand. After the man in black had a firm grip, he forced himself to ignore the sticky, disgusting saliva on his hands and said, I'm going to pull it out. Yi Cheng whimpered, little one, be careful, my teeth. Ah! Before he could finish, the man in black suddenly exerted force, and swiftly pulled the token out. Yi Cheng let out a short scream, and the token, along with several fresh teeth, came out. The roots of the teeth were still clearly visible, bloody, and carrying a fishy stench. Yi Cheng covered his mouth and carefully licked the hollow gums with his teeth. The pits were bumpy, like the pits of a radish that had been suddenly pulled out by the roots. Blood splattered in his mouth, and he spat several times, all blood mixed with water, a bit disgusting. Yi Cheng felt resentful. He loved this set of teeth the most, neat and cavities-free. Even in the apocalypse, in such a water-scarce environment, he would wipe his teeth with a cloth to avoid any tartar buildup. The few teeth that naturally showed when he spoke were his trademark. But now, even one of his front teeth was missing. He couldn't imagine how awful his speech would be. After removing the token, the man in black leaned over and asked, Manager Yi, are you okay? Yi Cheng pushed him away. Get out. Idiot. You can't do anything right. The man in black, ? What's wrong with me? Lu Li chuckled in the RV. I let you cause trouble every day. Then I destroy the thing you're most proud of. She had noticed the first time they met Yi Cheng. His teeth were exceptionally white, much cleaner than those of ordinary people. It was mainly because it was the apocalypse now. Who had the energy to worry about the cleanliness of their teeth? Being able to eat was good enough. Even in civilized times, many couldn't compare to him. And every time he smiled, he showed 6 teeth. It happened over and over again, like a copy and paste sequence. After scolding the man in black, Yi Cheng turned to scold Lu Li, lacking the confidence he had when they first met. Lu Li. Get out here. I'm arresting you. Yi Cheng pointed at the RV and cursed. Not only that, he turned and addressed the crowd. Did you know? Lu Li's blood has miraculous effects. It has miraculous effects on mutant plants and animals, even zombies. Someone asked, what miraculous effects? Yi Cheng choked. He had no idea. He just said whatever his superiors told him to say. He lied, maybe it can speed up the training of mutant plants and animals, and zombies. The customer asked again, what kind of miraculous effect is that? Are we going to ask Lu Li to help them level up? Are we going to attack us again? Yi Cheng wanted to curse. Why are you asking so many questions? We're not arresting you. You're talking too much nonsense. Chapter 263. That's right. In this situation, we should protect Boss Lu. Don't let the zombies snatch her away. That's right, Manager Yi. What's your purpose in making such a big announcement? Do you want the whole world to know that Boss Lu's blood has miraculous effects? As each question came crashing down, Yi Chung clenched his fists, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. His hidden agenda was now exposed. He forced himself to say, "That's why our Central Base Research Institute is taking Luli back with us. We need to conduct thorough research and further develop her usefulness." Luomu heard it all clearly in the RV, and was so angry he wanted to go out and kill him, but was restrained by Shinbing. Luli acted nonchalant. "Whatever he says, he can't do anything to me." This statement brought great comfort to the two. Let him do what he wants. There was no point in shouting at the top of his lungs. Yi Chung, however, was still arguing with other customers outside. No, he wasn't one for engaging in heated debates. What's more, the enemy wasn't just 100 or 10, but 1,000. A single word from each of them could be enough to crush him to the ground. It sounds good, and we're talking about carrying it forward. But I don't know what we actually do with it once we get it back. Whether it can even come out intact is another matter. That's right. What will happen if the lottery shop closes? Where will we get scratch cards? No one can take Boss Lu away. A customer shouted. For the ordinary survivors stationed outside the central base, Luli is their bread and butter. There are scratch-off tickets for them to scratch, convenience stores for them to buy groceries and snacks, not to mention the bathhouses, hotels, and factories. Everything is designed for everyone's benefit. Not only did the central base not study well, they even wanted to capture Luli for research. This was too much. When one person spoke out, thousands and thousands more followed, shouting in unison, "No one can take Boss Lu away." The deafening roar nearly knocked Yi Chung over, and only with the help of the black-clad man next to him did he regain his balance. He shouted, "Shut up, everyone." One voice was too weak to drown out the angry roars of thousands. The black-clad man was only responsible for surrounding the RV, not for shouting for him. Yi Chung, dizzy from shouting, stopped, and the customers also stopped and looked behind him. He slowly turned around. Unbeknownst to him, the RV's door had been opened, revealing Luli standing in the light. A soft, warm glow shone on her body and hair. A faint smile graced her face, like a goddess descended to earth. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her, even Yi Chung. Silence fell, as if waiting for her to speak. "You want to capture me? With just these few?" Luli scoffed. What she didn't say was that no matter how many people showed up, it would be useless. They couldn't even get close to the RV. Yi Chung pointed at her and cursed, "I'm telling you, don't be so arrogant. I can't do anything to you, but I don't represent the mysterious family." Ah! Before he could finish his words, Yi Cheng's index finger was severed at the root. He didn't react for a moment until the pain hit, and the rest of his words turned into a scream. He couldn't bother to scold Luli anymore. He hurriedly squatted down to search for the severed finger. If time allowed, he could reattach it and use it normally. But the surroundings were already dim, the ground was covered in mud and sand, and with Luli's interference, it was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Yi Chung roared, "What are you guys still standing there for? Help me find it." The men in black seemed oblivious. They were pawns trained by a mysterious family, only here to capture Luli, not to help him find the severed finger. He didn't dare order the men in black around anymore. Each one of them was stronger than him. Yi Chung turned on the light mode on his computer and fumbled around on the ground. After a long time, he couldn't find it, and he was getting mad. It was actually easy to find, but it was mainly because Luli was distracted by the severed finger, making it difficult for Yi Chung to find it. She had had enough fun, and casually tossed the severed finger aside. One of the men in black, who had been standing there for too long, stepped back and stepped on it, crushing it to pieces. He lifted his foot to check. Had he stepped on a rock? Why was it so hard? He found nothing, and returned to his steady position. Yi Chung straightened up, feeling completely defeated. He glared at Luli angrily. "You go! Take Luli back." At this, the man in black finally took action, throwing away his torch and unleashing his supernatural powers towards the RV. He charged at it with a dazzling array of attacks. The customers around him couldn't help but sweat for her. Could Luli truly withstand such a dense and powerful attack? But it was obvious that they couldn't hurt Luli at all. All the attacks stopped outside the RV, swallowed by the invisible maw and spat out, returning them precisely to everyone. Even Yi Chung wasn't spared. Their initial attacks had been their strongest, but now they were all suffering, falling backwards one after another like a scattering of flowers from the sky. Yi Chung didn't fall. He looked at Luli as if she were a monster. He knew that these were the strongest forces cultivated by the mysterious family, And yet, they were so easily defeated. Just how powerful was Lu Li? Could any creature possibly be capable of defeating her? Yi Cheng took a step back in a daze, his pupils dilated as he recoiled, his body pounding at the sight before him. He fell flat on his face. He had come with such confidence, but could only leave in disgrace. Lu Li uttered, "Tell the Bai family to stop messing around. If you're brave enough, come and see what we're made of." Yi Cheng's eyes flashed with fear, not wanting to meet her gaze. He quickly left, his back abruptly scurrying. The customers around him sighed, "Huh. TSK. He had been so much of a jerk when he came, and after getting a good beating, this was just the beginning. He still wanted to catch Lu Li? He was dreaming. Lu Li rubbed her temples, feeling a strange pain in her head. She waved, "We're open until today. If you want to claim your prize, just use the machine." The customers had no complaints. Judging by the time, it was almost closing time. Lu Li sat back on the sofa, looking exhausted. Shen Bing asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Do you have a headache?" He pursed his lips, paused, and said, "Can I give you a massage?" "Yes." Lu Li hummed softly, not refusing. Shen Bing rubbed his hands back and forth a few times, but they still didn't feel warm. As an ice-type psychic, his body was always cold, something he was used to. However, every time Lu Li accidentally touched him, he subconsciously frowned, clearly not used to it. He simply poured a cup of hot water and warmed his hands through it, finally seeing some effect. He carefully covered Lu Li's head. Her hair was soft, like a doll that could be rubbed and kneaded. He found the acupuncture points and began to press with moderate pressure. Lu Li gradually relaxed. The technique was excellent. The swelling and pain eased a little, but the depths of his mind felt like a fuzzy mess, making it difficult to think. Chapter 264. Luomu was itching to make something, but he didn't have the skills, so he just asked, "Boss Lu, what do you want?" "I make it." Lu Li, enjoying herself with her eyes closed, rolled her eyes at him. "Did you forget how we ate at the night market? We even had dinner before that." Luomu chuckled, feeling itchy. Watching Shen Bing do things for her made him feel strangely uncomfortable, and he wanted to do something for her too. In terms of skill, he wasn't as good as Shen Bing. Of course, he was better at cooking, but Boss Lu was still full. As for, well, that's another matter. The truth was, he couldn't help right now. Shen Bing pursed her lips, suppressing the urge to laugh, and maintained her strength. Lu Li, feeling drowsy from being pressed, waved his hand away. "It's okay, she's probably tired." "Then go upstairs and get some sleep," Shen Bing said. Luomu nodded, as fast as a chicken pecking at rice, afraid Lu Li wouldn't notice. After the two left, Lu Li glanced at the computer. Wang Yan hadn't replied, so she figured he was still striving for a higher level, so she didn't bother him. Shen Bing and Luomu dragged the corpse outside and burned it again. All day long, they just dealt with corpses. Lu Li watched them go away, closed the car, and went upstairs to shower and sleep. She didn't know what had happened to her today, but she was so tired. The system hesitated before saying, "Host, you've been using the RV's power too frequently recently, causing the swelling and pain. Please rest more." As mentioned before, although the RV is invincible and has a safety zone, it relies on Lu Li's control. Within this safety zone, she can do almost anything she wants. But correspondingly, the more she uses it, the more energy she consumes. During a previous zombie wave, Lu Li overexerted herself and fainted. Lu Li mumbled a response, though she didn't want to. This central base was rife with danger, filled with people who wanted her dead. If she didn't fight back, she would be the one to die. The system understood, but it was powerless. They couldn't get too involved in the affairs of the human world. They could only watch from the sidelines. Lu Li showered and swayed to bed. Nana and Xiaolu snuggled into her arms, their soft, warm embrace somehow easing the throbbing pain in Lu Li's head, and she held them tighter. She hadn't slept well tonight, half asleep and half awake. She had had several dreams, but Lu Li couldn't remember any of them, but they weren't good ones. She lay in bed, dazed, and woke up only when the alarm went off. She glanced at her laptop and saw Wang Yang had replied, saying he was waiting outside. She replied with a yes. She quickly rolled out of bed, brushed her teeth, and washed her face. The swelling and pain had eased considerably. If she didn't dwell on it, it would have been as if it hadn't occurred. Lu Li went downstairs and opened the car. Wang Yan looked back at her, and their eyes met. Though he looked the same as yesterday, his overall demeanor was completely different. Today, Wang Yan was even more dashing, and the fierceness in his eyes was barely perceptible. She raised her voice and teased, "Wow, you leveled up, haven't you?" Wang Yang's lips curled in agreement, saying, "Yes, level 10. The top zombie fighters are far more formidable than human level 10 psychics." He added, "It's all thanks to Boss Lu, otherwise it wouldn't have happened so quickly." Luli waved her hand nonchalantly. "Next time, say hello before you suck my hand. I thought you were a dog." She then gave him a light glare. It was clearly a veiled attack, but Wang Yang didn't care. He was the one truly benefiting. He felt he had finished explaining everything and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "If you need anything in the future, just ask." Although she had never been polite, always bossing him around, Luli smiled and agreed, watching Wang Yang return to the bathhouse. Her goal today was to get the night market off the ground. She hoped more people would scratch out prizes for making food, so that even without the lottery shop, they wouldn't starve to death. She was buying a table at the mall when someone exclaimed, "Ah, it's Jiabingguzi." Jiabingguzi? Luli looked up instantly, as if she could smell the fragrant, burnt crust. The texture was incredibly rich, with egg and sausage inside. Who scraped out a Jiabingguzi?" Luli asked excitedly. She searched the crowd for the Jiabingguzi's owner. Everyone knew that these prizes needed Luli's personal blessing before they could be used properly. Everyone stepped aside, revealing the customers in front of the scratch-off lottery machine. After seeing the words clearly, Luli was surprised. "It's not Jiabingguzi? It's a Jiabingguzi machine?" It was a girl, and the machine only reached her waist. She nodded, yes, it's a machine. It had wheels at the bottom, and she pushed it over. Everyone, curious, cooperated, even lending a hand when she veered off course to prevent it from hitting anyone. The machine successfully reached the front of the RV. Luli, using one hand to support herself on the table, jumped out and reached the machine. For large characters were written directly in front of it, Jiabingguzi. On top was a large, round, flat pan, used for making pancakes. There was some open space next to the pan, for tools and seasonings. It was very clean and tidy. Luli had always loved watching others make pancakes. The pancakes were round, crispy, and smelled delicious. For someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, it was a blessing. She expertly turned on the switch, and only smiled when she heard the familiar click. The system's machines were simple to operate. Basically, you just flipped the switch, or picked up the pancake, and put it in a bowl when it was cooked. In short, it required minimal thought. Then everyone saw a small pool of egg yellow, slightly thick liquid appear on the pan, like a small pusher. Smoothing the liquid, the pan began to rotate, gradually shaping it into a large, thin pancake. Soon, an egg appeared in the air. A gentle tap on the corner of the table landed on the pancake, pushing the egg out, filling every corner of the pancake. Then, sprinkle with chopped green onions and other ingredients, flip the pancake over, brush the back with sauce, top with crispy crackers and your favorite food, and wrap it up like a blanket. A wrapped pancake is ready. It even packs itself into a paper bag and places it in the storage area, quite intelligent. The machine's owner was a little greedy, but then glanced at Boss Lu, who had been staring at the machine, and figured, since the machine was hers, she'd give it to her first batch. "Boss Lu, try it." The woman took the paper bag and handed it to Luli. Luli smiled, but seeing she was eager to try, she tried to resist a few times. Seeing her insistence, she obliged and began to dig in. The flavor was rich, and every bite was filled with flavor. Luli finished it quickly, giving a thumbs up. "Not bad, very delicious." The machine's owner was reassured. If Luli said it was delicious, it had to be right. The machine started making a second one, which fell into the owner's mouth. Just as she was about to make a third, she quickly shut it off. She asked, "Boss Lu, can I also set up a stall at the night market?" Luli nodded vigorously, of course. "Isn't that perfect? We already have 5 stalls, and things are getting better and better." Chapter 265. After enjoying the pancakes, Luli returned to her RV, contentedly, and continued shopping at the mall for items needed for the night market. It was quite empty, with no shelter from the sun or rain. She needed a large shed, along with lighting, tables, chairs, and benches, all essentials. She placed her orders one by one, then called in the laborers, Shinbing and Luomu, plus the idol Zhong Xia. The 4 of them arrived at the open space, and with a wave of her hand, Luli unrolled all the items she had bought, startling them. Boss Lu's ability to conjure objects from thin air was astonishing no matter how many times she witnessed it. She placed her hands on her hips and directed, "You 3 build this shed." The shed was quite large, almost 500 square meters, when fully extended. The three of them each pulled up one side, but one side was still empty. Luli remembered what Wang Yang had said that morning and bluntly texted him, "Come to the back of the bath center." Within 5 seconds, Wang Yang appeared before Luli. He took in the surroundings and understood what was going on. He was here to do the hard labor. He had no regrets. After all, he had helped him reach the 10th level. So, the 4 men, each pulling at a corner, leveled the roof, revealing a large rectangular sheet of transparent tarpaulin. While it didn't block out the sun. No, where would the sun come from at night? It should just block out the rain. After leveling it, the 4 men picked up the support frames and installed them one by one. After they were done, using their immense powers as psychics, they erected the shed on the ground, with support frames every 5 meters, making it very sturdy. Because it was transparent, it didn't affect the light at all, so it was still bright. After the shed was installed, it was time for the lighting. At night, it was still necessary to see clearly. The 4 of them hadn't expected assembling a shed to be so difficult. With so many steps, they were sweating profusely. Luo Mu pondered this secretly. Since Boss Lu could conjure all these things out of thin air, could he also assemble them with a flick of his hand? Actually, he could. The store offers a variety of options, including one-click installation, one-click assembly, and even hand-assembled ones. Of course, the prices vary. Luli figured she had so much hard work, it would be a waste not to use it. So she naturally chose the cheapest. After the lights in the shed were installed, Luli flipped the main switch. It was bright. Although it was daytime and not much could be seen, the glaring light showed how bright this light bulb was. Next, she bought tables, chairs, and benches. She also bought the kind that came with the table and chairs attached. The chairs were long, seating 3 on one side and 6 on the other. She bought 10 sets of tables and chairs in total, and when they were neatly arranged, they looked quite presentable. Luli clapped her hands in satisfaction and looked around, her satisfaction growing. It was just that there weren't enough tables and chairs, but that didn't matter. There weren't many people sitting around eating. One day, this place would be filled up. The 4 grown men straightened their backs, looking at the place they had created with a sense of accomplishment. Okay, the work is done. Go do whatever you need to do. Luli waved them off, truly using people to move forward rather than backward. Lu Mu gave her a resentful look, and was about to leave, when something suddenly occurred to him. Boss Lu, can we get a discount on our food at the night market? You wish. It's not easy for others to make money. As she spoke, Luli paused. It seemed quite easy, after scraping out the reward from the flower crystal core. It would be a permanent solution. Just an hour a day setting up the stall would earn him tons of crystal cores, but Luli still felt it wasn't right. It was fine if he was eating and drinking for free, but if Luo Mu and the others also offered discounts, then there would be too many people to get discounts from. No, Luli sternly refused. Of course not. Don't try to take advantage of these petty gains. If you don't need a crystal core, come to me. Luo Mu's eyebrows lit up. And then you give me a crystal core? You're so nice. I beat you up and send you out to kill zombies. How can you expect to get something for nothing? Luli glared at him and pretended to kick him. Luo Mu took notice and ran away. Shin Bing laughed beside him, but she also felt a little resentful of herself. Why couldn't she be more uninhibited and thick-skinned like Luo Mu? Was he just going to be a spectator? Shin Bing? Luli called him. He came back to his senses and met her clear eyes. What's wrong? Luli shook her head. Nothing, let's go back. It's so late. Is the convenience store still open? She took the lead and walked forward, followed by Shin Bing. Zhong Xia stood in the distance, watching them leave, and quietly returned to the factory. Wang Yan had left long ago, after Luli said, just do what you need to do. Luli and Shin Bing walked back side by side, neither of them speaking, just walking in silence. But there was no awkwardness, a warm atmosphere enveloped them. When they returned to the RV, Xiao Di and Zhang Ting were already busy, each doing their part, working together, and there had been no major problems. When they got to the RV, they found Mr. Shin there, leisurely enjoying the fruit on her table. Shin Fufeng sat beside him, and the two of them chatted quietly. Mr. Shin? Luli approached. Shin Fufeng obediently walked away, knowing this was a matter between adults. She sat across from Mr. Shin, a man she always respected. He only heard him say, Boss Lu's blood can accelerate the cultivation of mutant plants and animals, even zombies? Luli looked puzzled. Mr. Shin smiled and explained, I don't know where it got out, but now everyone knows. Luli knew that Yi Cheng's big mouth had spread the word among the surrounding customers, and it had spread easily from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. But the question was, how did Yi Chung know this? She hadn't mentioned this to anyone else. It would have been fine if he knew, but he actually came here with some token to arrest her. It was ridiculous. He even brought the Bai family with him. They were highly skilled and well-trained, clearly carefully trained. Yesterday, she had a headache, so she hadn't had time to think much about it. Now that she had some free time, a bunch of questions came to her mind. Yi Chung came yesterday and said he wanted to capture me and take me back for research. Did you know about this? Luli asked seriously. I just found out, Olchen said honestly. It was because he knew that he had come this time. Olchen sighed, a look of disappointment. They want to get rid of you, and they stop at nothing. He knew that only if Luli disappeared could the mysterious family regain control of the crystal cores of the major bases. That's why they attacked her again and again, wave after wave, without stopping. Thank goodness Luli had fought hard and held out until now. Otherwise, the major bases would have truly become the mysterious family's playthings. But Luli was simply annoyed. She also wanted to destroy the entire mysterious family with a single blow. Clearly, this could only be accomplished if they gathered in the RV. Chapter 266. Unless she drove her RV to find them one by one, but she didn't have the time for that. Running a lottery shop is busy enough, isn't it? She couldn't possibly abandon so many hungry customers and embark on a murderous spree alone. She has her own life. Seeing her lost in thought, Old Shin continued, now the Bai, Shin, and Jiang families all have a problem with you. I'm afraid they unite against you. The Jiang family is upset because I heard Jiang swear. Why are the Bai and Shin families so strange? Is it because I'm running a lottery shop that's getting in their way? Let them come. We can catch them all in one fell swoop. Luli said arrogantly, unconsciously crossing her legs. This was perfect. She didn't have to go door to door. You? Olchen smiled indulgently, swaying and pointing at her, as if watching his granddaughter being naughty. Hee. Luli chuckled. By the way, why are you here this time? Olchen put away his smile and said seriously, the plan we proposed at the last meeting has officially been launched. It's called the Elimination Plan. The goal is to reclaim humanity's territory and eliminate high-level mutant plants and animals, as well as zombies. They're calculating, trying to get free supplies from you, but you repeatedly refused. Olchen paused. Good job refusing. Luli was stunned. It was the first time she heard Olchen speak like that. This time they asked me to purchase supplies from you, claiming it's for the elimination plan, but the budget they gave is totally insufficient. Olchen said angrily. What's the budget? Luli asked curiously. Olchen held up 5 fingers, and Luli made a bold guess. 50,000 level 1 crystal cores? And that was based on the nature of the central base. 50,000 might seem like a lot, but when it comes to purchasing supplies, it's completely inadequate. Olchen shook his head, disdainfully saying, 5,000 level 1 crystal cores. Sure enough, I overestimated them. Olchen also found it outrageous. What could 5,000 level 1 crystal cores buy? Even though Luli's price was low, the quantity needed was enormous. Luli pondered for a moment, tapping his fingertips on the table. He asked, how many people are they planning to send to the elimination plan? How many high-level espers are there? How many logistics personnel are there? The initial plan is 200 level 5 espers and above, including 20 level 6, 10 level 7, and 50 logistics personnel, Olchen said. That's not a large number of people, so 5,000 crystal cores should be more than enough. Send me the purchase list. Luli raised an eyebrow, picked up an orange, and began peeling it. When she was done, she gave half to Olchen. Okay, Mr. Shin replied, accepting the orange half she offered him. He searched the shopping list in his computer and forwarded it to Luli. Luli opened it and saw the first item she didn't have, firearms. She had to buy them at the mall, and she rarely bought these kinds of items there. Thinking of this, Luli immediately went to the mall to check the prices. Wow, they're quite expensive. These items are strictly controlled regardless of the era. A pistol with 500 rounds of ammunition costs 99,999 points. A pistol with unlimited ammunition costs 999,999 points. A pistol with 500 rounds of ammunition, converted into crystal cores, would be equivalent to 1,000 first-level crystal cores. With the central base's budget, they could only afford 5 pistols, but it was still a good deal. That's 500 rounds of ammunition, and 1 bullet is enough to kill an ordinary person. In the apocalypse, pistols and ammunition are sold separately, and only a few people possess them. Because they are both non-renewable resources, there are no longer any factories producing firearms, and sometimes even a single bullet fetches an exorbitant price. Thinking about it, Luli didn't think it was expensive anymore, but the main problem was that the central base couldn't afford it. She simply showed Eldershin the computer page. "Hey, I can buy 5 of these pistols. Want them? I'd place an order right away, and I won't charge you any difference." Openly. At the sight of the long list of numbers, Eldershin sensed something was amiss. He counted them carefully, converted them into crystal cores, and considered his budget. He immediately stopped talking. Using all his crystal cores to buy 5 pistols? He knew he'd be pissed off. He wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Anything cheaper? One with 100 rounds of ammunition would be fine. Eldershin asked for a lower price. Luli continued searching, and indeed, there was one. The price was much cheaper than the 500-round pistol, only 29,999 points, less than 30,000 points. Converted to crystal cores. 300 crystal cores. 16 pistols would be enough. One wouldn't even be enough for each person. Mr. Shin, It's still too expensive. No, it should be said that the budget is too small. He looked at the details of the pistol. It's powerful and can be customized, allowing the manufacturer to develop bullets specifically for mutant plants and animals. When they saw the words customizable, the same thought occurred to them. Luli had another question. Come to think of it, the central base has been around for 10 years, and the research institute has been around for at least 8 or 9, right? Don't they have any research results? Don't they have any methods for dealing with mutant plants and animals? For zombies, I think there's a potion that makes zombies go away. What do they do all day? Luli said bluntly. From what she knew so far, there was a zombie go-away potion, a disgusting black jelly, and a useless optical computer. Is this what should have been done in the past 10 years? Isn't he slacking off a bit? Oldshin felt a little embarrassed by what she said. The dean had died a few days ago, and his head was exchanged for a handful of soil, but there had been no progress. He could only sigh. He didn't understand R&D, but the Institute's resources were always good, and they usually gave whatever they asked for. If they wanted samples of mutant plants and animals, there would be a special team of psychics who would risk their lives to obtain them. But even with all the pampering and coaxing, there was still no result. Oldshin was also puzzled. What were these people doing for a living? But it had been like this for 10 years. If there was any hope of change, it would require a major shakeup. Obviously, that was impossible. The relationships within the Institute were so complex and intertwined. It was possible that one researcher was backed by the Bai family, and another by the Shin family. Forget about shaking up the Institute. Even moving the key researchers was impossible. Oldshin pondered this and sighed again. Luli, not wanting to embarrass him, changed the subject, saying, "It's okay. We're just a small group. We can customize the bullets. Why not give it a try?" Okay. Oldshin decided to pay out of his own pocket again and try the custom bullets. Luli then inquired about the price for the customized bullets. Wow, they were ridiculously expensive. And they weren't readily available. The vendors had to research them based on the characteristics of the mutant plants and animals. The delivery time was uncertain. So forget it? Let's just buy the regular ones. At least they work for humans, Luli asked tentatively. This made Oldshin feel both sad and amused. They were clearly a single race, and should have united, but in the end, the guns were pointed at their own people. Okay. Oldshin agreed, having no other choice. Chapter 267. But the budget was too small, so Mr. Shin only bought 2 pistols with 100 rounds of ammunition, plus some grenades, smoke bombs, mines, sniper rifles, and so on. Just buying the first item on the shopping list almost wiped out the budget. But the more Mr. Shin looked, the more astonished he became. Boss Lu's brain contained everything. He could buy anything he wanted. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a cry from outside. "Be careful, don't accidentally discharge it." The two of them quickly looked over, and saw a customer in the crowd carrying a pitch-black cannon on his shoulder. It was as thick as an adult's waist, its muzzle hollow, as if it could suck people in. The muzzle was pointed skyward, as if ready to fire, ready to raise the entire place to the ground with just one command. The awe-inspiring feeling was immense. Luli stood up, walked a few steps out of the RV, and smoothly reached him. She looked up at him and sternly said, "Put it down." The man, about 35, still had a look of bewilderment on his face, his brows furrowed. He heaved a sigh of relief at her words, and flung the cannon to the ground with a clang. The shock made Luli take 2 steps back, a testament to the cannon's weight. She was also amazed at the man's strength. Could he be another one of the mysterious family? He was trying to blow up the RV with a single shot? That couldn't be possible. Someone from the mysterious family wouldn't be so obedient. Before Luli could speak, the man spoke first. Lou, Boss Lou, this is the prize I scratched out. Reward? Cannon? Do you have instructions? Let me see. Luli asked a series of questions. The man rummaged through his pockets, found a small card, and hurriedly handed it to Luli. Luli took it and read it. Cannon, limited to 5 bullets per day, capable of destroying any living thing. Well, the system's explanations are always simple and blunt. Any living creature? Including high-level zombies and mutated plants and animals? Wouldn't that make it invincible? Not really. Destruction requires you to have the time and opportunity to fire the cannon. Without it, it's a waste of time. But this cannon is pretty impressive. Mr. Shin will definitely like it. She called the man over, took the small card, and ran back to the RV. The man followed instinctively, but after a few steps, he remembered he had forgotten his cannon and went back to pick it up. Once he had it, his entire demeanor changed. I show you something. Luli shoved the small card into Mr. Shin's hand, her tone as if showing off a treasure. Then she beckoned the man sit down. She then took an orange from the table and pressed it into his hand. Peel it and eat it yourself. The man sat down cautiously, looking at the orange in his hand with a flattered look. This, is it really something I can eat? He'd been playing scratch-offs for so long, but he never won a fruit. He leaned in and sniffed. The orange fragrance was so rich and refreshing that he couldn't bear to eat it, so he quietly put it in his pocket. Then he sat upright and watched the elderly man on the sofa talking to Luli. Olchin read over these words again and again, growing more and more excited. His hands trembled, and his eyes lit up with joy. Is there really such a cannon? At the mention of him, the man immediately stood up and hefted the cannon from the ground onto his shoulder. His face was firm, and he glanced at Luli again. He confirmed, yes, this is mine. Olchin looked at the cannon, then at the man, and asked suspiciously, what did you do before? Why are you so skilled at carrying a cannon? The man chuckled. I was a soldier in the civilized era. I was just about to leave when the apocalypse broke out. By the way, I'm also a member of the Central Base Guard. Today's my day off, so I thought I'd come out and relax. He exuded righteousness, his eyes resolute as he carried the cannon, exuding an unstoppable aura. Luli was relieved. It was okay as long as he wasn't sent by the mysterious family. Old Shin, excited, stood up and stepped forward, grasping his free hand. Great. Are you interested in joining the elimination plan? The man paused, embarrassed to pull back. He knew Shin Qingting, and in his eyes, he was unattainable, usually only visible on his laptop. Since he said so, it must be true. No problem, very interested. Old Shin smiled and beckoned. Come on, put the cannon down. I talked to you. I definitely treat you well in terms of compensation. The man lowered the cannon with a clang. Luli was worried he'd punch a hole in the RV. She tried to lift it, but it didn't budge. It's so heavy, isn't it hard for you to carry it? Luli asked, even going so far as to half crouch and wrap her arms around the cannon, trying to lift it. Still motionless. She was a 5th-level Esper after all. The man was also puzzled. Isn't it heavy? He picked it up with one hand and tossed it onto his shoulder. It seemed light and fluttery, as if it were made of paper. But Luli had mentioned it before. It was as heavy as this RV, something she couldn't lift. Could it be that this cannon also recognized its master? Okay. The man saw Luli's speechless expression and felt a little helpless. He carried the cannon to the sofa and sat down slowly, afraid to stain it. He said respectfully, Mr. Shin, by the way, my name is Bei Sheng. Just call me Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, Jr. Luli couldn't help but laugh at the thought. She pulled a chair over and sat in front of the two men, watching them talk seriously. Elder Shin detailed the benefits of joining the elimination plan, such as being able to bring their families to the core residential area and being allocated an apartment. Every month, they would receive a fixed amount of supplies, and members of the elimination plan would receive a monthly distribution of crystal cores, like a salary. In short, the benefits were numerous, but the risks were also relatively high. Bei Sheng nodded repeatedly as he listened, and as soon as Elder Shin finished, he immediately affirmed, no problem, I'm up for it. Call me if there's a mission. Elder Shin smiled with relief. If only everyone were as sensible as Xiao Bei. Luli smiled too. The elimination plan finally had a glimmer of hope. After explaining the details, Elder Shin wrote him a letter and told him to take it to the Human Resources Department. He would be transferred from the guards. Bei Sheng took it with both hands, thanked them again, and left happily. The customers around him looked at him, and the impressive cannon on his shoulder with envy. If he could also scrape out a weapon like this, he would definitely be highly valued by the central base. Time flew by, and it was lunchtime. Lu Li asked Old Shen to stay for dinner, so she could chat with Shen Fufeng, which he naturally wanted. Luo Mu was the first to arrive, skillfully donning his apron and preparing and cooking. Lu Li and Old Shen continued to sit on the sofa outside, leisurely waiting for their meal. Shen Fufeng sat between them, contentedly eating an orange. She glanced left and right from time to time. Grandpa and sister were there. How nice. Why are you two here? Lu Li asked irritably, looking at the Ouyang brothers outside the RV. She suspected that the story of her blood's miraculous effects was something Ouyang Jin had guessed and spread. Chapter 268. She thought about it over and over again, and it was only that day, when the bunny bit her and Wang Yang sucked her finger, that gave her away. Lu Li knew Ouyang Jin was smart, but she hadn't expected him to think so much. That would have been fine, blame him for being too clever. But he actually spilled the beans, that was too much. Thus, Lu Li felt annoyed just looking at him. On the contrary, Ouyang Jin felt a little guilty. But he remained perfectly calm, as if nothing had happened. Ouyang Feng continued to smile naively, completely oblivious to the situation. This only infuriated Lu Li, who wasn't even going to let them come up. But Ouyang Feng cheekily said, "Are you guys going to cook? Can we go up and take a look?" In his mind, they already knew each other, and the next step was to be good friends. Although he didn't have a good friend, no, now he did, the bunny. Lu Li looked at his innocent, beautiful face, and couldn't say no. Her anger was directed at her brother, not at this silly little brother. She said unhappily, "Come up." Ouyang Feng burst into laughter, and pulled his brother into the RV. When Luo Mu emerged from the kitchen, spatula in hand, he saw the two brothers sitting on the sofa. He was immediately enraged, as if a villain had invaded his home. But seeing Lu Li didn't say anything, he took the spatula and stormed into the kitchen. Could he stay for dinner? Luo Mu lost interest in cooking at the thought. In the living room, Lu Li glanced at Ouyang Jin, arms folded, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Ouyang Feng had come to scratch a lottery ticket, and happened to see Luo Mu busy in the kitchen. He was tempted to come up and scratch before he even had time to sit down. Ouyang Jin was left alone to face Lu Li, while Elder Shen and Bei Sheng chatted quietly on the other side. Ouyang Jin rubbed his hands and said guiltily, "I heard a rumor that Boss Lu's blood has miraculous effects. Is that true?" Lu Li swung her legs and looked at him calmly, thinking, "Keep pretending. Didn't you spread that news? You have no good intentions." "It's true. A dog can't spit out ivory." "I don't know who said that," Lu Li said sarcastically. "I'm sorry, Boss Lu." Ouyang Jin bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "I guessed it when I got home that day, but I absolutely didn't tell anyone. If I did, Ouyang Feng would be struck with thunder," Ouyang Jin said with great seriousness. "Ouyang Feng, did anyone speak up for me, Lu Li? Did anyone speak up for Ouyang Feng?" But she could tell Ouyang Feng was very important to Ouyang Jin, and he didn't seem like the type to pull such a joke. But if not him, who else could it be? Okay, I believe you. Then who do you think it was?" Lu Li gave up and asked directly. Ouyang Jin's eyes instantly turned cautious, and he glanced around at the people scratching lottery tickets outside the RV. Lu Li, seeing this look, couldn't help but ask, "Do you suspect there's a spy among the customers?" "Yes, it's inevitable," Ouyang Jin said seriously, their voices unconsciously lowered, as if they were discussing state secrets. Lu Li also raised her eyes, cautiously examining the customers outside the RV. It was always crowded, and she had never noticed before. She hadn't had the time to observe each one, but now, with a closer look, she actually noticed something different. For example, there was a male customer, wedged in the crowd, not scratching, occasionally glancing at the RV before looking away. There was another male customer, wedged in the front, holding a spot, always holding a scratch-off ticket, pretending to be there. There was a female customer, mingling with the crowd, holding a scratch-off ticket, her eyes cautious, almost constantly staring into the RV. Lu Li hadn't known until she saw it, and she was shocked. These people had occupied almost every corner of the RV. There were these unusual people everywhere. She had never noticed them before. She regretted her carelessness, even though she usually spoke quietly. But who could possibly work in this business? There might be someone with hearing abilities among them, Lu Li thought, breaking into a cold sweat. How could she have known these people were so idle, with so many spies planted around her, yet they were all so inconspicuous? If she hadn't observed them so carefully today, she would have been almost invisible. No, we have to take action. Otherwise, even if we fart today, everyone will know. Ouyang Jin saw the change in her eyes, and quickly assured her, I'm sure no one from my family is inside. Lu Li was a little skeptical. He was just a young master. How could he stop his elders from doing anything? After something like this, Ouyang Jin's promise was like a mirror, easily shattered. That's not the point. The point is to get these people out, Lu Li said, grasping the key point. Right. Ouyang Jin agreed. But this was clearly not a simple matter. The lottery shop was open outside, anyone could enter. Even if she set up checkpoints, how could she tell if this person was a spy? He said he wanted to buy scratch-off tickets, so why wouldn't you let him in? Keep him out? Unable to solve the problem from the outside, Lu Li had to start from the inside, adding a soundproofing shield to the RV. Add another shield to block out the outside view, and then stack the two shields together. No one from outside could see in, and no one from outside could hear what was going on. But she only planned to isolate the living room, kitchen, and utility room. The tabletop that extended inward, and the 1 meter distance behind it would still be visible from outside. This wouldn't affect everyone's scratch-off tickets, and it would also deter anyone from peeping outside. Lu Li thought she was being clever. Once they couldn't see her, they would naturally leave. But Lu Li still decided to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they think they were soft persimmons, ready to be manipulated. Having made up his mind, Lu Li's eyes cleared up, no longer wandering. Seeing this, Ouyang Jin asked, have you thought about it? Yes. Lu Li knew what he was talking about, but didn't meet his gaze. The Ouyang family was also involved in this little lesson. Luo Mu also emerged from the kitchen carrying the last dish, followed by Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Jin felt embarrassed seeing his brother like this. Knowing they were about to eat, he suggested leaving. Huh? Ouyang Feng's mouth drooped, his face etched with the expression, I want to stay here and eat. Ouyang Jin tried to pull him, but couldn't move. He said, other families are about to eat, so we have to go back and eat too. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Ouyang Feng stood still. Ouyang Jin had never thought he had so much strength before. Lu Li glanced at him, grateful for Ouyang Jin's honest admission of his mistake and for pointing out the problem. He said, Luo Mu, bring out 3 chairs. Don't leave, sit down and eat. Luo Mu reluctantly went to get the chairs, and Mr. Shen and the Ouyang brothers were seated. Knowing there would be a large crowd, he prepared a large number of dishes, most of which were Lu Li's favorites. Finally, here's a floor plan of the RV's first floor, and the locations of the lottery shop and convenience store. Chapter 269. Ouyang Feng's mouth watered as he watched, slurping uncontrollably, practically chomping on the food. Smells so good. What's this? What's that? Luo Mu, sitting next to him, glanced at him with disdain, then remembered how he'd been the same way at first, naive. He suddenly felt a little distressed, but still snorted softly and handed him a large shrimp. Eat it. Eat more, or you won't be able to eat it later. Ouyang Feng only heard the first 2 words, eat it. He immediately ignored everything else, and began to eat with a chuckle. He was so focused that he didn't notice Ouyang Jin glaring at him from across from him. He was completely absorbed in the delicious food. As Ouyang Feng ate, he felt something was wrong. It was so lively around him. Everyone was chatting as they ate, their minds mostly focused on the food. He recalled every time he ate at home, it was always quiet, no one talking, a dead silence. So he always ate quickly, wanting to leave early. Thinking of this, Ouyang Feng unconsciously slowed down his pace, eating slowly, so he could listen to everyone's chatter and bragging. Ouyang Jin also marveled at the lively atmosphere here. No matter who spoke, someone would respond, and there was no need to worry about words being dropped. The food was delicious, the rice was plentiful, and since they were both grown men, they unknowingly finished 4 bowls of rice, one more than Luo Mu. Lu Li felt a strange pity for the poor kid, who clearly didn't have enough to eat at home. Eat more, you have enough. Ouyang Feng was already stuffed, but seeing some leftovers on the table, he couldn't resist the urge to grab his chopsticks and start digging, swishing away everything. Ouyang Jin tried several times to stop him, trying to warn him about table manners with his eyes, but his silly brother wasn't even looking at him. By the end of the meal, both brothers were utterly stuffed. Old Shen also had a rare appetite, and with his little grandson by his side, he ate quite a bit. As the 2 brothers rested after dinner and sat on the sofa, they were still a bit dazed. They stayed for dinner like that? What a blissful, joyful meal, a stress-free experience. Luli also collapsed on the sofa to rest. All 3 sofas were occupied. She searched the mall for soundproofing and side-blocking covers. Though they weren't cheap, Luli had plenty of points right now. Buy without hesitation. After receiving the goods, Luli immediately installed them. The covers were transparent, making it seem as if, in the blink of an eye, the RV had vanished. She even trotted out of the RV and, specifically from a customer's perspective, observed the surrounding tabletops and the scratch-off lottery tickets on them. They were still crystal clear. Of course, Xiao Di and Zhang Ting, sitting behind the tabletops, could also see that behind them, the RV interior remained intact, the sofa, dining table, and kitchen, but no one was visible. It looked like an empty, deserted house. Luli walked around the RV. There was absolutely no flaw. Every angle was identical to the interior, like an extra layer of fake facade. She thought this was fine, it wouldn't be too awkward, and she could talk and do things inside without worrying about being seen. Satisfied, she prepared to return to the RV, but then her thoughts shifted, and she approached the first person she spotted. He looked like a robot. He didn't even have a scratch-off ticket. Too much. He couldn't even pretend properly. The man, noticing Luli approaching, stiffened. Meeting her scrutinizing gaze, he spoke dryly, Boss Lu, what's up? Luli shook her head, looking at him with genuine sincerity. It's okay. Can't you squeeze in? Do you want me to buy you a few tickets? You've been hanging around. The man repeatedly refused. No, I can do it myself. You're welcome. I'm the boss. It's my job to help customers solve their problems. Luli said, pulling out a few scratch-off tickets and stuffing them into his arms. After stuffing them, he held out his hand seriously. Here, just pay. The man took 2 steps back in shock. No need to bother, Boss Lu. Several other customers cast envious glances at him. This guy is so ungrateful. Boss Lu personally gives you a scratch-off ticket, and you don't even want one? It's okay. You're here to buy scratch-off tickets anyway. Wouldn't it be more convenient if I just give it to you? Luli took a step closer, staring him in the eye. The man took another step back, his back pressed against the shoulder of another customer. There was no way back. He knew what Boss Lu said was perfectly normal. But he wasn't here for the scratch-off tickets. The previous dealer wouldn't reimburse him. He lied. No, I used up all the crystal cores I brought today. I need to go back and get more. I come back tomorrow. With that, he fled. He also dropped the few scratch-off tickets Luli had slipped him. The customers around him were suspicious. Why run away? You don't have any money, so what? That's right. Why does he look a little guilty from behind? Who knows? He probably felt embarrassed. Luli scoffed, watched the man walk away, and turned to find his next target. She wasn't stupid. She targeted those who weren't normal, but there were also some normal customers mixed in. This made her look even more impressive in the eyes of the average customer. She even comforted customers, cared about them, and listened to their opinions. Where can you find a boss like that? Some of the spies were stubborn and played Tai Chi with Luli, so she gave up and searched for the next one, walking around. The surrounding spies had been mostly eliminated, leaving only a few who refused to leave. When Luli returned to the RV, Luo Mu and his friends had actually started playing landlord. The noise was so loud and boisterous that she couldn't hear a thing from outside. The Ouyang brothers also joined in, but they were clumsy, obviously new to the game. They were fooled around by Luo Mu and lost a lot of crystal cores. But even so, they remained cheerful, not caring about the few crystal cores. They just had fun. Shen Bing was watching the game. Ever since Luli got into the RV, her eyes had followed her. When she sat down next to her, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He asked, "What did you do downstairs just now? Did something happen?" Luli shook her head, picked up an orange, and handed it to Shen Bing. "Peel it for me." After a long pause, she said, "I went downstairs and grabbed a few small spyglasses." Shen Bing went to take it, and their fingers accidentally touched. Luli was lost in thought and didn't notice, so he didn't dare move, causing the orange to sway crookedly between their fingertips. Luo Mu happened to see this and instinctively snatched the orange away, successfully drawing Luli's attention. She said, "Then you peel it?" "I want to eat it." He grumbled in displeasure, but inwardly he was beaming with joy. He quickly peeled the orange, wrapped it in the peel, and handed it to her. Luo Mu completely ignored Shen Bing's glare and continued to playfully tease Ouyang Jin. Shen Bing had no choice but to change the subject. "What spyglasses?" Sent by a mysterious family? Chapter 270. Lu Li ate an orange and gave half to Shinbing. Yes, right, outside the store, observing our lives from every angle. Paparazzi, definitely paparazzi. Shinbing looked outside, also searching for those spies hiding in the shadows. Lu Li leaned back. No need to look. I just went downstairs to persuade a group of people to leave. Now they added soundproofing and visual barriers. People from outside can't see inside, and they just think no one's inside. Lu Li was somewhat confident about the system's products, but there was no reason to be wary of thieves 1,000 miles away. Thinking of this, Lu Li raised an eyebrow at Shinbing and hooked her finger. She obediently leaned forward, slightly close to his ear. Tonight. Shinbing's eyes lit up, and his ears reddened as he listened. Her warm breath and gentle voice were like gusts of spring breeze, caressing his heart. After a while, Lu Li finished her words and straightened up. Seeing his glazed eyes, she waved her hand in front of him in dissatisfaction. Hey, do you understand? She didn't wake Shinbing, but instead woke up Luo Mu, who was standing next to her. He hurriedly asked, What do you understand? What did you say? Tell me. His curiosity was piqued. Shinbing also came to her senses, and nodded repeatedly. I understand, I understand. Lu Li rolled her eyes. They were so worried about everyone. Lu Mu, anxious, looked from Lu Li to Shinbing, feeling they were hiding something from him. Just as he was about to ask, she beat him to the punch. Yang Feng's eyes are practically glued to you. Yang Feng silently averted his gaze, sat up straight, and pretended nothing had happened. Yang Jin helplessly held his forehead. This silly brother was being too obvious. Good on you, looking at my cards while I wasn't paying attention. Luo Mu immediately clutched his cards to his chest, angrily scolding Yang Feng, his attention instantly diverted. Shinbing breathed a sigh of relief. If Luo Mu knew about this, then the whole world would know. He couldn't help but exchange a glance with Lu Li, and they smiled in tacit understanding. Yang Feng was having so much fun that he didn't want to leave. Seeing Lu Li didn't object, Yang Jin indulged his silly brother and played with him. Seeing his ever-present smile, he felt a little relieved. The group played happily until sunset. Shortly after lunch, Mr. Shen returned to the central base. Lu Li picked out a large watermelon for him to take home. He complained that it was impossible to get anything during the daily rush sale. The supply was still too low. Lu Li also bought all the supplies he needed, according to the budget: 2 pistols with 100 rounds of ammunition, some grenades, smoke bombs, a sniper rifle, and so on. After purchasing these firearms, the budget was almost exhausted. As Mr. Shen had expected, he returned with a small supply and a large watermelon. As dinner was about to start, Luo Mu glanced disdainfully at the Ouyang brothers. You two aren't staying for dinner, are you? He didn't want to cook for so many people. Flipping the wok is exhausting, isn't it? And with Boss Lu not around to watch, there's no motivation at all. Yang Feng, upon hearing this, immediately looked at the person with the most say in the RV, Lu Li. She had a pitiful look on her face, her eyes and face saying, I want to stay for dinner. Please, please, agree. Lu Li's heart softened, and she nodded in agreement. Seeing Luo Mu's expression of despair, she said, Let's have hot pot tonight. No need to cook. Yeah. I love it. Luo Mu jumped up happily. Zhong Xia and Sheng Xian were just getting out of the RV, and were a bit surprised to see a room full of people. Sheng Xian said, Strange. It looks like there's no one outside. I was about to ask where everyone's gone, right? Xiao Xia, it looks like no one's here from the outside. Seeking confirmation, Sheng Xian asked Zhong Xia, who had come up with him. Zhong Xia nodded seriously. Yeah, I thought everyone was out, so I wanted to come up and wait for you. Lu Li smiled smugly. Except for Shinbing, no one else was confused. Luo Mu scratched his head, puzzled. We've been in here all afternoon. How could they be gone? Zhong Xia nodded affirmatively. Really? If you don't believe me, go outside and take a look. You understand. Luo Mu obeyed and got up from the RV. Yang Feng followed curiously. The two of them looked inside and saw, wow, it was truly empty. From the outside, all that could be seen was the empty first floor of the RV. The sofa and dining table were vaguely visible, and a corner of the refrigerator in the transparent kitchen was visible. But strangely, there was no one on the sofa, nor on the chairs. Was Lu Li clearly sitting on the sofa just now? That annoying Shinbing was sitting next to her. Luo Mu rubbed his eyes, looked again and again, still no one. He poked Yang Feng and asked unsurely, Do you see anyone in there? His voice was not low enough, and a nearby customer heard it, and naturally replied, "No one, not a single person." "Are your eyesight not very good?" Yang Feng recovered from his shock and shook his head blankly. "No one? How could anyone be there? That's not right. Didn't we just come down from upstairs?" The two of them looked so stunned that Lu Li couldn't stop laughing. How could this be so funny? Ha ha ha. Luo Mu and Yang Feng went up again, stunned by the sight of the room full of people, and couldn't help but recall the scene they had just witnessed. How sci-fi. Boss Lu must have pulled some kind of trick again. Luo Mu thought, and then seeing how happy Boss Lu was laughing, it had to be. Both of them came to their senses, annoyed at their own stupidity. No one else had gone downstairs except the two of them, and they felt an inexplicable sense of sympathy. Lu Li finished laughing and called out, "Hurry up and stir-fry the base." Lu Mu, hearing this, stopped sympathizing with Yang Feng and ran happily into the kitchen. After Lu Li finished shouting, she ordered the ingredients from the store, and placed dishes of washed and cut ingredients on the table. Luckily, the table was big enough to accommodate them. Anything that couldn't be put on the cart was placed. The sight of the pot overflowing with food filled the air. A sense of bliss washed over Yang Jin, who stood at the end of the table, unable to resist a soft chuckle. How long had it been since I seen this kind of scene? 3 pots lay out in a row on the table, catering to every corner. Lu Li sat in the middle, with food easily accessible from both sides. Everyone else followed suit. First, put in the harder-to-cook ingredients, like duck feet, corn stalks, and meatballs. Let them cook in the pot first, then add the easier-to-cook ingredients, like the beef rolls and shrimp balls. Hot pot is usually a busy affair, busy scooping out food, busy putting food in, busy eating. The only one who had a bit of free time was Lu Li. She was solely responsible for eating, while Shen Bing and Luo Mu practically used up all her serving chopsticks. They all knew her favorite dishes, and immediately placed them in her bowls after cooking. After the entire meal, Yang Feng managed to hold on, feeling even fuller than at lunch, but still hungry. "I'm afraid I won't have the next meal after this one." Chapter 271. Every dish was devoured, leaving nothing behind. If anyone dared to waste anything, Yang Feng would be the first to disapprove. By the time they finished their hot pot, it was almost 8:30, and Lu Li was about to close. By the time everyone had claimed their prizes, scratched off their tickets, and finally closed the shop, it was already 9 o'clock. There were only a few customers left outside the RV. Lu Li closed the door, turned off the lights inside, changed into some inconspicuous clothes, and quietly left. She clung to the corner while the dog slunk to the left side of the hotel. Shen Bing, wearing a black cape he hadn't worn in a while, was already waiting there. The two successfully reunited, and Shen Bing felt a little worried. "How about I go by myself? You go back and wait for me?" he asked tentatively, and unsurprisingly, Lu Li flatly refused. "No, I came up with this plan. If you don't obey, you can go back. I go by myself." Lu Li tossed her head proudly, and took the lead. Shen Bing quickly followed. He hesitated several times, wanting to explain something, but finally shut up. He's such a stickler, maybe he should just talk less and do more. Following the navigation route provided by the system, Lu Li and the others headed south of the central base. After just a few miles, Lu Li felt a little tired. She was still quite frail after spending all day in the RV. Shen Bing followed silently beside her, listening to her increasingly heavy breathing. He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you walk slower?" After a pause, he mustered up the courage to ask, "Or maybe I carry you?" With that, he walked a few quicker steps, approached her, bent slightly, and rested his hands on his knees. Lu Li stopped to look. He was wearing a black cape with his hood pulled down. His shoulders were broad, his waist narrow, and his back strong, giving him a sense of security. Lu Li leaped forward in a few steps, and Shen Bing caught her steadily. He clenched his fists, and hooked his thighs around hers. "Will it be cold?" Shen Bing asked. "Not bad. I'm just getting warm from walking, so I need to cool down." Lu Li shook his head, and swung his legs twice. It was solid, not wobbly at all. Seeing his lower body steady, Lu Li felt relieved and put her arms around his neck. She patted his shoulder gently. "Let's go." In Shen Bing's ears, it inexplicably became drive. She felt like she was being controlled by her master. Shen Bing quickly regained her composure, and walked quickly forward. Without someone waiting for her, she went much faster. Lu Li slumped over his shoulder, as if she were sitting in a chair, without having to exert any effort. It felt a little comfortable, though she could buy a car at the mall. But this was different. This was more exhilarating. Lu Li almost fell asleep as they walked. It was so comfortable, the swaying motion and the gentle breeze. Lu Li's head rested sideways on Shen Bing's shoulder, changing direction when she felt numb. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Shen Bing asked, "There's a mountain ahead." Lu Li looked up. It was quite high, but the system indicated it was right inside this mountain. She said, "Just go straight up." Tired? If things don't work out, they can always come down and walk around. Shen Bing shook her head. She had already started climbing. What was tiring about it? She wasn't heavy at all. Besides, he was happy to do it. The mountain was in good condition, surprisingly devoid of mutated plants or animals. After only 3 minutes of walking, Shen Bing noticed something was amiss. He stopped, and Lu Li immediately asked, "What's wrong?" He checked the navigation again. The destination was halfway up the mountain. They had only just started. It's strange, there's no sign of mutant plants growing here. A mountain this high shouldn't. Shen Bing didn't need to explain the rest. Lu Li understood it, too. In this apocalyptic world where mutant plants are everywhere, it would be completely out of place to have none. But, Lu Li said, "It's okay, keep going. If there aren't any mutant plants or animals, there will be others." Shen Bing obeyed instinctively, but just 100 meters up, Lu Li's deliberately hushed voice reached her. "Stop." She pulled a stone from her space. "Step aside a few steps. When I throw it, lie down immediately." Shen Bing obediently moved aside a few steps. Lu Li picked up the stone and threw it 20 centimeters in front of where he had been standing. The moment the stone slipped from his hand, he pinned Lu Li under him and covered her with his black cloak. He then lay down beside her, arms touching through the cloak. Bang! A huge explosion echoed. "Go!" Lu Li snapped. Shen Bing immediately stood up, lifted her onto his back, and snatched up her black cloak. They quickly ascended in the direction she pointed, meticulously avoiding every threatening spot. And each of these dangerous spots was unleashed by Lu Li, whether it was landmines or sudden arrows from all directions. The forest was shrouded in a cloud of smoke, completely neutralizing the traps designed along the path. Finally, within 5 minutes, they reached the halfway point of the mountain and saw an ancient mansion. The two flamboyantly written characters Zhang's residence on the plaque clearly indicated this to the two. This was one of the mysterious families, the Jiang family. There was no one around, but looking down the mountain, they could see a few scattered torches. Torches were gathering toward the trap Lu Li had just destroyed. In the hazy forest, the burning torches resembled a dragon. Shen Bing set Lu Li down. "What are you going to do?" Lu Li chuckled. "Nothing, just a little lesson." She took out the camera she bought from the mall and installed one in the lower right corner of the plaque. She then asked Shen Bing to lead her inside. Strangely, despite all the traps at the foot of the mountain, the mansion was completely secure, accessible to anyone. She was probably overconfident, believing no one could break in. But Lu Li was always an exception. She installed cameras in every nook and cranny. In trees, on rooftops, under eaves, at the head and foot of the bed, by the windows, by the lake. The installation was quick, just stick it where you wanted it. It was simple and easy. The whole process took just 10 minutes. Shen Bing, knowing the urgency of the situation, was almost as fast as possible. After the installation, the two of them left gracefully, just in time to see someone returning with a torch. Cursing, she extinguished the torch. Shen Bing carried Lu Li back into the forest, saying, "Let's go to the next house." It was clearly a dangerous undertaking, but Shen Bing felt an inexplicable thrill. No matter what she did, she was happy doing it with her. The next day. Jiang residence. Who did it? The Jiang family's second elder snarled, his gaze sweeping over each servant. But the servants didn't know. They'd been busy catching someone last night, and hadn't caught any yet. When they returned, it was dark, and the head of the family forbade them to keep the torches lit, so they hurried off to bed. Who knew when they woke up the next morning to find so many cameras in the house? Too many to count. There were probably hundreds of them, visible every time they looked up, and more the next. There was literally no blind spot under surveillance. Several elders hurriedly gathered to discuss this suspicious incident. The second elder said suspiciously, "I think the person who installed the camera and what happened last night is the same person." Chapter 272. The third elder's eyes were stern, and he said fiercely, "You mean they're using a decoy to lure the enemy away from their mountain home and then install cameras here? That's unlikely. The time frame is too short. Third brother, the psychics out there are very powerful now. We can't look at them the same way we did before." The fourth elder was helpless. This third brother was such an old-fashioned old man, still thinking his family was the best in the world. It's possible this was a team operation, the second elder speculated. Before they could reach a conclusion, a servant arrived with a hurried report. Elders, look. He trembled, raising his laptop above his head for the elders to see. The screen displayed hundreds of fragmented images, densely packed together. The third elder, a bit older, squinted his eyes and stared for a long time. What is this? The fourth elder was horrified. This is our family's image. Look at this one, it's all of us. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly. The second elder leaned in closer to see the scene, and sure enough, it was exactly like his own. Then, looking at the scene the fourth elder was pointing to, it was a group of people gathered together talking. They were being live-streamed by these cameras. From every angle, the third elder, realizing what was happening, cursed, "These damn cameras. I'm going to tear them down." He rolled up his sleeves and ran over. The second and fourth elders didn't try to stop him. His temper was such that he was easily flammable and explosive. If they tried to stop him, they'd probably end up getting hurt. So they watched helplessly as the third elder tried to tear down the nearest camera, finally pulling it out with great effort. Just as he was chuckling smugly. Bang! The camera in the third elder's hand exploded. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, realizing something was amiss and instinctively throwing it towards the distant rockery. But his palm still peeled from the burn, leaving it cratered and dented, as if it had been doused with a pot of freshly boiled water. The moment he threw it, the camera exploded again, severely injuring the third elder a second time and knocking him unconscious from the shockwave. The second and fourth elders rushed forward and half helped him to his feet. "How are you? Are you all right, third brother?" Luckily, the members of the mysterious family are all strong. An ordinary person would have been half dead if they had been hit by this explosion, but the third elder regained consciousness in just 2 minutes. His first words upon waking were, Don't touch those cameras." With this previous experience, they dared not touch them, and could only try their best to ignore the discomfort of being watched. Lottery shop. Most of the customers were staring at the laptop, because something exciting had happened today. On Human Social Place, a variety show went viral, leaving everyone wondering, what era are we still watching variety shows? Clicking on it, they saw a live variety show with 4 sections to choose from. As soon as they clicked on the first, the large screen in the center exploded. It was incredibly realistic. The customers watching in front of the laptop couldn't help but shudder. Where did this bomb come from? It looks incredibly powerful. Who's filming this variety show? A series of questions swirled in everyone's minds, but they were quickly forgotten because it was quite entertaining and a good source of entertainment. In the lottery shop, Luli was also watching on her laptop, her eyes growing more and more amused. The Jiang family had noticed it quickly and immediately went to dismantle the camera. They ended up getting injured in the explosion. Let me show you what it's like to be watched. After visiting the Jiang residence, Luli moved on to the Shen residence. It was sparsely populated and relatively quiet. Among the hundreds of images, only 2 or 3 showed any living people. Those who did appear were wrapped up tightly, as if they couldn't see the light. Luli found them boring and quickly skipped over them. Next, she visited the Ouyang residence. After carefully selecting, she pinpointed the camera in Ouyang Feng's bedroom. He was sleeping soundly, tucked under a thin blanket. The peaks of his pajamas were cartoonishly cute, green. Luli didn't spend much time looking, quickly checking out the various residences. So far, only the Jiang family had noticed her livestream, while the Bai and Shen families had noticed the cameras. But they all cautiously chose to continue observing and didn't rashly remove them. Only the Ouyang family remained dazed, not taking any action. The customers outside were still watching the excitement, happily watching their laptops. Since the apocalypse, many variety shows, movies, and TV series have vanished into the river of history. Every day was repetitive. Wake up, go out and kill zombies, come back to exchange supplies, make sure I don't starve to death, and then go to sleep. But after Boss Lu showed up, life had a little more fun. I could play scratch-off tickets, there were convenience stores, and I could eat and browse at the bathhouse. Today, there was even a variety show that made everyone laugh. Luomu ran over excitedly. "Boss Lu, did you see that?" He plopped down next to her and caught a glimpse of the familiar screen on her laptop. Yes, that's it. So funny. I even heard that idiot Ouyang Feng snoring." Luomu pointed at the laptop, laughing so hard he almost fell on Luli, but Shen Bing, who came over, grabbed him by the collar, straightened him up, and said seriously, "Sit still." Then he sat down on Luli's other side. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, then pursed his lips, pleasing him even more as he remembered Lu Li's words about this being a secret and not to be shared with anyone else. It was a secret between the two of them, huh? Lu Li laughed too. See? I don't know who did it, but now the mysterious family isn't mysterious at all. Luo Mu nodded and clapped his hands. That's right, let them get ahead of themselves. Now we can change the name. Don't call it the mysterious family anymore, just call it the bullshit family. The three of them exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh again. This was hilarious, exposing every aspect of the mysterious family's life directly to the public. Let everyone see what the mysterious family is really like. Jiang family. The third elder awoke and saw the cameras in the room. His fury surged again, pointing at them and cursing, "Tear them all down. Tear them down." After he finished cursing, he realized his left hand had been wrapped like a dumpling. The second elder said earnestly, "Don't worry, third brother. We figured out a solution." The third elder felt reassured. Second brother was always clever and would definitely handle this. After comforting his third brother, the second elder led the fourth elder out of the room. As they exited, they glanced up at the camera mounted on the pillar, gritted their teeth, and continued walking. Lu Li happened to catch that look and felt strangely like he was watching them through the screen. He probably guessed something. Then, Lu Li saw the second elder of the Jiang family leading a group of servants, cutting fabric into small squares, and using them to cover the cameras. Then, the screen went dark for a moment, but soon, the cameras were able to record without interruption. Lu Li clearly saw the second elder of the Jiang family, a smug smile on his face. 3 minutes later, another servant approached cautiously, holding a laptop. Chapter 273. The second elder was stunned upon seeing this, and angrily kicked the laptop away. The servants knelt on the ground, not daring to utter a word. Lu Li laughed heartily at the sight. It was like a reality show from a civilized era, unscripted, featuring only amateurs. Looking at the Ouyang household again, Ouyang Feng was still asleep, showing no sign of getting up, merely changing his position. Ouyang Jin stood beneath the pavilion, staring at a camera mounted on a pillar. It was about the size of a fist, resembling an enlarged human eye, and quite creepy upon closer inspection. This person didn't seem to want to hide their motives, otherwise they wouldn't have chosen such a conspicuous location and camera design. Leaving the pavilion, there were 2 more eyes on the rockery beside the road, automatically tracking human movements and following them 360 degrees. Ouyang Jin walked forward again, encountering another camera and falling silent. They were practically everywhere. There were 4 or 5 on this stretch of road alone. He recalled Lu Li's pensive expression yesterday and strongly suspected she was responsible. She wasn't one to suffer in silence. Anyone who dared to place spies around her would inevitably face retaliation. But he hadn't expected the retaliation to be so direct, a return of the favor. You place spies, so I install cameras. The spies can be removed, but Ouyang Jin wouldn't dare touch the cameras. Who knows what Lu Li had done, but was she watching from the other side of the cameras? Ouyang Jin stood there again, staring at the cameras. Coincidentally, Ouyang Feng opened the door and emerged, bleary-eyed, in his pajamas, rubbing his eyes. "Brother, what are you looking at here?" Ouyang Feng silently walked over to him, and followed his gaze upwards. Once he saw clearly, he shuddered awake. He pointed at the camera and said in a trembling voice, "Eyes? Eyeballs? Whose eyeballs are that big? That's terrifying. Take it down. It's a camera." Ouyang Jin was speechless. "Camera? Then we have to take it down." Ouyang Feng was shocked. With that, he reached out to grab it. It wasn't high, and with a little more effort, he could reach it. Just as he was about to touch it, Ouyang Jin grabbed his hand. "Don't touch it." Ouyang Jin's voice was serious. He was afraid of danger. Ouyang Feng also obediently withdrew his hand, and stared up at the camera with his brother. He asked blankly, "Who installed this?" "I don't know," Ouyang Jin said truthfully. "Who is so powerful as to install a camera without us knowing?" Ouyang Feng scratched his head. Suddenly, the two exchanged a glance, their gazes tacitly in sync, and said in unison, "Boss Lu." Ouyang Jin was certain of what he was thinking. He knew he couldn't touch it. He feared it wasn't just his family, but the other 3 families as well. As the two walked forward, Ouyang Feng prepared to return to his room to wash up, when he met the great elder. He looked directly at Ouyang Jin with a serious expression. "I heard you spent the whole day at the lottery shop yesterday. Is that true?" Ouyang Jin's heart tightened, and he said softly yes. "But..." The great elder smiled and said, "That's right. We should cultivate good relations with them. That will benefit the Ouyang family's reputation." Ouyang Jin agreed, pointing at the camera. Great Elder, this. What? The Great Elder squinted. He had astigmatism and nearsightedness, and in this apocalyptic world, there was no place to get glasses, so everything he saw was a blur. Looking at the spot Ouyang Jin pointed at, it was also a blurry mass, a blur of black and white. Cameras, Ouyang Jin whispered. What? The Great Elder suddenly raised his voice, and Ouyang Feng instinctively covered his ears. The Great Elder, realizing what was happening, immediately ordered, "Quick, get him down. There's no way we can get all of them down. There's no way we can get all of them down." Ouyang Jin pointed to another spot, then several more, all of which were cameras. The Great Elder was stunned. Who did this? Where did all these cameras come from? The two of them didn't dare to mention Boss Lu, so they just pretended not to know and shook their heads. Boss Lu, who had watched the whole thing, remarked, "That's very loyal." She had originally wanted to keep the Ouyang family's decorations to a minimum, but she felt she couldn't favor one over the other. If someone discovered it, they would start to suspect the Ouyang family, and what would happen? It was better to treat everyone equally. Satisfied, she closed her laptop. Many customers outside were watching, thinking it wasn't real, just a joke. But only those who knew the mysterious family knew the seriousness of this matter. For example, the 5 managers of the central base were gathered for a small meeting. Elder Shen, watching the footage on the large screen, felt a tinge of laughter but fought back. The footage showed the Jiang family's second elder attempting to dismantle the camera and subsequently being injured by the explosion, a widely circulated moment. Yi Cheng's little finger was completely lost, but he had a fake one made by the Research Institute, which, after being installed, looked quite convincing. He affirmed, "This must have been Lu Li's work. No one else could have done it." The petite manager Zhu Yang scoffed. "Are you saying she's even more powerful than the mysterious family?" Knowing Zhu Yang was from the Ouyang family, Yi Cheng hesitated to speak rashly. But he also had the Bai family standing behind him. Another manager, Lu Shen, said grimly, "But besides her, who else?" Behind him stood the Jiang family. When the video had just been played, he couldn't bear to watch it again, fearing they'd be subjected to forced brainwashing. Old Shen raised his hand, then pressed it down. "All right, it doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that it's resolved. Everyone's treating this as a joke right now, because they don't understand the mysterious family. As for understanding, I imagine you 4 have the most say, right?" Old Shen glanced around at everyone present. There were 5 managers in total, and besides him, the other 4 were backed by the mysterious family. Yi Cheng was from the Bai family, Zhu Yang from the Ouyang family, Lu Shen from the Jiang family, and Shen Ling from the Shen family. They were all the mysterious family's most powerful minions within the central base, and fortunately, they were able to maintain a balance of power. Otherwise, things would have turned sour long ago. As a result, they all disliked each other and loved to argue whenever they met. It was precisely because they knew the mysterious family that the 4 leaders were terrified. They feared they hadn't done their job properly. They feared they would lose their positions, and even more terrified that the mysterious family would be exposed to the public. This would completely change the worldview established by the survivors. Thus, this matter must be resolved. It can't continue like this. Lu Shen said, "I suggest we shut down the human social network for a while. Once the storm has passed, everyone will forget about it." Old Shen glanced at him. "That's easy to say. This is the only platform for free communication and discussion right now. You can shut it down just like that. Do you believe they can revolt just like that? They dare?" Chen Ling snapped. Her features appeared gentle, but when she was serious, they were quite distant. The Shen family had too many secrets that could not be made public. If this continued to be broadcast live, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 274. Old Shen said lightly, "Why wouldn't they be afraid? They're not relying on the mysterious family for supplies right now. They rely on Lu Li. Everyone knew that. But the more remote bases, where there weren't even signal towers, still relied on the mysterious family for supplies." Chen Ling was at a loss for words. Lu Li was indeed the biggest variable. Yi Cheng smoothed things over, saying, "How do you think Lu Li managed this? They're the mysterious family, so they should be very strict, right?" According to common perception, those who had been to Lu Li had something to say, but it wasn't. The security wasn't strict at all, and she had a system cheat that allowed her to easily circumvent those traps. Old Shen thought, if Lu Li could outsmart you, would she still be Lu Li? This brief meeting yielded no results. There was no way to resolve the matter, and they didn't dare ban the software. Moreover, they didn't dare offend the mysterious family or Lu Li, so they had to pretend they knew nothing. But Old Shen's final words plunged them all into deep thought. He looked out the window toward the lottery shop and said slowly, "It's time for the central base to take sides." Take sides? Hadn't the mysterious family always been behind them? Could it be that the other team elder Shin was referring to was Luli? But Luli was just one person. The mysterious family's heritage was profound, far beyond the reach of a single person like her. Inside the lottery shop, Luli even set up a TV, projecting it onto a computer screen to play the surveillance footage in real time. The Shin and Bai families also learned that their homes were being live-streamed, being watched by the entire internet. Their first reaction was to remove the cameras, but they soon learned that the Jiang family's second elder had been injured in the explosion while attempting to remove them. For a moment, they hesitated, remaining in a stalemate, trying not to go anywhere near cameras. But cameras are everywhere. If they dodge one, there's another. If they dodge one here, they can't avoid the other. Jiang Shuer was lying in bed, recuperating from her last injury, finally healing. She was bored, scrolling through her laptop. She also had her own account on Human Social, frequently posting beautiful photos and other things, attracting a large number of female fans. Just as she was about to log out, a video caught her attention. Jiang Shuer clicked on it. The more she watched, the more shocked she became. Isn't this my backyard? Isn't this my third uncle? What's going on? Scrubbing the comments below, they were all the same. How funny. Is it a live stream all day? I'm going to the next live stream room. Jiang Shuer was stunned, but she quickly found the live stream room they were talking about. She also found the footage of herself, and instantly looked up at the inconspicuous camera on the wardrobe. A cold sweat immediately broke out. Was she being watched the entire time? In the video, she, lying on the bed, instantly raised her head. After searching for a moment, her gaze froze, staring nervously at the camera. She was also staring at you, watching the live stream on the screen. Jiang Shuer looked down at her laptop again, and sure enough, a few comments flashed by. Wow, she made eye contact with me. This girl is quite pretty, and her hair is so smooth. You can't tell she's from the apocalypse. How could she wash her hair with water? Jiang Shuer's back was covered in cold sweat. The more she thought about it, the more horrified she felt. It was so creepy. She thought back to the video. Dismantling the camera would cause an explosion? What then? Just as she was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Shuer called out, "Come in." It was the clan's female elder who entered. She first glanced around the room and noticed 2 cameras. Her expression darkened as she warned Jiang Shuer to be careful with her words and actions from now on, and not to make any mistakes. After all, there were eyes watching her at all times. After this, the female elder left. Jiang Shuer didn't want to stay in the room anymore. She felt uneasy, as if eyes were constantly watching her. But looking at her computer, she saw that it wasn't just her room that had cameras. The entire Jiang family had them. This was terrifying. Who could have such power? Several of the Jiang family's elders were also discussing countermeasures. This was too passive. Of course, they found a small corner. How about covering it? One elder suggested. Haven't you heard what the Shin family said? There's no point in trying to cover it up. Then what should we do? We can't tear it down. We can't try to cover it up. What do you think we should do? An elder weakly suggested. How about we move? I remember there's a place west of the city. Is that place habitable? It's been years. Nobody's taken care of it, and it's covered in a thick layer of dust. But there's no security camera there. They were helpless. The Bai family hadn't come up with a solution, and even asked the other families for advice. Because of this incident, the 4 families had united for a rare moment. Ouyang Jin couldn't make the decision, so he could only watch and see how things unfolded. He also sent a message to Luli, warning her to be careful. The mysterious family's alliance wasn't easy to come by. Luli replied with a thank you. It was a kind reminder, wasn't it? But she wasn't worried. Even if they did remove the cameras, there would be a price to pay. Her goal had been achieved. They wouldn't dare plant any more spies. Thinking of this, Luli looked outside, but saw no more suspicious people. Great, she nodded in satisfaction. She smelled the sweet aroma of corn, knowing Luomu was making soup again. Today she'd been watching variety shows, and time had flown by so quickly, it was already evening in the blink of an eye. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen to check, she heard a noise outside. Luli peered intently. It seemed someone had scratched out some impressive prize again. She approached the table. The customers outside were startled. Boss Lu, can you flash? We were just looking for you, and you suddenly appeared. Luli smiled and said, I saw you guys were so happy, so I came out to check. A customer raised his hand. I scratched out a prize. But it's a little strange. What's strange about it? Luli was curious. Then, she saw the customer produce a stick. The top of the stick was tightly bound with straw, forming an oval shape that took up 1/5 of the stick. Just like the stick an old man holds to sell candied haws. She took the customer's card and looked at it. It was indeed the same thing, except it wasn't a machine, but a sales tool. Luli carefully read the instructions below. She knew she had to insert a crystal core before it could be used. It can produce 100 candied haws a day. Wow! Luli began to drool and flipped the stick over from the table. Seeing this, the customer tactfully handed her the stick. She took it, examined it over and over, and found the switch and the crystal core placement under the straw. Do you have a crystal core? Give me one and try it out, Luli asked the customer. The customer immediately handed over the crystal core. Luli dropped it in, and it quickly transformed into wisps of white light and was absorbed. Then she flipped the switch, and a familiar click sound echoed. Chapter 275. Then, candied haws appeared on the tightly packed straw, as if suddenly covered in flowers. There were all sorts of varieties: traditional hawthorns, novel strawberries, green grapes, yam beans, tangerines, blueberries. The customers around couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! So beautiful!" The fruit, coated in a layer of rock sugar, shimmered in the sunlight, a truly beautiful sight. She returned the stick to the customer. "Here, hold on to it. Don't drop it." The customer was considerate enough to offer Luli a few, all the largest and most beautiful. She stuffed a handful into Luli's hand. "Boss Lu, take these and eat them. If you want more, just let me know." Luli smiled innocently, nodded, and warned, "If you want to sell now, stay close to here. Don't stray too far." She could keep an eye on them under her nose to avoid being bullied. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Lu." The customer agreed and took the spot closest to the table. He ate one of each candied haws, unable to stop. Not at all greasy, crisp and sweet. The fruits inside retained their original flavor, and the rock sugar coating gave them a richer texture. The customers around him were envious, waiting for him to finish before selling. They hadn't expected him to eat for so long. Luli returned to the RV and started eating too. She shared one with Xiao Di and John Ting, saving her favorites: green grapes, strawberries, and hawthorns. As she was about to eat, she couldn't help but think of the time when Luomu would suddenly appear whenever she ate. She even glanced outside. She thought he should still be at the convenience store, so she could eat without worry. Just as she was about to eat, Luomu's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. "Boss Lu, what are you eating? What's that in your hand? It's so pretty," she finished, having forgotten that Luomu was in the kitchen making soup. She had no choice but to hand him the hawthorns. "Here, I take 201. Seeing her reluctant look, Luomu wanted to laugh, so he ate one and returned the rest, subconsciously advising, "Eat less sweets so late at night." Luli ignored him, and finished all 3. She ate slowly, and by the time she was done, candied haws were being sold outside. It had been ages since anyone had eaten candied haws. Sweet treats like these were a scarce commodity in the apocalypse. He sold each hawthorn for 1 crystal core, which wasn't expensive. There were 7 fruits in each, plus sugar. Luli looked at him, then pulled out 10 more crystal cores, and asked him for 10 more. The customer initially offered them for free, but she insisted. It wasn't just 1 or 2, so why would he give it as a gift? Business wasn't easy for other people, so he had no choice but to accept it. He gave her 15. So Luli took 7 in her left hand, and 8 in her right, and slowly exited the RV. Eating, they walked towards the convenience store. It was bustling with activity, the flow of people rivaling that of a lottery shop. Shinbing was resting by the cashier. Seeing Luli approach, he hurried out and instinctively smiled at her. Then, seeing the candied haws in her hand, his eyes lit up. "Tangus?" Luli smiled at him, handed him a hawthorn one, and followed him into the convenience store. Dadong, Shinfufeng, and the others all received one. Everything. It wasn't a wasted trip. Shinbing had just finished one, and looked up to talk to Luli when she saw her gracefully walk away. Luli didn't linger at the convenience store, but headed back to the factory to find Zhong Xia, who was also diligently working, standing behind the window, selling snacks. The line was long, but thankfully, there was plenty of open space in front of the factory. She skillfully entered and slipped him a candied haws stick. Zhong Xia was busy handing out lunch boxes when he turned and saw Luli enter, then leave again. She had come and gone in a hurry, only to see a candied Haws stick stuck on the table. Zhong Xia felt a warm sensation in her heart, suddenly craving something sweet. She ignored the customers outside and shoved it into her mouth. So sweet, so delicious. Lu Li walked on to the bathhouse. Wang Yang was still sitting in his usual seat, looking energetic and like a model employee. Wang Yang knew she had come in, but he pretended not to look at her, glancing at her 1,000 times out of the corner of his eye. Only when she was close did he raise his eyes and look at her seriously. "Hey, you're here?" Wang Yang said flirtatiously, his eyes fixed on the candied Haws fruit in her hand. Was it a gift of warmth? His gaze shifted upwards, restoring the smile on her face. Very sweet. Here, let me show you. Lu Li said generously, then offered one. Not for you to eat, but for you to see. He wasn't sure if zombies could eat sweet things. But this candied strawberry is so pretty. Just looking at it here makes me feel better. Wang Yang reluctantly took it, as if asking her, or perhaps himself, can't I eat it? Of course I won't die. Lu Li leaned against the table, her elbows resting on it. Tired from holding it for so long, she handed it all to Wang Yang. Hold it for me for a while, she said confidently. Wang Yang had no choice but to take it. Seeing her shake her arms, he couldn't help but laugh. She tired so easily. Lu Li simply didn't want to take it back, letting him have it. She took one and started eating, raising her chin at him. You try it too. See if it kill you. Seeing her like this, Wang Yang felt an inexplicable urge to take a bite, but he held it back, simply nudging his cheek with the tip of his tongue and feigning obedience. He took the one she given him first and tried a bite. It was sweet, but not as sweet as her smile. It had a rich, fruity aroma, and made for a decent snack. He nodded in agreement, delicious. After a pause, he said, It doesn't look like you die. Lu Li took the handful of candied Haws from his hand, rolled her eyes, and turned away. TSK. Wang Yang smiled, watching her walk out the door before finishing the rest, leaving the stick on the table. Lu Li went back to the hotel, intending to give Chu Lixing another one. He had already begun reading, bored, and when he saw her, he put his book down. Taking the candied Haws from her, Chu Lixing asked with a smile, Another scratch-off reward? Lu Li replied, Yes, they're all incredibly impressive. The two chatted for a while before she left, heading back to the small vegetable patch. As expected, Sheng Xian was there. Thinking it was almost dinner time, he come back to check on her. Seeing Lu Li, he immediately stood up and instinctively adjusted his apron. Lu Li had brought it from the kitchen to prevent him from getting his clothes dirty. The apron strings were tied back, making his waist appear thinner and his shoulders broader. The streetlight, not far behind him, cast its light towards him. He held small scissors and a spade, giving him the air of an angel gardener. Lu Li stared at her for a moment, then remembered her purpose. She called out, come on, stop working. Sheng Xian immediately put down his tools and walked over. He saw her handing him a candied Haws stick covered in strawberries, and his heart was filled with joy. Chapter 276. She rubbed her hands on her apron before reaching out to take it. She took a nibble. It was delicious, and Sheng Xian's face lit up with a sweet smile. Let's go! Stop working. It's time for dinner. Lu Li turned and headed for the RV. Sheng Xian, biting the skewer, quickly took off his apron and followed her, eating a candied Haws fruit and watching her ponytail swing. The two of them boarded the RV one after the other. Shen Bing was sitting bored on the sofa. She looked up at the sound, her eyes brightening. She wanted to get up to greet him, but saw Sheng Xian behind her. He had half raised his hips, then sat back down again, his eyes glancing at the candied Haws fruit she was holding. After a stroll, there were only two left. Who would she give one to? Several names swirled in Shen Bing's mind. Her gaze followed her as she sat on the sofa, then watched her eat each one, bite by bite, until she finished both. Shen Bing laughed. He was wrong. Boss Lu would never compromise himself. After finishing 2 candied Haws, Lu Li patted her stomach. She'd eaten a lot of sweets today, and even though they were delicious, she couldn't eat any more. She had to save some for soup later. Dinner time. The TV was still projected onto the computer screen, dominated by hundreds of small cubes. Luomu had been watching all day, and picked out a few funny ones to share with Lu Li. Lu Li laughed her heart out. The mysterious family was full of tricks to deal with the cameras. First, the second elder of the Shen family was injured in the explosion, making everyone hesitant to act rashly. So, several families discussed how to safely remove the cameras via the computer. Then, the Jiang family experimented, sending their fastest young member to climb a ladder and removed the cameras, throwing them away immediately. But the camera exploded within a second if moved, requiring incredible speed and reflexes. The young man from the Jiang family had just thrown the camera when it exploded half a meter away. With a loud bang, it nearly ripped the roof off the house. The young man was still injured by the aftermath and fell off the ladder. Falling was a minor issue, but the injuries were more serious. The left upper half of his clothes were completely blown off. The blast left half of his body scorched red. The Jiang family members watching from afar rushed forward to try to rescue him, and they were able to do so in a timely manner. The Jiang family elders gathered to discuss the situation. The throwing speed was still too slow, and they had to move away from the camera while doing so, not standing still. But just removing a single camera would leave a young man half incapacitated. There were hundreds of cameras, and our family didn't have hundreds of young people. Another dilemma. The Shin family also considered removing the cameras, but they had even fewer staff and didn't dare risk human labor, so they resorted to using tools. First, they used a stick. Despite their immense strength, the camera was welded so tightly together that they couldn't move it. Then they used long clamps, bamboo sticks, and other tools, but the results were the same, no movement. Finally, they even resorted to using a rock, hoping to smash the camera. It was as hard as iron, leaving no scratch at all. They were completely helpless. The Ouyang and Bai families took similar measures to the other two families, but the end result was nothing. The families were practically exasperated. They all suspected Lu Li was behind this, but without proof, they could only bear the consequences. Lu Li knew everything, having heard it all from Luo Mu, the loudmouth. He was a natural storyteller, and he could develop in that direction. The description was vivid, as if it were happening right before her eyes. Lu Li didn't intend to intervene, so she let them do it themselves. Whether it was moving or demolition, she didn't care. Now that their goal had been achieved and they tasted the bitter fruit, they could do whatever they wanted next. Lu Li turned off the TV and, as Luo Mu said, ate like a meal. She was almost stuffed to death after the meal, and then she went to the night market for a stroll. She restrained herself from eating more, just scanning the air. Before bed, she checked her laptop. The news about Lu Li's blood has miraculous effects had gradually cooled down, with only a few posts discussing it. The posts were almost completely dominated by the new variety show that had aired today, all discussing the famous scenes. The most popular videos were undoubtedly the one about the Shin family's second elder being bombed and Ouyang Feng snoring in cartoon pajamas. She shut down her laptop and prepared for bed, completely unaware that the mysterious family was still worried about the cameras. She didn't dare sleep. What if the cameras exploded in the middle of the night and killed everyone? The Ouyang family had already made a quick decision to move out of the house, and temporarily slept on the floor in the open space outside. Luckily, it was summer, so aside from the mosquitoes, there weren't any problems. But it wasn't a long-term solution. Who wants to sleep on the floor every day when they have a bed? The other three families were too proud to bother sleeping on the floor. They stayed awake until dawn, only to discover that nothing had happened, except that they were being watched. So, the next morning, the Shin and Jiang families sent two elders, dark circles under their eyes, to the lottery shop to wait for her to open. Evidence or not, being watched constantly was unacceptable. Lu Li had to remove the cameras. The four elders waited for ages before the lottery shop finally opened, but many customers rushed in from the back, jostling and shoving. The four were inexperienced, and as they squeezed through, they were squeezed out. They looked at each other, awkwardness spreading. The fourth elder of the Shin family suggested, "Let's squeeze in a little more." He was the youngest of the four, and with that, he led by example, squeezed in, clearing a path for them. The other three followed. The four elders were tired halfway through the squeeze. Each of them was a high-level esper, but this was their first time doing anything like this. They were so inexperienced that they relied solely on brute force to push forward. By the time they reached the RV, they were sweating profusely. Lu Li felt that these people looked familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before, but she saw so many people every day that she couldn't remember them all. She glanced quickly and paid no more attention. Unexpectedly, the four men shoved up to her, one of them panting, "Lu, Boss Lu, we have something to tell you." The Shin family's fourth elder said. "Oh, go ahead." Lu Li propped her chin up and looked at him with interest. She recognized him. It was a member of the Shin family from the live broadcast she watched yesterday. He seemed quite prominent. The Shin family's fourth elder was startled and glanced to the side. How could they discuss business in such a crowded place? "Won't you invite us in and sit down?" The Jiang family's third elder frowned. slightly dissatisfied. Luli pulled up the corners of her mouth into a smile. Her thin lips parted. You're not worthy. If they could just come in, how many people would the RV have to accommodate in a single day? At these words, the expressions on the four men's faces instantly fell, their slightly friendly expressions turning sullen. The Shin family's fourth elder confirmed, Do you know us? Otherwise, their attitude wouldn't be so hostile. Chapter 277. Luli nodded, I know them. Then he pointed at them one by one. He pointed, saying, Shin family, Jiang family. That was acquaintance. 4 people. Before they could say anything, a customer nearby got excited, pointing at them and stammering you. The 4 elders' scalps tightened, a vague feeling of something going wrong, but they couldn't pinpoint what it was. The customer's voice drew the others' attention, and everyone took a look at the 4 people. Huh? Aren't these the people from the variety show? Really? They're real people? I thought they were fake. It's so out of place. I thought they were fake too. I didn't expect to see them. The customers were each more surprised than the other. They all assumed the variety show was a legacy, dubbed by someone and posted online. Unexpectedly, the actors in the show actually appeared right before their eyes. Luli rested his chin on his hand and continued to watch the show. The 4 elders stood there awkwardly, quite at a loss. They hadn't seen strangers in a long time, and they were inexplicably socially anxious. Moreover, these were ordinary humans, who might snap at the slightest movement of their fingers. So they didn't dare to act rashly. The 4 of them squeezed closer and closer, practically hugging each other. The 4th elder of the Shin family explained, No, we're not. We just look alike. A customer asked, How is that possible? You even have the same clothes. Do you have a script? Another customer asked, So you're also living in the apocalypse? Is the place you live in your own home? One question after another nearly overwhelmed the 4. Finally, the 2nd elder of the Shin family lost his patience, and quietly used his supernatural powers to completely isolate the 4. The 4th elder of the Shin family also used his supernatural powers to quietly trip up the crowd, preventing the customers from getting close. The 4, previously forced to retreat by the customers, were now almost out of the crowd. The 3rd elder of the Jiang family simply said, Let's go back for now and discuss things later. Everyone agreed. They didn't want to face these ordinary humans. They couldn't hit them, couldn't scold them, so they could only flee. Compared to this, being under surveillance at home didn't seem like much. Luli hadn't expected them, elders of the mysterious family, to be so cowardly. It seemed the restriction against attacking humans was deeply ingrained in them. After all, the disparity in strength was too great. A mere flick of the finger could crush an ordinary person. Luli felt that the mysterious family was right to have this restriction, otherwise, the world would truly be theirs. But she hadn't expected them to be so careless. They left so soon. She hadn't seen enough. Luli sighed. The customers outside were still chattering. Hey! I checked the live stream replay and actually saw them leave. So they really do live under the same sky as us? That's right. The girl's hair was so smooth, I thought it was a normal world. I suspected it yesterday. Their food isn't great, not even as good as Boss Lou's. Everyone's enthusiasm for the variety show instantly waned. We're all under the same sky, and life is equally hard. What's the point of paying attention? It's better to take a closer look at Boss Lou's life. Where's Boss Lou? Why didn't he disappear? Boss Lou was slumped on the sofa, waiting for Luomu to come and make breakfast. I'm craving peanut butter noodles, but the ones sold in the mall aren't very good. They always feel a bit clumpy and dry. This stuff has to be freshly made. Less than a minute after the message was sent, Luomu came bounding up. Seeing her slumped on the sofa, he smiled. You're not that hungry, are you? Luli glared at him and said weakly, Hurry up and cook. I want peanut butter noodles. Spicy. Okay. Luomu readily agreed, feeling an inexplicable sense of pleasure at being used. He bounded into the kitchen, looking incredibly cheerful, and swiftly brought out a bowl of hot peanut butter noodles. It was already mixed, each noodle generously coated in peanut butter. There was also a drizzle of chili oil and fried peanuts, and a fried egg on top. Hey, you must be starving. Come eat. Luomu placed the noodles in front of her, and set the chopsticks in place. Luli perked up like a carp. She took the bowl and took a deep breath of the aroma, praising, That's the flavor. She picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. Luomu sat next to her, his face propped up by his hands, his head tilted to the side as he watched her. She ate with such relish that the corners of her mouth were stained with sauce. Luomu looked at her with a hint of hunger, even though he had only just eaten a piece of bread. He stood up and made himself a bowl. It was a simpler dish, without fried eggs or peanuts. The two sat side by side, happily enjoying their noodles. After finishing, Luli placed the bowl on the table. What could she do if she felt so sleepy after eating? Just as she was daydreaming, her computer flickered. She opened it and saw a message from Mr. Shen. He said, "I requested another 20,000 crystal cores. I'd be here to purchase supplies later." Luli thought he was just here to get a free meal. Wouldn't it be the same if they discussed it on the laptop? But Luli wholeheartedly agreed. This way, Shen Fufeng could get to see his grandfather more often. Half an hour later, Mr. Shen led the space-based psychics, who had been there before, to the RV. This time, they weren't buying weapons. They needed to buy some supplies, like gas masks. Some mutant plants were quite venomous, releasing toxic gases as soon as they approached their territory. One poison could kill dozens or even hundreds of people, so precautions were essential. For example, they needed durable, lightweight food, and heat and cold-resistant clothing. Mr. Shen didn't want to take advantage of Boss Lu. He still let her make a small profit, but it wasn't much. The two discussed for 2 hours, finishing just before lunch. Luli felt hungry again, even though she had just had breakfast. She figured her digestion was too good. After dinner, Mr. Shen happily took Shen Fufeng to the bathhouse. He enjoyed it from start to finish, and when he emerged, he felt 10 years younger. He let it go now. He found his grandson, so it didn't matter whether he took the manager's position or not. If he couldn't continue, he'd just book a hotel room and hang out with Xiaofeng every day. While he could still work, he'd do it, so he could visit Xiaofeng and chat with Boss Lu every few days. Life was blissful. In the evening, Elder Shen and the space psychic took their leave, but just as they were about to enter the central base, they were kidnapped. The space psychic wasn't very powerful, a purely auxiliary ability, and this time, they were accompanying Elder Shen to load up supplies. Since seeing Xiaofeng and Boss Lu was safe, Elder Shen hadn't even brought bodyguards. It should be said that, except for the first time, when he made a show of bringing them, he didn't bring any on subsequent occasions. Who knew he'd be so lucky to be kidnapped this time? Even with his hands and feet tightly bound, Elder Shen was able to find such a way to comfort himself in the midst of hardship. Chapter 278. Though blindfolded, he could still sense the pitch blackness around him. His mouth was gagged with a cloth, and he couldn't move a single part of his body. But he remained calm and didn't yell. These people must have had a purpose in kidnapping him. Having a purpose would have made things easier, meaning they wouldn't torture him much. But those who dared to kidnap him in broad daylight, right outside the central base, were no ordinary people. "Mr. Shen, Mr. Shen?" The space-powered person's soft voice called out to him. Mr. Shen instantly realized it was Zhang Jing calling him. They were both in the same small, dark room, and he tried his best to make some noise to respond. Before Zhang Jing could speak again, Mr. Shen suddenly felt a ray of light enter, followed by a gust of cold wind, whistling past his ears. The door was opened. Mr. Shen's eyes were blindfolded, relying entirely on his senses. Two men entered the room, their heavy steps making the sound of their boots clattering against the ground. Old Shen unconsciously flinched back, but behind him was the cold wall, leaving him no way to retreat. He heard them say, "What are we going to do? Boss? They're kidnapping us." The man called Boss was named Lu Hang. He sternly said, "First, make them hand over the supplies." "Yes." Then Old Shen heard heavy footsteps approaching, until a cold touch of ice pressed against his neck, and his breath caught. It was a knife. Old Shen. Old Shen. Zhang Jing could see and hear, but his hands and feet were bound tightly, seemingly with some special material, making it impossible to break free. Lu Hang said fiercely, "Don't scream. Where are the supplies? Hand them all over." The knife pressed against Old Shen's neck moved closer. He didn't even dare to breathe, fearing his throat would be slashed. He hadn't seen Xiaofeng grow up yet, and he couldn't let him die. Soon, the cloth was ripped from his mouth, and he decisively declared, "We can give you the supplies, but only if you let us go." Lu Hang scoffed and kicked Zhang Jing in the heart. "It's not your turn to negotiate terms with me. Let us see the supplies first." "Zhang Jing, give them to them," Elder Shen said quickly, holding his breath. Zhang Jing obeyed, simply saying, "The space here is too small. I'm afraid it won't hold them all." He was stalling for time, though he wasn't sure if it would be effective. Another kick sent Zhang Jing hunching over, coughing violently. "Zhang Jing," Elder Shen called out worriedly. He couldn't see, only a faint glimmer of light. Ding! Something seemed to be dropped on the ground, and he heard the boss say, Don't waste time. Transfer all the supplies to this space ring. Zhang Jing gritted his teeth, enduring the piercing pain in his chest. He forced his attention to transfer all the supplies purchased today out of the space ring. After a long pause, Zhang Jing finally said, "No more." Lu Heng let out a satisfied laugh. Elder Shen, realizing the knife was still at his neck, stiffened his neck and said, "Can you let us go?" "Let you go? When did I ever say that? Just this little supply? It's not enough." Lu Heng's laughter suddenly died down, and he said coldly, "So what do you want?" Elder Shen gradually calmed down, realizing that if he only wanted money, it would be much easier to deal with. Lu Heng paced back and forth in the small, dark room, the thud of his boots hitting the cold floor hammering at Elder Shen's heart. "I heard you have a good relationship with the owner of the lottery shop, Lu. If I use you as a threat, will she give me the supplies I want?" Lu Heng's eyes held a coldness. Old Shen imitated him and scoffed, "With my old bones? You still think too highly of me. You know if I think you're superior after you try." A chilling murderous look etched on Lu Heng's lips as he ordered, "Where's that old man's laptop? Bring it here." "Yes." I obeyed. When they were kidnapped, he had already removed the laptops from both of them, and would now hand them over to the boss, Lu Heng. Lu Heng took them, used Old Shen's fingerprint to unlock his laptop, then accurately located Lu Li, his contact, and dialed her number. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Li's cheerful and sunny voice echoed, "Old Shen, you just left a short time ago. What's wrong?" Old Shen's mouth was once again blocked by the cloth, but the fact that he could hear Lu Li's voice inexplicably gave him a sense of peace of mind. Lu Heng chuckled sinisterly and greeted, "Hello, Boss Lu. I kidnapped Shen Qingting. Want to ransom him. 100,000 crystal cores in exchange." "Ran you, you idiot." Lu Li on the other end immediately hung up. Lu Heng froze, then cursed, "Who said you were close to Boss Lu?" Old Shen laughed inwardly. A silence fell at the table. Everyone, having heard the man's words, looked over. Shen Fufeng asked in a trembling voice, My grandfather was kidnapped?" Lu Li soothed, "Total liar." At the same time, he instructed the system to locate Old Shen's computer. "That's beyond my authority, host. Enough of the nonsense. How about locating the supplies I sold today? Is that okay?" Lu Li urged. "Okay, host. The system is absolutely incapable of locating the computers of humans other than the host, but it can locate the goods sold by the host." Soon, a detailed map appeared on Lu Li's computer. Lu Li quickly stood up. She was saved, not only because he was Shen Fufeng's grandfather, but also because he was the only one of the 5 managers of the central base who remained neutral. If even Old Shen fell, the central base would surely collapse, completely controlled by the mysterious family. "Come on, follow me to save them." Lu Li quickly stood up and walked out. The evening crowd was much smaller than the daytime, so Lu Li couldn't care less and announced the closing of the shop for the day. The customers expressed their understanding, quickly packed up, and left together. Lu Li closed the car door, and the children hurried back to the convenience store. He comforted Shen Fufeng, "Just wait for us at home. Grandpa will be back safely." Shen Fufeng's eyes seemed to be filled with tears. "Can I come with you? I won't cause any trouble." Time was running out, and Lu Li had no time to lecture Shen Fufeng. She agreed, and the group quickly headed towards the location. Shen Bing carried Lu Li on his back, while Luo Mu carried Shen Fufeng, speeding up their journey. As they neared their destination, they slowed down and found shelter. The phone call didn't mention how many people were on the other side, but upon arrival, they discovered they were quite numerous, hundreds of them tightly packed around a small bungalow. Lu Li pondered for a moment, then asked Shen Bing and the others, "Can you defeat them?" Chu Lixing sensed them, and discovered they were all 4th and 5th level psychics. He nodded confidently, "Yes." "Okay, then, go right ahead. Our goal is to save them, not to linger in a fight," Lu Li instructed. Everyone agreed, their expressions serious. Lu Li and Shen Fufeng watched as the others left their shelter. They rushed towards the bunker at breakneck speed. The other side quickly sensed something was amiss, and prepared to fight. Chapter 279. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle, with Shen Bing and Chu Lixing's abilities becoming particularly prominent. One ice, the other lightning. Countless tiny ice spikes rained down from the sky, clearing a bloody path for the group, but they didn't kill them, merely temporarily disabling them. Chu Lixing stood at the back of the crowd and stomped his foot lightly, sending hundreds of deep purple, curved currents hurtling towards them. They felt a tingling sensation throughout their bodies, and then lost consciousness. The two of them combined their strength to easily dismantle the group. Shin Bing led the others forward. Lu Hang, who was inside the bungalow, could also hear the clanging sounds of fighting outside. A quick thought told him who was at a disadvantage. His expression was grim. He grabbed Shin Qingting by the collar, dragged him forward, and kicked the door open. With a clang, the people outside stopped moving, their gazes focused. Shin Bing and the others didn't dare act rashly, simply because Old Shin had a pistol pressed against his temple, and they didn't dare bet on who was faster. Old Shin was blindfolded and gagged, but Shin Bing and the others could still clearly see the dragging marks on his side, his clothes ripped and torn. Shin Fufeng's hands were shaking with anger, but he couldn't help by going out, so he could only worry inwardly. Lu Li put his arm around his shoulders and soothed him. It's okay, trust the brothers, they're very capable. Lu Hang sneered, are you all here? And you're all on the list? Have you brought the 100,000 crystal cores? Otherwise, I won't let you go. 100,000 crystal cores isn't easy to gather. Give us some time. Shin Bing, one hand behind his back, was cultivating his supernatural powers, a stalling tactic. Chu Lixing stood shoulder to shoulder with him and said, yes, give us some time. Lu Hang glanced around, ignoring the two men's nonsense. He said directly, where's Lu Li? I want to see her. She's not here. Shin Bing frowned. Why did he specifically ask to see Lu Li? Do you know Lu Li? Lu Hang's face etched with disdain, his expression sarcastically etched, the famous boss Lu, everyone knows him now. Stop talking nonsense. Either 100,000 crystal cores, or Lu Li in exchange, or this old man will die here. Shin Bing frowned. Lu Li only asked them to rescue the man, but how could they do that in this situation? Chu Lixing and the others also wore serious expressions, as if trying to overwhelm him with their aura. But Lu Hang was not afraid at all. He held Old Man Shin's life in his hands. The worst that could happen was that they would die together. Watching from a distance, Lu Li saw the situation had reached a stalemate. She steeled herself and led Shin Fufeng outside. After all, she had protective gear on, so if things didn't work out, she could summon the RV. She walked towards the bungalow, hand in hand with Shin Fufeng, her hair lifted high by the passing wind, giving her the air of a fearless warrior. Lu Hang's eyes glared as he followed her. There had been countless rumors about Boss Lu, and even more about her beauty, but seeing her today confirmed they weren't lying. In this bleak apocalypse, she truly was like the sun, bringing warmth to everyone. You are Boss Lu. Did you bring the 100,000 crystal cores? Lu Hang focused, remaining focused, and continued asking. Lu Li cursed, 100,000, you big-headed devil. Release them now, or you be dead. Lu Hang was stunned. Who was the kidnapper? Who allowed you to be so arrogant? He moved his hand holding the pistol forward, leaving a mark on Boss Shin's temple, a testament to the force applied. Lu Li could clearly feel Shin Fufeng's body trembling. Don't be afraid, he won't hurt your grandfather, Lu Li whispered soothingly. Lu Hang, a little impatient after being scolded for no reason, snapped, I told you, either 100,000 crystal cores, or you trade for this old man. Since you can't find the crystal cores. He toyed with his dagger in one hand, and said frivolously, then one arm for 10,000 crystal cores. What do you think? Likely talking like a pork seller, Lu Li was furious and wanted to summon a motorhome, but she was afraid Lu Hang would shoot the moment it appeared. Okay, I trade, Lu Li said firmly. Old Shin was old and couldn't handle the pressure. Although he had supernatural powers, they were too low level. Lu Hang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, the rumors are true. You're close to this old man. Are you having an affair? You're crazy. You look so ugly. Are you having an affair with your little brother? Lu Li rolled her eyes and blurted out. Luomu couldn't help but smile, understanding her implication. At first glance, the man looked thin, but the younger brother beside him was tall and burly. They seemed quite compatible. You? Lu Hang's face paled. He was very straightforward. Don't waste time. I go over. You let old Shin go. Lu Li said, pushing Shin Fufeng toward Shin Bing and walking over. Shin Bing and the others were worried, but they didn't try to stop or persuade them at this moment. They just needed to obey. Lu Hang felt that Lu Li's appearance had taken away the initiative. He was on high alert, watching her approach step by step. He felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. When she reached him, he saw her reach forward and say, Here, tie me up and let him go. Then he turned his head and shouted, Someone, take old Shin back. Lu Hang was stunned by her actions. He had never seen someone so desperate to die. Shin Bing quickly stepped forward, her gaze flickering over to Lu Li with worry, but seeing her calm and composed, she felt relieved. She would definitely find a way. The younger brother stepped forward, roughly dragged Lu Li toward him, and bound her hands tightly with the hemp rope. Shin Bing glared at him, but the younger brother was oblivious. Seeing Lu Li tied up, he pressed the pistol to her temple. Lu Hang then let old Shin go, throwing him forward with extreme rudeness. Shin Bing caught him firmly, wrapping her arm around his shoulders. She ripped the cloth from his mouth and removed the bandage from his eyes. He couldn't speak or see, but he could hear and knew Lu Li had risked her life to exchange for him. So, as soon as the strips of cloth were removed, old Shin anxiously said, "Lu Li, you don't have to. If I do that, I'd be dead." Before he could finish his words, Shin Bing dragged old Shin away, urging him not to interfere with Lu Li's performance. As the two walked away, Lu Hang smiled sinisterly. "Boss Lu, you're finally in my hands." His shoulders shrugged with laughter, and his already thin figure looked even more intimidating. "Stop laughing, it's scary," Lu Li said ruthlessly. Lu Hang, I don't know how many times this woman has left me speechless. Over here, Shin Fufeng took Grandpa's hand and said worriedly, "Grandpa, are you okay? Are you in pain?" He looked towards Lu Li with tears in his eyes, deeply concerned. Old Shin shook his head, patted his head, and also looked at Lu Li with a worried look. They were all worried, but Lu Li had already started chatting with Lu Hang. "Hey, what do you want to do to get me out? Even if I wanted to break free, it would only take a few minutes." Chapter 280. Lu Hang chuckled. "Let you go? Impossible. I finally." Before he could finish his words, Lu Li raised her leg and kicked the younger brother in the groin. Ah! Lu Hang and the younger brother were both stunned, their pistols slackening in their grasp. At that moment, Lu Li struck Lu Hang, sending a piercing pain like an explosion. Shin Bing and Chu Lixing quickly stepped forward, one hurling several ice blades while the other unleashed an electric current that shot directly at Lu Hang, instantly enveloping him. Lu Li ducked, lying on the ground, then rolled to the left, giving the two men room to maneuver. But Lu Hang was no pushover. He was a 7th level Esper, and the younger brother was a 6th level. If he were facing anyone else, he might have had a chance of winning. But against Shin Bing and Chu Lixing, both 8th level Esper, he stood no chance and was quickly dispatched. Even as Lu Hang was pinned to the ground by Shin Bing's icicle, he still shouted in defiance, "You bitch, if you're brave enough, fight me alone." Lu Li had already gotten up from the ground, clattered over, and kicked him in the face. "You! Get out of here!" The kick was so hard that he almost lost his balance. Shin Bing instinctively reached out for support. Lu Li, with her hands on her hips, pointed at him and cursed, "Hurry up! 100,000 crystal cores for your life. Your head!" Lu Hang yelled. Lu Li, "Oh, you're ambitious? Then trade your life for it." She turned and left, mercilessly, ordering Shin Bing, "Kill him." Lu Hang struggled, "Hey! Stop! Don't leave." Shin Bing wasn't going to let him go so easily. She imitated his previous pork-selling tactics, saying, "Okay, trade your supplies for your life. 10,000 crystal cores for an arm. It depends on how many crystal cores you have." Chu Lixing, standing nearby, was also teasing the younger brother, "Your boss has been bullied. Do you have any supplies?" The younger brother nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes." He signaled with his eyes, and Chu Lixing pulled out what he had just looted from old Shin. It was a space ring. Chu Lixing commanded, "Sever the binding." The younger brother obeyed without hesitation and immediately severed the binding between himself and the space ring. He put it away, intending to give it to Lu Li later. Over here, Shin Bing had already taken 20,000 crystal cores from Lu Hang's space to replace his brain and body, and there were no more to take out. But he wasn't a ruthless person. He said slowly, "Buy one, get one free. The brain is my left hand, and the body is my left leg. How about that?" Lu Hang was stunned by fear. The huge icicle still pressed down on him, unable to move. The biting ice seemed to numb his mind. He nodded subconsciously, "Okay. No, no, no. I want my left leg. No, I want both. Please don't chop me." Lu Hang begged for mercy with tears and snot. Shin Bing pretended not to hear him and only asked, "Then how did you threaten Lu Li and Mr. Shin?" Lu Hang burst into tears. I was forced to do this. Someone ordered me to do this. I didn't want to do it. Can you go and get revenge on him?" "Oh, who could have ordered you to do that?" Shin Bing feigned ignorance and deliberately asked questions. Lu Hang sniffed, wiping tears from his eyes as he spoke. "They said they were from the Jiang family. They gave us 100 5th-tier crystal cores as a deposit, and they give us another 500 after the deal is done. That's quite a generous sum. 5th-tier crystal cores are notoriously difficult to come by." "What's their purpose?" Shen Bing asked sharply. So, threatening Lu Li for supplies. Of course, capturing Lu Li would be even better. Lu Hang's voice grew quieter, and Shen Bing's eyes were truly terrifying. Shen Bing pursed her lips. Okay, you want the left hand and right leg, right? With that, she raised her ice blade high and slashed straight down at Lu Hang's right arm. Puff. Sizzle. Like a balloon filled with water being popped, the blood inside spurted out. Ah! Lu Hang screamed in agony. The younger brother beside him, unable to bear the sight, turned his head away, as if to escape. After a moment, he roared, "Cut my left leg! Out of loyalty, I cut yours." Shen Bing wiped the blood from the ice blade, stepped forward, and mercilessly chopped off his left leg. Ah! Another scream, one from the boss and the younger brother. Shen Bing pretended not to hear, continuing to hold the two men down with two large icicles. Then she turned and left, leaving their survival to their fate. Sheng Xian and Zhong Xia went inside the bungalow. The space-powered user Zhang Jing was still inside. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they found themselves safely gathered together. Let's go! Go home! Lu Li shouted, raising his left hand high. Old Shen was being supported by the short man, Shen Fufeng. Half his body was covered in marks of being dragged, and his skin was even extensively bruised. Lu Li pulled a coat from the space and asked him to put it on first. They headed towards the central base. Halfway there, they ran into Old Shen's bodyguards. They were incredibly late, or perhaps it was because it was too late, but since Old Shen hadn't returned yet, they followed the location and searched for him. The two groups parted ways at the entrance to the central base. Lu Li led the group back to the RV. On the table lay half-eaten, cold food, the very sight of it unappetizing. But no one wanted to waste food, so they each conscientiously carried a dish or two into the kitchen. Luo Mu and Zhong Xia both started 2 pots, heating the dishes faster. Outside, a group of people slumped on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lu Li sighed, saving people is so tiring. Everyone murmured in agreement. First, they rushed all the way there, then battled the bad guys with wit and courage, and then rushed back after successfully rescuing them. Shen Bing suddenly remembered something and sat up, admonishing, "Boss Lu, you can't do this again." Huh? Lu Li was bewildered. What happened? Chu Lixing replied, "You can't put yourself in danger." Shen Bing nodded repeatedly, his expression serious. Lu Li waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "Isn't this about saving people? Besides, I'm fine. That guy wasn't even that serious." Shen Bing, still serious, said, "That won't do. You have so many lives on your shoulders." Okay. I'd be more careful next time." Lu Li had no choice but to agree. Shen Bing nodded, "That's good." Then she leaned back again, mimicking Lu Li's days. Soon, Luo Mu called from the kitchen, "Come and serve the dishes." Sheng Xian stood up to help serve the dishes, and the little ones followed him in. Each of them carried 2 plates, and soon the table was full again. Although the food had been reheated, no one disliked it, and continued to eat happily and cleanly. After Lu Li had eaten her fill, her mood brightened again, and she tilted her head to look at Shen Bing again. So handsome, even while eating. His hair is a bit long, past his eyebrows, almost covering his eyes, but it adds a touch of ruffianism to his look, perfectly complementing his youthful appearance. Tilting his head to look at Luo Mu again, he has bold blonde hair and a superior profile. He also eats with a bold, slightly heroic manner. Chapter 281. Looking at Wang Yang again, he ate his zombie-specific meals with a look of helplessness and a touch of disdain. There was a hint of impatience between his brows, but he was still handsome. Chu Lixing remained calm, his every move restrained, the look of a mature man. Sheng Xian was elegant, Zhong Xia natural, each had his own unique qualities. Lu Li felt even better. Every man around her was handsome. They did nothing all day, and each one was incredibly pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, a dripping sound could be heard outside, as if it were raining. After all her time in the apocalypse, this was the first time Lu Li had seen rain, so she asked, "Does it rain often?" She stood up, walked to the table, leaned out, and reached out to catch the raindrops. The cool water fell into her palm, and a breeze blew, carrying the scent of moist earth. No one questioned her question, as if they were already accustomed to Lu Li's occasional doubts. Shen Bing said, "It's not often, but there are a few heavy rains every year." Chu Lixing also said, "Yes, fortunately, it's just ordinary rain, not harmful to humans. Even though there's a base now, there are still many survivors living in the open air." Heavy rain? How heavy? Lu Li was curious. It's just a downpour that lasts a few hours probably. Lu Mu was confused. Oh. Luli understood. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, he told everyone to clear away their dishes and go back to bed. Everyone quickly put their dishes in the kitchen, said goodbye to each other, and went home. Mostly, they said goodbye to Luli. As for the other men, well, Luli closed the car and went upstairs to sleep, completely blocking out the sound of the rain outside. She slept through the night, oblivious to what was happening outside. When she opened her laptop, she discovered several people had sent her messages. Shinbing, the rain is getting heavier outside. We won't be going in for breakfast. Be careful and watch the water level. Chu Lixing, it keeps raining. I think it's a little unusual. Stay safe. The messages from the remaining people were similar, all telling her the rain was still falling and to stay safe. Luli finally realized, wow, it's been raining all night. She got out of bed, went to the window, opened the curtains, and looked out. Sure enough, the rain was still falling. It was even heavier than last night, accompanied by rumbling thunder, and the raindrops, as big as beans, pounded the ground mercilessly. She could also see the survivors stationed outside the central base. Some had tents and could shelter from the rain, but others had only blankets and were completely soaked. Some of the survivors had even left in groups, seeking shelter from the rain. Luli couldn't help but worry. When would the rain stop? With the wind and rain, the number of customers has halved. She washed up and went downstairs, feeling melancholy. She didn't even bother to tie her hair up, letting it hang loosely behind her head. She opened the car, but there wasn't the usual rush of customers. There were no factories producing umbrellas or raincoats anymore. Everything was in short supply. Everyone had to find other ways to stay out of the rain. Even at the central base, there weren't many zombie-killing survivors. No one wanted to get wet, so they naturally had a reason to rest. Luli also wanted to rest, but she wasn't about to close the shop. If anyone really wanted to shave, they could come. She stood up and looked outside. Due to the lack of drainage, the rainwater from the night before had accumulated on the ground. A finger-long pool of water had slowly formed. Fortunately, the RV was located on higher ground, so it wasn't affected for now. But if the rain continued, it would inevitably flood in. Due to the accumulated water, many survivors took their bedding and moved, seeking shelter as far away as possible. They would return when the rain stopped. Luli watched the survivors pack up and leave one by one. Suddenly, a surge of energy came over him, and he slammed the table. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "Everyone, everyone, don't leave yet. I have a place to shelter." 10 minutes later, Luli stood inside a night market stall behind the hotel, watching the survivors pour in. He lamented his foresight in buying such a large tent to shelter from the rain. While it couldn't stop the water from flooding in, it at least provided some shelter, right? It was also large enough to accommodate almost all the survivors in the area, and it was warm enough to squeeze in. Luli also brought in 2 scratch-off lottery machines and invited everyone to play if they wanted. Really? Perfect for both. Seeing this, Shinbing also returned to the convenience store, grabbed the largest shopping cart, and filled it with instant noodles. She covered it with a tarp, and, holding an umbrella, she and Luomu pushed the cart over. After a day in the rain, wouldn't you want a bowl of hot instant noodles? Of course. As soon as the shopping cart was pushed over, it was snapped up, and Shinbing and Luomu made 2 more trips back and forth. In the crowded shed, groups of survivors huddled together, some slurping instant noodles, others munching on bread. Outside, the rain was pouring down, punctuated by occasional thunder. But it seemed as if, as long as they were inside, they were fearless. It was already 11 o'clock in the morning, but the rain showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it was getting heavier. Even the shed was flooded. Everyone was so self-conscious that they went looking for bricks and sandbags nearby to build a crude fence. Luli, inside the RV, was also feeling a bit worried, her chin resting on her hands as she gazed towards the central base. With such heavy rain, she wondered how the central base would handle it. The central base was practically fretting. Old Shin was awakened this morning by a thunderbolt, realizing it had been raining all night. Seeing it was still early, he went back to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep. He had a bad feeling. A few years ago, the central base had experienced a landslide due to heavy rain. Plus, there was a river running through the central base, and flood control measures were in place every year, fearing any further damage from the rain. Old Shin tossed and turned, thinking again and again that it should be fine. They'd been working on this for years. 10 minutes later, there was another thunderclap, and someone banged loudly on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Mr. Shin, half asleep, was startled awake again. He hurriedly threw on his clothes and got out of bed. Outside the door stood his assistant. Mr. Shen, a house in the residential area has collapsed, the assistant said anxiously. Now, not only had the house collapsed, but Mr. Shen's entire life had collapsed too. He had just thought everything was fine. He hurriedly put on his clothes and headed out, asking, "What's going on? Are there any casualties? Have they all been evacuated?" The assistant stammered, "About 100. What?" Mr. Shen was shocked. Although they were all ordinary people, they were still human beings, and their lives were real. Besides, the houses in this residential area were all newly built in recent years. How could they collapse like paper when rained on? Mr. Shen couldn't help but think of something obscure, and continued to inquire about the situation with a gloomy expression. He personally went to the residential area to inspect the situation. It wasn't just 1 or 2 buildings that had collapsed, but this small area. A full 6 or 7 three-story buildings had collapsed, and the people inside were still asleep. How could they possibly have escaped? Mr. Shen was in a bad mood. He remembered that these buildings had been newly built last year. Even if they were shabby, they couldn't have been left like this, right? Chapter 282. Lunch has already begun in the RV. Although the rain is still falling, it doesn't dampen Lu Li's appetite for delicious food. When it comes to eating, one must be fully engaged and respectful. It rained today, and it felt strangely chilly. Lu Li checked the temperature, and saw it was only 15 degrees Celsius. It's not even September yet, so why is the weather so strange? She asked again, when will winter come? Shen Bing looked at the date and replied, soon. Lu Li's mouth dropped open. Huh? It's not even September yet. That's how it is. Summers are short, winters are long, and there's no autumn or spring. Luo Mu chimed in. Oh, I learned something new. Lu Li didn't like winter. She used to have to get up for work at 8 a.m. She would get out of her warm bed and go to that cold, heartless shift. But this is good. The RV has a climate control system, so she can only feel the cold outside. Chu Lixing sighed. Many people will freeze to death again this winter. He always had that ability, silencing everyone with a single sentence, and they continued to eat in silence. After dinner, there was nothing to do, and with no customers around, no one bothered to go back. He simply slumped on the sofa in the RV. After a while, Luo Mu invited everyone to play landlord. Lu Li didn't want to play. I always win, it's boring. The others, is that even human? Luo Mu yelled again, then let's play. Landlord? What landlord? Luo Mu searched on his laptop. It was a minigame program, and he didn't know which genius had developed it. In the apocalypse, people still play landlord? He projected the screen onto the table. It showed 100 neatly arranged grids, 10 in a row, for a total of 10 columns. He went back to the kitchen to search, and everyone's confused eyes followed him. Shen Bing, why is this guy in the kitchen again? Soon everyone knew what was going on. Luo Mu emerged with a case of cold beer. Sometimes, it can be used for both cooking and eating, so Lu Li had bought a case. Luo Mu clattered the beer onto the table, then waved his hand. Come on, each of you take a bottle. Everyone didn't understand, but obeyed. After everyone had a bottle, Luo Mu randomly selected a square. Bang! A dramatic explosion sound effect instantly set the room ablaze. Luo Mu simply bit open the beer bottle cap with his teeth. Before drinking, he finally explained the rules of the game. Whoever steps on the bomb gets to drink. Simple, right? Isn't it fun? Since they were bored anyway, everyone perfunctorily replied fun. Fun! The words were deliberately drawn out. Lu Li asked a crucial question. How many of these 100 are mines? Luo Mu glanced at the settings. 20, that's the maximum. Okay, but you need to pour the wine into glasses. Who can tell if you're drinking from the bottle? What if you take a sip? Lu Li said distrustfully. As Luo Mu yelled, I'm not that kind of person. Shen Bing had already stood up to get a glass. A disposable, transparent cup lets you see exactly how much you drunk. Don't try to cheat, don't try to keep fish. Shen Bing handed one to each person, and everyone filled their glasses. Lu Li directed, let's start with me clockwise, okay? Everyone agreed. The seating order was, Lu Li first, clockwise. Shen Bing, Zhong Xia, Sheng Xian, Wang Yang, Chu Lixing, Luo Mu. Shen Bing and Luo Mu sat on Lu Li's left and right, respectively. Bang! Another exaggerated sound effect, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Li's face. She gave an awkward laugh, picked up the glass, and drank it down in one gulp, quickly and completely. Next came Shen Bing, Zhong Xia, and Sheng Xian, all of whom made it through safely. When it was Wang Yang's turn, another bung sounded. Wang Yang took a sip, finding it slightly bitter. He hadn't had this stuff since becoming a zombie. Zombies should be able to drink, right? They won't die, he reassured himself, then gulped it down. Chu Lixing and Luo Mu also made it through safely. Luo Mu said arrogantly, "Oh, I'm so thirsty." Lu Li rolled her eyes at him, and randomly ordered another drink. As expected, a bung sounded. "Oh! Oh!" Lu Mu cheered, and everyone laughed. She was stunned. Was her luck so bad today? She ordered 2 drinks and both hit the mark? She drank the drink with a hint of resignation. Shen Bing also hit the mark, and she wanted to join in a toast, but she had already finished her drink. After several rounds, Lu Li drank nearly a bottle of wine each time. Feeling it wasn't going well, perhaps it was due to the seating, she raised her hand and suggested, "I want to change seats." Lu Mu scoffed, "Don't blame the seating if you're unlucky." Chu Lixing also smiled, "I agree. I think my seat is good." Zhong Xia chuckled softly, "How about I switch with you, Boss Lu?" Lu Li crossed her arms and feigned anger. "Switch or not? Let's do this. I take Shen Bing's seat, and we go down one by one." Everyone just teased her, laughed for a moment, then stood up and took their turn. For the new round, Lu Li was ambitious, even rolling up her non-existent sleeves. After careful consideration, she finally settled on a spot she considered to be a good feng shui spot. Bung! Such a cold, heartless voice. The smile on Lu Li's face instantly fell. With a snort, she resigned herself to her fate and downed the glass of wine. A few more rounds passed, and Lu Li still didn't miss a round. The others also drank a little. After 2 bottles, Lu Li felt a little exhausted, but her mind was still clear, just less talkative. Shen Bing remembered the last time Boss Lu got drunk, and suddenly he became less talkative. She became completely silent, and looking closely at her eyes, they were blurry. Shen Bing thought she was drunk, but seeing that she was in high spirits, he didn't want to interrupt. She simply said, "Lu Li? Do you want to switch seats with me?" Lu Li looked up at him dazedly, slowly shaking her head in refusal. "No, you have to accept your fate. I'm just unlucky today." Her head swayed, her upper body restless in the chair. She looked like she was about to faint at any moment, and Shen Bing supported her elbow with a hint of concern. "Lu Li?" He waved his hand in front of her eyes, but her gaze was completely unfocused. "Huh?" Lu Li only heard someone shouting something, and it sounded pleasant, like summer soda. She wanted to drink it. She turned left and right, finally fixing her gaze on Shen Bing's face. "Huh? It's your turn. Hurry up." "Shen Bing, even drunk you still play games?" He casually ordered one, and got through it safely. But Lu Li heard the explosion. She excitedly said, "Drink it." "You stepped on a landmine." Lu Mu said sarcastically, "He didn't step on a landmine." Lu Li turned back to look at Luo Mu, staring for a long time before her eyes focused. She said slowly, "He did." Luo Mu was about to argue, but Shen Bing pulled Lu Li back, facing him. "I stepped on it. I stepped on it. Do you think I should drink it?" Shen Bing took the beer, poured it into the glass, and drank it in one gulp. Lu Li clapped cheerfully, "Now you're being obedient." His words were a bit lisp-like, but to Shen Bing's ears, they sounded endearing. Chapter 283. Lu Li clapped happily, "Now you're being obedient." Even her words were a bit lisp, but to Shen Bing's ears, they sounded endearing. Chu Lixing frowned and looked over. "Lu Li is drunk? Why don't we stop here and let her go upstairs to rest? Let her sleep, and we grown men can continue playing." "No!" Lu Li was the first to disagree. She hadn't had enough fun yet. Shen Bing also tried to persuade her, "You're not drunk, but you're sleepy, aren't you? Do you want to go upstairs and take a nap?" "No, not sleepy, not drunk." Lu Li's words were short and sluggish, her mind a bit sluggish. She clearly couldn't think straight. She just thought these people were annoying. Why were they all telling her to go to bed? Lu Li slammed the table, furious. "Do you want to play more?" Everyone chimed in, "Play, play, play, play." Every round that followed was a dead end for Lu Li. Even though she felt a little dizzy, she knew her luck had never been this bad. It must be this crappy game. She leaned back, folded her arms across her chest, and said confidently, "No, no, let's play another game." The others thought, "You blame the game for your bad luck, right?" But they didn't dare say it out loud, only quietly complaining in their hearts. They all agreed, "Okay, okay, let's change the game. Luo Mu, see if there are any other games that are fun." Luo Mu had no choice but to search on his laptop, mumbling to himself, before finally deciding excitedly, how about this one? He projected the screen onto the table. The laptop was completely dark. Wang Yang scoffed, what the hell is this? Luomu extended a finger and placed it on the screen. Suddenly, a green circle appeared on the dark screen, right where Luomu's finger was. Come on, each of you put one finger up, Luomu called out. Everyone stood up. Luli staggered to her feet. Shinbing held her arm with a piece of paper to steady her. After everyone had placed their fingers, a circle appeared under each finger, each a different color. Luomu said, remember yours? Luli muttered softly, mine is red. Shinbing reminded him softly, it's clearly pink. Red. Pink. Shinbing said weakly. I said red. Okay, red, bright red. Shinbing, unable to resist, had to confirm. Luli nodded in satisfaction and shouted, and then? Luomu continued, once you memorize the colors, you can let go when the countdown ends. The screen displayed 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone let go, and a dong 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 sound effect echoed. Simultaneously, each color lit up, then began to flash rapidly. 2 seconds later, the other circles dimmed, leaving only a single pink circle on the screen. Luomu didn't need to explain, everyone understood. Whoever circle lit up last got to drink. Luli, me again? She mumbled, picking up the cup and about to take a swig when Shinbing snatched it from her. Let me drink. No need. Luli pushed him away, tilted her head back, and drank it in one gulp. After finishing, she slumped down in her chair, her expression vacant and her eyes dull. Shinbing leaned in to look at her, and Luomu also leaned in. Everyone else leaned in to see. Several heads gathered around Luli. Luli didn't react, her hands drooping at her sides, completely unable to think. But a shred of lucidity remained in her mind, and she was talking to the system, I think I'm drunk. Remember to protect me. With that, her head tilted, her eyes closed, and she fell asleep. System, you want me to protect you with a string of code? There are men here who are eyeing you covetously. Outside, the torrential rain continued, seemingly endless, but inside the RV was another world, bustling, warm, and filled with a faint smell of alcohol. Shinbing rubbed her nose, looked at everyone, and said as seriously as possible, let her go upstairs and sleep. No one objected. Why would they stay here when they were drunk? Of course, they should go to sleep. So, everyone started talking, each with their own thoughts, then let's get her upstairs? Shinbing reached out to stop them, especially Luomu. No, I get her upstairs. Boss Lu doesn't like others in the bedroom. He doesn't like others, but he can. Xu Lixing grumbled inwardly. But they didn't express their feelings out loud, they kept it hidden. Shinbing first put a coat on her to protect her from physical contact, then held her arm with one hand and her shoulder with the other, leading her out of the dining area. Luli leaned almost entirely on Shinbing like a puppet. Once outside the dining table, free from the restraints of the chair, Shinbing suddenly bent down, lifted Luli horizontally, and walked steadily upstairs. Luomu stood up anxiously, pointing at his back, almost hesitant to speak. You. When Shinbing reached the top of the stairs, she still hadn't emerged. For some reason, Luomu sat down, feeling a pang of sadness, and fiddled with his hair. Everyone at the table, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, averted their gazes. Luomu called out, are you coming again? But there was a hint of dejection in his voice, and his spirits were no longer high. No one else responded, and Xu Lixing unexpectedly lost interest. He tossed his card on the table and stood up, his chair creaking noisily. Not coming anymore. I'm going back to the shop. With that, he turned and left. Where would customers come from in this torrential rain? Zhongxia twirled with his fingers, his mind clearly not on the game. After a moment's silence, he also stood up and said, I'm leaving too. I'm going back to make some snacks, in case anyone in the shed wants some. Sheng Xian glanced left and right, scoffing inwardly. Everyone's thoughts were clear as day. When Boss Lu was around, everyone was enthusiastic, especially Luomu, who was as handsome as Xian Yanbao. With Boss Lu gone, everyone was as listless as eggplants hit by frost. He also stood up and left. I'm leaving too. I see if the vegetable patch got soaked. Only Wang Yang and Luomu were left. They weren't familiar with each other. They glanced at each other, and quickly turned away. Wang Yang also stood up. I'm going back to the shop. Not forgetting to push his chair back. Luomu curled his lips, stood up, and slumped down on the sofa. The soft, cushioned couch seemed to heal all his unhappiness. What had happened to him? He always supported Shen Bing's kindness to Boss Lu, so why was he so twisted now? Luo Mu. You changed. Upstairs, Shen Bing carried Lu Li all the way up, steady and firm, glancing down from time to time. She seemed soundly asleep, unawakened. Her faint fragrance permeated his nose, and the softness of her skin against his touch distracted him from his walk. He shamelessly wished the staircase were longer. Longer, endless, so he could spend more time alone with Boss Lu. Chapter 284. But that was impossible. The staircase was short, and he soon saw the second floor. Two kittens rushed up and bit his trouser legs. Shen Bing ignored him and continued walking forward, carrying Lu Li. He lifted her blanket and gently placed her on the bed, then carefully removed her shoes and socks. He then stood by the bed for a long time before turning and heading to the bathroom. He hesitated for a long time over 3 towels before finally pulling out a washcloth, wetted with warm water, and wanted to wipe her face and hands. He returned to the bed and saw her rolled over, her back to him, curled up in the quilt, small and strangely adorable. He knelt down, dropped to one knee, and turned her over. He wiped her face and hands with a warm washcloth, his movements very gentle. But Lu Li still felt uncomfortable, as if something wet was rubbing against her face. She reached out feebly to push it away, her lips purring like a kitten. No. Shen Bing grasped her wrists with one hand, gently wiping them. With the other, she took a washcloth and wiped her ears, neck, eyes, mouth, and nose. Then she changed the washcloth, wetted with warm water, and wiped it again carefully. After 2 or 3 rounds, Shen Bing was satisfied. Her face and hands were clean. After covering her restlessly with the blanket, Shen Bing squatted beside the bed, her hands folded on her knees, watching quietly for a moment. The kitten at her feet was also restless, meowing continuously. Shen Bing had no choice but to reluctantly leave. She found that everyone had left, leaving only Luo Mu. Outside, it was getting dark, but the rain continued to fall, as if the sky had broken open and would not stop. Are you leaving yet? Shen Bing asked, sitting down beside him. What took you so long to come down? Luo Mu answered irrelevantly. Shen Bing was silent. How should she respond? She couldn't just say she was wiping Lu Li's face and hands. That would seem like taking advantage. Luo Mu chuckled softly, and a strange silence fell between them. They seemed to know each other's thoughts, but neither wanted to break the silence. Let's go back, Shen Bing said calmly, passing over the subject. Luo Mu didn't ask any more questions and followed him out of the RV, locking the door shut before leaving. The rain continued into the evening. Fortunately, the RV was on high ground and had wheels, so the impact wasn't significant. But convenience stores, bathhouses, factories, and hotels were all about to flood. Lu Li had bought a large pile of waterproof sandbags at the mall ahead of time, and had them build their own barriers around the entrances. This area was easy to deal with, but the central base was more difficult. Mr. Shen had just returned from the residential complex, furious. The injured survivors had been accommodated. He had no energy to deal with the collapsed buildings for the time being. The survivors in that area had been relocated. Several buildings had collapsed in quick succession today, all newly built last year. The other managers acted as if nothing had happened, sending only assistants or trusted aides to offer their condolences. Mr. Shen ran around all by himself, accommodating the injured, evacuating the survivors, digging out the dead, and then cremating them. There was still a lot of work to do, and the more he worked, the more angry he became, and the more loopholes he discovered. He immediately called a meeting, and all the heads of departments, big and small, attended. The managers were late, and their languid demeanor annoyed him. Old Shen scoffed, slamming his fist on the table. It's easier to sleep on rainy days, right? Such a big thing happened today, and you're pretending you didn't know? Yi Cheng replied perfunctorily, it's already happened. What's the point in blaming each other now? Lu Shen also expressed a certain disdain. They're just a few ordinary survivors. If they die, they die. Zhu Yang and Qin Ling said nothing, but their expression said it all. They didn't want to care. While it might seem outrageous, it was the truth. No one cared about the lives of ordinary survivors. Old Shen, observing their lazy and indifferent demeanor, suddenly felt a surge of despair. Those were just a few survivors? Hundreds of lives, each one of them, not even as sensible as his grandson. Xiaofeng even knew Grandpa had been kidnapped and wanted to come and save him. This job is so boring, Old Shen thought. He Luo boldly tried to smooth things over. I don't think the rain will stop anytime soon. We need to take some protective measures, like using waterproof sandbags. Lu Yu also said, yes, with the constant rain and the temperature dropping, it's inevitable that there be some flu. The bodies need to be disposed of quickly, otherwise they spread viruses. Another department head spoke up. We also need to be careful with the river inside the base, to prevent it from rising and flooding the surrounding houses. The three of them were speaking reasonably well, and Eldershin nodded. Okay, you be responsible for this. Zhu Yang then spoke up. How should we deal with this? We need medicine, right? We don't have that much to waste. And there are only a few waterproof sandbags in the supply warehouse. If you use them, they be gone. Yichum also said, if you ask me, just quarantine them. He Luo and Lu Yu, They start talking as soon as their own interests are involved, right? They were silent before. Old Shen ignored them. Behind them were the Ouyang and Bai families, both of whom supplied medicine to the central base. But they weren't provided for free, they were all purchased by the central base using crystal cores. He addressed He Luo and Lu Yu directly. You will take the people to the warehouse later and register anything you need. Lu Yu happened to be the head of the logistics department, making things easier. Yi Chung stood up anxiously. I told you to quarantine them directly. Why are we spending so much money to provide them with supplies? Zhu Yang scoffed. You can't just use the supplies whatever you want. You have to write a request and get the approval of the 5 principals. Old Shen's hands were shaking with anger. He couldn't say enough about their shamelessness. He put the conversation aside for now, pointing his finger at Zhu Yang. I remember last year we approved a large budget for building residential buildings. How did it collapse so easily? Zhu Yang's smile froze, a murderous glint in his eyes, then he returned to normal. She shrugged lightly and said matter-of-factly, with that little budget, what can we do? You want a good build, but you don't want to spend money, so why would you want such a good thing? At first glance, it seemed perfectly reasonable. But Mr. Shen did remember that the budget was quite substantial, at least 100,000 crystal cores, and the bricks were already there, brought in from outside. He didn't bother to dwell on it, simply saying, He Luo, you be responsible for the aftermath of the Lu Yu residence, and Xiao Peng, you be responsible for the waterproof sandbags. I don't want to hear any more news of casualties or collapsed buildings. With that, Mr. Shen left. Zhu Yang stamped her feet in anger. She knew that once Mr. Shen set his mind to something, he would do it perfectly. He would definitely skip the step of getting the principal's signature and approval. He Luo and Lu Yu exchanged a glance and decided to follow Mr. Shen's orders. They called Xiao Peng and left the meeting room together, getting to work in earnest. Chapter 285. First, waterproof sandbags to ensure that rising water levels won't affect surrounding houses. It would also be helpful to prepare some warming ginger water to prevent widespread flu outbreaks after the rainstorm. Conditions are poor now, and a flu outbreak would be even more frustrating, with nowhere to treat it. There was so much work to do that the three of them were completely overwhelmed. They were also being blocked from taking supplies, which only made them even more furious. The three of them complained directly to Eldershin, who eventually came forward personally, leading them to the warehouse and, accompanied by a space-based psychic, unloading a mountain of supplies. The central base was bustling with activity, and Lu Li was half asleep, still faintly aware of the sound of rain outside. Didn't you close the window? Lu Li turned over and went back to sleep. The next morning, the rain was still falling. Lu Li had gotten drunk the previous night and gone to bed early, skipping dinner. Now, hungry, she woke up and munched on cold bread while watching the rain fall outside. This was the next day. Thanks to the presence of lottery shops and other businesses, the survivors in the shed spent the night safely. However, water gradually accumulated on the ground, making it difficult for even the sandbags to hold back. But everyone was very conscientious, shoveling the water out, trying to save this last bit of land. In the central base, He Luo and his 2 companions sat exhausted on the ground, looking utterly disgraceful, but they still knew to find shelter from the rain. For the entire night, using their limited supplies, they led the guards through the pouring rain to sandbag the sections of the river that threatened to burst. But even after this was done, a lot more work lay ahead. He Luo planned to purchase a sack of ginger from Lu Li, and a few cases of mineral water, so that the survivors caught in the rain could have a bowl to cool off. He immediately messaged Lu Li. The reply was quick. Yes, but you have to pick it up in person. With all this rain, she doesn't offer home delivery. He Luo replied, no problem, sneezing as he replied. After settling the matter, the three of them sat down on the ground to rest for a while. He Luo pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his personal space. I bought this from Boss Lu earlier. The conditions are tough. Take a sip each to quench your thirst. Then he pulled out 3 loaves of bread and shared them between Li Yu and Xiao Peng, instructing them, You have to pay for this. It's not free. Luyu took it and rolled his eyes. Got it, stingy. Xiao Peng and he were just colleagues, but after a night of hard work, their relationship had clearly grown closer. He took the bread and thanked him. After a pause, he asked, Minister He, are you close to Boss Lu? A sincere question. He Luo thought for a moment. It's not bad. I still pay full price when I buy things, but I can just get a free meal once in a while. He distanced himself from the matter. He didn't want anyone to misunderstand Boss Lu. Oh. Xiao Peng understood. After finishing his bread and drinking his water, He Luo said, how about we go get some ginger and water from Boss Lu? The two agreed, and the three of them got into the base's old, beat-up car and headed for the lottery shop. The road was bad due to the heavy rain, and the windshield wipers were practically smoking, but it didn't help. Drawing on his years of experience and familiarity with the base, He Luo managed to reach the lottery shop. Lu Li was sitting at the table, nibbling on tomato and egg noodles, looking a bit lacking in appetite. He had drunk alcohol last night, and the taste of alcohol still lingered in his throat. Suddenly, a battered, old car appeared before them. Three people got out, screaming and running towards them. The rain was so heavy that Lu Li took a moment to recognize them. They were He Luo, Lu Yu, and another stranger. She quickly opened the car door. He Luo led the three people up, but Lu Li stopped them at the entrance, holding noodles in one hand and holding out the other to prevent them from entering. Wait, you're all soaked. Don't come in. Or change your shoes. Lu Li watched with a pity, her clothes dripping with water. She put the noodles down, then took out 3 disposable towels, tossing one to each of them. Wipe first, then take off your shoes. It's warm inside. The 3 grown men felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, and were thankful they were wearing sandals, and no socks because it had been raining. So the 3 of them took off their sandals, threw them outside, and let the rain wash over them. Then they wiped themselves from head to toe with towels, wiping away the rain. Luckily, they were quite clean, having come to the bathhouse for a massage whenever they had time. They weren't particularly dirty, so they hadn't gotten their towels stained. After all that fussing, the 3 of them walked in barefoot, sighing in unison. The warmth, the air, and even the faint fragrance, so comfortable. Lu Li had even covered the sofa with plastic bags to prevent them from getting wet. Then he called out, come on, come on. Then he picked up his tomato and egg noodles and continued eating. The 3 of them didn't sit on the sofa, but on the wooden chairs that came with the dining table, so they wouldn't get wet. They all looked at Lu Li, who was slurping his noodles and eating the egg inside. After a while, he realized he was silent. She looked up at them again, suddenly realizing, oh, are you here for the ginger? Then she pulled out a sack of ginger she had already bought and prepared. As soon as it came out, the strong, spicy aroma of ginger was palpable. For water, just go to the convenience store. Lu Li pointed in the direction of the convenience store with her chin. He Luo put the sack into her psyche, showing her understanding, then sat back down in her chair and watched her eat her noodles. Lu Li asked hesitantly and anxiously, you guys want some too? This was what Luomu had just cooked for her. The tomato flavor was strong, and the whole bowl of noodles was sour and spicy, delicious. He Luo nodded without hesitation. After a tiring night, she was craving a bowl of hot soup. Lu Li hesitated. There's still some in the pot, but not much. Share it. He Luo immediately stood up and groped her way to the kitchen. Lu Yu and Xiao Peng followed, each holding a bowl and waiting. She didn't lie about the amount. There was almost half a pot left, something Luomu had planned to eat after he finished. He Luo opened the pot and took a peek. The aroma filled his nose, and he immediately filled all 3 bowls. Then someone returned with a bowl of hot noodles and sat back down. The atmosphere quieted down, and everyone quietly ate their noodles. Luomu rushed in wearing his raincoat, first removing it and scraping it off at the entrance, then gently wiping away the water with a towel. He knew Boss Lu didn't like his house dirty. After entering the entrance and taking just 2 steps forward, Luomu stopped at his tracks when he saw the noodles in their hands. He immediately started yelling, "Ah, my noodles, Boss Lu, who are they? Why are they eating my noodles?" Lu Li glanced at him, and his voice suddenly dropped, mumbling, my noodles, my noodles. Don't worry. Just go and make another pot. Be good." Lu Li patiently coaxed the cook. Luomu was happy when he heard this. The last 2 words seemed like a sedative, and he felt happy all of a sudden. Chapter 286. Luomu, I'm so angry, I immediately don't want to cook anymore. But Lu Li said I be obedient. She must like obedient men. He busied himself in the kitchen while the three grown men outside quickly finished their noodles, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. But he also knew it was impolite to eat more. Luo stood up, ready to leave, and went to the convenience store to buy a few buckets of water so he could go back and make ginger soup. Luli knew they had important matters to attend to, so she didn't stay long and watched them leave. Lumu finished cooking the noodles and came out with a bowl. He saw the living room was empty. He couldn't help but ask, "Where are they?" "They're leaving now?" He had even cooked a little extra. Luli nodded, "They're gone." She handed the empty bowl to Luomu. He took it naturally with one hand, turned back to the kitchen, and sat down beside her to eat. Shinbing and the others also arrived. It was a rainstorm, so customers were few and far between, so they could just close the shop. The first thing he asked was, "Boss Lu, are you still feeling down?" Luli took a moment to realize he was asking if she felt down after drinking yesterday. She felt it carefully for a moment, then shook her head. "No, I'm quite sober." "Did you help me up yesterday?" Shinbing was about to go to the kitchen to get some noodles when he heard this, startled. His expression was a little awkward, fearing Luli would be disgusted. He nodded in agreement. "It was me." Luli thanked him. She had a vague impression that it wasn't help, but a princess hug. But she didn't point it out. Shinbing breathed a sigh of relief, but Luomu didn't. He still wanted to see Shinbing get scolded. Why did he just say thank you? He felt dissatisfied and sour, but he could do nothing about it. Shinbing went to the kitchen. Passing the sofa, she glanced at Luomu and snorted, "You little brat." The three of them sat in a row, but Luli was the only one without noodles. She said speechlessly, "Do you really have to eat so close to me?" The two of them heard this and silently moved aside, putting a little distance between them and her. Chu Lixing saw the scene as soon as he arrived. Luli sat in the middle, speechless. Shinbing and Luomu sat on either side of her, each slurping a bowl of noodles with a satisfied expression. He also passed them speechlessly, and headed for the kitchen. He couldn't help but resent these two for always coming so early, hogging the seat closest to Boss Lu. No wonder they always sat next to Boss Lu. Chu Lixing realized this, and inexplicably wanted to come earlier next time. He also scooped out a bowl of noodles and broached the subject. "I just saw Luo. What are they doing here?" "Shinbing, I came to Luli to buy ginger and mineral water. I heard a lot of houses collapsed at the central base." "Huh?" Luli was surprised. A torrential downpour had completely destroyed all the houses. For a moment, he couldn't tell if it was the rain that was too strong, or the houses that were too fragile. The three of them nodded in agreement. They all knew what was going on. It must be someone who took the money and didn't deliver. Let's just hope something like this doesn't happen again. After finishing their bowl of hot noodles, everyone felt warm and didn't want to move at all. They just slumped together on the sofa, slumped in a row, their expressions and movements perfectly aligned. Outside, the storm was raging, but inside, it remained unaffected. It felt like nestling in a small safe haven, a sense of security overflowing. Because of the torrential downpour, Luli found a rare peace. No one was looking for trouble, and no one was causing any trouble. It was quiet and peaceful. Although there were no customers, that didn't matter. What mattered was the peace and quiet, being able to eat, play, and shout with friends without restraint and joy, and no one would criticize me. While I was still slumped, Sheng Xian and Zhong Xia arrived. Seeing the four figures on the sofa, they couldn't help but burst into laughter, like boneless insects. Luli casually raised her eyelids to glance at them, then lazily closed them again. "There's noodles in the pot, scoop some out and eat." The two of them skillfully entered the kitchen, fetched a large bowl, filled it completely, and brought it out. The only sound in the room was the sound of them slurping noodles. The rain was so heavy, Shinbing didn't let the little ones come over, leaving them to eat at the convenience store. Back there, Luo and the other two returned to the central base with ginger and mineral water. They found an empty room and prepared to get busy. But peeling the ginger alone was a considerable task, so Luo recruited some nearby survivors to join him. The group worked feverishly, first preparing a huge pot, then peeling the ginger, pouring water into the pot, and adding the ginger. Boil it until it boils, and drink a bowl to dispel the cold and induce sweating. With so much ginger, Luo boiled not just one pot, but 5, but still had half left, so he decided to boil it again tomorrow. After the simmering was complete, he sent someone to notify the remaining survivors in the residential area, telling them to come and have a bowl if they needed one, or if they felt unwell. Those who had been caught in the rain were especially encouraged to come and have a bowl. Thankfully, the residential area was densely packed with houses, all with eaves, so with a little caution, they wouldn't get caught in the rain too much. He, Luo, and the other two were in charge of making the soup. Most people brought their own bowls and chopsticks, some large, some small, but they didn't care, they just took a spoonful. Afterward, the survivors stayed inside, sipping their soup with great care. When they finished, they tried to get more, but were ruthlessly refused. But their bodies did feel much warmer, as if their entire bodies were heating up. After their work, he, Luo, and the other two also drank a bowl, and then came fatigue and sleepiness. They hadn't slept all night, and it was almost noon. Luckily, they had gotten a bowl of noodles from Boss Lu that morning, otherwise they wouldn't have made it this far. The three of them decided to go back and get some sleep before returning to work. Outside the central base, the lottery shop was preparing for lunch. The rain was pouring down outside, and the air was a little chilly. Luli was craving a hot pot. One bite warmed her body. Beef rolls, shrimp balls, tripe, yams, sweet corn, she wanted them all. Some were bought from the mall. Some were prepared by Luo Mu and Zhong Xia in the kitchen. When the pots of hot dishes were brought out, Luli's spirits reached their peak. So happy, so happy. This was the life she should be living. Those damn central bases, those damn mysterious families, get lost. Don't bother her. She just wanted to eat, drink, sleep, and be a salted fish. The pots were boiling, one with tomatoes, one with butter, and another with water, to satisfy everyone's needs. At the first whiff of the aroma, everyone rushed like starving ghosts, adding ingredients to the pots. The bubbling soup pot went silent. But thanks to the strong fire, it soon began to simmer again, and the quickest cooking vegetables were scooped up and quickly devoured. Wang Yang watched, feeling inexplicably greedy. He had drunk alcohol before and survived, so he should be fine if he ate vegetables now, right? Chapter 287. He tentatively took a piece of shrimp paste, and the table fell silent. Everyone's eyes followed his chopsticks, and Wang Yang's face was filled with confusion. Why are you looking at me? Eat. Wang Yang was speechless, then put the shrimp paste into his mouth and chewed it twice. It was very chewy, and inexplicably reminded him of Boss Lu's meat. The finger he had put in his mouth that day was also just as soft, tender, and chewy, and delicious. He was craving Luli. But he couldn't have it, so he had to use the shrimp paste instead. Everyone used serving chopsticks, so there was no chance of saliva getting into the pot. Everyone watched him eat the shrimp paste, their brows furrowed slightly. His entire body, no, his entire zombie, remained intact, without a trace of surprise. It seems zombies can eat human food, but they prefer to eat humans themselves. So Luli negotiated with Wang Yang, I won't buy you those anymore. Just eat with us. After a delicious meal, you won't miss me anymore. Wang Yang seemed to know what she was thinking, and he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, nodding perfunctorily. Okay, fine, I eat with you. Hee. Luli gulped down a large mouthful of sesame-covered beef rolls. It was so delicious that she almost cried. How could there be such delicious food? While the lottery shop was bustling with hot pot, the central base held another meeting. The main focus of this meeting was to criticize Shen Qingting. Zhu Yang's voice was cold. I heard that Mr. Shen broke into the warehouse without permission and took away most of the supplies? Yi Cheng said aggressively, I didn't realize Mr. Shen was such an unreasonable person. The other two managers watched coldly. The four of them were targeting Shen Qingting, but the person in question was scratching his ears, pretending not to hear. He Luo, Lu Yu, and Xiao Peng, standing below, were furious, eager to speak up for old Shen. It had been raining for so long, and if no action was taken, the dam would inevitably burst. What would become of the survivors living on both sides of the river? Would they risk their lives again? Not only did they not discuss the issue, they also went on to criticize old Shen, scolding him for moving supplies from the warehouse. Oh my god! When will the central base be destroyed? Seeing Shen Qingting picking his ears, seemingly oblivious to what he was hearing, Yi Cheng flew into a rage. He slammed the table and shouted, Shen Qingting, we're talking to you. An irritation flickered in old Shen's eyes. He missed Xiao Feng. He looked up at Yi Cheng as if he were a clown, and said flatly, well, keep talking. I'm listening. Yi Cheng felt like he punched cotton. His prepared words were suddenly choked by his calm gaze. You? Yi Cheng was furious. Shen Qingting shrugged. Anything else to say? If not, I'm leaving. With that, he stood up and began to leave. Everyone was silent for a moment. Although old Shen once held military power, he was very gentle in his dealings with others, unlike now, when he's so easily attacked. He had a broken jar, a desperate, I just quit vibe. Stop! What about the supplies we moved from the warehouse yesterday? Yi Cheng stood up anxiously. He had done all the good things, and all the good reputation belonged to him. He himself had received nothing. Old Shin turned around, his eyes cold, his expression impassive, and asked, "How do you account for them?" "Those are supplies from the central base." "Do you think they belong to you personally? Did I embezzle a single cent? Did I use those supplies for myself? Open your eyes, and see where all the sandbags and medicines were used." He didn't shout at the top of his lungs, simply stating a fact in a flat tone. He glanced at everyone present with disappointment and turned to leave. For these high-ranking officials, life had always been too easy. They received monthly crystal cores and food allowances, and never had to face the zombies. Over time, they felt the world was at peace, and their selfish desires could no longer be hidden. He had no idea how much of the annual funds he embezzled. All he knew was that the central base hadn't improved, and was even declining year by year. For a long time, no one in the meeting room uttered a word. Yi Chung was speechless, and the last bit of his conscience seemed to be awakened. But soon, the overwhelming desires overwhelmed him. He loved being admired by everyone, and he loved being respected wherever he went. He Luo, Lu Yu, and Xiaopeng quickly stood up and left, ignoring the surprised, questioning, and resentful looks from the managers. This damn place was better off than ever. "Mr. Shin!" He Luo shouted, catching up to Shin Qi-ting, who was walking slowly ahead. The old man in front quickly turned around, a gentle smile on his face. "What's wrong?" Seeing the three of them chasing him out, he couldn't help but feel a warm warmth in his heart. They were already planning to make enemies with the other managers. He Luo took Mr. Shin's arm, supporting him, and said with a smile, "It's okay, we go together." At the same time, he reported on the day's work. "The water level has been raised, the injured survivors have been relocated, and the houses will be repaired after the rain stops. We also made ginger soup, and gave a bowl to the survivors, who got caught in the rain to prevent an outbreak of influenza." He Luo recounted every detail, and Mr. Shin listened, his mouth never falling. "It takes people like this to support the future." He cheerfully praised, "Well done, well done." Everything needed to be done had been done. Now all they could do was wait for the rain to stop. Luli was waiting too, her chin resting on her hands, looking outside, and wondering wistfully, how long will this rain continue? The night before last, all day yesterday, and all day today, Luli had grown impatient watching the unchanging rain. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't yell at the heavens to stop the rain. It was a good thing though. Everyone stayed home on rainy days, even the mysterious family had gone quiet. Luli wanted customers to come when the rain stopped, but she also wanted to avoid it, because someone would come and cause trouble. Just as she was thinking, a rickety old car appeared before her again, looking very similar to the one from this morning. Same car, same scene, only instead of 3 people, there were now 4. They all rushed towards the RV. Luli numbly stopped them at the entrance. Noticing the 4th person was Mr. Shin, she silently handed him a towel and let him in. Her expression turned less gracious towards the other 3. She crossed her arms, one leg trembling, and raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing here again? Have you finished your work at the base?" Mr. Shin wiped the rain from his hair with a towel, then sat down in a chair, smiling at them. He Luo said cheerfully, "Come to see you, Boss Lu. Long time no see." As he spoke, he grabbed a towel from the nearby table and began to wipe the floor expertly. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of Luli. Luli stopped teasing them and turned to the sofa. "Don't dirty my floor." The 3 of them exchanged glances, realizing that Luli was just being tough on the outside. They quickly removed their shoes, dried themselves, and walked in. Chapter 288. Sitting familiarly in the chairs, the 5 of them sharing the same space created an inexplicably strange atmosphere. Luli crossed her legs and glanced at the 3 of them. "What happened? Did you fire the central base? Why else would they all come running here in such a hurry, as if seeking refuge?" He Luo had just poured herself a cup of hot water when she heard this and nearly burst out laughing. Luckily, no one else was around. Xiaopeng wasn't familiar with Luli, and had always heard rumors about her. Meeting her today, she found the rumors to be slightly different. She was clearly a very cute girl with a bright laugh and a strong sense of her own. He Luo waved her hands repeatedly, then realized she was right. "You could say that. Anyway, we don't want to stay there anymore." Lu Li's gaze shifted to Mr. Shin. "You too?" In her heart, Mr. Shin was someone who had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the central base. She had always believed that Mr. Shin had a special bond with the central base, and even after such a deep wound, he couldn't let it go. A flash of hesitation crossed Mr. Shin's mind, but so did everyone's doubts about him, and the growing disappointment he felt over the past few days. He nodded slowly, jokingly saying, I really don't want to do this anymore. I'm old and can't do it anymore. Luli raised her left hand to a fist, her right to a palm, and suddenly brought her fist down on her palm, encouragingly saying, That's right. She then asked, So what are you going to do next? Go it alone? This question stumped the 4 grown men. He, Luo, and the other 2 had impulsively walked out of the meeting. Quitting wasn't their intention. They glanced at Mr. Shen, wondering if he really didn't want to be the head manager anymore. If Mr. Shen didn't take over, a host of problems would arise, such as who would be the new head of the central base? Or would the central base be completely controlled by the mysterious family? This was an outcome they didn't want to see. Mr. Shen's eyes lit up. Going it alone? That was a good idea. If he could bring Boss Lu into the fold, how happy life would be then. He dreaded thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to act. Luli advised, even if we don't go it alone, we can't stay in the central base. It's a huge melting pot. Simple people like us can't stay there for long. We'd be easily contaminated. This, indeed, had caused Luo to waver several times. Whenever he felt like giving up, he would think of the survivors who were still suffering. She continued, the central base's biggest problem isn't the person in charge, but the mysterious family behind it. If you're willing to join me in fighting the mysterious family, I'm willing to become the central base's largest supplier. Why do we even need that damn mysterious family? The supplies they provide are meager, tasteless, and limited in variety. And the crystal cores they charge are expensive. Look at me, I have everything. Whatever you want, I have it. I can even bring a scratch-off machine to the central base. She spoke with clarity and a hint of resentment, and the 4 of them easily empathized. Lu Li's voice was deliberately lowered, and the 5 of them unconsciously swarmed closer, gradually forming a circle. They, too, felt like they were listening to a national event. Old Shen was completely persuaded. He had long wanted to break away from the central base, but supplies were a major problem. Luo was confused. Why had the topic suddenly shifted to bringing down the mysterious family? Hadn't they been talking about going it alone? What do you think we should do? Asked Old Shen, willing to accept Lu Li's advice. We must eradicate all the corrupt officials within the central base. Lu Li straightened up, speaking calmly. She looked at Old Shen and said confidently, You must have a list of names, right? Those willing to defect can continue to be used, and those unwilling. Lu Li made a killing gesture, the fierceness in her eyes evidently unjoking. Old Shen had only one thought, how many lives would be lost if this happened, but these people deserved it, having committed many evil deeds. He couldn't help but sigh at Lu Li's ruthlessness. He instinctively wanted to agree, even to do as she said. If she could truly execute it, the central base would surely be back on track. Maybe even better. The more Old Shen thought about it, the more excited he became. He even wanted to make a desperate move, but there were too many uncertainties. He was no longer the Shen Qingting of the past, and he couldn't be that decisive. A bucket of cold water poured down upon him, and Old Shen slowly calmed down. He slowly shifted his gaze to look at Luo and the other 2. He found them all more excited than each other, their expressions of joy evident, as if Lu Li had touched their hearts. Old Shen tentatively asked you. As soon as he said that, Luo excitedly grasped his hand. Old Shen, you're truly capable. Lu Yu was also incredibly excited. Lu Li's words gave him a glimpse of a bright future for the central base. He, too, excitedly grasped Old Shen's shoulders. Old Shen, what are you waiting for? Go for it. Kill them! Xiaopeng also deeply detested the mysterious family, especially its minions, and, buoyed by the atmosphere, his face lit up. Lu Li raised an eyebrow, a smile flickering across his face. It seemed he was quite suitable for brainwashing. After being prodded by the others, Old Shen's mind got heated, and he impulsively said, We must do it. Okay. Luo and the other 2 said in unison. Lu Li also applauded. From now on, I'd be your central base's supplier. Earning endless points just by lying down. Yay. Logistics Director Lu Yu happily agreed, saying, No problem. I just use you. After another brief bout of boasting, Old Shen's rationality gradually returned, and he became hesitant. He regretted that he hadn't been so hesitant before. We must do it. To be able to meet Xiaofeng freely. To give those survivors a better life. To return to the beginning, to civilization. He finally made up his mind. I go back tonight and make a list. I call them in for interviews tomorrow. Luo's mouth dropped open in shock. So blatant? Won't it arouse the suspicion of the mysterious family? We need to arouse their suspicion. Ideally, let them fight among themselves, and we reap the benefits. Luli affirmed. Old Shin nodded in agreement. After 2 hours of detailed discussion, the 5 of them finally finalized their plan. As the sky darkened, they naturally stayed for dinner. He Luo and the other 2 were overjoyed they could eat for free again. Because there were so many people, the little ones were banished to the sofa area, while the adults sat at a table. Lumu wasn't asked to cook, but bought food from the mall. Otherwise, he would have been too busy juggling the wok for so many people. The meal was a joy for both the guests and the host, and the 5 of them tacitly agreed not to bring it up again. After dinner, the rain continued to fall, and Luli gave them a few raincoats to keep out the rain. After returning to the base, Mr. Shin immediately went to the office and began to make a list of the mysterious family's minions. Chapter 289. Every name was etched in his mind, his position, and the family he belonged to instantly coming to mind. He wrote them down on a piece of paper, read through it, took a photo, and sent it to Luli and the other 3. Then he burned the paper. Luli received the message and read it, recognizing almost no one. After some thought, she decided to create a small group. There were only 5 people in the group: Luli, Shin Qingting, He Luo, Lu Yu, and Xiao Peng. All of them were trustworthy. She changed the group name to Mysterious Family is Shit. Simple and easy to understand. He Luo burst into laughter in the group, sending dozens of ha-ha messages. Luli felt like her eyes were being hurt by the noise even through the screen. Lu Yu asked, "Some people hold high positions. What should we do?" Xiao Peng also said, "Yes, if there's a sudden overhaul, I'm afraid the central base will be in turmoil." Then slowly change them. After all these years, you must have trusted subordinates, right? Promote them. Luli offered a suggestion. He Luo was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Lu Yu was the Minister of Logistics, and Xiao Peng was the Minister of Communications. Just like every base has a signal tower to ensure smooth communication between bases. Luli's point was correct. Trusted and capable subordinates have always existed, but there's never been a path for them to be promoted. Thinking of this, the problem immediately became clear. The 5 of them boasted ambitiously on the laptop again. Shin Bing had been planning to return to the convenience store, but she saw the smile on Boss Lu's face and couldn't help but become curious. What's on the laptop? Is it so beautiful? So captivating? Or who is he chatting with? Shin Bing couldn't stop her wild thoughts. But I didn't dare to ask, so I could only watch from a distance and leave reluctantly. Boss Lu doesn't like people asking too much about her. She feels like she's being controlled. If she wants to talk, she say it. Shin Bing thought so. The rain continued all night. Now it had been going on for 3 days straight, and it hadn't stopped. Luli wondered if it had already rained all the rain for the rest of the year. Over here, while they were having breakfast, Mr. Shin from the central base had already begun to take action, starting with those with lower positions, but important departments. Mr. Shin didn't intend to take it slow. He wanted to make a quick decision, unfazed by the prospect of unrest. He even thought unrest would be better, allowing capable and ambitious people to quickly ascend to the top. Instead of the current situation, where positions were constantly occupied and suppressed, as they were now. It wasn't until Mr. Shin was talking to his 11th lackey that Yi Chung stormed in with his men. Mr. Shin sat behind his desk, and the man sat at the front, both smiling. To the uninitiated, they might have thought they were telling a joke. Yi Chung took a closer look and saw that the man was from the Bai family, stationed in the logistics department. Old Shin raised his eyes, and took a sip of his hot tea. Didn't Manager Yi see that door? Yi Cheng's face froze, and he skipped the subject, asking directly, "What are you doing? Chatting? Can't Manager Yi see? How can your eyes be so bad at such a young age?" Old Shin sighed, lamenting. "What are you talking about?" Yi Chung strode over, picked the man up, and demanded. The man hesitated, not daring to speak, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Yi Chung snapped, "Speak." He had just received word that Old Shin had gone berserk, and was conversing with many of the mysterious family's pawns stationed at the base. Fearing something might go awry, he immediately rushed over with his men, and just as he expected, the 2 men's conversation was clearly up to no good. The man whispered, "Shin, Mr. Shin is asking about my career plans." Yi Cheng's pupils trembled as he demanded of Shin Qingting, "What are your intentions?" Mr. Shin shrugged, leaned back, and leisurely blew on the tea in his cup. The heat made his face hazy. He said, baffled, "Manager Yi, don't be so startled. I'm old and can't stand shocks. Besides, what's the point of discussing career plans and future prospects with a confused young person?" "That's the point." Yi Chung had always been no match for him, and, not wanting to waste any more words, he grabbed the logistics man and left. Yi Chung, do you want to be a dog in the Bai family forever? Shen Qingting spoke loudly, like a curse. He paused, a flicker of struggle flashing across his face, but it was only for a moment before he quickly returned to normal and continued striding out. Old Shen watched him leave, then lowered his head to sip his hot tea. An assistant approached and asked, "Are we continuing the operation?" "Yes," Old Shen said. "Of course we're continuing." He wanted to be so brazen, taking advantage of the heavy rain outside, making it difficult to travel, to draw attention from all sides. Next, Old Shen continued to talk to people. The 4 managers over there held a small meeting and collectively criticized him. Yi Chung was furious. This old man is just trying to sow discord. Zhu Yang yawned lazily. I suspect he's trying to sway people and bring them into his camp. What should we do then? Lu Shen asked. Then those he already spoken to. Are you still going to keep them? Qin Ling was also worried. They didn't even know the content of their conversation, nor the final outcome. What if that person was turned against them and became a spy within a spy? In any case, no matter what the outcome, anyone they had contacted was already marked as a threat. They thought that after being warned, Mr. Shen would back down, but he didn't. Instead, he became even more arrogant. If this continued, they might be completely helpless. The news reached the mysterious family through several of the main managers. They expressed disdain and suggested killing the old man. It was indeed a good idea, but how could it be done? He was constantly protected by high-level psychics, and was the most powerful fighter in the entire army. An assassination attempt was simply impossible. But then, the mysterious family provided another piece of information that brightened their eyes, and they immediately agreed. Not only was Mr. Shen taking action, but He Luo and the other 2 were also working hard, persuading ambitious and trusted subordinates to be vigilant during this period, as they had a good chance of promotion. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Lu Li had been painting them a picture of a perfect central base, well-stocked and thriving. This filled the 4 men with immense motivation, eager to realize their vision tomorrow. But the reality was that the road ahead was long and arduous. While they were working hard, the managers were also busy, intensively discussing how to implement their plans. Towards noon, the rain finally stopped, and the sun peeked out from behind the thick clouds, generously showering the land with its rays. Lu Li's mood brightened as he watched. The rain would eventually stop, and the sun would surely rise. Hope lay ahead. He Luo peered out the window, gazing at the gentle, unglaring sun in the sky. He felt as if he had truly seen hope, and the bright future of Lu Li's paintings involuntarily emerged before his eyes. Chapter 290. While eating lunch, Luo Mu asked, Boss Lu, have you been watching that live stream lately? Huh? Lu Li was confused for a moment. What live stream? Then she thought, oh, the mysterious family live stream. It's been raining so hard these past few days, and she's been so comfortable, she'd forgotten about it. Luo Mu knew Lu Li had forgotten and immediately reported the important news. Hasn't it been raining the past few days? They stayed home. But except for eating and sleeping, they're covered up all the time. They don't talk, only communicating via their computers. They're so cautious. Lu Li finished chewing the chicken wings before speaking. Is that the countermeasure they came up with? Luo Mu laughed. Yeah, they were thinking about moving, but it just rained so hard these days, so they just had to do this. How boring. I thought they were going to come up with some new trick. Once all the minions within the base are eliminated, the mysterious family will have to think twice before stirring up trouble again. After all, they can't kill people and will be punished. Thinking of this, Lu Li asked, do you know who the Punisher is? Seeing everyone's confusion, she explained, isn't it said that the mysterious family will be punished if they kill humans? Who is this Punisher? Named Genius Lu Li. Shen Bing chuckled. Punisher, quite fitting. As a direct descendant of the Shen family, he had heard some secrets. Before being expelled from the family, he had always heard from the elders that they couldn't attack humans. The difference in strength was enormous. Even if they exerted even 10% of their strength, they could die from the pressure. The Shen family currently had 3 elders, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It was said that the 1st and 5th elders lost their strength and accidentally killed humans, resulting in the punishment. Each of the 4 major families had members sanctioned for accidentally killing humans. Because of this, they were particularly restrained and trained minions to work for them. Being born into a mysterious family also brought Shen Bing advantages. For example, his talent for cultivating supernatural powers surpassed most, and he reached the 8th level at a young age. He had heard of many examples of those sanctioned, but Shen Bing had never seen a sanctioner. He honestly replied, no. To be honest, he often suspected that this wasn't a human, but a punishment from heaven. He honestly said this, and Luli felt it made sense. After all, the mysterious family was already incredibly powerful, so how powerful would a sanctioner be? Luli couldn't imagine it. The rain stopped, and the survivors who had taken shelter in the shed finally emerged, carrying their blankets, squinting at the sun. When the sun was always there, it felt hot and stuffy, but now, after not seeing it for so long, he missed it all the more. They returned to their own territory in groups of 3 or 4. Seeing the lottery shop still open, they felt strangely elated, a sense of hope. Luli called out to Xiao Di and Zhang Ting, "Come on, put out the scratch-off tickets." The 3 of them immediately set to work, filling the table with scratch-off tickets. The Super Lotto machine also began operating, and customers flocked to the store. For a moment, it felt like a return to the days before the storm. During the storm, the survivors in the shed were busy too. They occasionally bought a few tickets from the machine, occasionally went to the factory for fast food, and sometimes bought snacks from the convenience store. As long as they were not afraid of the rain, they had a lot of freedom. Even those who owned food machines continued to set up stalls at night, rain or shine, and everyone made an effort to make room for them. Overall, life was pretty good. To thank Boss Lou for the shed, as soon as the rain stopped, they came over with bags full of scratch-off tickets. Luli's eyes narrowed in smile. Making money felt so good. Inside the central base, plans were proceeding intensively. Old Shen held a paper list, looking at the names that had been crossed out one by one. These were all people he had already interviewed. If there were any signs of wavering, he would put a cross on them. If there were any who were firmly committed to the mysterious family, he would put a check. Old Shen folded the paper in half, put it in his pocket, and walked out of the office. In the hallway, he talked to his assistant while rummaging through his pockets. He pulled out a pen and signed the document the assistant handed him. The 2 of them walked out of the hallway and downstairs. After a long moment, the door of a room in the hallway opened. A man peeked out stealthily, quickly bent over, and picked up something from the ground. After picking it up, he quickly returned to his room, as if nothing had happened. As Mr. Shen was walking downstairs to get into his car, he felt in his pocket and feigned surprise. "Huh? Where's the list?" An assistant was standing behind him, surrounded by 10 burly bodyguards. Several of them leaned in to look. The assistant asked, "What list? Are we going back along the way to find it?" Mr. Shen called out to 2 bodyguards, "Go back along the way and look for it. It's an A4 sheet with some management personnel's names on it." The bodyguards, who were called, immediately turned around and began searching along the way. The assistant opened the car door, and Mr. Shen climbed into the back seat, surrounded by 2 bodyguards. The driver was also a bodyguard, and the assistant was in the passenger seat. In the car behind him, there were also bodyguards. He was practically surrounded by them. In an unknown place, Yi Chung held a sheet of A4 paper and perused it carefully. After a while, he called someone in and read out a long list of names. He said, "Dealt with." The confidant grew increasingly shocked as he listened. Some people held high positions, and yet they were dealt with just like that. He didn't dare say anything more, fearing that he would anger Yi Chung. Ever since his broken teeth and broken fingers, his temper had been particularly bad, like a firecracker, flaring up at the slightest provocation. The confidant could only nod and agree yes. Mr. Shen sat in the car, watching the scenery recede out the window, listening to his assistant's report. Nothing found. He sighed, "Never mind, I just write another one." He flipped it over lightly, and the assistant, upon hearing it, thought it was nothing important. Mr. Shen was in a very good mood, his lips curling up slowly. The next day, Luli heard another piece of explosive news from his customers. She was thinking, there's so much news every day. She turned down the thermostat in the RV. A gust of cold air blew in, and she rubbed her arms unconsciously. It's getting colder. The customers chattered in her ears, as if gossip could help them forget their troubles. It started with that familiar question again, "Had you heard? There's a major staff shakeup at the central base." "Huh? Why a major shakeup? What happened? I heard there's someone with bad intentions. Hasn't it been raining heavily these past few days? The house collapsed. It must be corruption." "I heard that too. It wasn't just one house that collapsed, it was several. It must be corruption. Otherwise, how could houses collapse so easily? They're not made of paper." So, the higher-ups are conducting a thorough investigation and have uncovered many people with bad conduct. They're being interrogated one by one right now. They might even be fired. Oh, you're really not doing your job. You're just sitting there doing nothing. That's right. Chapter 291. Luli listened with rapt interest, guessing it was Elder Shin and his team who had taken action. But she hadn't expected. The person responsible was Yi Chung. It was he who had taken the initiative to bring the individuals in for questioning, even suggesting at a regular meeting that the central base's internal management was lax, and that it was time for a thorough overhaul. The other managers also agreed, though Elder Shin voiced his objection, to no avail. The bloodshed, instigated by Yi Chung, was in full swing. From time to time, news broke of the dismissal of certain department heads and department heads. He Luo, however, made the curious discovery that these individuals were essentially the same ones on the list, those whom Elder Shin had spoken to, but who had all been marked off by him. In other words, these were members of the mysterious family who had been firmly loyal to them, yet had been dismissed. It took him a while to realize that this was Elder Shin's well-intentioned plan, his own little scheme, which had, by accident, actually worked. He Luo chuckled to himself. He had overestimated Yi Chung and underestimated Elder Shin. I didn't expect Yi Chung to fall for it so easily. This trick of using a knife to kill someone was masterful by Old Shin. However, Old Shin hadn't discussed this with them beforehand. He simply handed them the list with the checkmarks and crossouts. A normal person would assume, at first glance, that the checkmarks were good and the crossouts were bad, but he did it the other way around, and Yi Chung fell for it. He Luo grew increasingly agitated as he thought about it, and he burst out laughing in the meeting. Everyone looked over, but he quickly suppressed his smile and stared blankly ahead. Yi Chung was speaking when he was suddenly interrupted. After a pause, he continued, I didn't expect there were so many corrupt officials in the central base. I'm afraid this is also the key reason for the building collapse a few days ago. With these corrupt officials around, how can the central base get back on track? How can it develop successfully? Heads of all departments, go back and supervise your own people. Don't make any more mistakes. He spoke with a resounding voice, his voice full of righteousness. Those who didn't understand would actually believe him, knowing he was the biggest culprit. Lottery shop. The day flew by, and it was time for dinner. Ha ha! Did he really say that? How shameless. Lu Li's mouth was practically falling out as she watched He Luo's animated performance across from her. He Luo nodded heavily. That's right. You don't even know how many people were dismissed today. How many? Lu Li was curious. At least 20 or 30, and they're all important heads of various departments. He Luo was astonished. Wow! Lu Li played the supporting role. Mr. Shin didn't come this time, either to avoid suspicion or to simply feel bad alone in his room, putting on a show for everyone to see. Lu Li tooted softly. At this rate, it won't be long before all our minions are gone. Will Yi Chung regret it when he finds out? He Luo exchanged glances with her, and the thought of this scene brought another burst of laughter. Of course. But we're also promoting trusted subordinates, so they can take over as quickly as possible. To outsiders, they'd be seen as neutral, He Luo said. Lu Li nodded, understanding. It felt like things were going a little too smoothly. It was as if an invisible hand was pushing everyone forward. After He Luo left, Shin Bing couldn't help but wonder, why did Yi Chung suddenly do this? They hadn't known about Lu Li's collaboration with Mr. Shin. They were simply wondering, what had Yi Chung done? Had he suddenly gone off the handle? Lu Li smiled, but offered no explanation. She said mysteriously, you know in a while? Shin Bing snorted softly. If she didn't want to talk, then she didn't. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Lu Li received a message from Elder Shin, saying that almost everyone on the list had been dealt with only a few remaining who were difficult to deal with. They hadn't expected this step to go so smoothly. Next, the manager was removed from his position, but before they could take action, 2 assassinations occurred within the base, both targeting Yi Chung. Following the clues, they were found to be the managers who had been dismissed the previous day. They must be feeling resentful and determined to seek revenge. The Ouyang family. Ouyang Feng tugged at his mask uncomfortably, repeatedly trying to remove it, but Ouyang Jin stopped him with a look. He lowered his head and typed furiously on his laptop. Ouyang Jin glanced down and saw a message from his beloved, silly brother. When will this end? Didn't we say we move when the rain stopped? I need some fresh air. He replied, I follow the elder's orders. He was very polite and well-behaved, but Ouyang Feng was tired of hearing this. He ripped off his mask and shouted, I won't listen. Several elders in the room instantly glanced at him. The great elder, though puzzled, immediately reprimanded him, put on your mask. Do you want to be seen through? And why aren't you listening? Yang Feng gave an embarrassed laugh and put his mask back on. The elders continued to discuss recent events. The great elder said solemnly, "For some reason, there's been a major upheaval at the central base. Most of the people we planted there have been eliminated, except for those who have been there for a long time." The fifth elder sat in a wheelchair, shrouded in darkness. His voice was muffled. "I heard it was Yi Cheng who instigated this. Isn't he from the Bai family? What does the Bai family want to do?" The fourth elder shrugged and said, "Who knows? What if the Bai family wants to unify the apocalypse?" Everyone was silent. The Bai family had always been ambitious. They had at least several candidates for the leadership position. If one died, there would be a replacement immediately. Yang Jin said silently, "But there's also news that the person the Bai family had planted was also removed." Everyone was silent again. The fourth elder speculated, "Did Yi Cheng betray the Bai family?" The first elder was the first to retort, "Impossible. Have you forgotten the Bai family's poison? Even we can't cure it. Yi Cheng can't possibly have an antidote." The fourth elder curled his lips. "Then what should we do? Should we plant someone new?" "Nonsense. Wouldn't that mean we fall behind the other three families?" The fifth elder snapped. Yang Jin watched the elders discuss, somewhat hesitant to interrupt, but still said, "I think. Let's not plant someone for now. Let's see what happens next. Let's see how the other three families react. I don't think it was the Bai family's idea. I think someone is trying to sabotage the situation and deliberately muddy the waters." Yang Jin analyzed. "I agree." The fourth elder gave him an encouraging look. Jin is right." The first elder also offered encouragement, then changed the subject. "Xiao Feng, learn from your brother. You are the only young generation left in the Ouyang family, and we have to rely on you from now on." Yang Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't want to learn any of this. While the Ouyang family was discussing this matter, the other families were no exception, having received news from their respective heads. Among them, the Bai family was the most furious. They were completely unaware of Yi Cheng's actions, and had been kept in the dark. It was only after the Shin family's sarcastic remarks that they finally realized what was happening. Chapter 292. The Bai family's eldest elder slammed the table and angrily shouted, "What on earth does Yi Cheng want to do? If he's tired of being in charge, just get out. There are plenty of people who want to be in charge." The fifth elder speculated, "He doesn't look so bold. I guess there's a reason for this, and he didn't have time to report it." "Too late? It's already the next day, and we only got the news. He clearly had plenty of time. I think he's tired of living." The eldest elder's eyebrows shot up in anger. "I heard that the other leaders knew about this, and Yi Cheng brought it up specifically at the regular meeting. Tell me, whose idea was this? And who instigated Yi Cheng? He doesn't have the brains." The eldest elder gradually calmed down after hearing this and joined in the analysis. "The Ouyang family? Not likely. They always been so pretentious, disdaining such things." "The Shin family? A bit, but their focus hasn't been on Yen country in recent years. I heard they're shifting abroad. With a small population, they probably won't make any major moves." "The Jiang family? It's definitely them. They're constantly picking on us. They do whatever we do. Snobs. It must have been Lu Shen who instigated Yi Cheng." The personal tone was obvious. It was clear they hated the Jiang family the most. The fifth elder felt a mixture of laughter and fear. If he analyzed it like the first elder, he'd never figure out who was behind this. The fifth elder asked cautiously, "What if it's one of those three families?" The first elder's eyes changed, his face sullen. "Why? What did the Bai family do to anyone? What do you think? We're the most arrogant, and among the several leaders, the Bai family is the most troublesome." The fifth elder sighed, but things had come to this point, and the situation was difficult to change. He could only move forward. The Jiang family. Several elders were also discussing whose idea it was. But after much deliberation, they couldn't come to a conclusion. It was understood that none of the families were so bold. A major shakeup of the central base took place all at once, with dozens of mid-level managers dismissed. These were all people planted there by various families. What was going on? Never mind the Shin family, they had very few personnel, and their presence at the central base was the smallest. They hadn't reacted to being suddenly eliminated. Once they did, they could console themselves with the thought that it was okay, as long as there were still people around. Central base. Yi Cheng looked at the list in his hand, and crossed out each name. A closer look revealed that those crossed out had been marked with a small tick, and were all those who had been recently dismissed. Yi Cheng's lips curled up, and he chuckled to himself. This time, the Bai family would probably use him even more, right? A confidant leaned over to stand by him and whispered, "Manager Yi, those people you mentioned have been dealt with." Yi Chung crossed his legs. "Well done. These people can be promoted up the ladder. They're useful." He pointed to the people crossed out on the list, held the paper between his fingers, and handed it to the confidant. The confidant took it, scanned it, and was shocked. He was also a member of the mysterious family. Of course, he knew that the people on the list belonged to various mysterious families. Why would they deal with some and promote others? The confidant didn't dare to ask, so he bent down and left the room, intending to talk to the other manager's assistants first. After all, their people were on the list too. Inside the room, Yi Chung still crossed his legs, proudly recalling everything he had done. The more he thought about it, the more proud he became. This time, the Bai family. Ding-ling-ling. The computer suddenly rang, startling Yi Chung. Looking down at the screen, he saw it was the Bai family's great elder calling. A smug smile curled Yi Cheng's lips. He confidently answered the call, flatteringly saying, "Great elder. Yi Chung, you're tired of living, aren't you? If you don't want to do this, get back here and die." The great elder started to curse. "What?" Yi Cheng's words stopped, his smile faltering, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. "Who gave you permission to do this?" After the great elder finished his scolding, he got down to business. Yi Chung could only smile, swallowing his bitterness as he explained, "I noticed Shen Qingting was interviewing his spies from various families, fearing they might be swayed and turned against him. So I managed to get a list of those being interviewed and started removing those who might be turning against me. I was taking a preemptive strike to prevent them from causing any trouble." The great elder cursed, "Idiot." Yi Chung was scolded again. Although furious, he could only nod and smile apologetically before the great elder of the Bai family. "Great elder, please advise me." The great elder felt even more foolish after hearing this. He still hadn't figured it out? He obviously fallen for a trick. Did he really think the list was so easy to get? After all, it was Elder Shen. Would he have left behind any paper evidence? The great elder was so angry that he closed his eyes several times, unable to calm down. "Get back to the Bai family. Now!" With a click, he hung up the phone. Yi Cheng's heart trembled. He didn't want to go back. It was definitely bad news. But if he didn't go back, he feared even more serious consequences. Had he done something wrong? Wasn't he doing this for the good of the Bai family? Yi Chung couldn't understand it. He had clearly done everything right. The other managers also expressed their agreement, even strongly supporting his decision. But Yi Chung suddenly felt something was amiss. Support was there, but he was the one who had been the one to call for someone's dismissal. He suddenly realized, great. These people were only giving moral support, and I'm the one who's taking all the blame. I'm the one who's shouldering all the bad reputation. Yi Chung began to think things through a little, but he still felt he had done the right thing. Those people, with the potential for rebellion, couldn't remain in their important positions, lest they cause trouble in the future. After comforting himself, Yi Chung returned to the Bai family trembling with fear. Inside the lottery shop, Lu Li and his group ate lunch, discussing recent events at the central base. In 2 days, 36 managers were dismissed. Yi Chung was assassinated 5 times, but he was protected and the attempts were unsuccessful, Shen Bing said. Human social site, the central base official website, had a list of dismissed personnel. Lu Li compared it with the list given by Elder Shen. 90% of them overlapped, and all were judged by Elder Shen to be loyal to the mysterious family, unwavering in their resolve. They must be completely bewildered right now. They were clearly doing a good job, yet why were they dismissed? And the family didn't even offer an explanation. They couldn't help but wonder if they'd been abandoned. What a shame, Lu Li said. So many people had failed in the assassination attempt. Luo Mu agreed. Is Yi Chung crazy? Or has he been possessed? Why would he suddenly do such a heinous thing? Lu Li laughed, probably possessed. All the major bases were now closely watching what was happening at the central base, eager to see what kind of trouble might arise. And then, just after lunch, Elder Shen sent a message. The Bai family might need a new leader. Lu Li couldn't help but laugh. Did he think Yi Chung was too stupid and wanted to replace him with someone smarter? Chapter 293. She also knew that deposing the head manager was only a temporary solution. As long as the mysterious family existed, there would be countless other heads, all mere puppets. The mysterious family behind them was the ultimate boss. But things had to be done step by step. She didn't know if Lu Li's willpower was too strong, but many people had recently unearthed weapons. Whenever she saw one, she recommended Master Shen to them. Master Shen also worked tirelessly to recruit them, adding more strength to the armed forces. Just then, Another cheer came from outside. Luli looked over, wondering what kind of gun or cannon it was. It turned out to be a tank? How could that make sense? Such a massive, menacing machine stood there, its barrel as thick as a thigh pointed directly at the RV, imbued with intimidation and oppression. Luli silently stood up and, with a thought, turned the barrel to face the central base. She vaguely remembered scraping out helicopter debris before, but that was all. Now she felt like that was child's play. It would be better to just scrape it out. The tank's owner was poring over the manual. It was densely packed with text, thoughtfully accompanied by pictures. The combination of text and pictures suggested it was easy to understand at a glance, but that was unbelievable. This wasn't a bicycle you could just jump on and ride away. This tank looked incredibly sophisticated and durable from the outside, not to mention the inside. It would require at least professional training to operate it. This was a heavyweight weapon. She immediately took a photo and sent it to Mr. Shen, asking if there was anyone at the central base who knew how to operate a tank so they could come and teach them. Or perhaps they could just recruit this person, teach them step by step, and keep him at the central base once he learned the ropes. Mr. Shen responded quickly, sending someone out immediately and telling her to keep the man. After seeing the message, Luli left the RV and approached the person poring over the manual. As she approached, she realized it was a woman. She had a buzz cut, a sharp jawline, and a powerful presence. She wore an ill-fitting, thin jacket, and her arms were muscular. From a distance, she looked a bit like a man, but up close, her features softened. She was a woman tall and strong, the kind who could kill me with one punch. "Hi!" Seeing she was too engrossed, Luli tentatively greeted her. The customer instantly tilted his head to look over, and upon seeing it was Luli, he exclaimed in surprise, "Boss Lu." Her voice was a little hoarse and rough, making it hard to tell her gender at first. "Can you help me? I'm having a hard time understanding it." Humble advice. Luli's head sank at the dense text. She understood that the system didn't offer rewards for challenging tasks. Once connected to its owner, everything becomes simple and easy to understand, just like those delicious machines that cook food, entirely by the owner. She tried to establish a connection with it. The customer hesitated. "Me? Establishing a connection with it?" He looked incredulous. "How could that even be possible?" "Try it," Luli said firmly. "Exactly how to establish a connection depends on one's own conviction, but since the reward is hers, it shouldn't be difficult." "Okay." With trust in Boss Lu and anticipation of the reward, the girl reached out and touched the tank. The silver gray shell felt cool to the touch. Suddenly, a chord struck within her, and she heard a clear call, "Master." It came from deep within her mind. She was deeply shocked. His voice sounded like a soft, adorable little boy, but his appearance was that of a cold, imposing man. "A tank also has contrasts?" She responded mentally, then asked, "How should I use you?" She even gave it a name, "Hello, Kiki." Kiki said arrogantly, "Point and shoot." No skill required at all. So mind control? The girl was a little excited. This was great. She didn't have to read all those densely packed, crappy characters. No need to rack her brains to learn. Great, but the next moment, she heard a heartbreaking voice. "There's a limit to the number of rounds you can fire each day. Don't overdo it." The girl understood and thought it made sense. If she could fire an unlimited number of rounds each day, wouldn't she be invincible? She could just shoot anyone she disliked. Just thinking about it made her happy. Seeing the smile on the girl's face, Luli knew she had formed a connection with the tank. He poked her and asked, "How's it going?" The girl grabbed her shoulder, but lost control of her strength, sending her stumbling backward. She was then firmly held. "Sorry, Boss Haru, I'm used to it." She withdrew her hand awkwardly, apologized, and hurriedly answered Luli's question. "Kiki said I can point and shoot. Just control it with my mind." "Kiki, is that the tank's name?" Apparently, the two of them had a great time, even agreeing on a name. Luli said happily, "That's good, but be careful about any accidents. By the way, are you interested in joining Mr. Shen's team at the central base? He began to recruit people." The girl's eyes lit up. "Can I? But won't there be a lot of rules? I prefer freedom." No. Luli paused, having successfully brainwashed her. Her eyes were filled with a desire to join the team, and to immediately establish something great. At this moment, the person sent by Mr. Shen arrived. He was one of his assistants. He was given another round of brainwashing and instruction, and offered the best benefits and housing. He also promised that a professional would come and teach her how to operate a tank better. The girl was mainly interested in the last point, someone to teach her. Although tanks are controlled by mind, there's a difference between practice and complete incompetence. The two happily returned to the base. Luli watched them leave, sighing with relief as if she had accomplished something important. Another round of exclamations echoed from the surroundings, and Luli's heart skipped a beat. Could it be another tank? It couldn't be that bad. She turned around and saw, with a strange sense of relief, that it wasn't a tank, but a half-man-high operating table with a round oil pan in the center. The wok was overflowing with oil, and the faint, greasy smell of fat could still be smelled. What was being fried? Fried skewers? The owner of the machine stepped forward. Having seen others operate it several times before, she expertly turned the switch, and a familiar click sound echoed. The surrounding customers, as if conditioned reflex, glanced over at the sound, their eyes fixed on the wok. The wok lived up to their expectations, releasing dozens of perfectly square blocks of black tofu. As the oil heated up, a crackling sound emanated from their frying. But what followed was not a fragrant aroma, but a faint, pungent odor mixed with the aroma, making one feel overwhelmed. Luli sniffed, looked, and blurted out, "Stinky tofu." "What?" the customers around her asked in unison, wondering why it sounded both delicious and stinky. Luli said, "You know when it's done." After that, she stared at the wok with anticipation. Chapter 294. Soon, the countdown next to the wok ended, signaling the tofu was cooked and ready to be removed. While the machine owner had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. She picked up a disposable bowl and long tongs and placed the tofu pieces in the bowl. One bowl wasn't enough, so she divided it into two and placed them in the designated areas. Then, a pair of invisible hands poked holes in each piece of tofu with the tongs in midair. The fried tofu was fluffy, crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside. A ladleful of secret broth was then poured over, along with chili peppers, pickled radish, pickled beans, cilantro, and other toppings, and a bowl of stinky tofu was ready. The aroma was so fragrant that the machine owner handed Luli a bowl and also took one for himself. His message was clear: hurry up and try it first. Luli unceremoniously pulled out a pair of chopsticks and expertly picked up a piece of tofu and stuffed it into her mouth, not forgetting to catch it with the bowl underneath. The tofu exploded in my mouth as I took a bite. The outside was crispy, yet the inside was tender and fluffy, soaking up the broth in every nook and cranny. It smelled foul, but tasted incredibly fragrant. A customer nearby asked, "Is this really delicious?" Someone jokingly retorted, "Boss Lou, you've been living it up for so long, you become picky about food." The person chuckled, "It smells a bit foul. I thought it was something strange, but Boss Lou, it tastes so good. In civilized times, this seems to be a local specialty, but I can't remember where," someone explained. With that, everyone stared at her as she ate, waiting for her to finish so they could start selling. This was the usual process. After tasting the delicious food, Luli contentedly tossed her bowl and chopsticks into the trash bag and gave a thumbs up. "Very good." Now that the temperature has dropped, a bowl of warm, slightly spicy stinky tofu is the perfect match. But the girl was wise enough to sell it at the night market, meaning if it wasn't available now, eager customers would have to wait until nightfall. But Luli had a special privilege. She bought 5 bowls and happily carried them away. She took a photo and posted it in the group chat. "Who wants some stinky tofu? Come on! First come, first served." Less than a minute after posting, foodie Luo Mu came running over, followed by Shenping. He was so fast, I wondered if he was obsessed with the stinky tofu. "Wow, you're here fast," Luli teased, pointing to the 5 bowls of stinky tofu lined up on the table. "Eat it, you greedy kids." Luo Mu chuckled and stuffed a whole block of tofu into his mouth, making deliberate noises of how delicious. It was unclear who he was envying, even though everyone else was getting some. Xiao Di and John Ting shared a bowl. The more he ate, the more delicious it became. The tofu was black and looked ordinary, and it smelled a bit stinky, but it was truly delicious. Third place went to Zhong Xia. After boarding the RV, he simply nodded briefly to a few people as a greeting, then took a bowl of stinky tofu and sat quietly to eat. Everyone was used to it. They knew he wasn't talkative, but he was quite capable and a good cook. Fourth place went to Wang Yang, which puzzled everyone. This guy was a zombie, and while he could eat human food, did he really enjoy it so much? He ignored the other surprised looks, grabbed the last bowl, crossed his legs, and began to eat without restraint. While Luli was chatting with the customers, all 5 bowls of stinky tofu were gone, including Wang Yang. She leaned over and asked, "Is it delicious? What does it taste like?" Wang Yang's eating manners weren't elegant, but rather a kind of rough beauty. He glanced at the dear pair and said, "It's okay, but not as good as yours." Everyone at the table was shocked when he said this. They all looked at him with shocked expressions, as if asking, "Have you tried this?" Shinbing, in particular, breathed harder as she stared at Wang Yang intently. He knew this guy had bad intentions. Luo Mu swallowed his stinky tofu in shock, nearly choking on it. He couldn't wait to. "Have you eaten it, kid? How dare you talk like that?" Wang Yang glanced at him nonchalantly, then shook his head regretfully. "Not yet." It looked like he was still wanting it, and he absolutely had to get it someday. "You?" Luo Mu was a little furious. He didn't even dare confront Boss Lu, so how dare you keep asking for her? "Brave." Shinbing said nothing, but her eyes were fixed on him, observing him intently, as if she'd kick him out at the slightest sign of trouble. That is, if she could do it. Wang Yang was now a level 10 zombie, while he was at the peak of level 8. What a difference. Shinbing was once again thinking about cultivating diligently. The last time she had that thought was because she was under some kind of threat. Luli rolled her eyes at him, completely unconcerned, and swore softly, "Get lost." Wang Yang kept his mouth shut, but that was only on the surface. Every time Luli approached him, her human scent became especially strong and distinct, seemingly constantly drawing him in. He's been able to hold back for this long. That's impressive, isn't it? Shinbing lowered her head, silently finished her bowl of stinky tofu, tossed her bowl and chopsticks into the trash, and returned to the convenience store alone. Luo Mu, mimicking Lu Li's expression, rolled his eyes at him, and angrily finished his bowl of stinky tofu, inexplicably hating himself for being a well-behaved human who couldn't be as unbridled as Wang Yang. Wang Yang remained unmoved, chewing his unappetizing food. His peripheral vision darted to Lu Li, sprawled on the table, revealing her fair, smooth skin. She had a bun today, a round, swaying head, so adorable it made you want to pinch it. Wang Yang thought so, and unexpectedly did it himself. He reached out and squeezed Lu Li's bun twice, holding it with his whole hand like a de-stressing bun. After the pinching, Wang Yang was stunned, as was Lu Li. Luo Mu and Zhong Xia, standing across from him, were also stunned. "Luo Mu, you're so brave, brother." "Zhong Xia, you did something I always wanted to do but never dared." Lu Li quickly straightened up, swatted Wang Yang's hand away, and cursed, "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Go back home after dinner. You're so annoying." Wang Yang came to his senses, and listening to her sharp words, he felt strangely happy, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Laugh, laugh, laugh, you're still laughing?" Lu Li unconsciously clenched her fist and punched him on the arm, but it felt like hitting a wall, hard and painful. Wang Yang's smile widened, his crimson eyes barely concealed. Lu Li shooed him away. "Go, go, go. Just looking at you makes me angry." Wang Yang obediently stood up, complying with her wishes, and waved him away, leaving behind the words, "See you tonight, Boss Lu." Lu Li crossed her arms. Wang Yang is getting more and more outrageous. Don't you agree? Chapter 295. She asked Luo Mu and Zhong Xia, who were still stunned across from her, and they both nodded. It was indeed excessive. Lu Li received a satisfactory answer, and looking at the two men's handsome faces, her mood finally calmed down. This Wang Yang was just asking for trouble every day. Just after a break, Elder Shen sent a message, "I seen him. He's a down-to-earth kid. By the way, all the suspicious individuals on the list have been cleared." Lu Li knew that clearing out here didn't mean death, but rather dismissal or being sent away from the central base and the mysterious family. For them, this was actually a good thing. After dealing with the smaller minions, it was the turn of the bigger minions, the managers. After this experience, the managers clearly felt that getting things done was much more difficult than before. In the past, a task could be completed quickly after a command was given. Now, it could take a day or two and still be stuck at a certain stage. When they personally questioned them, they were only told, "Wait for the process." No matter who you are as a manager or what's behind you, you have to wait for the process. Bye, family. Yi Chung knelt in a small, dark room, pitch dark. There were no windows, no light. He pondered his recent actions, feeling a sense of panic. After an unknown amount of time, the door opened, and the man stood directly in the doorway and said, "You don't have to go to the central base anymore." Yi Chung panicked. He quickly turned on his knees, then used them as legs to swiftly move over. He grabbed the man's thighs and begged, "No, let me see the Great Elder." I explained to him. "Get out. You think you can see the Great Elder just because you want to?" The man kicked him away, cursed, and turned away, slamming the door shut. Yi Chung was in a state of panic, banging on the door repeatedly, but his legs remained firmly planted on his knees, not daring to rise. Great Elder. I'm Yi Chung. Great Elder. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please let me go. Yi Chung continued to call out, his voice filled with panic, but it couldn't reach the sealed, dark room. After an unknown amount of time, he grew tired. He leaned against the wall to rest, confident that he would be reused. He was the head manager. How could he be abandoned so easily? Impossible. Yi Chung didn't show up for the 3 p.m. meeting. Everyone was puzzled, but no one questioned him. Ju Yang sat second from the right. Looking around at the attendees, she was startled to realize that most of them were strangers. This realization made her feel strangely uneasy. Originally, a regular meeting would have 30 attendees, 20 of whom were from the mysterious family. But now, the number of people affiliated with the mysterious family could be counted on one hand. When had things changed so quickly? Zhu Yang didn't understand. It was now the new director's turn to speak. He wore a white lab coat, his hair a bit disheveled. On his sleeves was a residual green stain, like some plant sap. He had clearly just arrived from the lab. The institute recently discovered a substance in the mutant green radish that can harm mutant plants. He then presented some experimental data and videos. A large, clear screen was displaying footage from a completely enclosed room with silver-gray walls. 3 people inside, wearing gas masks and protective suits, held their guns in perfect posture. 10 meters ahead of them was a mutant plant, each branch seemingly possessing a soul. A closer look revealed several centimeter-long spikes on the branches. They were extremely flexible and stretched forward with great ductility, attempting to attack the 3 humans. Before the branches could reach them, the 3 men simultaneously pulled the trigger, and 3 shells were launched at breakneck speed towards the plant's roots. When the shells impacted the roots, they suddenly exploded, shattering into countless tiny liquid particles. A second later, the mutant plant began to wither, and the branches that had been struggling to stretch forward suddenly turned gray and gradually collapsed downward. 2 seconds later, the mutant plant was dead. The conference room fell silent as they watched this video. This was the first time a method had been developed that could directly harm mutant plants. In the past, mutant plants could only be dealt with by psychics, but psychics were scarce. The central base had always hoped to form an army of ordinary people, but no matter how much they trained, they could never match the psychics. Let alone sending them out to complete the mission of eradicating the mutant plants. They could only serve as guards at the base. If this type of shell could be mass-produced, everyone could already see the mutant plants quickly dying. Someone asked, "What level is that mutant plant in the video?" The dean replied, "Level 2. We can only deal with level 2 at best. We're still developing those above that." Everyone expressed their understanding. It would take time, and being able to deal with level 2 was good enough. With this news, everyone felt much better, and remained neutral about the recent major changes at the base. That was a fight between gods, so why were they getting involved? Afterwards, Elder Shen specifically instructed the Research Institute to focus on research and development. Just let them know what they needed, and he would do his best to meet their needs. The dean naturally agreed happily. He had previously worried about being ignored. After the meeting, Elder Shen spoke with the dean for a long time, encouraging and praising him. He told them to focus on research and development, and ignore the chaos outside. The dean nodded in agreement. He had been an expert in plants since the beginning of civilization. It was just that he had been outshined by the previous dean, who had stolen most of the research, thus remaining anonymous. He was unwilling to accept this, but he was not good at socializing, so he had to bury himself in his experiments. Elder Shen patted his shoulder with relief and said gently, "Go back and get enough rest." The dean's name was Zhang Yi. He bowed to Elder Shen, his eyes welling up as he turned and left, returning to the Research Institute. Elder Shen wished everyone was like this, wholeheartedly striving for the best, without those eccentric thoughts. Yes, specifically referring to the mysterious family. Although the regular meeting had ended, the 4 directors, excluding Mr. Shen, remained. Zhu Yang asked, "Did you see that just now?" Lu Shen was confused. "See what? You mean the video from the Research Institute?" Zhu Yang silently rolled his eyes and cursed him, "You idiot." Before explaining, "How many of those people who attended the meeting just now did you recognize?" Her words triggered a recollection, and after a long pause, everyone looked up with shocked expressions. Chen Ling said calmly, "I noticed too. It's because of the recent personnel changes." She paused, and when Yi Chung was no longer around, she continued, "I thought the Bai family was trying to stir up trouble, replacing all the key positions with their own family members. But today, Yi Chung didn't come. Under normal circumstances, Yi Chung would definitely come and show off. Why didn't he come today? Did he go back to the Bai family to receive a commendation? Obviously, that was impossible. The others fell into deep thought, pondering recent events. First, Mr. Shen's frequent calls for conversations. Chapter 296. Later, Yi Chung raised allegations of misconduct within the base, launching an investigation. Dozens of people were subsequently dismissed, all of whom were planted by various families. And today, Yi Chung didn't attend the regular meeting. Who was behind all this? Mr. Shen. Or the Bai family? They preferred the Bai family. Mr. Shen wasn't powerful enough to touch their planted personnel. Then why would the Bai family do this? The managers could only think. The Bai family's ambitions were growing, and they wanted more power and status. Zhu Yang scoffed, "It's not the Bai family." Lu Shen and Chen Ling looked at her and asked in unison, "Why?" They were convinced it was the Bai family. Only the Bai family could pull off such a feat, replacing most of the base's management within a few days. And after the replacement, they immediately filled the positions, rather than leaving them vacant. Besides the mysterious family, who else could have such a strong background? Zhu Yang rolled her eyes inwardly again. Even if they were puppets, they should have found a few smart ones. Look at Yi Chung, then Chen Ling and Lu Shen. What idiots! She helplessly explained again, "Have you checked those people's backgrounds?" Chen Ling shook her head. Not in time. It's only been 2 or 3 days since the incident, and the tide has turned so quickly. Lu Shen also shook his head in confusion. Zhu Yang felt the urge to leave. Why was she talking so much to these two idiots here? It was pointless. I checked their backgrounds. They're not from the Bai family, or even any of the mysterious families. What? The two of them said in unison again. Although they were stupid, they had some intelligence. After so much time spent explaining, they finally figured it out. Chen Ling hesitated. "You mean, it's Mr. Shen?" Zhu Yang nodded solemnly. They finally understood, by the gods. So what should we do? Chen Ling frowned. Mr. Shen can't be touched for now. The mysterious family hasn't infiltrated his army in all these years. Mr. Shen's army, though small at only 5,000, includes 2,000 psychics, and 500 of these are high-level psychics. The other 3,000, though ordinary men without psychics, are still a match for 10, each one on the front lines of the zombie extermination. At the mention of Mr. Shen's army, the three fell silent. However, the army isn't stationed at the base, it's often dispatched on missions. But Mr. Shen is always accompanied by bodyguards. The three glanced at each other, each thinking of the same thing, a message from the mysterious family. As the three managers discussed, dinner had already begun in the RV. Today's meal was barbecue and hot pot. Whether it was a barbecue pot or a hot pot, everything was available, stacked in the kitchen cabinets, ready to be pulled out when needed. After finishing her stinky tofu, Lu Li craved barbecue. She immediately messaged Luo Mu, who rushed over to marinate the meat and prepare the ingredients. Zhong Xia, who happened to be still around, helped out. The ingredients for barbecue and hot pot were mostly shared, so the two of them nearly filled the kitchen countertop. The meat and vegetables were neatly arranged in bowls, which were then placed on the countertop. The scene was quite spectacular, and Lu Li would occasionally glance in from the doorway. Their silhouettes were pleasing to the eye, and the food on the table was appetizing. She took a picture on her laptop. By 6:30 p.m., the ingredients were almost ready, and everyone had gradually arrived. The crowd outside was still bustling. Every now and then, cheers erupted. Lu Li knew who had scratched out the lucky number, but she was a little numb. Only a tank or helicopter would catch her attention. But now, her attention was focused on the barbecue pot, where thick-cut beef belly was sizzling and dripping with oil. She stared at it, finally letting it cook. The first slice, lightly sprinkled with spices, was so fragrant and tender that it didn't even need lettuce. After a few slices, she occasionally had to wrap it with lettuce to relieve the greasy feeling. In the middle of the barbecue pot, slices of meat were neatly arranged, flanked by a circle of shiitake or shiitake mushrooms. In the other barbecue pot, shrimp were in the middle, flanked by some vegetables. Usually, when barbecue and hot pot were both being served at the same time, everyone was overwhelmed, having to make sure the meat wasn't overcooked and remove when it was done. They even had a special plate for the grilled meat, so anyone could take it. You also have to be mindful of the ingredients in the hot pot. Some can't be cooked too long, otherwise they won't taste good. But with the adults busy, the children usually take charge of the eating, and Lu Li was one of them. In front of her were 3 plates, one for bones and other kitchen scraps, one for cooked ingredients, and one for grilled ingredients. Behind the 3 plates were several dipping sauces, like a dry sauce for meat, a mix of cumin and other spices, and sesame paste for the hot pot. Each person had at least 3 bowls in front of them. Fortunately, the table was large enough, otherwise it wouldn't have been enough. And Luli's 2 plates for ingredients were constantly busy, with people constantly bringing her food, precisely tailored to her preferences. Everyone successfully stuffed themselves. But the little ones had saved some space for a snack at the night market. Junk food always appeals. The night market was incredibly crowded. Several stall owners had set up their stalls along the walls of the sheds, and everyone was packed with people, creating a bustling atmosphere. But everyone was also very orderly. They lined up, paid, and left. Now that it wasn't raining, anyone could just find a corner to eat. There were tables and chairs under the sheds, but they were limited and had to be snatched up. A few children, holding hands, squeezed into the crowd. Dadong smelled the stinky tofu, and was craving it. He'd been hearing Xiaodi raving about how delicious it was all afternoon, and he had to try it. He said to his younger siblings, "Wait for me somewhere. I buy a few." Xiaodi held up 2 fingers. "Just 2 will do. We share. I also want some candied haws and octopus balls." Okay. Dadong agreed, releasing Shen Fufeng's hand, and resolutely turning, heading towards the stinky tofu stall. Xiaodi led the rest of the group to look for a spot, but of course, they couldn't find one. So they found a nearby pillar to stay put, where they would be more visible. Xiaodi said to them, "Just wait here while I go get some more food." Zhan Ting nodded, and took her place to watch over her younger siblings. Not long after Xiaodi left, a wave of people suddenly approached from all directions. Zhan Ting held her younger siblings tightly, carefully avoiding them, but the group seemed to be deliberately pushing their way in. It was as if they were determined to squeeze through them. Zhan Ting, feeling squeezed, had no choice but to let go and yell, "Don't go too far." This place was not far from the hotel and the bathhouse, and everyone knew the way, so Zhan Ting felt at ease. By the time the group had passed, Zhan Ting had been squeezed far away. They were short to begin with, and being sandwiched between a group of adults made breathing even more difficult. Chapter 297. She found a quiet spot, took a breath, and planned to look for her brothers and sisters. Zhan Ting walked against the flow of people, and first ran into Xiaodi. She held octopus balls in her left hand, and a few strings of candied haws in her right. Seeing Zhan Ting, she asked, "Why are you here? Are you looking for something to eat?" Zhan Ting shook her head. "No, a group just separated us, and I was looking for Xiaofeng and the others." "What?" Xiaodi was surprised. "Let's go find them together." The 2 walked forward and ran into Dadong. He held a bowl of stinky tofu in one hand, his eyes full of greed, but he had no hands, so he hurried to find everyone else to eat. "Why are you just the 2 of you? Where are they?" Dadong asked. Zhan Ting shrugged and explained again, "I don't know. A group just separated us, so we're temporarily separated. I guess they're still around here." So the 3 of them started looking together. Before they started, they shared a bowl of stinky tofu and a candied haws stick, eating as they walked. Dadong and Xiaodi asked Zhan Ting, "Where were you separated?" Zhan Ting walked a few steps to a pillar and pointed at it. "Right here. There were too many people, and I'm short. I couldn't hold them back." Dadong and the other 2 understood. They were just kids, and ordinary kids at that. They didn't have that much strength. But they couldn't separate any further. The 3 of them tried their best to squeeze together, and walked through almost the entire shed. But they couldn't find Shen Fufeng and the other 3. Dadong scratched his head. Where did they go? Xiaodi wondered, maybe they went back to the convenience store? Zhan Ting made a quick decision. Then I go back to the convenience store and the lottery shop. If they're not there, I come back. She turned and ran, but Dadong grabbed her. His face was serious, as if he had sensed something was wrong and had made a great decision. If you don't see them, tell Brother Shenbing right away. Xiaodi's mouth dropped open. Aren't you afraid of Brother Shenbing beating you up? You can't even keep an eye on your brothers. Dadong gritted his teeth. That's better than them disappearing. Beat them up, it's okay. He encouraged himself. Zhan Ting took off running. Dadong and Xiaodi continued searching the stalls. The night market wasn't big, but it was crowded. They were all children, short and hard to spot, making the search difficult. They circled again, still no match. Just then, Zhan Ting arrived, leading Shenbing and Luomu. Luomu asked anxiously, where are they? Xiaofeng, Chen Shi, and Chen Jiao? They all disappeared so quickly. Dadong, Xiaodi, Zhan Ting, Chen Shi, and Shinjio were the 5 children Shinbing had picked up. Dadong shook his head. It took me just a little while to get some snacks, and when I came back, they were all gone. Could it be human traffickers? Shinbing and Luo Mu immediately thought of this. This junk exists in both the apocalypse and civilized times, as tenacious as cockroaches. It exists in the apocalypse because some wealthy people in the base are pedophiles or simply want to adopt a stranger's child. But more often, it's starving survivors who steal children to eat because they're tender and easy to manipulate. Shinbing's face darkened at the thought of this possibility, and Luo Mu panicked. You 3 go back first. I go check on Boss Lu's surveillance footage. Shinbing protected the 3 of them as they walked back. After sending the 3 little kids back to the convenience store, Shinbing and Luo Mu came to the lottery shop. Luli was about to close, and the customers outside had mostly dispersed. Night markets are called night markets because they open late. What's wrong? As he was about to go upstairs, Luli turned and looked at the 2 of them. Both looked anxious, as if the sky had fallen. Shinbing said bluntly, Xiaofeng, Chinshi, and Shinjio are missing. Huh? Luli was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized, let me check the surveillance. After installing the tent and the chandelier, Luli also installed dozens of cameras, just in case something unexpected happened. Luli shared the surveillance footage, starting with when Dadong and the others arrived at the night market, each watching a specific time period. I saw it, Luo Mu said, and the 2 of them immediately gathered around to look at his screen. On the screen, Dadong went to buy some stinky tofu first, while the others waited. Then Shiori went to buy some candied haws and octopus balls, while the others found a place to wait. There weren't many people around the pillar, which was why Zhan Ting had chosen it. But soon after they passed by, several groups suddenly appeared from all directions, rushing towards the pillar like an unstoppable flood. They were all heading in different directions. Zhan Ting and the others had been holding hands, but the squeeze was so severe that they finally let go. Then, everyone was pushed in different directions and dispersed. Luo Mu concluded they did it on purpose. Shinbing had already followed the direction they dispersed, reviewing the surveillance footage one by one. But strangely, after being squeezed apart, he never appeared in the camera again. Luli was puzzled. He can't possibly be able to burrow underground, right? Shinbing's eyes lit up. He actually remembered such a person with such a special ability, an Earth-type special ability. If you were to ask what he was best at, it was burrowing underground. As long as there was dirt on the ground, he could hide silently. He could also dig holes, 5 or 10 meters deep, forming them in an instant. Where did the dirt go? He ate it. But back then, he couldn't lead people underground. Could he have improved in recent years? Shinbing searched for his contact information and sent a message. Brother, what have you been doing lately? Have you accepted any missions? The 2 had completed a mission together before, and had a good relationship, so Shinbing dared to ask so directly. The reply was quick, no, I'm lying down. As usual, he was too lazy to type. Shinbing quickly ruled him out. He never lied, and was very lazy, taking a half-year break after completing a mission. He was probably another Earth-based psychic, or perhaps some other niche ability. Luli located the group, took a screenshot, and sent it to Mr. Shun, and simultaneously uploaded the information about the 3 people's abduction, asking him to help check it out. He replied quickly. No information about these people could be found in the base system. She was startled. Could they really be those anonymous human traffickers? But she felt it was unlikely. They were targeted on their rare night market visit. It was clearly a long-planned operation. The night market had a protective shield and surveillance, but that only protected them from outside attacks. This kind of silent abduction was truly difficult to prevent. Luli thought they might have something produced by the system, and was about to ask the system for help when she received a message from Elder Shin. Luli. It's the mysterious family, who kidnapped Xiaofeng and the others, and are trying to threaten me. If you only read the text, you think he was calm, but if you were right in front of him, you see his fists clenched and shaking uncontrollably. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he hated the mysterious family so much for the first time. Luli sent a message. What do you need me to do? Old Shin looked at his computer. That short sentence gave him a tremendous sense of security. He gradually calmed down and opened the video sent by the kidnappers. Chapter 298. In the video, Shin Fufeng was bound, blindfolded, and gagged. Beside him were 2 little boys, also being treated in the same way. He immediately recalled the last time he was kidnapped, the dark, enclosed room, and how frightened he must have been when they were so young. Mr. Shin didn't want to dwell on it, but the video continued playing, and he could clearly see the 3 little boys unconscious on the ground. If he hadn't been so sure they wouldn't be killed so easily, he might have gone mad. The video ended there, without revealing any location, but it should be near the base. He replied to Lu Li, "Can you help me locate Xiaofeng and the others? I can handle the rest myself." Lu Li received the message and immediately summoned the system. The system replied, "No. They didn't have any system-produced items on them." "How is that possible?" Lu Li was surprised. The system scanned again, even expanding the range for selfish reasons, but found nothing. If it could locate the item, it would be able to see the person's information and confirm it. Lu Li speculated that perhaps after the kidnapping, the kidnappers had searched the victim and removed any suspicious items. She was puzzled. Why were they always encountering kidnappings? Could they come up with some new tricks? But host, a new feature has recently been released that allows you to bind relationships, so you can locate them. The system's voice was cheerful. Lu Li's eyes lit up, and she glared at it. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? It was just released yesterday." The system said weakly, immediately showing her the page. Lu Li had previously entered everyone's information into the optical computer, but because she wasn't the host, the system didn't have permission to locate them. Now all she had to do was bind herself to them. There were options for relationships like couples, father and son, mother and son, and friends. She chose to bind as a sister and brother. Once bound, she could see his movements, daily expenses, and so on. He looked like a genius from the civilized era. After successfully binding, she quickly checked their locations. So close to the lottery shop, actually inside the central base? Was this the most dangerous place, also the safest? Lu Li forwarded the location to Elder Shen. The shop was closing, so Lu Li, Shen Bing, and Luo Mu went to locate it together. Old Shen also received the message. He hadn't expected this group to be so bold, right under his nose. Recently, his troops were returning to the base. There were about 500 of them. He immediately ordered them to gather downstairs. Meanwhile, Elder Shen received another message. Xiaofeng had woken up, his thin body trembling. 3 little boys huddled together, trembling, their blindfolds still attached. They made heartbreaking mumbling sounds. Old Shen clenched his fists and hurried downstairs with his bodyguards. 500 men had assembled downstairs in a mighty procession, drawing some attention. Zhu Yang had the guards led over, but she did not show up. Zhao Moling, the deputy commander of the guards, led 2 teams and fiercely stopped Old Shen. He declared, "Large-scale gatherings of combat forces are prohibited within the base. Please obey, Mr. Shen." Old Shen was furious, but this was not the time to argue. With a wave of his hand, the 500-man team split into 5 teams of 100 men each. They quickly bypassed the guards and rushed forward. The instructions were carried out with remarkable speed and complete silence, their footsteps perfectly synchronized, as if they were a single individual. Before Zhao Moling could react, the 500-man column dispersed, each one passing him, ignoring him, and trotting forward. Old Shen brushed past him, and Zhao Moling quickly turned and shouted, "Stop!" He then reached out to grab his shoulder, but the bodyguards firmly stopped him, and he could only watch as Old Shen walked away. "Shen Qing Ting!" he roared. But amid the intertwining figures of the bodyguards, he could only see his determined back. The 500-man column rushed towards the target point with great fanfare, attracting the attention of countless survivors along the way, who whispered to each other, "It's Old Shen's army. Is there another mission coming? I guess so, but it's all kept secret. I heard there's an elimination plan, and I don't know when it will be implemented. TSK, just listen to the leader's words. You're never going to move faster." Shen Fufeng strained his ears, listening to the subtle sounds coming from outside. He could only vaguely hear the sound of running water, nothing else was audible. It was utterly silent. Qin Shi and Qin Jiu had also been separated from him and relocated elsewhere. Someone had come in with a flashlight and seemed to have taken a few videos or photos. They must have been sending them to Grandpa or Boss Lu. He felt a little annoyed. He had gone to the night market for no good reason and had been taken advantage of. Grandpa had been coming here quite frequently lately, so he must have been seen by some bad guys. With Grandpa's special status, they must have wanted to use him as a threat. But he had been diligently cultivating and had reached the peak of the 2nd stage. He concentrated, gathering his energy in his wrists and channeling his supernatural power into the hemp rope that bound him. The rope was changing at an extremely slow pace. If you looked closely, you could see it was rotting, each tiny thread breaking. Pop! A soft sound. Shen Fufeng flexed his wrist twice, successfully freeing himself from the hemp rope. His special ability was time, allowing him to speed up or slow down the passage of certain objects, such as a caterpillar, allowing it to quickly transform into a butterfly. He reached out to remove his blindfold, adjusting for a moment before he could barely see in the darkness. Shen Fufeng sat on the ground and took a few tentative steps forward. His feet touched the wall. He cautiously reached out and felt around. The room was small and damp. Outside, there seemed to be the sound of running water. Where was he being held? Where were Chen Shi, Chen Jiu, and the others? Were they next door? Would their captors be keeping watch outside? A series of questions flashed through his mind, and he couldn't recall how he had ended up here. He only remembered being separated by the crowd, and then nothing else. He woke up here. He firmly believed someone would come to rescue him. Suddenly, a narrow, rectangular crack appeared on the right side. His eyes lit up, and he leaned forward to take a closer look. He was startled by the sudden inrush of water, soaking most of his clothes. He was apprehensive. If the water continued to flow, wouldn't he drown? He tried to use his supernatural power on the wall, hoping it would age and collapse, but the wall's material was unusual and its surface area was large. It wasn't long before he was sweating profusely from exhaustion and had to give up, conserving his energy to wait for rescue. Old Shen led his men to the location. He looked around in confusion, but saw no suspicious individuals. Before him lay the river that ran through the base. Nearby were some low buildings where the survivors lived, but now there was nothing but houses. Chapter 299. I couldn't see a single person, and it was night, so visibility was poor. Could it be in one of these houses? The location was displayed in front of him, but the river was just 1 meter in front of him. Riverbed? Old Shen recalled the video. Although it was dim, he could vaguely see walls around him. He couldn't be in the river. Perhaps the location was off. He was extremely anxious and planned to search each house one by one. Just then, Lu Li and the other two arrived. They were a little surprised to see so many people. Aren't they afraid of alerting the enemy? Old Shen, Lu Li whispered hurriedly. Shen Qiting immediately looked over and saw a slight sense of relief in her. For the first time, he showed a hint of vulnerability. Now he was no longer the manager, but a grandfather worried about his grandson. Lu Li, I see the location is displayed right here. He pointed to the river before them. The three of them looked over, each finding it implausible. How could they be in the river? Were they still trying to threaten Elder Shen? They wouldn't let a few children die so easily. At most, they'd be injured, just to make them anxious. They all comforted themselves mentally. Lu Li asked, did the kidnappers send you any videos or messages? Elder Shen immediately played the 2 videos. Lu Li turned up the volume, watched them carefully twice, and said, listen, is there the sound of water? They listened, and there was indeed. Then, all of them looked toward the rushing river. In an instant, they considered many possibilities. They had been placed in a metal box and thrown into the riverbed. Or they had been thrown directly into the river, hoping to drown. Or they had tied a large rock to their stomach and thrown into the river. In short, they were in the river. Old Shen muttered, no, that's impossible. The video looks like they're in a small dark room. It couldn't be denied that they were thrown into the river after filming the video. Either possibility was terrifying. The river wasn't small. This section was at least 4 or 5 meters wide. There were fences in some places, but not this section. 2 or 3 more steps and they fall in, but thankfully it wasn't deep, probably just over 2 meters. Lu Li made a decision. Let's get started. It was almost certain they were in the river. Old Shen nodded gravely. Just as he was about to have them get their tools and enter the water, Old Shen's laptop flickered. It was another message from the kidnapper, sent from an unfamiliar account. Be careful, bomb. The words were so provocative that Old Shen's blood pressure soared. It was a naked threat. They must be watching their every move from a distance. But they didn't intervene, because they knew what was going on, and were fully prepared. He wasn't concerned about who was behind this, he just wanted to rescue the 3 little creatures. He shouted, hurry! Get started. Don't just stand there. Be careful, there's a bomb. Yes. They all responded in unison. Those who could swim dove in, searching the river. Those with abilities related to water also did their best to search. Dozens of people had gone down, nearly filling up the small stretch of river. The water level had risen slightly, and Mr. Shen and his 4 companions were also searching the shore for clues. About 10 minutes later, 2 people emerged from the water. One of them excitedly said, Mr. Shen, on the left edge of the river, we found several small houses embedded in the earth. They appear to be made of steel. Another person added, we confirmed there's someone inside, a little boy. Iron house? Lu Li asked, The kind without windows or doors? No, there are gaps, and water is constantly pouring in. The man replied, "We're doing our best to dismantle it." Old Shin was anxious. If he weren't a bit old, he'd have wanted to dive in himself. He warned, "Be careful of bombs, stay safe." Luli had a feeling there might be a secret passage leading to the iron house. She couldn't always dive in. She said, "System, help me scan this area underground." The system also knew the situation was urgent, so it obliged. It scanned the area downwards, and simultaneously uploaded the results to Luli's computer. As expected, there was a secret passage underground, extending all the way to a low-rise building not far away. Luli walked over, and Shinbing noticed and immediately followed. The low-rise building was uninhabited, but it was well preserved. The door, windows, and courtyard were all clean. Something strange was immediately apparent. Shinbing kicked the door open. A dry well lay in the yard, but its presence was faint. If the two hadn't come with a specific purpose, they could easily have missed it. The two walked toward the well, one in front of the other. Shinbing cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Neither the house nor the yard was empty. The well was deep, but the system scan indicated a secret passage hidden beneath. The two exchanged glances, and Luli pointed at the well, saying, "There's a secret passage below." The rest was self-explanatory. Shinbing knew it too. It led to the small house at the bottom of the river. Luli raised his leg and tried to jump into the well, but Shinbing stopped him. "I go in. I'm an ice-type psychic." "So, this is water, though it has some connection to ice." Shinbing had already leaped down with his hands. Luo Mu, who had just entered the yard, saw him leap with such grace. "Hey, hey, hey!" Luo Mu hurried to the dry well. "What's wrong with him?" Luli explained, "There's a secret passage down there." With that, he raised his leg and tried to jump in, inexplicably feeling a sense of adventure. Luo Mu stopped him. "He can go down alone. We wait for news. Don't be impulsive." His adventurous spirit was interrupted. Luli continued to watch the system scan, and Luo Mu leaned in to watch. It was like a drone filming. Viewing the entire scene from a bird's-eye view, Luo Mu was amazed. This function was incredible, so they watched Shinbing crawl through the narrow secret passage and successfully reach the iron house. On the iron house, they discovered a bomb counting down, the sound of it beeping rapidly. Luli felt his heart palpitate even through the screen. The secret passage was damp and narrow, and Shinbing could only lie prone on the ground, unable to stand up. When he saw the bomb counting down, it said only 2 minutes left. He panicked for a moment, but reacted quickly, freezing the bomb and blocking the connection between the wires. The countdown gradually stopped, and Shinbing breathed a sigh of relief, observing his surroundings. This secret passage didn't look newly dug, the soil was rammed solid, and no broken soil had fallen in after all this time. Looking at the square iron house, it seemed to be completely embedded in the secret passage, perfectly sized to fit. This side was the secret passage, the iron house in the middle, and the raging river on the other side. He raised his hand and cautiously knocked on the iron house from the outside, quickly receiving the same response. MMM. He knew that river water was constantly entering the iron house through the cracks, but he didn't know the current water level. He had to rescue it as soon as possible. The iron house looked impenetrable, and the sound of knocking was thick, so it must be very thick. He quickly searched for tools in the space, but none of them worked. He had no choice but to use his bare hands. Chapter 300. Shinbing whispered, "Stay away a bit." Then, he stretched out his hand to cover this side of the iron house. As he activated his supernatural power, white ice gradually spread across the wall. Soon, this side was completely frozen. Once it turned to ice, it was his home turf. He wrapped his fist in ice and pounded it against the iron wall several times. A crisp, crackling sound echoed. After a few blows, the ice wall shattered to the ground. With a splash, a torrent of water rushed towards him. It was the water accumulated in the iron house. A figure also rushed toward Shinbing, and he hugged it. It was the unconscious Chinjio. He first laid the person steadily on the ground, then followed the secret passage to the next iron house. Back here, while Shinbing was pounding the wall, Luo Mu went to find Elder Shin, and the group quickly evacuated. Chinjio is unconscious. I guess he choked on too much water. Does anyone know first aid? Luli asked. Someone stepped out of the group and, guided by Luli, jumped down the dry well, followed the secret passage, and found Chinjio, offering first aid. The situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to transport him upstairs for emergency treatment, so he had to treat him right there. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of water, Chinjiu regained consciousness. He carefully carried him upstairs. Seeing this, Luomu hurriedly took out a blanket and wrapped him up. It was a bit cold now, so he had to be careful not to catch a cold. 2 minutes later, Shen Fufeng was rescued, and 1 minute after that, Qinshi. Everyone gathered around the three little ones, wrapping them tightly in blankets. However, while wrapping Shen Fufeng in the blanket, Luli felt something strange about his stomach and lifted his clothes to take a look. Another ticking time bomb. The ticking sound echoed in everyone's mind like a demonic sound. Startled, Luomu quickly removed Qinshi and Qinjiu's blankets and clothes. Sure enough, a time bomb was strapped to Qinshi's calf and Qinjiu's waist. The countdown had begun the moment they left the iron house, and it only started after Luli lifted their clothes. With such time manipulation, it was hard not to suspect that the person had a clairvoyant eye, constantly watching them. Shen Bing tried her old trick again, trying to freeze the bombs with ice, but it didn't work. The countdown continued ticking, even faster. I have bomb disposal experts here, let them try, said old Shen anxiously. Someone from the team quickly stepped forward. Shen Bing spread a blanket on the ground and placed the 3 men on it. All 3 were still unconscious, their bodies slightly damp, and the cold wind blew, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Luli looked distressed and took out a towel, squatting on the ground to wipe the water off them. Seeing this, old Shen finally realized what was happening and joined her. 500 men surrounded the courtyard tightly. The survivors, upon seeing them, dared not approach, believing they were on some sort of mission. The sound of beeping continued to echo in his ears, like a demonic melody, as the countdown ticked down minute by minute. Only 5 minutes left. The bomb disposal team was still working on the situation, but had no clue. At this moment, Elder Shen received a message: if you don't want to see your grandson blown to pieces, surrender military command and step down as the chief officer. He chose to ignore it. Compromise was out of the question. But he was also afraid they might cause the bomb to explode in a fit of rage. Elder Shen could only hope to defuse it quickly. Luli wiped the water off their bodies. With only 4 minutes left, she also asked the system if there was a way to painlessly defuse the bomb. The system said, if you want it, we have it all here, it's just a matter of price. Luli currently has plenty of points. Level 6 requires 10 million points. But every time she's about to accumulate enough, something major happens, requiring a significant amount of points. This causes her to keep going back and forth, never quite reaching the target. Tell me, what's your plan? Luli urged. In the future, bombs will be child's play. All it takes is a jammer to disable them, for just 9,999 points each. Luli scoffed. I thought it was going to cost that much? This is it? Give me 3. Just as Luli mocked the system, the bomb disposal technician reported to Mr. Shen with a guilty look on his face. I tried my best, but I never seen this type of bomb. Mr. Shen's legs gave way, and he nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Luomu helped him up. He checked the time. 3.5 minutes. He frantically lowered his head to work on his laptop, trying to contact the person. He'd do anything for his grandson, he wouldn't mind a frivolous manager, but to his surprise, the unknown account was one way, he couldn't send messages. Old Shen looked around, realizing someone must be watching nearby. His knees buckled, and he tried to kneel. Luli held him back. What are you doing? She instructed Shen Bing. The old man is old, and his legs are weak from standing for so long. Help him sit down. Then she pulled out a chair. Old Shen's mind was a blur, filled with images of Xiaofeng being blown to pieces. He was dazed and confused as he was being helped to sit down, and he desperately tried to stand up. Shen Bing firmly held him by the shoulders, holding him down again. Luli then conjured up a silver nugget the size of a coin. It looked incredibly delicate, and his mind cleared up a little. Boss Lu had a plan. Luli followed the system's instructions, and placed the silver nuggets on the countdown, everyone around her watching her movements. 5 seconds later, the countdown stopped. The beeping sound faded with it. Old Shen stood up excitedly, his face wrinkled as he smiled. He spoke incoherently. This is it, right? It felt like a sudden hop from hell to heaven. Luli nodded, calmly took out 2 silver nuggets, and placed them on Qinshi and Qinjiu's bomb countdowns. 5 seconds later, the countdown stopped. A suppressed cheer erupted from the surroundings. The matter was finally resolved. Old Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the computer. The strange account hadn't sent any more messages, evidently seeing that Luli had easily dealt with the bomb. Luli clapped her hands. Let's go home and get some sleep. It was already 9 o'clock when they left, and after all this hassle, it was almost 11. she yawned. At this hour, she was already lying in bed, browsing the computer. Old Shen glanced at her several times, but didn't offer a thank you, which would have made things seem awkward. The group arrived in a grand procession and departed in a grand procession. It was late at night, and most of the survivors had gone back to their rooms to sleep. Old Shen asked everyone to step softly, and the large group quietly returned. Luli and the other two also returned to the lottery shop with the three children. They parted ways again in front of the lottery shop. Luli went upstairs to sleep, while Dadong and the others didn't dare, waiting for Shenbing and the others to return. Seeing that Chinshur and the others were fine, they breathed a sigh of relief, only to be instantly overwhelmed by sleepiness. The children then went upstairs together and gathered in Dadong's room, whispering to each other, asking Shen Fufeng and the others what had happened. Were they scared? Were they in danger?